That's well put, no doubt about it, said Tushin. But it's not the point, Vasily, he turned to Rostov, you have to give in to them, and Vasily won't do it. You know the auditor said it doesn't look good. So what, said Denisov. The auditor wrote out a petition for you, Tushin went on. All you have to do is sign it and send it off. This gentleman will take it. He, Rostov was indicated, probably has influence up at HQ. This is your best chance. I've told you I'm not groveling to anybody, said Denisov, cutting in, and he went on reading his reply. Rostov didn't dare argue with Denisov, though he felt instinctively that the course proposed by Tushin and the other officers was the safest. He would have been only too happy to help Denisov, but he knew all about his obstinacy and his hot-tempered self-righteousness. Denisov's vitriolic outpouring lasted more than an hour, and when it was over Rostov said nothing. He spent the rest of the day, deeply dispirited, in the company of Denisov's new friends, who had gathered round him again, telling them everything he knew and listening to other people's stories. Denisov looked on gloomily and said not a word as the evening went on. Late in the evening when Rostov was about to leave, he asked Denisov if he had any jobs for him to do. Yes, hang on, said Denisov. He looked round at the officers, took his papers out from under the pillow and went over to the window where there was an inkstand. He sat down to write. I can see it's no good knocking my head against a brick wall, he said, coming away from the window and handing Rostov a large envelope. It was the petition addressed to the Emperor which the auditor had drawn up for him, and in it Denisov avoided references to any wrongdoing by officials in the commissariat, and simply asked for a pardon. Please hand it in. I think. He stopped short and smiled a forced and sickly smile. Chapter 19. Rostov returned to the regiment, reported to the commander on the progress of Denisov's case and then rode on to Tilsit with the letter to the Emperor. On the 13th of June the French and Russian emperors met at Tilsit. Boris Drubetskoy had asked the dignitary for whom he worked to include him in the entourage appointed for Tilsit. I'd like to see the great man, he said, meaning Napoleon, having hitherto called him Bonaparte like everybody else. Do you mean Bonaparte? Said the general with a smile. Boris looked quizzically at his general, but soon spotted that this was a little test in the form of a joke. I am speaking, sir, of the Emperor Napoleon, he replied. The general smiled again and clapped him on the shoulder. You'll go far, he said, and took him with him. Boris was one of the few people present at the Niemen on the day the two emperors met. He saw the rafts decorated with royal monograms, watched Napoleon drive past the French guards on the far bank, saw the Emperor Alexander looking very pensive as he sat silent in the inn on the bank of the Niemen waiting for Napoleon's arrival. He watched as both emperors got into boats, and saw Napoleon reach the raft first and walk forward rapidly to meet Alexander and shake him by the hand, whereupon both emperors disappeared into a pavilion. Ever since he had begun to move in the highest circles, Boris had formed the habit of keenly observing everything that went on around him and writing it all down. During the meeting of the emperors at Tilsit, he asked the names of the persons accompanying Napoleon, inquired about the uniforms they were wearing, and listened carefully to every word uttered by any person of consequence. At the precise moment the emperors went into the pavilion he looked at his watch, and he didn't forget to look at it again the moment Alexander came out. The meeting had lasted 1 hour and 53 minutes, and he made a note of this that evening along with other details that he considered to be of historical importance. Since the imperial entourage was not very large, just to be present at Tilsit at the meeting of the two emperors was a matter of real significance for a man who set so much store by succeeding in the service, and now that he had managed to get himself there Boris felt that henceforth his position was totally secure. He had not simply made himself known, he was now getting noticed and becoming a familiar figure. On 2 occasions he had been on assignments to the emperor himself, so that the emperor knew him by sight, and the people at court no longer kept him at arm's length, as they had done at first when they saw him as an upstart. Now, if he wasn't there, people would be surprised. Boris was lodging with another adjutant, a Polish count by the name of Zielinski. Educated in Paris, he was a wealthy man and a devoted Francophile, and while they were in Tilsit, French Guards officers and members of the French General Staff came round to lunch or dinner with Zielinski and Boris almost every day. On the 24th of June, Zielinski arranged a supper for his French acquaintances. Among the diners were one of Napoleon's aides. He was the guest of honor, several French Guards officers, and a young boy of an old and aristocratic French line, a page of Napoleon's. That same evening Rostov took advantage of the darkness to avoid being recognized, came to Tilsit in civilian clothing and turned up at the quarters of Zielinski and Boris. In one respect Rostov was like the whole army that he had just left behind. He was a long way from accepting the volte-face which had taken place at headquarters and in Boris concerning Napoleon and the French, suddenly transforming them from enemies into friends. In the army everyone still felt the same mixture of malevolence, fear and contempt for Bonaparte and the French. Only recently Rostov had been in an argument with one of Platov's Cossack officers over how Napoleon should be treated if ever he were taken prisoner, as an emperor or a criminal. And again quite recently Rostov had met a wounded French colonel on the road and had told him in no uncertain terms that peace could never be concluded between a legitimate emperor and a criminal like Bonaparte. So it seemed very odd to Rostov that there should be French officers in Boris's quarters wearing uniforms that he was used to looking at from a very different perspective on patrol out on the flank. He took one look at a French officer who happened to stick his head out of the door and was immediately seized by the feeling of warlike hostility that always came over him at the sight of the enemy. He stood there at the door and asked in Russian whether Boris Drubetskoy was a lodger here. Boris was in the ante-room, and when he heard a strange voice he came out to see who it was. When he recognized Rostov, his face fell. "Oh, it's you. Nice to see you, very nice," he managed to say, and he smiled as he made a movement towards him. But Rostov had seen his first reaction. "I seem to have come at a bad time," he said. "I wouldn't have come at all, but it's something important," he said coldly. "No, I was just a bit surprised to see you away from the regiment. I'll be with you in a minute," he added in French for the benefit of someone who had called to him. "I can see I've come at a bad time," repeated Rostov. Any trace of annoyance had vanished from Boris's face. Having apparently weighed things up and decided how to proceed, he took him by both hands and led him into the next room with studied composure. Boris's eyes, gazing serenely but sharply at Rostov, seemed to have disappeared behind some sort of veil or screen. It was as if he had donned the sunglasses of their earlier life spent together, or so it seemed to Rostov. "Nonsense, you couldn't come at a bad time," said Boris. Boris led him into a room where supper was laid, introduced him to the guests by name, explaining that he was not a civilian, but an officer in the Hussars, and an old friend of his. He named the other guests, Count Zielinski, and from France Count N. and Captain S. Rostov scowled at the Frenchman, gave a grudging bow and said nothing. Zielinski was by no means pleased to receive this unknown Russian intruder, but he said nothing to Rostov. Boris seemed oblivious to any embarrassment caused by the new arrival, and he made an attempt to liven up the conversation with the same easy friendliness and the veiled look that had come into his eyes when he had welcomed Rostov. With typical French courtesy, one of the French officers turned to Rostov, as he sat there in grim silence, and said to him that he must surely have come to Tilsit to see the emperor. "No, I came on business," was Rostov's terse reply. Rostov had been in a bad mood since the moment he had spotted the displeasure on Boris's face, and like all people in bad moods, he imagined himself surrounded by hostile glares and he felt de trop. Indeed, he was de trop, and the only person to stay out of the general conversation, which now took off again. "What's he doing here?" was the question posed by the eyes of the guests as they turned towards him. He got up and went over to Boris. "Listen, I'm getting in your way," he whispered. "If we could just have a quick talk. I'll just go away." No, no, you're not, said Boris. But if you're feeling tired, come and lie down and have a rest in my room. No, but really. They went into the little room where Boris slept. Rostov declined to sit down, and without further ado he launched into his business with every appearance of being annoyed and somehow blaming it on Boris. He told him about Denisov and asked whether he could and would prevail on his general to intercede with the emperor on Denisov's behalf and get the letter presented. When they were alone together, Rostov became acutely aware for the first time that he felt embarrassed to look Boris in the eye. Boris crossed one leg over the other, and stroked the slender fingers of his right hand with his left as he listened to Rostov, rather like a general listening to a report from a subordinate, 1 minute glancing away and the next looking Rostov straight in the face with the same cloudiness in his eyes. And every time this happened, Rostov felt awkward and looked down. I've heard of cases like this, and I know the emperor is very strict about these things. I think it might be better not to take this sort of thing to His Majesty. To my mind, you'd be better off applying straight to the corps commander. But my general view is... You won't do it, will you? Rostov almost shouted, avoiding Boris's eyes. Boris smiled. On the contrary, I'll do what I can. It's just that. At that moment Zelensky's voice came through the door, calling Boris. Well, go on. Go on in, said Rostov. He refused supper and stayed there on his own in the little room, pacing up and down for quite some time and listening to the cheery French chatter coming from the next room. Chapter 20. Rostov had arrived in Tilsit on the worst possible day for appealing on Denisov's behalf. He could not go in person to see the general in attendance, because he was not in uniform, and besides, he had come to Tilsit without official permission, and Boris, even had he wanted to, could not have gone the day after Rostov's visit. That was the day, the 27th of June, when the preliminaries of peace were signed. The emperors exchanged decorations, Alexander receiving the Legion of Honor, and Napoleon the Order of St. Andrew, first degree, and it was also the day fixed for a banquet given by a battalion of the French Guards for the Preobrazhensky battalion, with both emperors due to attend. Rostov felt so awkward and embarrassed with his old friend that when Boris peeped in at him after supper he pretended to be asleep, and next morning he left early to avoid seeing him. In tailcoat and round hat Nikolai strolled round the town, staring at the French in their uniforms, and taking in the streets and the houses where the Russian and the French emperors were staying. In the town square he watched as people began setting up tables and preparing for the banquet. He saw banners draped across the streets showing the Russian and French colors, and the letters A and N in huge monograms. There were flags and monograms in all the windows too. Boris isn't keen to help, and I don't want him to. That's settled then, thought Nikolai. We're finished, but I'm not leaving here without doing everything I can for Denisov, and above all getting this letter through to the emperor. The emperor? He's here, thought Rostov, who had unconsciously found his way back to the house where Alexander was staying. Saddled horses were standing at the entrance, and the entourage was assembling. Clearly the emperor would soon be setting off. Any minute now I might see him, thought Rostov. If only I could give him the letter myself and talk to him about it. I can't be arrested for not being in uniform, can I? Surely not. He'd see the rights and wrongs of it. He understands everything. He knows everything. Is there anyone fairer and more gracious? And even if I did get arrested just for being here, so what? He thought as he watched an officer climb the steps and go into the house where the emperor was staying. Look, there are people going in and out. Oh. This is stupid. I'm going in and I'll give him the letter myself. Hard luck on Drubetskoy, he's driven me to it. And then, with a sudden determination he didn't know he was capable of, Rostov walked straight into the house where the emperor was staying, fingering the letter in his pocket. No, I can't miss this chance, not after Austerlitz, he thought, expecting to meet the emperor any minute and feeling his heart surge with blood at the very idea. I shall fall at his feet and implore him. He will raise me up, hear what I have to say and thank me. I am always happy to do good, but to right a wrong is the greatest happiness, Rostov could hear him saying. Curious eyes were upon him as he climbed the steps. At the top he saw a broad staircase leading straight up to a landing with a closed door on the right-hand side. Below, under the stairs, was a door leading to the ground floor rooms. Whom do you wish to see? Someone asked him. I have a letter. An appeal to His Majesty, said Nikolai with a quavering voice. An appeal. You need the duty officer. This way, please. He motioned to the downstairs door. Only it won't be accepted. At the sound of these casual words, Rostov suddenly felt panic-stricken at what he was doing. The idea of meeting the emperor at any moment was so wonderful that it scared him stiff, and he might have made a bolt for it but for an attendant who now came forward and opened the duty officer's door for him. Rostov went in. There in the room stood a short, stout man of about 30, dressed in white trousers, high boots, and a cambric shirt which he seemed to have only just put on. A valet stood behind him buttoning his splendid new silk-embroidered braces, which made a strong impact on Rostov, though he couldn't have said why. The stout man was talking to someone in the next room. Good figure, and fiendishly pretty, he was saying, but when he saw Rostov he stopped and frowned. What do you want? An appeal? What is it? Asked someone from the next room. It's another appeal, answered the man in the braces. Tell him to come back later. He'll be coming out any minute. We have to go. Come back later, tomorrow. You're too late. Rostov turned to leave, but the man in the braces stopped him. Who is it from? Who are you? It's from Major Denisov, answered Rostov. Who are you, an officer? A lieutenant, Count Rostov. Damned chic. Send it through the proper channels. Now get out, go away, and he began putting on the uniform handed to him by the valet. Rostov went out into the hall again, and saw there were lots of officers and generals in full dress uniform at the top of the steps, and he would have to walk right past them. Cursing his own temerity and almost fainting away at the thought of meeting the emperor at any minute and suffering the humiliation of being arrested before his very eyes, Rostov now saw the total folly of his bad behavior, which he thoroughly regretted, and he was just squeezing through the splendidly attired entourage all round the front of the house, his eyes looking down at the ground, when a familiar voice called out to him, and a hand stopped him. Well, sir, what might you be doing here out of uniform? Asked a deep voice. It was a cavalry general who had one special favor with the emperor during the recent campaign. He had been the commanding officer of Rostov's division. Rostov looked at him in dismay and tried to make some excuse, but once he saw that the general's face looked amused and benevolent, he took him to one side and blurted out his story with great excitement, begging him to intercede for Denisov, who was known personally to the general. The general heard Rostov's story and shook his head gravely. I'm sorry, very sorry. Such a gallant fellow. Give me the letter. Rostov had barely enough time to hand over the letter and tell him all about Denisov's plight when jingling spurs announced rapid movement down the stairs, at which the general left him and moved over onto the steps. The gentlemen of the emperor's entourage ran down and took to their horses. The same groom who had been at Austerlitz, a man called Hain, led the emperor's horse forward, and when light footsteps came tripping down the staircase, Rostov knew them at once. Forgetting any danger of being recognized, Rostov went along with a number of curious local people and moved up close to the steps, where once again, after a lapse of 2 years, he saw the adored features, the same face, the same glance, the same walk, the same blend of majesty and gentleness. And the feeling of rapturous adoration inspired by the emperor was rekindled in Rostov's heart with all its old force. The emperor was wearing the uniform of the Preobrazhensky regiment, white chamois leather breeches and high boots, and a star which Rostov didn't recognize. It was the Legion of Honor. He came out on the steps holding his hat under one arm and pulling on a glove. He stopped and had a look around, illuminating everything that met with his glance. He said a few words to one or two of the generals. Then he recognized Rostov's former divisional commander, smiled at him and beckoned him over. All the entourage stood aside and Rostov watched as the general spoke to the emperor for quite some time. The emperor said a few words in return and then took a step towards his horse. Once again the massed entourage and the spectators, Rostov among them, surged in closer to the emperor. Standing by his horse with one hand on the saddle, the emperor turned back to the cavalry general and said aloud, obviously for all to hear, "I cannot do it, general, and the reason I cannot do it is because the law is mightier than I am," and he put his foot in the stirrup. The general bowed his head respectfully while the emperor mounted his horse and galloped off down the street. Beside himself with excitement, Rostov ran on behind with the crowd. Chapter 21. The Tsar rode off towards a square in which two battalions stood on parade ranged against each other, to the right, the men of the Preobrazhensky regiment and, to the left, the French guards in their bearskin caps. As the emperor rode up to one flank of the battalions, where the men presented arms, another group of horsemen was galloping up to the opposite flank, and at their head Rostov recognized Napoleon. It couldn't be anyone else. He galloped up, wearing a small hat and a blue uniform open over a white vest, with the St. Andrew ribbon draped across his chest. He was riding a magnificent grey thoroughbred Arab caparisoned in crimson and gold. Riding up to Alexander, he half-raised his hat, a movement which immediately told Rostov, with his cavalryman's eye, that Napoleon was a poor and clumsy horseman. The battalions roared out their hurrah, and long live the emperor. Napoleon said something to Alexander. Both emperors dismounted and took each other by the hands. Napoleon's face wore an unpleasantly forced smile. Alexander was saying something to him with a warm and friendly expression on his face. Despite the danger of being trampled by the horses of the French gendarmes controlling the crowd, Rostov followed every movement of the Emperor Alexander and Bonaparte, never taking his eyes off them. He was struck by something quite unexpected. Alexander was treating Bonaparte like an equal, and Bonaparte was completely relaxed, taking his familiarity with the Russian Tsar for granted as if it was something of long standing, and he seemed to be on equal terms with the Russian monarch. Alexander and Napoleon, with their suite stretched out behind in a long train, moved towards the right flank of the Preobrazhensky battalion and ended up close to the crowd that was standing there. Suddenly the crowd found itself right next to the two emperors, and Rostov, who was well to the front, began to be afraid of being recognized. "Sire, I beg permission to award the Legion of Honor to the bravest of your soldiers," said a clipped, grating voice, carefully articulating every letter. It was the diminutive Bonaparte speaking, looking up straight into Alexander's eyes. Alexander listened attentively to what was being said, then inclined his head and gave an amiable smile. "To the man who conducted himself with the greatest courage in this last war," added Napoleon with precise enunciation of every syllable. He was scanning the ranks of Russian soldiers drawn up before him, still rigidly presenting arms but with their eyes fixed on the face of their own emperor. Napoleon's air of authority and self-possession turned Rostov's stomach. "If your Majesty will allow me to consult the colonel," said Alexander, and he took a few hurried steps towards Prince Kozlovsky, the battalion commander. Meanwhile Bonaparte was peeling the glove off one of his little white hands, and he now tore it off and threw it away. An adjutant standing behind rushed forward eagerly and picked it up. "Whom do we give it to?" the Emperor Alexander asked of Kozlovsky in Russian in a low voice. "As your Majesty commands." The Emperor frowned with displeasure, glanced around and said, "Well, we must give him an answer." Kozlovsky scanned the ranks in a businesslike manner, and his glance took in Rostov. "Is it me?" thought Rostov. Lazarev! The colonel scowled as he gave the command, and Lazarev, their best marksman, stepped smartly forward. Where do you think you're going? Stand still, voices whispered to Lazarev, who didn't know where to go. Lazarev came to halt, angling a scared look at his colonel, and his face twitched, as often happens to soldiers called out in front. Napoleon half turned his head and flapped a podgy little hand behind him, as if he was expecting to be handed something. Among the members of his suite, who knew immediately what was wanted, there was a great fuss and much whispering as something was passed from hand to hand, and then a page boy, the same boy that Rostov had seen yesterday evening at Boris's house, trotted forward, bowed over the outstretched hand without keeping it waiting a second longer than was necessary, and placed in it a medal on a red ribbon. Without even looking, Napoleon squeezed two fingers together and there was the medal dangling between them. He then walked over to Lazarev, who stood there goggling, with eyes only for his own emperor. Napoleon looked round at the Emperor Alexander to emphasize that what he was now doing he was doing for the benefit of his ally. The little white hand holding the medal brushed against a button on Private Lazarev's uniform. Napoleon seemed fully aware that all he had to do was deign to touch this private soldier on the breast and it would ensure that he would be forever happy, well rewarded and distinguished from every other soldier in the world. He merely left the cross lying there on Lazarev's breast, dropped his hand and turned to Alexander, apparently in no doubt that the medal would stick. And indeed it did, because many eager hands, Russian and French, were waiting to grab the cross and pin it to the uniform. Lazarev scowled at the little man with white hands who had done something to him, and he continued to stand rigidly to attention, presenting arms, while staring straight at Alexander, as if asking for further instructions. Should he just stand there, march off or do something else? No instructions were forthcoming, so he stayed where he was for quite some time in the same state of rigidity. The emperors mounted their horses and rode away. The Preobrazhensky battalion was dismissed, and the men went to mingle with the French guards and sit down at the tables which had been set for them. Lazarev was given a place of honor. French and Russian officers came to embrace him, congratulate him, and shake him by the hand. Officers and common people crowded round just to have a look at Lazarev. There was a buzz of conversation in French and Russian and much laughter round the tables in the square. Two officers passed by near to Rostov, red-faced, merry and bright. "How's this for a banquet, old man? Everything served up on silver," one was saying. "Seen Lazarev?" "Yes. I gather the Preobrazhenskys are going to give them a dinner tomorrow." "Yes, but what about Lazarev, lucky devil? Pension for life, 1,200 francs. "How about this for a cap, boys?" yelled a Preobrazhensky soldier, putting on a French soldier's shaggy cap. "Great stuff. It suits you." "Have you heard the latest response?" said one guards officer to another. "The other day it was Napoleon, France, fortitude, today it's Alexander, Russia, magnitude. Our emperor calls, Napoleon responds. Tomorrow our emperor's sending the St. George to the bravest man in the French guards. Got to do it. Same response needed." Boris had come in with his comrade Zelensky to have a look at the banquet. On the way home he came across Rostov standing on the corner outside a house. "Rostov. Hello there. We missed each other," he said, and he had to ask what was wrong because Rostov looked a strange picture of gloom and despondency. "Nothing's wrong." "Nothing," answered Rostov. "You will drop in?" "Yes." Rostov stood there on the corner for quite some time, watching the celebrations from a distance. His anguished mind was seething with problems that couldn't be resolved. His soul was alive with fearful doubts. He remembered Denisov with that new expression on his face and the way he seemed to have given in, and the hospital with all those torn-off arms and legs, the filth and disease. He remembered the stench of dead flesh in the hospital so vividly that he had looked round wondering where the smell was coming from. And he also kept remembering Napoleon with his little white hands, all smugness, and now being treated with affection and respect by the Emperor Alexander. What were all those torn-off legs and arms for, and why had those men been killed? Then he remembered Lazarev being rewarded, while Denisov got punishment instead of a pardon. He caught himself indulging in such strange ideas that they frightened him. Hunger and the appetizing smell of the Preobrazhensky dinner brought him to his senses. He had to eat before going away. He went to a hotel he had seen that morning. There he encountered such a crowd of people and officers in civilian clothing like him that he had difficulty in getting dinner. 2 officers of his own division joined him at his table. Naturally enough, the conversation turned to the peace. Like most of the army, Rostov's 2 officer comrades were dissatisfied with the peace concluded after the Battle of Friedland. They kept on saying that if they could have held out just a bit longer, Napoleon would have been done for. His troops were out of biscuits and ammunition. Nikolai ate in silence. Most of the time he spent drinking. He polished off 2 bottles of wine by himself. He was agonized by an inner turmoil beyond any resolution. He was scared of his own reflections, but he couldn't get away from them. All of a sudden, in response to one of the officers who had said it was humiliating to look at the French, Rostov started shouting with a degree of violence that was quite uncalled for and shocked all the officers. "How can you judge what would have been best?" he yelled with a rush of blood that reddened his face. "How can you judge of the actions of the Emperor? What right have we to do any judging? We can't understand the aims or the actions of the Emperor." "I never mentioned the Emperor," said the officer in self-justification, his only explanation of Rostov's outburst being that he was drunk. Rostov wasn't listening. "We're not officials in the diplomatic section, we're soldiers, that's what we are," he went on. "If they tell us to die, we die. And if we get punished, we must be in the wrong. Ours is not to judge. If His Majesty the Emperor feels like recognizing Bonaparte as an emperor, and taking him on as an ally, that's the way it must be. If we started judging and criticizing at every inn and turn, well, nothing will be sacred. Next thing we'll be saying there's no God, no nothing," Nikolai continued, banging on the table and yelling at them, for no good reason according to his companions but, as he saw it, quite logically. "We've got to do our duty, kill the enemy and stop thinking. And that's your lot," he said. "And drink," put in one of the officers, not in an arguing mood. "Yes, drink," said Nikolai in full agreement. "Hey, you," he roared. "Another bottle." Part 3. Chapter 1. In the year 1808, the Emperor Alexander visited Erfurt for another meeting with the Emperor Napoleon, and Petersburg high society had much to say about the splendor of this important meeting. By 1809, the rapport between the 2 world sovereigns, as Napoleon and Alexander came to be called, had become so close that when Napoleon declared war on Austria, a Russian corps crossed the frontier for joint action alongside their old enemy Bonaparte against their old ally, the Austrian Emperor, so close indeed that high society began to talk of a possible marriage between Napoleon and one of Alexander's sisters. But, aside from foreign policy, Russian society was much preoccupied at this time with internal changes taking place in all government departments. Meanwhile, life itself, the ordinary life of real people with their personal involvement in health and sickness, hard work and relaxation, their involvement in thought, science, poetry, music, love, friendship, enmity and passion, went on as usual, far removed from political considerations such as being for or against Napoleon, and all questions of reform. Prince Andrei had been 2 years in the country without a single break. All the innovations introduced by Pierre on his estates without any concrete results, because of his continual flitting from one enterprise to another, had been carried through by Prince Andrei privately and without any noticeable effort on his part. He possessed in the highest degree the one quality that Pierre totally lacked, the practical application to get things going with no fuss or struggle. On one of his estates, 300 serfs had been given the status of free farm laborers, one of the first examples of this in Russia, and on the others forced labor had been replaced by the payment of rent. At Bogocharovo he was paying for a trained midwife to look after the peasant women in childbirth, and a salaried priest was teaching the children of the peasants and house servants how to read and write. Prince Andrei spent half his time at Bald Hills with his father and his son, who was still being looked after by nurses. The other half he spent cloistered at Bogocharovo, as his father put it. For all the indifference to current events that he had shown to Pierre, he followed them closely, receiving a constant stream of books, and he was amazed to discover that when people came to see him or his father fresh from Petersburg, the very maelstrom of life, they were all miles behind him in their awareness of recent political developments at home and abroad, even though he had never left the countryside. When not engaged in the management of his estates or voracious reading over a wide area, Prince Andrei had used the time to do a searching study of our last two military debacles, and had also drafted a series of reforms in our service rules and regulations. In the spring of 1809, Prince Andrei set off to visit the Ryazan estates, which now belonged to his son, with him as trustee. Warmed by the spring sunshine, he drove along in his carriage, glancing at the first shoots of grass, the first leaves on the birch trees, and the first spring clouds looking fluffy and white as they floated through the bright blue sky. His mind was blank as he looked out on both sides, a picture of cheery unconcern. They went over the crossing where he and Pierre had had their conversation a year before. They drove through a muddy village, past threshing floors and green winter crops, down and over a bridge still packed with snow, back uphill along a clay road gouged into hollows by the rain, past strips of stubble and a few bushes turning green, and then at last they drove into a wood with birch trees on either side of the road. In the wood there was no wind and it was almost hot. The birches stood there with no sign of movement, spangled with their sticky green leaves, while lilac-colored flowers and the first shoots of new green grass pushed up and peeped out from under last year's leaves. A scattering of baby firs stood out as coarse evergreens among the birches, a nasty reminder of winter. The horses neighed as they entered the forest, visibly perspiring. Andrei's servant, Pyotr, said something to the coachman. He agreed, but his sympathy didn't seem to satisfy Pyotr, who turned on the box to face his master. "Nice day, sir," he said with a respectful smile. "You what?" "It's nice, isn't it, sir?" "What is he talking about?" "Oh, he must mean the spring," thought Prince Andrei, glancing around. "That's it. Everything's turning green, as early as this. The birch trees, the wild cherries, even the alders are just on the turn. But not the oak, no sign there. Look, there's one." There at the roadside stood an oak tree. It must have been 10 times older than the birch trees that made up the wood, 10 times as thick and twice the height of any of them. That tree was enormous. It would have taken 2 men to join hands round its girth, with branches broken off it ages ago and its old, cracked bark all scarred and broken. There it stood among the beaming birches, with its great gnarled hands and fingers sprawling out awkwardly and unevenly, a truculent, sneering monster. He alone refused to submit to the charms of spring. He would not countenance either springtime or sunshine. "Springtime, love and happiness," this tree seemed to be saying. "Aren't you fed up with it all, the stupid, senseless sham? It never changes, the same old trick. There is no springtime, sunshine, or happiness. Just look at those dead fir trees sitting there where they've been brought down, always the same every one of them, and look at me sticking out broken, peeling fingers wherever they care to grow, out of my back, out of my sides. That's how they've grown, and that's how I am, and I don't believe in any of your hopes and shams." Prince Andrei drove on through the forest, glancing back several times at the oak tree as if he was expecting it to do something. Flowers and grass grew underneath it, but it just stood there among them, an ugly, awkward thing, stock-still and scowling. "He's right, that tree, 1,000 times right," mused the prince. "Other people, young people, they can keep that sham going, but he and I know what life is. Our lives are over and done with. The tree had stirred up a host of new ideas in the prince's soul which held no hope, though their bitterness was sweet. On the journey there he seemed to have reconsidered his entire life and come right back to his first conclusion, which was as reassuring as it was devoid of hope, that he needn't bother with anything new. All he had to do was live out his life without doing any harm, free from worry and any kind of desire. Chapter 2. As trustee of his son's Ryazan estates, Prince Andrei needed to have a meeting with the local marshal of the nobility. Count Ilya Rostov was the marshal in question, and in mid-May Prince Andrei went to see him. Spring was now at its hottest. The woodland was clothed in green, and everywhere was dusty and so hot that if you drove past any water you felt like going in for a swim. Prince Andrei was in a miserable mood as he drove up the avenue towards the Rostovs' house at Otradnoy, mentally running through the bits of business that he would want to raise with the marshal. Through the trees on the right he heard happy female voices, and then he watched as a small crowd of young girls ran across his path. Out in front, dashing towards the coach, came a black-haired, black-eyed girl, quite remarkably slender in her yellow print dress, with a white handkerchief on her head and stray locks of loose hair tumbling out of it. She was calling out, but once she saw a stranger she ran back laughing, without a glance in his direction. For some reason Prince Andrei felt a sudden pang. It was such a lovely day, with sunshine and happiness on every hand, and here was this pretty slip of a girl who was oblivious to his existence and cared even less about it, and she was so pleased and happy with her own special life, a silly life, he had no doubt, but one that was merry and happy. What is she so glad about? What's in her mind? Not army regulations. Not Ryazan peasants and the rent they'll have to pay. What is in her mind, and why is she so happy? Prince Andrei couldn't help wondering. This year, 1809, Count Ilya Rostov was living at Otradnoy exactly as he had always done, which meant entertaining virtually the whole province with hunting parties, theatricals, dinners and music. Always delighted to see a new guest, he gave Prince Andrei a warm welcome and almost forced him to stay the night. Prince Andrei was bored during the day, left to the ministrations of an elderly host and hostess and some of the more notable guests amid the throng that filled the count's house in honor of an impending name day. Several times Bolkonsky glanced across at Natasha, who never stopped laughing and enjoying herself with all the younger members of the company, and every time he wondered, what's in her mind? What is it that she is so glad about? That night, alone in a new place, he couldn't get to sleep. He read for a while, put out his candle and then lit it again. It was hot in his bedroom with the shutters closed on the inside. He felt angry with this stupid old man, his description of Count Rostov, who had detained him by claiming that the documents they needed were still in town, and he was annoyed with himself for having stayed. Prince Andrei got out of bed and went over to open the window. The moment he pulled the shutters back, moonlight poured into the room as if it had been standing outside for ages waiting for this opportunity. He opened the window. The night was cool, still and bright. Just outside the window stood a row of pollard trees, black on one side, gleaming with silver on the other. Beneath them there was a rambling kind of vegetation with lush, damp leaves and stems dappled with silver. Further away, beyond the silhouetted trees, some sort of sloping roof glistening with dew, and away to the right stood the rambling mass of a tall tree, with brilliant white trunk and branches, and there above it was the moon, almost full, in a clear, almost starless spring sky. Prince Andrei leant out with his elbows on the window ledge and fixed his gaze on that sky. His room was on the middle floor, there were people in the room above, and they too were still awake. He could hear girls talking. Just once more, said a female voice overhead, and Prince Andrei had no difficulty in recognizing it. Oh, when are you coming to bed? Came another voice. I'm not. I can't sleep. It's no use. Come on. Last time. The two female voices sang a musical line, the finale of some duet. Isn't it lovely? Anyway, it's time to go to sleep. Come on, that's it. Oh, you go to sleep. I can't, responded the first voice, now coming from somewhere nearer to the window. She must have been leaning right out because he could hear her dress rustling and even the sound of her breathing. Silence had descended and everything froze in the stillness of the moonlight and the shadows. Prince Andrei hardly dared to move for fear of giving himself away, not that he had intended any of this. Sonia! Sonia, came the first voice again. How can you sleep? Come over here and look at this, it's gorgeous. Oh, it's just gorgeous. Sonia, wake up, she said, almost with tears in her voice. This is the most gorgeous night there's ever been. Sonia made some grudging response. Oh, please come and look at this moon. It's gorgeous. Come on. Darling, sweetheart, please come here. There you are, look at that. Hey, if you rock back on your heels like this, watch, and squeeze your knees together, hold them tight as you can, one big squeeze and you could fly away. Like this, look. Mind you don't fall out. He heard scuffling noises followed by Sonia's voice. She was not pleased. Come on, it's past 1 o'clock. Oh, you are a spoilsport. Go on then, you go to bed. Silence again, but Prince Andrei knew she was still sitting there. Now and then he could still hear a soft rustling and the occasional sigh. Oh God! Oh God! What's it all about? She cried suddenly. Oh well, I suppose I'd better go to bed, and the window banged as it closed. Oblivious to my existence. Prince Andrei had thought while he was listening to her talk, inexplicably half hoping and dreading that she might say something about him. It's her again. It almost seems planned, he thought. And he was surprised to feel his spirit overwhelmed by a sudden surge of ideas and hopes that belonged to youth and clashed with his whole way of life, so much so that his state of mind was beyond all comprehension, and he went straight to bed and fell asleep. Chapter 3. Next morning Prince Andrei set off home before the ladies were up, though not without taking leave of the Count. It was early June when, on his return journey, he drove once again into the birchwood where the gnarled oak tree had made such a strangely indelible impression on him. The harness bells jingled in the woodland with a more muffled sound than a month before, now that everything was densely filled out and shady. The scattering of baby firs, far from disrupting the overall beauty, blended their feathery green shoots sweetly with the general mood. All day it had been hot, with a storm brewing somewhere nearby, but only a few drops of rain from one small cloud had spattered the dusty road and the lush greenery. The left-hand side of the forest was in dark shade, the right-hand side glistened wet in the bright sunshine and rippled in the breeze. Everything was in full bloom and the nightingales were singing with sharp notes that echoed far and near. That oak tree, it was somewhere near here in the forest. There was such an affinity between us, he thought. But where was it? As he wondered, he glanced across left and, unconsciously, without recognizing it, began to admire the very tree that he was looking for. The old oak was completely transformed, now spreading out a canopy of lush, dark foliage and stirring gently as it wallowed in the evening sunshine. No trace now of the gnarled fingers, the scars, the old sadness and misgivings. Succulent young leaves with no twigs had burst straight through the hard bark of 100 years. It was almost incredible that this old fellow should have grown them. Oh yes, that's the one, thought the prince, spontaneously overwhelmed by one of those surges of delight and renewal that belong to springtime. All the best times of his life came together sharply in his memory. The lofty sky at Austerlitz, the look of reproach on his dead wife's face, Pierre on the ferry and that young girl who had been so enthralled by the night's beauty, the night itself and the moon, suddenly he remembered it all. No, life isn't over at 31, was his instant, final and irrevocable conclusion. It is not enough for me to know what is going on inside me. Everybody must know about it, Pierre, and that girl who wanted to fly up into the sky, they must all get to know me. My life must be lived for me but also for other people. They mustn't live like that girl, separated from me. My life must be reflected in them and they must live along with me, all of us together. Returning home from his travels, Prince Andrei decided he would go to Petersburg in the autumn, and he began dreaming up all sorts of reasons to justify the decision. A string of sensible, logical excuses for visiting the city, and even re-entering the service, was always at hand. Now, in fact, he could not begin to understand how he could ever have doubted the necessity of leading an active life, whereas a month before he would not have believed that the idea of ever leaving the country might occur to him. It now seemed absolutely clear that all his life experience would count for nothing if he failed to make practical use of it by starting to lead an active life again. He could not understand how such weak arguments could once have convinced him that he would be debasing himself if, after all he had learnt about life, he were to carry on believing in the possibility of doing something useful and the possibility of happiness and of love. Reason now spoke otherwise. After his journey to Ryazan, Prince Andrei found country life tedious. His former interests had lost their appeal, and when he sat alone in his study he would often get to his feet, go over to the mirror and stare at his own face for minutes on end. Then he would turn to the portrait of Liza, looking out at him so sweetly and happily from her gilt frame with her Grecian hairstyle. Now, instead of saying those terrible words to her husband, she just looked at him with cheerful curiosity. Then he would clasp his hands behind his back and spend long minutes pacing up and down the room, frowning one moment and smiling the next, brooding on a series of strange ideas that lay beyond words, as secret as a hidden crime, ideas connected with Pierre, glory, the girl at the window, the oak tree, the beauty of women, love, all the things that had changed the course of his life. And at moments like this, if anyone came into his room, his manner would be particularly abrupt, harsh, decisive, logical to a fault. "Listen, my dear," Princess Maria might say, coming in at just such a time, "little Nikolai can't go out for a walk today. It's too cold." If it happened to be hot, Andrei's tart response would be on such occasions, he would go out in his smock, but since it is cold you must dress him in warm clothing designed for that purpose. That's what happens when it's cold, not staying indoors when the child needs some fresh air. He would pronounce all this with an exaggerated sense of logic, as if he needed to resolve his own inner illogicalities by secretly taking them out on someone else. It was at times like this that Princess Maria thought how desiccated men's minds become with all that intellectual activity. Chapter 4. Prince Andrei arrived in Petersburg in August 1809. This was the time when the young Speransky one was at the peak of his fame and his reforms were being carried through with the utmost vigor. It was in August that the Tsar was thrown out of his carriage, injured his leg and was laid up for 3 weeks at Peterhof, seeing Speransky, and no one but Speransky every day. At that time the 2 famous decrees were being drafted, abolishing court ranks and making entry to 2 civil service grades, collegiate assessor and state councillor, dependent on examinations, and everyone was worried about them. Beyond that, the country's entire constitution was under review, with plans for radical reform of all government systems, legal, administrative and financial, from the state council down to the district tribunals. Alexander had come to the throne with his head full of sketchy liberalism, but now his dreams were taking shape and coming into practice. So far his efforts to implement them had been assisted by Czartoryski, Novoziltsev, Kochubey and Stroganov, a group of men that he jokingly referred to as his Public Welfare Committee. They had recently been replaced at a stroke by 2 men, Speransky on the civilian side and Arakcheyev in charge of the military. Soon after his arrival Prince Andrei, as a gentleman of the chamber, presented himself at court and at a levee. The Tsar met him on 2 occasions, but didn't favor him with a single word. Prince Andrei had long suspected that the Tsar had taken against him and disliked the look of him and his whole personality. The Tsar's look of cold aloofness bore out Prince Andrei's worst suspicions. Courtiers explained the Tsar's cold shoulder by saying that His Majesty was displeased at Bolkonsky's absence from active service since 1805. I know only too well that we have no control over our likes and dislikes, thought Prince Andrei, so it's no use even thinking I might be able to hand over my note on army reform to the Tsar personally, but the thing will speak for itself. He sent word of his note to an old field marshal, a friend of his father's. The field marshal gave him an appointment, received him with affection and promised to inform the Tsar. A few days later Prince Andrei received notice to call on the war minister, Count Arakcheyev. At 9 o'clock in the morning on the appointed day Prince Andrei entered Count Arakcheyev's reception room. Prince Andrei did not know Arakcheyev personally, never having met him, but everything he had heard had left him with little respect for this man. He is the war minister, someone trusted by the Tsar, and his personal qualities are his own business. He's been given the job of studying my note, so he must be the only person who can take it forward, thought Prince Andrei, waiting his turn among the many important and unimportant persons in Count Arakcheyev's reception room. During his years of service, mostly as an adjutant, Prince Andrei had seen the waiting rooms of many important people, and he was familiar with their distinctive characteristics. Count Arakcheyev's reception room had its own special flavor. The faces of the unimportant people queuing for an audience with Count Arakcheyev betrayed nothing but obsequious humiliation, whereas the higher-ranking faces wore an expression of all-round embarrassment hiding behind a mask of unconcern and flippancy towards themselves, their situation and the person they were waiting to see. Some of them paced up and down deep in thought, others whispered and giggled, and Prince Andrei caught the nickname Mr. Savage and the words "he's the boss and he can dish it out" applied to Count Arakcheyev. One general, a person of some significance, obviously offended at having to wait so long, sat with his legs crossed, smiling to himself with great disdain. But each time the door opened, every face betrayed a single feeling: terror. Prince Andrei asked the duty officer to mention his name again, but he was met with an amused look and told to wait his turn. After several persons had been ushered in and out of the minister's room by an adjutant, an officer with a particularly abject and panic-stricken face was admitted through the dreaded portal. His audience went on and on. Suddenly through the door came the roar of a thunderous voice, and the officer emerged white-faced and lips trembling, and walked off through the waiting room with his head in his hands. It was then that Prince Andrei was ushered to the door and the adjutant whispered to him, "Go to your right, over to the window." Prince Andrei walked into a rather ordinary, tidy study, and saw a man of about 40 standing by a table, long in the body, with a long thin head and closely cropped hair. He was deeply wrinkled, his brows arched with a scowl over dull, greenish-hazel eyes, and a beaky red nose. Arakcheyev turned his head towards Prince Andrei without looking at him. "What's your petition?" asked Arakcheyev. "I'm not petitioning, sir." Prince Andrei spoke the words calmly. Arakcheyev's eyes turned to look at him. "Sit down," said Arakcheyev. "Prince Bolkonsky?" "I'm not petitioning, but His Majesty the Tsar has been kind enough to send Your Excellency a memorandum submitted by me." "If you would kindly look here, my dear sir." "I have read your note," Arakcheyev interrupted, looking away again, any politeness not extending beyond his first words, his tone rising with impatience and contempt. "You are proposing new army regulations?" "There are plenty of regulations already, the old ones get ignored. Nowadays everybody's drawing up new regulations. Writing's easier than doing something." "I come at His Majesty's will to learn from Your Excellency how you propose to deal with my memorandum," said Prince Andrei courteously. "I have come to a decision about your memorandum and I have forwarded it to the committee." "I do not approve it," said Arakcheyev, getting to his feet and picking up a document from the desk. "Here you are." He handed it to Prince Andrei. Scrawled across the note was the following comment, badly spelt and with no punctuation or capital letters, unconvincing seeing it's copied from French army regulations and needlessly departs from our articles of war. "Which committee has the note been referred to?" asked Prince Andrei. "The Army Regulations Committee, and I have recommended your honor for membership." Unpaid. Prince Andrei smiled. I don't want any pay. Unpaid membership, repeated Arakchev. I bid you good day. And he bawled out, next, as he bowed Prince Andrei out. Chapter 5. While awaiting official confirmation of his committee membership, Prince Andrei looked up some old acquaintances, especially people he knew to be in power and therefore of possible use. Here in Petersburg he kept feeling as he had done before on the eve of a battle, when he was tormented by a restless curiosity and irresistibly attracted to higher spheres where the future was taking shape, a future that would determine the destiny of millions. Taking stock of everything, the angry irritability of the old guard, the caution of those who were in the know and the curiosity of those who were not, the fact that everyone was always in a hurry and anxious, the burgeoning of committees and commissions, not a day passed without him learning of a new one. He began to sense that now, in the year 1809, here in Petersburg, a momentous non-military campaign was beginning to build up, the commander-in-chief being a mysterious character he did not know, but someone he took to be a man of genius, Speransky. And the whole reform movement, for all its vagueness, together with Speransky himself, the power behind it, captured his interest so keenly that his ideas on army regulations very soon began to take second place in his thinking. Prince Andrei happened to be in a very favorable position for gaining a successful entree into the broadest and highest circles of Petersburg society of the day. The reformist group welcomed him warmly and made every effort to attract him, firstly because he was considered clever and very well read, and secondly because he had already gained a reputation as a liberal by the freeing of his serfs. The miserable old guard welcomed him simply as his father's son, and expected him to sympathize with their condemnation of the reforms. The world of women that constituted society gave him a generous reception because he was a wealthy man of high rank and therefore a good match, as well as being a virtual newcomer in their midst, surrounded by a romantic aura deriving from his brush with death and the tragic loss of his young wife. It was also the general opinion of all who knew him from days gone by that over the last 5 years he had changed a good deal for the better, softening his character and coming to full maturity. He was said to have lost his old affectation, pride and caustic cynicism, and to have gained the serenity that comes with years. He was talked about, a focus of interest, someone that people wanted to see. The day after his interview with Count Arakchev, Prince Andrei happened to be at an evening reception at Count Kochubey's. He told him about his meeting with Mr. Savage. This was how Kochubey referred to Arakchev, with the kind of sardonic amusement that Prince Andrei had observed in the war minister's waiting room. My dear fellow, even in this matter you can't do without Mikhail Mikhailovich. He gets things done. I'll speak to him. He said he was coming this evening. But what does Speransky have to do with army regulations? Asked Prince Andrei. Kochubey shook his head with a smile, as if marveling at Bolkonsky's naivety. He and I were talking about you the other day, Kochubey continued, about your free tillers of the soil. Oh, so you're the one, Prince, who freed the serfs, said an old gentleman, a leftover from Catherine's day, turning towards Bolkonsky with great disdain. It was just a small estate and it wasn't profitable, answered Bolkonsky, anxious not to annoy the old gentleman unnecessarily and therefore trying to minimize what he had done. You're afraid of being late, said the old gentleman, looking at Kochubey. There's one thing I don't understand, the old gentleman persisted. Who's going to farm the land if they are set free? It's easy to pass laws, but management is hard work. Same thing now, I ask you, Count, who will the department heads be when everybody has to take examinations? Those who pass the examinations, I suppose, answered Kochubey, crossing his legs and looking around the room. Look, what about Pryaniknikov, working for me, splendid man, salt of the earth, but he's 60. Is he going to start taking examinations? Yes, that's a difficult question, considering that education is not very widespread, but... Count Kochubey did not finish what he was saying. He got to his feet, took Prince Andrei by the arm and went over to meet a tall, fair-haired but balding man of about 40 who had just come in. He had a large, open forehead and an elongated face of quite exceptional whiteness. He wore a dark blue swallowtail coat with a cross around his neck and a star on his left breast. It was Speransky. Prince Andrei knew who it was immediately, and he felt the kind of shock that comes upon people at critical moments in life. Whether it was respect, envy, or anticipation, he couldn't tell. Speransky's whole figure had a special character by which he could be immediately recognized. Nowhere in the society frequented by Prince Andrei had he seen such composure and self-assurance as in this man's clumsy and ungainly movements. Nowhere had he seen a glance that was so decisive and yet so gentle as in these half-closed, rather watery eyes. Never had he seen this kind of firmness in such a meaningless smile. Never had he heard a voice so delicate, smooth and soft. But what struck him most of all was the tender whiteness of the face, and especially the rather broad hands which were unusually puffy, soft and white. This kind of facial whiteness and softness Prince Andrei had seen only in soldiers who had spent a long time in hospital. This was Speransky, Secretary of State, confidential advisor to the Tsar, who had been at his side in Erfurt, and seen and spoken to Napoleon on more than one occasion. Speransky's eyes did not flit from one face to another as eyes do instinctively on first coming into a large company, and he was in no hurry to speak. When he did, he spoke softly, certain that he would be listened to, and looked only at the person to whom he was speaking. Prince Andrei followed Speransky's every word and gesture with the closest attention. As people often do, particularly those who are highly critical of their fellow men, Prince Andrei, on meeting someone new, especially someone like Speransky whom he knew by reputation, always entertained the hope of discovering in him a perfect blend of human qualities. Speransky apologized to Kochubey for not being able to come earlier, but he had been detained at the palace. He did not say that the Tsar had kept him. And this affectation of modesty was not lost on Prince Andrei. When Kochubey introduced Prince Andrei by name, Speransky slowly transferred his eyes to Bolkonsky with the same smile on his face, and he gazed at him for a moment in silence. "I am so pleased to meet you. I've heard about you." "Everyone has," he said. Kochubey said a few words about Arakcheyev's reception of Bolkonsky. Speransky's smile broadened. "The chairman of the Army Regulations Committee is a good friend of mine, Mr. Magnitsky," he said, carefully articulating every word and every syllable, "and if you wish I can bring you together." He paused at the full stop. "I hope you may find him sympathetic and anxious to comply with anything reasonable." A small crowd had gathered around Speransky, and the old gentleman who had been speaking about his clerk, Pryaniknikov, asked Speransky a question. Without joining in the conversation, Prince Andrei followed Speransky's every movement. Here was a man, thought Bolkonsky, who had only recently been a theology student, a nonentity, yet he now held in his hands, those puffy white hands, the very destiny of Russia. Prince Andrei was struck by the extraordinary disdain and composure with which Speransky responded to the old gentleman. He seemed to condescend from heights beyond measure. When the old man started talking too loud, Speransky smiled and said he couldn't judge the rights and wrongs of what the Tsar saw fit to do. After chatting for a while in the general circle, Speransky got to his feet, went over to Prince Andrei and led him across the room. He obviously thought it best to take an interest in Bolkonsky. "I've had no time to talk to you, Prince, because of the fascinating conversation that excellent old gentleman dragged me into," he said, with a smile of gentle disdain, a smile that drew Prince Andrei and him together in recognizing the uselessness of the people he had just been talking to. This was flattering to Prince Andrei. "I have known of you for some time, firstly from what you did with your serfs, an early example of something that needs to be followed, and, secondly, from your being one of those gentlemen of the chamber who did not consider themselves wronged by the new decree on court preferment that has been the cause of so much gossip and criticism." "You're quite right," said Prince Andrei. "My father didn't want me to take advantage of privilege. I began at the bottom. Your father, a man of the old regime, clearly stands higher than those contemporaries of ours who condemn this measure, even though it is simply the embodiment of natural justice. I imagine there is some basis, though, even for this kind of condemnation, said Prince Andrei, trying to resist Speransky's influence, which he was beginning to notice. He was reluctant to agree with him in all respects. He wanted to put up a fight. Prince Andrei, whose speech was usually so easy and fluent, had some difficulty in expressing himself as he talked to Speransky. He was preoccupied with observing the personality of such a famous man. A basis of personal ambition, perhaps. Speransky spoke softly as he put in his word. And to some extent for the state, said Prince Andrei. How do you mean? Said Speransky softly, looking down. I am an admirer of Montesquieu, too, said Prince Andrei. And his idea of honor as the principle of monarchy seems to me unchallengeable. I can see certain rights and privileges of the nobility as the means of maintaining that sentiment. The smile vanished from Speransky's white face, much to the advantage of his features. Prince Andrei's idea had probably struck him as particularly interesting. If you look at the question from that angle, he began, speaking French with no little difficulty and enunciating even more elaborately than he had done in Russian, but still maintaining perfect composure. He said that honor, l'honneur, cannot be supported by privileges that get in the way of good service, that honor, l'honneur, is either a negative concept, the avoidance of reprehensible actions, or a known source of competition for commendation and rewards which are its fullest expression. His arguments were concise, straightforward, and clear. The institution that best underpins that honor, the source of proper competition, is an institution akin to the great Emperor Napoleon's Legion of Honor, which does not impede but actually promotes good government service, rather than class or court privilege. I don't dispute that, but there's no denying that court privilege did the same thing, said Prince Andrei. Every courtier considers himself bound to justify his position by worthy conduct. But you decided not to take advantage of it, Prince, said Speransky, his smile indicating that the argument was becoming embarrassing for his companion and he wanted to end it in the nicest way possible. If you will do me the honor of calling in next Wednesday, I shall have seen Magnitsky by then and I should have something to tell you that may be of interest, though it will also be a pleasure to continue our conversation. At this he closed his eyes, bowed and left the drawing room in the French manner, without saying goodbye, trying to slip away unnoticed. Chapter 6. In the first weeks of his stay in Petersburg, Prince Andrei sensed that the way of thinking he had worked out in his solitary life had been completely eclipsed by the petty concerns that now beset him in Petersburg. When he got home in the evening, he would jot down in his notebook 4 or 5 essential calls to be made or appointments at fixed times. The mechanical management of his life, arranging his day so as to get everywhere on time, absorbed most of his vital energy. He did nothing and thought nothing, he had no time to think. All he did was talk, and this he did successfully when dealing with ideas he had had time to think about before in the country. He was sometimes annoyed to find himself saying the same thing on the same day to different audiences. But he kept himself so busy for days on end that he had no time to reflect that he wasn't actually doing anything. Speransky followed up their first meeting at Kochubey's with another long, confiding talk with Prince Andrei on Wednesday at his own home, where he received Bolkonsky alone and made a great impression on him. Prince Andrei regarded the great bulk of humanity as contemptible and worthless creatures, and he was eager to find someone who embodied the ideal of perfection that he was striving for himself, so he was only too ready to believe that in Speransky he had found this ideal of a perfectly rational and virtuous man. Had Speransky come from the same background as Prince Andrei, with the same upbringing and moral code, Bolkonsky would soon have spotted his weak, human, unheroic sides, but he was so taken with this new, logical way of thinking that his understanding of the man remained incomplete. Besides this, Speransky, either because he was impressed by Prince Andrei's abilities or because he thought it prudent to recruit him as a supporter, toyed with him, flaunting his own dispassionate application of reason, and flattering him in honeyed tones bordering on the kind of arrogance that exists in a tacit assumption between two men that they are the only people capable of appreciating how stupid everybody else is and how wise and profound their own thoughts are. In the course of their long conversation on Wednesday evening, Speransky kept saying things like, "With us anything that goes beyond the common run of established tradition is considered," or, with a smile, "But what we want is well-fed wolves with the sheep safe," or, "They can't get it into their heads," and always with a special inflection that said, "The pair of us, you and I, we understand what they are and who we are." This first long conversation with Speransky served only to reinforce the feeling about him that Prince Andrei had had when they first met. He saw in him a thinking man of ruthless reason and enormous intellect, who had used nothing but his own energy and doggedness to gain power, which he was now using solely for the good of Russia. In Prince Andrei's eyes, Speransky was just what he wanted to be, a man with a rational explanation for every aspect of human life, accepting reason as the only yardstick of validity and fully capable of applying this standard of reason to everything that came along. Everything came out so clear and straightforward in Speransky's exposition that Prince Andrei couldn't help agreeing with every word he said. If he raised objections and put up arguments, it was only to assert his own independence and avoid being swamped by Speransky's ideas. Everything was as it should be, except for two things that disconcerted Prince Andrei. There was Speransky's cold, mirror-like stare, which blocked everything out of his soul, and also those flabby white hands of his, which Prince Andrei was drawn to magnetically, as people are to the hands of men who hold power. For some reason, the mirror-like stare and the flabby hands irritated Prince Andrei. Another thing he disliked was Speransky's excessive contempt for other people, and then there was the changeability of his arguments when he was making a point. He would wield all possible weapons of thought other than metaphor, and when he changed from one to another it always seemed to Prince Andrei too much of a wrench. One moment he put himself forward as a practical man with no time for dreamy idealists, then he would take a satirical stance with ironical jeers at his opponents, before turning to ruthless logic or even soaring away into the realm of metaphysics. This was one of his favorite weapons in any argument. He would carry the question to the loftiest heights of metaphysical speculation, with digressions aimed at the defining of space, time and thought, and from here he would pluck a few arguments to crush his opponent, before swooping back down to terra firma with the original discussion. What did impress Prince Andrei as the great strength of Speransky's thinking was his totally unshakable faith in the power and authority of the reasoning mind. One thing was clear: Speransky would never even think of acknowledging the idea that we all have thoughts beyond our power to express them, though this concept came naturally to Prince Andrei. Speransky never had any nagging doubts that everything he thought and believed in might be rubbish. And it was this quality of Speransky's mind that attracted Prince Andrei most of all. In the first days of his acquaintance with Speransky, Prince Andrei regarded him with passionate admiration, not unlike the feelings he had once entertained for Napoleon. The fact that he was the son of a village priest, which was reason enough for foolish people to treat him with vulgar contempt, as many did, sneering at his humble origins, gave Prince Andrei a particular sensitivity in marshalling his own feelings towards Speransky, which were unconsciously strengthened in the process. On the first evening that Bolkonsky spent with him, they talked of the commission set up for the revision of the legal code, and Speransky told him sarcastically that the commission had now been sitting for 150 years, was costing millions and had done nothing, except for Rosenkampf, who had stuck little labels on corresponding paragraphs of the different legal codes. "And that's all the state gets for its millions," he said. "We want the Senate to have new judicial powers, but we have no laws. That's why it's a sin for men like you, Prince, not to offer yourself for service." Prince Andrei observed that legal training was necessary for work like this, and he had none. "Nobody else has. So what would you have us do? This amounts to a circulus viciosus, and it must be broken." Within a week Prince Andrei was on the Army Regulations Committee, and amazed to find himself also chairman of a subcommittee on the Commission for Revision of the Legal Code. At Speransky's request he took the first part of the Civil Code under current review, and used both the Napoleonic Code and the Institutes of Justinian to help revise the section on personal rights. Chapter 7. A couple of years before this, at the beginning of 1808, Pierre had returned to Petersburg from visiting his estates, and had assumed, without seeking it, a prominent position among the Freemasons of the city. He organized dinners and funerals in the lodges, recruited new members, took an active part in bringing different lodges together and in the acquisition of authentic charters. He paid for the building of temples, and did what he could to top up the collection of alms, since most of the members were stingy and late with their payments. He stood virtually alone in maintaining the poorhouse built by their order in Petersburg. Meanwhile his life went on as before, with the same kind of sudden passions and dissipation. He liked a good dinner and a lot to drink, and although he thought it was all immoral and degrading, he couldn't resist the temptations of the bachelor society in which he moved. Although Pierre was thoroughly absorbed in his work and his life of pleasure, by the time a year had gone by he had begun to feel more and more as if the Masonic ground on which he stood was giving way under his feet despite his best efforts to stand there ever more firmly. At the same time he felt that the more the ground gave way beneath his feet the more tightly he was trapped by it. When he had been working towards entry into the Brotherhood he had felt like a man stepping confidently onto the flat surface of a bog. One foot down and in he went, so to convince himself he was still on firm ground he had stepped out with the other foot, sunk further in and got stuck in the mud. Now, despite himself, he was knee-deep in the bog and struggling. Osip Bazdiev was not in Petersburg. He had recently withdrawn from all the activities of the Petersburg Lodge and now stayed permanently in Moscow. All his brother members in the lodge were people Pierre knew in everyday life, and it was difficult for him to see them as Masonic brothers rather than Prince A or Ivan Vasilievich B, most of them being, as he well knew from real-life encounters, weak and worthless personalities. For all their Masonic aprons and secret signs he couldn't help seeing them in the uniforms and decorations they were working towards in ordinary life. Often after collecting the alms and counting no more than 20 or 30 rubles, and most of it only promised, from a dozen members, half of them as well off as he was, he thought of the Masonic vow by which every brother undertook to give up all his worldly goods for his neighbor, and doubts stirred in his soul, though he tried not to dwell on them. He divided all the brothers he knew into 4 categories. First, brothers who took no active part in the affairs of the lodges or humanity in general, but were obsessed with the secret mysteries of the order, questions about the threefold designation of God, or the 3 primordial elements, sulfur, mercury and salt, or the significance of the square and all the figures on the Temple of Solomon. Pierre respected this category of Masons, to which, by Pierre's reckoning, the elder brethren mainly belonged, including Osip Bazdiev, though he didn't share their interests. His heart was not in the mystical side of Freemasonry. In the second category Pierre included himself and brothers like him who were seeking and wavering. They had not yet discovered in Freemasonry a straight and clear path to follow, but still hoped to do so. In the third category he included all the brothers, the majority of them, who saw nothing but external form and ceremonial in Freemasonry, and who valued the disciplined execution of that external form without bothering too much about its content or meaning. Wilarski and even the Grand Master of the Lodge were 2 such people. The fourth category was also rich in numbers, especially among the recent recruits to the Brotherhood. These were men who, as far as Pierre could tell, believed in nothing and wanted nothing, having entered the Brotherhood just to make contact with the numerous lodge members who were young and wealthy, high-ranking or well-connected and therefore powerful men. Pierre began to feel dissatisfied with what he was doing. Freemasonry, at least in the form he knew here, sometimes seemed to rest on nothing but external show. He had no thoughts of doubting Freemasonry itself, but he suspected that Russian Freemasonry had taken a wrong turning and deviated from its source. So it was that at the end of the year he went abroad to devote himself to the higher mysteries of the order. It was in the summer of 1808 that Pierre returned to Petersburg. From an exchange of letters between our Freemasons and others abroad it was known that Bezukhov had managed to gain the confidence of many people in high positions abroad, that many mysteries had been revealed to him, he had been raised to a higher grade and was bringing back with him much that was of great value to the cause of Freemasonry in Russia. The Petersburg Freemasons all drove round to see him, doing their best to ingratiate themselves, and all of them sensed that he was holding something back and getting something ready. They convened a solemn meeting of the Lodge of the Second Degree, at which Pierre promised to convey what he had brought for the Petersburg brothers from the highest leaders of the order abroad. All the places were taken. After the usual ceremonies, Pierre rose and launched into his speech. "Dear brothers," he began, blushing and stammering as he clutched his written address, "it is not enough to observe our mysteries in the seclusion of the lodge, we must act, we need to act. We are slumbering, and we need to act." Pierre took up a large notebook and began to read from it. "For the dissemination of pure truth and to ensure the triumph of virtue," he read, "we must get rid of prejudice, diffuse principles in harmony with the spirit of the times, undertake the education of young people, bind ourselves with indissoluble bonds to the wisest of men, boldly yet prudently overcome superstition, faithlessness, and folly, and turn our devoted followers into men linked by a common cause and possessing power and authority. For the attainment of this goal we must ensure that virtue prevails over vice, we must exert ourselves so that honest men can obtain everlasting reward even in this world. But in these great undertakings we are severely hindered by existing political institutions. What is to be done in this situation? Are we to encourage revolution, overthrow everything, turn violence against violence? No, we are very far from that. Any reform based on violence is to be deprecated, because it does little towards correction of evil while men remain as they are, and because wisdom has no need of violence. The whole plan of our order should be founded on the formation of strong character and virtue in men bound together in unity of conviction, a conviction that vice and folly should be suppressed in all places and by all means, while talent and virtue are fostered and deserving persons raised from the dust and united with our brotherhood. Only then shall our order achieve the power to tie the hands of the promoters of disorder without their feeling anything, and then control them without their being aware of it. In a word, our task is to create a form of supreme government which should spread across the world without affecting the responsibilities of citizenship, with all other governments continuing as before and doing anything they want as long as nothing hinders the great aim of our order, which is the triumph of virtue over vice. This has been the aim of Christianity itself. It has taught men to be wise and good, and to further their own advantage by following the precept and example of better and wiser men. When all was plunged in darkness, exhortation was, of course, sufficient in itself. The novelty of truth gave her a special power, but in this day and age we need far more powerful methods. Nowadays a man guided by his senses needs to find virtue sensually attractive. Passion cannot be eradicated, all we can do is try to direct it towards a noble aim, so that everyone can satisfy his passions within the limits of virtue, and our order should provide the means to that end. As soon as we have a decent number of worthy men in every country, each of them educating 2 others, and all of them acting in concert, then nothing will be impossible for our order, which has already done so much in secret for the good of mankind. The speech not only made an impact, it produced uproar in the lodge. The majority of the brothers considered that the address smacked of Illuminism III and gave it a cold reception, much to Pierre's surprise. The Grand Master began to raise objections. Pierre began to expound his own views with more and more passion. It was a long time since a meeting had turned out to be as stormy as this one. There were 2 factions, one ranged against Pierre, accusing him of Illuminism, the other on his side. For the first time in his life Pierre was struck by the endless variety of men's minds, which guarantees that no truth is ever seen the same way by any 2 persons. Even those members who seemed to be on his side interpreted him each in his own way, with provisos and amendments which he found unacceptable, since his most urgent need was to transmit ideas to other people exactly as he saw them in his own mind. At the end of the session, the Grand Master, sardonic and vindictive, rebuked Bazooka for speaking with too much passion, remarking that he had been guided during the discussion not so much by love of virtue as by a taste for conflict. Pierre refused to respond, except to inquire tersely whether his proposal would be accepted. They said no, it would not, so he left the lodge without waiting for the usual formalities and went home. Chapter 8. Once again Pierre was afflicted by the kind of depression he so much dreaded. For 3 days after making his speech at the lodge he lay on a sofa at home, seeing no one and going nowhere. At this time he received a letter from his wife begging for a meeting. She wrote of her unhappiness on his account, and her wish to devote her whole life to him. At the end of the letter she informed him that she would be arriving in Petersburg from abroad in the next few days. Shortly after reading the letter Pierre found his solitude invaded by one of the Freemasons whom he least respected, and this man soon got round to the subject of Pierre's marriage, expressing his opinion by way of brotherly counsel that Pierre's harsh attitude to his wife was wrong, an infringement of the basic principles of Freemasonry because he was withholding forgiveness from a penitent. At the same time his mother-in-law, Prince Vasily's wife, sent a message begging him to call on her, if only for a few minutes, to discuss something very important. Pierre could see them ganging up against him in a plot to reunite him with his wife, and, given the state he was in, he found this not unpleasant. Nothing mattered now, nothing in life was of much consequence, and under the weight of his depression he set no store by his own freedom or relentless pursuit of further punishment for his wife. Nobody's in the right, nobody's in the wrong, so she can't be in the wrong, he thought. If Pierre failed to give immediate consent to a reconciliation with his wife, this was only because in his present despondency he was incapable of taking any action. If his wife had walked in at that moment he couldn't have sent her away. Compared with the weight on Pierre's mind, did it really matter whether he lived with her or not? Without sending an answer to his wife or his mother-in-law, Pierre set off that same evening and drove down to Moscow to see Osip Bazdiev. This is what he wrote in his diary. Moscow, November 17th. Just back from seeing my benefactor and hasten to write down all that transpired between us. Osip lives in poverty and for the last 3 years he has been suffering from a painful bladder condition. Not a moan or a word of complaint has been heard from him. From morning till late at night, except when he takes his frugal meals, he goes on with his academic work. He received me graciously and had me sit down on the bed where he was lying. I gave him the sign of the Knights of the East in Jerusalem and he did the same to me, and then he asked me with a gentle smile what I had learnt and acquired in the lodges of Prussia and Scotland. I told him the whole story as best I could, and I set out the principles for action that I had proposed in our Petersburg lodge, and told him about the hostile reception and the break between me and the brothers. At first he thought things over for quite some time and said nothing, then he gave me his own view of the whole matter, which enabled me to see things in a new light, everything that has happened in my way forward in the future. I was taken aback when he asked whether I remembered the threefold aim of the order: 1. The preservation and study of the mystery, 2. Self-purification and self-improvement for its assimilation, and 3. The improvement of the human race through constant striving towards such purification. Which, he asked, is the first and greatest of these 3 aims? Obviously, self-improvement and self-purification. This is the only aim that we can always strive towards under any circumstances. But at the same time this is the aim that calls for the greatest effort, and it follows that if we allow ourselves to be led astray by pride and lose sight of this aim, we shall either strive towards a mystery we are not worthy to receive because of our impurity, or seek to reform the human race while setting an example of depravity and dissipation. Illuminism is a tarnished doctrine precisely because it has been seduced into social activity and has puffed itself up with pride. On this basis Osip condemned my speech and everything I have been doing. I agreed with him to the bottom of my heart. On the subject of my domestic affairs, he said to me, a Mason's first duty, as I have told you, consists in self-perfection. But we often imagine that the best way to achieve this aim is to remove all the difficulties from our lives. Sir, it is the other way round, he said. Only amidst the cares of this world can we achieve the 3 great aims of 1. Self-knowledge, for a man can know himself only through comparison, 2. Greater perfection, and this can be achieved only through struggle, and 3. The attainment of the greatest virtue, the love of death. Only the vicissitudes of life can show us all its vanity and promote our innate love of death, or rather rebirth into new life. These words were particularly poignant coming from Aesop, who never wearies of life and all his grievous physical pain. Yet he loves death, though he does not, for all the sublime purity of his inner self, feel properly prepared for it just yet. Then my benefactor explained to me the full meaning of the great square of creation, and vouchsafed to me that the 3rd and the 7th numbers are the basis of everything. He advised me not to withdraw from the society of the Petersburg Brethren, to undertake only second-degree duties in the lodge, and to do my best to distract the brothers from the seductions of pride and turn them towards the true path of self-knowledge and self-perfection. After this, for my own benefit, he advised me as a matter of first priority to watch myself carefully, and for this purpose he gave me a notebook, which I am now writing in with every intention of recording in it all my future actions. Petersburg, November 23. I am living with my wife again. My mother-in-law came round to see me in tears and told me that Helene was here, begging to be listened to, that she was innocent, that she was miserable at my desertion of her, and much more besides. I knew that if I once gave in and saw her I wouldn't be able to hold out against her wishes. In my uncertainty, I didn't know who to turn to for help and advice. If only my benefactor had been here he would have told me what to do. I retired to my room, read through Aesop's letters and recalled my conversations with him, all of which led me to the conclusion that I must not refuse a supplicant, I must extend a helping hand to anyone, especially someone close to me, and that I must bear my cross. But if I have forgiven her, this being the right thing to do, let my reunion with her have nothing but a spiritual purpose. This is my decision, and this is what I have written to Bazdiev. I have told my wife I want her to forget the past, I have asked her forgiveness for any harm I might have done to her, and told her I have nothing to forgive her for. It gave me great joy to tell her that. She's not to know how hard it was for me to see her again. I have now installed myself on the top floor of this huge house, and am now experiencing a happy feeling of regeneration. Chapter 9. At that time the high society people that came together at court and at the great balls broke down as always into several circles, each having a character of its own. The largest among them was the French circle of Count Rumyantsev and Caulaincourt, which supported the Napoleonic alliance. Helene had assumed a prominent position in this circle once she had become established in her husband's house in Petersburg. She received gentlemen from the French embassy and a great number of people famous for their wit and their polished manners who subscribed to that tendency. Helene had been at Erfurt for the famous meeting between the two emperors and had returned well connected to all the notable pro-Napoleon figures in Europe. In Erfurt she had been brilliantly successful. Napoleon himself, seeing her at the theater, had asked who she was and spoken well of her beauty. Her success as a beautiful and elegant woman came as no surprise to Pierre, for with the years she had become more beautiful than ever. What did surprise him was that over the last 2 years his wife had managed to gain a reputation as a charming woman with a mind as sharp as her beauty. The celebrated Prince de Ligne wrote her letters 8 pages long. Bilibin saved up his witticisms so as to issue them for the first time in the presence of Countess Bezukov. To be received in her salon was to be certified as an intellectual. Young men read up on things before going to one of Helene's soirees so they would have something to say in her salon, and embassy secretaries, even ambassadors, entrusted her with diplomatic secrets, all of which gave Helene a certain authority. Pierre, knowing how stupid she really was, sometimes felt an odd mixture of bewilderment and alarm at her dinner parties and soirees when the conversation turned to politics, poetry, or philosophy. At soirees he felt like a conjurer constantly expecting to have his tricks seen through at any moment. But either because the successful management of a salon like this depended on nothing but stupidity or because those who were taken in found it all very amusing, the sham was never exposed and the reputation of being a charming woman with a sharp mind stuck to Helene Bezukov so effectively that she could come out with the most vulgar banalities and still find everyone hanging on her every word and, more than that, discovering in what she said profound meanings that she had never dreamed of. Pierre was the ideal husband for such a brilliant society woman. He was just an absent-minded eccentric, a grand seigneur of a husband who kept out of the way and, far from lowering the high tone of her drawing room, acted as a useful foil to her by being his wife's exact opposite in elegance and savoir-faire. In his wife's circle, which he found utterly boring, Pierre's constant obsession with otherworldly considerations over the last 2 years, along with his genuine contempt for everything else, gave him a special attitude of casual indifference and all-round benevolence, the sort that cannot be acquired artificially and therefore commands instant respect. He would walk into his wife's drawing room as if it was a theater. He knew everybody there and he treated them all with equal courtesy and equal indifference. From time to time he would get into a conversation that sounded interesting and then, without bothering to check whether or not there were any embassy gentlemen present, he would bumble on, voicing opinions which were sometimes quite embarrassing for that particular company. But the general opinion of this eccentric man, married to the most distinguished woman in Petersburg, was now so well established that no one took his pronouncements at all seriously. After Helene's return from Erfurt, Boris Drubetskoy, now a great success in the service, stood out among the many young men visiting Helene's house on a daily basis as the closest friend of the Bezukhov household. Helene called him her page and treated him like a child. She smiled at him the way she smiled at everyone else, but sometimes that smile grated on Pierre. Boris's attitude to Pierre was one of exaggerated dignity and lugubrious respect. This particular tone of respect also worried Pierre. He had suffered so much humiliation 3 years ago because of his wife, that now he was shielding himself against any possibility of further humiliation, first by being a husband in name only and then by not allowing himself to become suspicious. No, she's a blue stocking now. She's renounced those old affairs for good, he said to himself. There's never been a case of a blue stocking having any passions of the heart, he kept telling himself, a general principle he had picked up somewhere and certainly believed in. But curiously enough, the presence of Boris in his wife's drawing room, and he was nearly always there, had a physical effect on Pierre. It tied him up in knots and destroyed all his instinctive freedom to move. Such a strange aversion, thought Pierre, and at one time I used to be very fond of him. In society's eyes Pierre was a fine gentleman, something of a laughingstock, the purblind husband of a distinguished wife, a clever eccentric who never did anything but was quite harmless, a nice fellow with his heart in the right place. Meanwhile Pierre's spirit was undergoing a complex and difficult process of inner development that would be a revelation to him and lead to a host of spiritual doubts and delights. Chapter 10. Pierre went on with his diary and this is what he wrote in it at that time. November 24th. Got up at 8, read the scriptures, then went to my duties. Following the advice of his benefactor, Pierre was serving on a government committee. Came back for lunch and dined alone. Countess had lots of guests I don't like, ate and drank with moderation, and spent the afternoon copying out passages for the brothers. In the evening I went down to the Countess. Told a joke about B, and only realized I shouldn't have done when they all roared with laughter. I go to my bed in a calm and happy frame of mind. Help me, O Lord, to walk in thy ways, 1. To defeat anger through gentleness and deliberation, 2. To conquer lust through self-restraint and a sense of revulsion, 3. To withdraw from all worldly vanities without abandoning, A. Government work, B. Family duties, C. Relations with friends, D. Care over finances. November 27th. Got up late after a long lie-in, complete idleness. O God, help me and strengthen me that I may walk in thy ways. Read the scriptures, but without any true feeling. Brother Urasov called, conversation about worldly vanity. Told me about the Tsar's new projects. I was on the point of coming out against them, but then remembered my principles and the words of my benefactor. A true Mason should work hard for his country when his contribution is needed but watch quietly when not called upon. My tongue is my enemy. More visitors, G, V and O, preparatory conversation about initiation of new brother. Duty of Tyler laid upon me. Feel feeble and unworthy. Then talk of the full meaning of the 7 pillars and steps of the temple, the 7 sciences, the 7 virtues, the 7 vices, the 7 gifts of the Holy Spirit. Brother O was very eloquent. Initiation this evening. Newly decorated building added much to the splendor of the occasion. Boris Drubetskoy was admitted. I nominated him and acted as Tyler. A strange feeling worried me all the time I was with him in the dark temple. I found myself hating him, and trying to control this feeling without success. Which is why I would dearly like to save him from evil and lead him into the way of truth, but I couldn't get evil thoughts about him out of my own mind. It occurred to me that his only reason for joining the Brotherhood was to make new contacts and curry favor with men in our lodge. He kept asking whether N or S were members of our lodge, which I couldn't answer, and he seems to me incapable of feeling any reverence for our holy order, because he is too preoccupied and satisfied with his own exterior to bother much about improving his spiritual being. Apart from all this, I had no grounds for doubting him, though I did think he lacked sincerity, and all the time we stood face to face in the dark temple I got the impression he was smiling and sneering at my words, and what I wanted to do was really stab him in his bare chest with the sword I was pointing at it. I wasn't at all fluent, and I couldn't communicate my doubts as I should have done to the brothers and the Grandmaster. Oh, great architect of all creation, help me find the true path that leads out of this maze of falsehood. The next 3 pages of the diary were left blank, then it went on as follows. Had a long and instructive private conversation with Brother V. He advised me to cleave to Brother A. Much was revealed to me, unworthy as I am. Adonai is the name of the great Creator. Elohim is the name of the ruler of all. The third name is the name unutterable, but its meaning is the all. These talks with Brother V strengthen and refresh me, and confirm me in the path of virtue. In his presence there is no room for doubt. I can see a clear distinction between the pathetic doctrines of worldly science and our sacred, universal teaching. Human science works by breaking everything down and kills everything off for the purpose of analysis. In the sacred science of our order, all is one, everything is known by wholeness and vitality. The Trinity, the 3 elements of matter, are sulfur, mercury, and salt. Sulfur has the properties of oil and fire. Combined with salt, it employs its fieriness to stimulate attraction, which draws in mercury, seizes it, retains it and combines with it to create various substances. Mercury is liquid and volatile, the spiritual essence, Christ, the Holy Ghost, Him. December 3rd. Woke late, read the scriptures, no feeling for it. Then went down and walked up and down in the big hall. Tried to meditate, but instead of that my imagination kept coming back to an incident that occurred 4 years ago. When Dolokhov met me after the duel in Moscow, he said he hoped I was easy in my mind now, even though my wife had gone. At the time I didn't respond. Now I could remember every last detail of that meeting, and I replied to him mentally in the most vindictive and vitriolic words I could find. I pulled myself together and got rid of that idea, but only after I had caught myself livid with anger, and my remorse was inadequate. Then Boris Drubetskoy called with all sorts of stories to tell. The moment he arrived I felt unhappy about his visit and said something awful to him. He said something back. I lost my temper and gave him a terrible mouthful, some of it was very crude. He said nothing, and I came to my senses, but it was too late. My God, I just can't stand the man. But it's my vanity that causes all the trouble. I think I'm better than him, which makes me a lot worse, because he can condone my rudeness, but I go on sneering at him. God grant that in his presence I may see my own vileness more clearly and act in such a way that even he may profit by it. Had a nap this afternoon, and as I was nodding off I distinctly heard a voice saying in my left ear, "This is thy day." Dreamt I was walking along in the dark and suddenly there were dogs all round me, but I wasn't scared and I walked on. Suddenly a little dog sank its teeth in my left thigh and wouldn't let go. I tried to strangle it. But as soon as I yanked it away, another dog, a bigger one, leapt up and grabbed at my chest. I yanked this one away too, but then came a third one, bigger still, and he began to bite me. I lifted it off the ground, and the more I lifted the bigger and heavier it became. Then suddenly Brother A came up, took me by the arm, led me away and brought me to a building which you could only enter across a narrow plank. I stepped onto it but the plank bent and gave way, and then I found myself scrabbling up a wall which I just managed to get my hands onto. I made a huge effort and dragged my body up so that my legs dangled down on one side and my body on the other. I looked round and saw Brother A standing on the wall pointing to a great avenue and garden, and in the garden there was a huge, beautiful building. Then I woke up. O Lord, great architect of all creation, help me to tear away these dogs, my evil passions, and especially the last one, the one that compounds the strength of all the others, and help me to enter into the temple of virtue which appeared to me as a vision in my dream. December 7th. Dreamt that Osip Bazdiev was sitting in my house and I was very pleased to see him and wanted him to feel at home. But I kept chatting away constantly with other people, and all at once I realized this couldn't be to his liking and I wanted to get close to him and embrace him. But the moment I approached him I saw that his face had changed and had grown young, and he spoke to me softly, very softly, telling me something from the teachings of our order, but so softly that I couldn't hear. Then we all left the room, and something strange happened. We were either sitting or lying on the floor. He was telling me something. But I wanted to demonstrate what a sensitive person I was, so I wasn't listening. I began to picture the state of my own inner being, and the grace of God sanctifying me. And tears came into my eyes, and I was pleased to see he noticed. But he glanced at me in annoyance, jumped to his feet and broke off our conversation. I cowered away and asked him whether what he had been saying applied to me. He didn't answer, but he gave me a friendly look, and then all of a sudden we found ourselves in my bedroom, where there was a big double bed. He lay down on one edge, and I lay down too, burning with a desire to hug him. And in my dream he asked me, "Tell me the truth, what is your worst temptation?" Do you know what it is? I think you do. Embarrassed by this question, I answered that idleness was my worst temptation. He shook his head in disbelief. And even more embarrassed, I told him that although I was living here with my wife, it was not like man and wife together. His response was that I had no right to deprive my wife of my embraces, and gave me to understand that this was my duty. I was just telling him that this was all very embarrassing when suddenly everything disappeared. And when I woke I had in my mind a biblical text, and the life was the light of men, and the light shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not. Osip Alexeyevish's face had looked young and radiant. That day I received a letter from my benefactor in which he wrote about responsibilities within marriage. December 9th. Dreamt again and woke up with a quaking heart. Dreamt I was in Moscow at home in the big sitting room and Osip came in out of the drawing room. I knew immediately that he had completed the process of regeneration, and I rushed to meet him. I kissed him on the face and hands, and he said, "Do you not notice that my face is different?" I looked at him, still holding him in my arms, and I saw that his face was young, but he had no hair on his head and his features were quite different. And I said to him, "I would have recognized you if we had met by chance," and as I said this I thought, am I telling the truth? Then suddenly I saw him lying there looking like a corpse, but he came round gradually and walked with me into the big study, holding a big book of drawing paper. I said, "I drew all that." And he answered by bowing his head. I opened the book, and all the pages were covered with splendid drawings. I knew that these pictures depicted the soul's erotic exploits with her lover. And I saw on those pages a wonderful drawing of a maiden with transparent clothes on her transparent body, soaring up into the clouds. And I knew that this maiden was nothing other than a representation of the Song of Songs. And as I looked at these pictures, I felt I was doing something wrong, but I couldn't tear myself away from them. Help me, Lord. Father, if it be thy will to forsake me, then thy will be done, but if I am the cause of these things, teach me what I am to do. I shall perish in my vileness if thou shouldst utterly forsake me. Chapter 11. The Rostovs' financial position had not improved during the 2 years spent in the country. Although Nikolai Rostov had stuck firmly to his resolution, and was still living on modest means in an obscure regiment, the way of life at Otradnoy, especially the way Matenka ran things, was enough to ensure that their debts rose inexorably year by year. The only remedy that seemed at all obvious to the old count was for him to enter government service, and he had come to Petersburg now to look for a position, and at the same time, as he put it, to let his lassies have one last fling. Shortly after the Rostovs' arrival in Petersburg, Berg proposed to Vera and his proposal was accepted. Although in Moscow the Rostovs were high society people, without ever realizing it, because their social standing could be taken for granted, in Petersburg their position was delicate and uncertain. In Petersburg they were provincials, too lowly for some people who had been their dinner guests in Moscow and had never wondered then what level of society they belonged to. The Rostovs were no less hospitable in Petersburg than they had been in Moscow, and a wide variety of people would foregather at their house for supper. There might be the odd country neighbor, an elderly gentleman with daughters but not much money, and an old maid of honor, Madame Peronsky, Pierre Bazukov, anyone down to the son of their district postmaster, who was working in the city. Among the first of the men to become regular visitors at the Rostovs' house in Petersburg, you might say family friends, were Boris, Pierre, who had bumped into the old count in the street and been dragooned into coming, and also Berg, who now spent days on end with the Rostovs, fussing round Vera, the elder of the two young countesses, in the manner of a young man working himself up to make a proposal. Berg had gone about flaunting his right arm, which had been wounded at Austerlitz, and brandishing a superfluous sword in his left hand, all to good effect. He had told his story to everybody with such conviction and authority that they all came to believe in his action as something portentous and very worthy, and Berg had received 2 decorations for Austerlitz. He had also managed to distinguish himself in the Finnish campaign point, for he had picked up a piece of shrapnel from the shell that had killed an adjutant close to the commander-in-chief and had taken it to the commander. Just as after Austerlitz, he went on and on about this incident and spoke again with such conviction that people ended up believing this was another task that had needed to be done, and Berg received 2 more decorations. By 1809 he was a captain in the Guards with a chest full of medals, and he held 1 or 2 very lucrative posts in Petersburg. The odd skeptic may have smiled at the mention of Berg's merits, but it was not to be denied that Berg was a conscientious and gallant officer in good odor with the authorities, and a modest, good-living young man with a brilliant career ahead of him as well as a solid position in society. For years before, Berg had pointed out Vera Rostov to a German comrade he had met in the stalls of a Moscow theater and said to him in German, "She's going to be my wife." That was the moment he had made up his mind to marry her. Now in Petersburg, after taking stock of the Rostovs' position and his own, he had decided the time had come to propose. Berg's proposal was received at first with a reluctance that hardly flattered him. At first it seemed most unusual that the son of an obscure Livonian gentleman should ask for the hand of a Countess Rostov. But Berg's greatest quality was a kind of self-regard founded on such naivety and goodwill that the Rostovs came round to thinking it must be a good idea because he was completely convinced it was a good idea, in fact a very good idea indeed. Besides that, the Rostovs were in financial trouble which the suitor could hardly be unaware of, and the main thing was that Vera was now 24 years old, and although she was undeniably good-looking and a sensible young woman who had been taken out everywhere, no one had yet made a proposal. So consent was given. "It's like this," Berg said to a comrade, whom he described as a friend because he knew that everybody had friends. "It's like this, I've weighed things up and I wouldn't be getting married if I hadn't given it a lot of thought, or if there had been anything wrong with it. But as things stand, Papa and Mama are reasonably secure. I've given them the income from that Baltic estate, and I can support a wife in Petersburg. I'm pretty careful, and with my pay and whatever she brings we can get along nicely. I'm not marrying for money, I think that's uncouth, but a wife ought to make her contribution and a husband his. I have my service career, she has good contacts and some small means. That's something nowadays, isn't it? But the thing is this, she's a lovely respectable girl, and she's in love with me. Berg blushed and smiled. And I love her because she has a nice personality and a lot of good sense. That other sister of hers, though, same family name but she's completely different, a horrible personality and she's not all that bright, you know what I mean. But my fiancée. You must come and see us. Come and have, Berg went on. He was about to say dinner, but on second thoughts he said a cup of tea, and with a curl of his tongue he blew a tiny smoke ring, the very emblem of his dreams of happiness. The parents' early reluctance to accept Berg's proposal had been followed by the usual celebrations and rejoicing, but the rejoicing was false and forced. Not a little discomfort and embarrassment was apparent in the attitude of the relatives towards this marriage. They seemed to feel guilty for not having given Vera enough affection and now being all too ready to get her off their hands. The old Count was more disconcerted than anyone. Perhaps he couldn't have put his finger on what made him feel like that, but it had everything to do with his financial difficulties. He had no idea of what he was worth, how much he owed, or what he might be able to provide for Vera by way of a dowry. Both of his daughters at birth had been assigned an estate with 300 serfs. But one of these had been sold, and the other mortgaged with the interest payments so far behind that it would have to be sold too, so she couldn't have this estate. And there wasn't any money. Berg had been engaged for more than a month, and the wedding was only a week away, but still the Count couldn't decide about the dowry, and he hadn't discussed it with his wife. Should he give Vera the Ryazan estate? Or sell off some forest land? Or borrow on a bill of exchange? Early one morning, only a day or two before the wedding, Berg walked into the Count's study, smiled his nicest smile and politely asked his father-in-law to let him know what the Countess Vera was going to be given. The Count was so taken aback by this long-expected inquiry that he just blurted out the first thing that came into his head. I like that. You're thinking ahead. Yes, I like it. You'll be well satisfied. He clapped Berg on the shoulder and got to his feet, with the conversation, he hoped, at an end. But Berg, still sweetly smiling, announced that if he didn't know for certain what Vera was being given, and didn't get some of it in advance, he would be obliged to call off the marriage. Look at it this way, Count, if I allowed myself to marry now with no definite security for the maintenance of my wife, that would be most irresponsible. The conversation ended when the Count, anxious to demonstrate his generosity and avoid any more requests, said he would give him a note of hand for 80,000. Berg gave a pleasant smile, kissed him on the shoulder and said how grateful he was, but he couldn't make arrangements for his new life without getting 30,000 in cash. Well, let's say 20,000 at least, Count, he added, plus a note for the other 60,000. Yes, very good, babbled the Count. Now you'll have to excuse me, dear boy. I'll let you have the 20,000, and a note for 80,000 as well. So that's all right. Kiss me. Chapter 12. Natasha was now 16, and it was the year 1809, the year she had counted forward to on her fingers with Boris after they had kissed 4 years ago. She hadn't seen him since that day. When Boris's name came up she would speak about him quite openly to Sonia and her mother, as if what had passed between them was over and done with, a bit of childish nonsense long forgotten, not worth talking about. But in the depths of her soul she was still worried. Was her engagement to Boris just a joke, or was it a solemn and binding promise? Ever since Boris had left Moscow in 1805 to go into the army he hadn't seen any of the Rostovs. He had been in Moscow several times and had sometimes passed quite close to Otradnoy, but he had never once dropped in on them. Natasha sometimes suspected that he was avoiding her, and her suspicions were borne out by the lugubrious tone in which he was referred to by her elders. Old friends are soon forgotten nowadays, the Countess would say just after Boris's name had been mentioned. Anna Mikhailovna had also been a less frequent visitor of late. There was now a marked dignity in her bearing, and she missed no opportunity to refer with gratitude but no little triumph to her son's abilities and the brilliant career he was cutting out for himself. When the Rostovs arrived in Petersburg, Boris did call to see them. It was not without emotion that he drove to their house. Those memories of Natasha were Boris's most poetic memories. But at the same time, he was calling on them absolutely determined to make it clear to her and her relatives that the childish vows between Natasha and him could not be binding on either of them. Because of his closeness to Countess Bezukov, he now had a brilliant position in society, and he had a brilliant position in the service because of the patronage of a bigwig he was well in with, and now he was beginning to work on the possibility of marrying one of the richest heiresses in Petersburg, plans which might easily come to fruition. When Boris came into the Rostovs' drawing room, Natasha was up in her room. Hearing of his arrival, she almost ran down to the drawing room, red in the face and radiant with a more than friendly smile. Boris was still thinking of the little Natasha he had known 4 years ago, dressed in a short frock, with brilliant black eyes darting out from under her curls, all wild whoops and girlish giggles, so when he saw a totally different Natasha coming into the room he was quite taken aback, and the surprise and delight showed on his face. Natasha was thrilled to see him looking like that. "Well, do you recognize your little playmate and sweetheart?" said the Countess. Boris kissed Natasha's hand and said he was surprised how much she had changed. "You've grown so pretty." "I should hope so," said the glint in Natasha's eyes. "Does Papa look any older?" was what she asked. Natasha sat there in silence, taking no part in the conversation between Boris and her mother but subjecting her childhood suitor to the minutest scrutiny. He could feel those eager, tender eyes boring into him, and once or twice he glanced across in her direction. Boris's uniform, his spurs, his tie, his hairstyle, everything about him was the last word in fashion and absolutely comme il faut. Natasha took this in at a glance. He was sitting in a chair sideways onto the Countess, his right hand smoothing the immaculate, close-fitting glove on his left hand, and he pursed his lips with marked refinement as he talked about the doings of Petersburg high society, with the occasional sweet but dismissive reference to the old days in Moscow and old Moscow acquaintances. Natasha sensed the deliberation with which he dropped one or two highly aristocratic names, alluding to the ambassador's ball, which he had attended, and invitations from so-and-so and what's his name. Natasha sat there the whole time and never said a word, glancing across at him furtively. Boris became increasingly disconcerted and embarrassed under her gaze. He began to look round more frequently at Natasha, and his speech kept breaking down. He stayed no more than 10 minutes before getting up to take his leave. Those quizzical, challenging and slightly mocking eyes had never left him. After this first visit, Boris told himself that Natasha was as attractive as ever, but he mustn't give in to this feeling, because to marry her, a girl with virtually no fortune, would be the ruin of his career, and it would be dishonorable to pursue their old relationship with no intention of marriage. Boris made up his mind to avoid Natasha, but despite this decision he called again a few days later, and then he became a regular visitor, often spending whole days at the Rostovs. He couldn't get it out of his mind that he ought to have things out with Natasha and tell her to forget the past, tell her that in spite of everything, she could never be his wife because he had no fortune and they would never let her marry him. But he could never quite bring himself to do it, the whole thing was too embarrassing. He became more and more involved with each passing day. Natasha, as far as her mother and Sonia could judge, seemed to be still in love with Boris. She sang him her favorite songs, showed him her album, got him to write things in it, stopped him talking about the old days because the new days were so wonderful, and every time he went back home in a fog of doubt, not having said what he had meant to say, not knowing what he was doing, why he had come or how it would all end. He stopped visiting Helene, received reproachful notes from her every day, and still spent days on end at the Rostovs'. Chapter 13. One night the old countess was kneeling on the carpet in her bed jacket, with her false curls discarded and a single thin wisp of hair escaping from under her white cotton nightcap, bowing to the floor and sighing and moaning as she said her prayers before going to bed, when the door creaked and in ran Natasha, also in a bed jacket, with bare legs and slippers on her feet, and her hair done up in curl papers. The countess looked round with a frown on her face. She was saying her last prayer, and if this couch should be my bier, her devotional mood had been dispelled. Natasha, excited and red in the face, stopped in her tracks when she saw her mother praying and crouched down, automatically biting her tongue in self-reproach. Seeing that her mother had not finished praying, she tiptoed quickly over to the bed, slid one little foot against the other and pushed off her slippers before jumping up onto that very couch that the countess dreaded becoming her bier. It was a high feather-bedded couch, with 5 pillows ascending in size. Natasha slipped into bed, sank down into the feather mattress, turned over on one side and began snuggling down under the quilt, tucking herself in, bringing her knees up under her chin and kicking out with a tiny giggle as she alternately hid her face under the quilt and peeped out at her mother. The countess finished her prayers and came to bed looking all stern, but when she saw Natasha with her head under the covers she smiled her sweet, feeble smile. "Now come on," said her mother. "Mama, we can have a little talk, can't we?" said Natasha. "Come on, one kiss under the chin, one more, and that's it." And she put her arms round her mother's neck and kissed her under the chin. Natasha's general attitude to her mother could be quite brusque, but she behaved with such delicacy and sensitivity that whenever she put her arms round her mother she always did it without hurting her or doing anything unpleasant or embarrassing. "Well, what is it this time?" asked her mother, settling down on the pillows and waiting for Natasha, who had been rolling backwards and forwards, to lie down next to her under the clothes, put her arms out and assume a serious attitude. Natasha's late-night visits before the Count came home from the club were a source of the sweetest pleasure for mother and daughter. "Come on, what is it this time? And listen, I want to talk to you." Natasha put her hand over her mother's mouth. "About Boris." "Yes, I know," she said seriously. "That's why I've come." "Don't tell me, I know." "No, do." She took her hand away. "Tell me, Mama. He's a nice boy, isn't he?" "Natasha, you're 16 years old. I was married at your age. You say Boris is a nice boy." "Yes, he is, very nice, and I love him like a son." "But what do you want? What do you think? I can see you've turned his head." She looked round at her daughter as she spoke. Natasha was lying there looking straight ahead at one of the mahogany sphinxes carved on the bedposts, so the countess could see her only in profile. Her face struck the countess as remarkably serious and full of concentration. Natasha was listening, and her mind was working. "Well," she said, "you've completely turned his head, but why? What do you want him to do? You know you can't marry him." "Why not?" said Natasha, with no change in her attitude. "Because he's young, he's poor, he's related to you. Oh, because you don't love him." "How do you know?" "I just do. It's not right, my love." "But what if I want to?" Natasha began. "Don't be silly," said the countess. "No, what if I want to?" "Natasha, I'm being serious." Natasha didn't let her go on. She pulled the countess's large hand over and kissed it on the back and on the palm, then she turned it over again and started kissing it all over, one knuckle after another, and the spaces in between, then back to a knuckle, and as she did so she whispered, "January, February, March, April, May." "Come on, Mama, say something." "Tell me," she said, looking round at her mother, who was gazing at her daughter so fondly that she seemed to have forgotten what she was going to say. "It won't do, darling. People are not going to understand your childish feelings for each other, and when they see you two so close together it could do you a lot of harm in the eyes of other young men who visit us, and anyway, what's more important, it's making him miserable for no good reason. He might have found someone who suits him, some girl with money, and now he's going crazy." "What do you mean, going crazy?" repeated Natasha. "I'll tell you what happened to me. I used to have a cousin, I know who you mean, Kirilla Matveyk. He's an old man. Well, he didn't used to be. But listen, Natasha, I'll have a word with Boris. He mustn't come here as often as he does." "Why mustn't he, if that's what he wants?" "Because I know it won't lead anywhere." "How do you know?" "No, Mama, please don't have a word with him." "Don't you dare." "It's so stupid," said Natasha, in the tone of one being robbed of her property. "Look, I'm not going to marry him, so let him come, as long as we both enjoy it." Natasha looked at her mother, smiling. "No marriage, but carry on as before," said she, reinforcing her message. "What do you mean, darling?" "Just let's carry on as before. Yes, it's important that I never marry him, but just let things carry on." "Carry on," repeated the Countess, and she surprised Natasha by bursting out laughing. It was well meant, the laughter of an old lady, and it made her shake from head to foot. "Oh, please don't laugh," cried Natasha. "Look, the bed's shaking. You're just like me, we're both gigglers." "Stop it," she snatched her mother's hands, took one and kissed the knuckle on her little finger, that was June, and then she went on to the other one with July and August. "Mama, does he really love me? What do you think? Did men love you like this? And he's so nice, he really is nice. Though he's not really my type, he's a bit, sort of narrow, like a clock on the wall. Do you know what I mean? Narrow, you know, all gray and pale." "You do say some silly things," said the Countess. Natasha persisted. "Don't you understand? Nikolai would. Now, take Bazukov, he's blue, dark blue with a bit of red, and his shape is square." "You flirt with him, too," said the Countess with a laugh. "No, I don't. He's a Freemason. I've just found out. He's a very nice man, dark blue with some red. How can I explain it?" "Little Countess," came the Count's voice through the door, "are you still up?" Natasha snatched up her slippers and skipped off to her room in her bare feet. But she couldn't get to sleep. She kept worrying about no one ever being able to understand everything that she understood, everything deep inside her. What about Sonia, she wondered, looking at her friend sleeping there, curled up like a kitten with her great mass of hair. No, she wouldn't. She's too good. She's in love with dear Nikolai, and she's not interested in anything else. Mama, even she doesn't understand. I'm amazingly clever. Oh, she's such a charming girl, she went on, speaking about herself in the third person and imagining that it was some very clever man, the cleverest and best of all men, who was talking about her. This girl has everything, absolutely everything, he continued. She's incredibly clever, so charming, and so pretty, she's out of this world, she moves so well, she can swim and ride like nobody else, and that voice. You've got to admit, that's a wonderful voice. She intoned a bit of her favorite music from a Cherubini opera, flopped down on the bed, laughed out loud at the delightful thought that she would soon be asleep, called across to Dunyasha to blow out the candle, and before Dunyasha had left the room she was in another world, the happier world of dreamland, where everything was as light and beautiful as it was in the real world, only better because it was all different. Next day the Countess sent for Boris and had a word with him, and after that he gave up going to the Rostovs. Chapter 14. On New Year's Eve 1809 an old grandee who had been prominent in Catherine's time gave a ball and a midnight supper. The Tsar and the diplomatic corps were due to attend. The well-known mansion of this grandee on the English Embankment was ablaze with innumerable lights. Policemen were deployed at the brightly lit, red-carpeted entrance, not just constables but a police chief and dozens of officers. As one carriage drove away, another rolled up, with grooms in red livery and grooms in plumed hats. Men in uniforms with stars and ribbons emerged from the carriages, steps clanged down, and ladies in satin and ermine stepped out daintily and hurried indoors, passing noiselessly over the red bays. Almost every time a new carriage drove up, a whisper ran through the crowd and caps were doffed. "Is it the emperor?" "No, it's only a minister." "A prince, an ambassador." "Look at those plumes," came various voices in the crowd. One man better dressed than anyone else seemed to know everyone, and as the dignitaries of the day arrived he would say who they were. A third of the guests were already there at the ball, but the Rostovs, who had been invited, were still getting ready. There had been many a discussion and much fuss in the Rostov family ahead of this ball, and much worrying that they might not be invited, that the dresses wouldn't be ready in time, and nothing would go right. The Rostovs were to be accompanied to the ball by Maria Peronsky, friend and relative of the Countess, a thin lady with a sallow complexion who, as maid of honor at the court of the Dowager Empress, was needed by the provincial Rostovs to guide them around the higher circles of Petersburg society. The Rostovs were due to pick her up by 10 o'clock at the Tavrichesky garden, but it was now 5 to 10 and the young ladies were still not ready. Natasha was going to her first grand ball. She had got up that morning at 8 o'clock, and spent the whole day in feverish worry and a whirl of activity. All her energies had been directed since early morning to the single aim of getting herself, her mother and Sonia turned out as nicely as they could possibly be. Sonia and her mother had placed themselves entirely in her hands. The Countess was to wear a burgundy velvet dress, her two daughters white tulle dresses over pink silk slips with roses on their bodices.
Hairstyle would-be à la grecque.
The basic essentials were out of the way, everybody's feet, arms, necks and ears having been scrupulously scrubbed, powdered and perfumed in readiness for the ball. Legs and feet were adorned with openwork silk stockings and white satin shoes, everyone's hair was almost done. Sonia was at the stage of finishing touches, as was the Countess, but Natasha had spent so much time looking after everybody else that she was now running late. She was still sitting at the mirror with a housecoat over her thin little shoulders. Sonia stood in the middle of the room, dressed and ready, fastening down one last recalcitrant ribbon and hurting her tiny finger as she pushed a pin squeakily through the silk. "No, Sonia, not like that," said Natasha, looking round, both hands clutching her hair, which the maid who was arranging it wasn't quick enough to let go of. "It doesn't go like that. Come here." Sonia squatted down. Natasha adjusted the ribbon. "Please, miss, you mustn't move like that," said the maid, still holding Natasha's hair. "Oh, my goodness. Can't you wait a minute?" "There you are, Sonia." "Are you nearly ready?" came the Countess's voice. "It's nearly 10. Yes, 2 minutes. Are you ready, Mama?" "Only my cap to pin on." "Don't do it without me," shouted Natasha. "You don't know how." "But it's 10 o'clock. They had agreed on 10:30 as a good time to arrive at the ball, and here was Natasha still not dressed, and they had to go via the Tavrichesky garden. With her hair done at last, Natasha, wearing her mother's dressing jacket and a short petticoat, which made her dancing shoes very noticeable, ran over to Sonia, examined her from head to foot, and then ran across to her mother. Turning her mother's head round, she pinned the cap on, gave her a quick peck on her gray hair and ran back to the maids, who were still taking the skirt up. Natasha's skirt was the problem, it had been too long. Two maids were finishing the hem, hurriedly biting off the threads. A third one, with pins sticking out between teeth and lips, was running back and forwards between the Countess and Sonia. A fourth was holding up the whole tulle creation in her arms. "Mavrushka, darling, do please hurry." pass me that thimble, miss. How much longer? Said the Count from the doorway, as he started into the room. Get your perfume on. Madame Peronsky must be fed up with waiting. Ready, miss, said the maid, holding up the shortened tulle skirt between finger and thumb, blowing something off it, and shaking it out to show off the pure airy fluffiness of what she held in her hands. Natasha began to get into the dress. In a minute. Don't come in, Papa, she shouted to her father as he opened the door, her face drowned in a sea of tulle. Sonia banged the door to. A moment later the Count was allowed in. He was dressed in his blue swallowtail coat, long stockings and light shoes, all nicely perfumed and pomaded. Oh, Papa, you do look nice. You really do, said Natasha, standing in the middle of the room, smoothing out the folds of her tulle. Just a minute, miss, if you don't mind, said one of the maids, lifting the skirt and switching the pins from one corner of her mouth to the other with her tongue. You can say what you like, cried Sonia in despairing tones as she gazed at Natasha's dress. You can say what you like, it's still too long. Natasha stepped back a little to inspect herself in the long glass. The skirt did seem too long. Lord bless 'ee, ma'am, it bain't be too long at all, said Mavrushka, scrambling along on her knees after her young lady. Well, if it is, we can tack it up. It'll only take a minute, said Dunyasha, getting a grip on things. And pulling a needle from the cloth on her chest she set to work again on the floor. At this point the Countess, arrayed in cap and velvet gown, walked diffidently back into the room, stepping softly. Oh, I say. Look at this beautiful woman of mine, cried the Count. She's prettier than all of you. He made as if to embrace her, but she drew back with a blush on her face to avoid getting crumpled. Mama, your cap should be at an angle, said Natasha. Let me do it again, and she darted forward. The maids turning up her skirt were not ready for a lunge like this, and a piece of tulle was torn off. Mercy on us, what's happened? Hey, it wasn't my fault, it's all right, I can run it up, it won't show, said Dunyasha. Oh, my beauty, my little queen, said the old nurse coming in at the doorway. And little Sonia, too. Oh, you beautiful girls. It was 10:15 when at last they were seated in their carriage and able to drive off. And they still had to go round by the Tavrichesky garden. Madame Peronsky was there, ready and waiting. For all her age and plainness, she had been undergoing the same thing as the Rostovs, but without all the fluster, because it was all a matter of routine to her. Her aging and unattractive body had been subjected to a similar process of scrubbing and scenting and powdering. She had been washed no less scrupulously behind her ears, and like the Rostovs' nurse, her old maid had gone into raptures over her mistress's outfit when she had come into the drawing-room dressed in her yellow gown adorned with the royal monogram. Madame Peronsky waxed lyrical about the Rostovs and their finery, and they did likewise about her fine dress and remarkable taste. Then, at 11 o'clock, fussing a good deal over their coiffures and their ball gowns, they seated themselves in the carriages and drove off. Chapter 15. Natasha had not had a minute to herself all day, and it had never occurred to her to wonder what lay ahead. In the damp, chill air and the semi-dark confines of the swaying carriage she now began to imagine for the first time what was in store for her there, at the ball, in the brightly lit halls, the music, the flowers, the dancing, the Tsar, all the brilliant young people of Petersburg. The prospect before her was so wonderful she couldn't really believe it would come true. It was also out of keeping with the chilly darkness of the cramped carriage. Everything that lay ahead began to dawn on her only when she had walked across the red cloth, entered the vestibule, taken off her fur coat and begun to walk up the brilliantly lit staircase with Sonia at her side, her mother just behind and flowers on all sides. It was then that she remembered how to behave on such an occasion, and she did her best to assume the majestic manner that she considered essential for a girl to adopt at a ball. But as luck would have it, she was too dazzled to see anything clearly. her pulse thumped 100 beats to a minute and the blood rushed to her heart, so she was unable to strike a pose that might have made her look silly. She walked on, almost swooning with excitement and struggling to hide it. And this was the manner that suited her best. Ahead of them and behind, guests were walking along dressed in similar ball gowns and talking to each other in similarly subdued tones. All the way up the staircase, mirrors reflected ladies in white, blue and pink dresses, with diamonds and pearls on their bare arms and necks. Natasha looked in the mirrors but couldn't make out her own reflection among all the others. Everybody blurred together in one glittering procession. At the entrance to the first room, the steady hum of conversation, footsteps and greetings deafened Natasha. The light and the glare dazzled her still more. The host and hostess, who had been standing by the door for the last half hour saying exactly the same thing, "So pleased to see you," to every new arrival, welcomed the Rostovs and Madame Peronsky with the same greeting. The two young girls in their white dresses, with identical roses in their black hair, made identical curtsies, but the hostess's eyes lingered instinctively on the slender figure of Natasha. She looked at her and gave her a special smile that went beyond her duty as a hostess. Looking at her, she was perhaps reminded of the golden days of her girlhood, now gone forever, and her own first ball. The host too gave Natasha a close scrutiny, and asked the Count which one of the girls was his daughter. "Charming girl," he said, kissing his fingertips. The ballroom was full of guests crowding round the doorway where the Tsar was expected. The Countess worked her way to the front of the crowd. Natasha could hear people asking who she was, and sense their eyes on her. She knew she was making a good impression on those who noticed her, and this helped to calm her nerves. "There are plenty of people like us, and some of them are worse off," she thought. Madame Peronsky was pointing out to the Countess the most distinguished persons at the ball. "That's the Dutch ambassador, look, that gray-haired man over there," Madame Peronsky was saying, indicating a little old gentleman with a mane of silvery gray curls, who was surrounded by ladies laughing at something he was saying. "And look who's here, the Queen of Petersburg, Countess Bezukov," she said, pointing to Helene, who had just come in. "Isn't she gorgeous? She's the equal of Maria Antonovna. Look at all the men fussing round her, young and old. She's so pretty, and clever too. They say Prince so-and-so is wild about her. But look at these two, they're not pretty, but they've got even more followers." She pointed to two ladies crossing the room, a mother with her very plain daughter. "Worth millions as a bride," said Madame Peronsky. "And here come the suitors. That's Countess Bezukov's brother, Anatole Kuragin," she said, pointing to a handsome Horse Guards officer, who raised his head and looked somewhere over the ladies' heads as he went by. "Handsome, isn't he? They say he's going to marry that heiress. But your cousin, Drubetskoy, he's dancing round her too. She's worth millions, so they say." "Oh, that's no less a person than the French ambassador," she said when the Countess saw Caulaincourt and asked who he was. "Look at him strutting like a king. But they're so nice, you know, the French are so very nice. No nicer people in society. Oh, look, she's here. Yes, she's still the prettiest, our Maria Antonovna. What a simple outfit. Exquisite. And that fat fellow with the glasses on, he's the great Freemason," said Madame Peronsky, indicating Bezukov. "Stand him alongside his wife and you'll see what a clown he is." Stout as ever, Pierre was waddling through the crowd, nodding to right and to left, with the easy sweetness of a man in a market crowd. He was squeezing through the throng evidently in search of a particular person. Natasha was delighted to see the familiar face of the man described by Madame Peronsky as a clown, and she knew he was searching the crowd for them, and especially her. Pierre had promised to be there at the ball and find some partners for her. But on his way over, Pierre stopped beside a very handsome, dark-haired man of medium height in a white uniform, who was standing by a window talking to a tall man with stars and a ribbon across his chest. Natasha instantly recognized the splendid young man in white. It was Andrei Bolkonsky, looking altogether younger, happier, and more handsome than before. "There's someone else we know, Bolkonsky, over there, Mama," said Natasha, pointing him out. "You remember, he stayed the night with us at Otradnoy." "Oh, do you know him?" said Madame Peronsky. "I can't abide him. He's top dog at the moment. And so conceited, you wouldn't believe it. Takes after his father. And he's hobnobbing with Speransky, making all sorts of plans. And look how he treats the ladies. That lady over there was talking to him, and he just turned his back on her," she said, pointing across. "I'd give him a piece of my mind if he treated me like that." Chapter 16. There was a sudden stir, a murmur ran through the crowd, everyone surged forward and then moved back again, and through the space that had opened up and walked Tsar Alexander to the strains of a polonaise struck up by the orchestra. Behind him came the host and hostess. The Tsar strode in rapidly, bowing to right and left, as if he wanted to get through the preliminaries of the welcome as quickly as possible. This piece of music had become popular because new words had recently been set to it. They began, "Alexander, Elisaveta, we rejoice to see you here." The Tsar went into the drawing room, the crowd swarmed over to the doorway, many of them hurrying across and coming straight back with their faces transformed. Again the crowd pressed back, away from the drawing room door where the Tsar now appeared, talking to the hostess. An anxious-looking young man bore down on the ladies and begged them to move to one side. Several of them, with faces set to defy all etiquette, squeezed forward, at great risk to all their finery. Then the men began walking over to the ladies, forming couples for the polonaise. There was a general stepping back, and out strode the Tsar, all smiles, leading the lady of the house with no attempt to follow the music. After him came the host along with Maria Narishkin, and then the ambassadors, ministers, and an assortment of generals, whose names Madame Peronsky never tired of reciting. More than half the ladies were already partnered and were moving off into the polonaise or preparing to do so. Natasha sensed she was going to be left with her mother and Sonia, in the minority trapped at the side like wallflowers. She stood there, with her thin arms dangling at her sides and her scarcely defined bosom steadily heaving, then she held her breath and gazed out with gleaming, frightened eyes, a picture of readiness for absolute joy or absolute misery. She wasn't bothered about the Tsar or any of the bigwigs being pointed out by Madame Peronsky. Her only thought was, isn't anybody going to come over to me? Am I going to be left out of the first dance? Am I going to be ignored by all these men? They don't seem to have noticed me, and if they do look at me they seem to be saying, not my type, not worth looking at. Surely not, she thought. They must know I'm dying to dance, and I'm a good dancer and they'd really enjoy dancing with me. The polonaise had been going on for some time, and soon its strains began to fade away, echoing in Natasha's ears like an unhappy memory. She was almost in tears. Madame Peronsky had left them and the Count was at the other end of the room, which left the old Countess, Sonia, and her stranded amid a crowd of strangers, of no interest, no use to anyone. Prince Andrei walked past with a lady on his arm, obviously without recognizing them. The handsome Anatole grinned as he spoke to his lady, and when he glanced at Natasha it was like someone glancing at a wall. Boris passed them twice, and each time turned away. Berg and his wife, who were not dancing, came over to them. A family get-together here in the ballroom was particularly galling to Natasha. Was there nowhere else for the family to talk but here at the ball? She didn't listen, and didn't look at Vera, who was going on about her green dress. At last the Tsar stopped dancing and stood beside his latest partner. He had danced with three, as the music came to an end. A worried adjutant ran over to the Rostovs and begged them to move a bit further away, though they were already up against the wall, and then the orchestra struck up again, this time with the measured rhythm and inviting strains of a waltz. The Tsar glanced down the ballroom with a smile on his face. A moment passed, no one came out to begin. The adjutant who had been appointed master of ceremonies went over to Countess Bezukov and asked her to dance. She gave a smile, raised a hand and placed it on the adjutant's shoulder without a single glance at him. The adjutant knew what he was doing. Taking a firm hold of his partner, he guided her casually, confidently, into a smooth gliding movement round the edge of the circle. Then at the corner of the ballroom he turned his partner with an upward swoop of her left hand, and not a sound was heard against the quickening strains of the music beyond the measured jingle of the spurs on the adjutant's expertly flashing feet and the swish of his partner's swirling velvet skirt as every third beat brought her whisking through a turn. Natasha watched them on the verge of tears, so disappointed that someone else was dancing that first round of the waltz. Prince Andrei, wearing the white uniform of a cavalry colonel with white stockings and light shoes, was standing towards the front of the circle not far from the Rostovs, looking happy and excited. Baron Furhoff was talking to him about the first session of the State Council due to be held next day. As someone close to Speransky, involved in the work of the Legislative Commission, Prince Andrei could be relied on for sound information about that session, as opposed to the many rumors that were going round. But he wasn't listening to what Furhoff was saying. He was looking in turn from the Tsar to the gentleman intending to dance but not yet bold enough to enter the ring. He was watching them closely, these gentlemen who had gone all shy in the presence of the Tsar, and the ladies who were dying to be asked to dance. Pierre went over to Prince Andrei and took him by the arm. "You're always dancing. Look, my protégée is here, the younger Rostov girl." "Ask her," he said. "Where is she?" asked Bolkonsky. "I'm sorry," he said, turning to the Baron, "we'll finish this conversation somewhere else, but at a ball one must dance." He went over in the direction indicated by Pierre. Natasha's desperately panicky face met his gaze. He knew her immediately and guessed what she was going through, realizing that this was her debut. He remembered what she had said at the window, and with a look of delight on his face he approached Countess Rostov. "Allow me to introduce my daughter," said the Countess, reddening. "I've had the pleasure of meeting you all before, if the Countess remembers," said Prince Andrei, with a low bow of great courtesy, which belied Madame Peronsky's comments on his rudeness. He went up to Natasha and raised his hand to put it around her waist without negotiating an invitation to dance. He offered her the waltz. The timorous expression on Natasha's face, poised between despair and ecstasy, changed at once into a blissful, girlish smile of gratitude. "I've been waiting so long for you," came the message from that worried but happy young girl, a smile shining from her glistening eyes as she raised her hand to Prince Andrei's shoulder. They were the second couple to walk out into the ring. Prince Andrei was one of the best dancers of his day. Natasha danced exquisitely. Her little feet in their satin slippers did what they had to do so easily and with no effort on her part, while her face glowed with pure happiness. Her bared neck and arms were skinny, quite unattractive compared with Helene's shoulders. Her little shoulders were narrow, her bosom was undefined, her arms were slender. But Helene had been, so to speak, varnished by thousands of eyes that had caressed her form, whereas Natasha seemed like a young girl exposing her body for the first time, who would have been terribly embarrassed if she hadn't been assured on every side that it was all very necessary. Prince Andrei loved dancing. He had been anxious to get away as fast as he could from the political or high-minded conversations that everyone was trying to draw him into, and also keen to break the irksome ring of constraint caused by the presence of the Tsar. This was why he had gone off to dance, and he had chosen Natasha as a partner because Pierre had pointed her out, and also because she was the first pretty girl to catch his eye. But the moment he put his arm round that slender, supple, quivering waist, and felt her stirring so close to him and smiling so close to him, the champagne of her beauty went to his head. He felt a thrill of new life and rejuvenation as he drew a deep breath, left her and stood there watching the other couples. Chapter 17. After Prince Andrei, Boris came up and asked Natasha to dance, and he was followed by the dancing adjutant who had started the ball, and several other young men. Flushed with happiness, Natasha passed on her spare partners to Sonia, and never stopped dancing all evening. What fascinated everyone else at the ball she didn't notice and didn't even see. She didn't notice that the Tsar had a long conversation with the French ambassador, that he was unusually gracious towards one particular lady, that Prince so-and-so and Mr. What's-his-name had said and done such and such, that Helene had been a brilliant success, and that a certain somebody had paid her close attention. She didn't even see the Tsar, and she became aware that he had gone only when she noticed the ball livening up after his departure. In one of the liveliest cotillions just before supper, Prince Andrei danced again with Natasha. He reminded her of when he had first seen her on the avenue at Otradnoy, and how she couldn't get to sleep that night in the moonlight, and he told her he had unintentionally heard what she was saying. Natasha blushed at these reminders and tried to make excuses, as if there was something embarrassing in the emotion which Prince Andrei had unintentionally overheard her expressing. Like all men who have grown up in society, Prince Andrei was pleased when he encountered something in that world that did not carry the usual society stamp. And Natasha was exactly that, with her sense of wonder, her enthusiasm, her diffidence, and even the mistakes she made when she spoke French. His manner was particularly gentle and solicitous as he escorted her and talked to her. Sitting at her side, chatting about the simplest things, nothing in particular, Prince Andrei admired the radiant brilliance of her eyes and her smile, which had nothing to do with what she was saying but came from her own inner happiness. Natasha was chosen again and again, and whenever she got up with a smile and went off to dance, Prince Andrei particularly admired the mixture of timidity and gracefulness that she presented. In the middle of the cotillion, Natasha was on her way back to her place, breathless at the end of a figure, when she was chosen yet again by another partner. Tired and panting, she demurred for an instant, on the point of refusing, but immediately put her hand on her partner's shoulder, beaming joyfully at Prince Andrei. "I'd have been glad to have a rest and sit next to you. I am tired, but you see how they keep asking me, and I'm so pleased and happy, and I love everyone, including you, and I know all about it," said the smile, and more, much more besides. When her partner left her side, Natasha dashed across the room to choose two ladies for the next figure. "If she goes to her cousin first and then to another lady, she's going to be my wife," Prince Andrei said to himself, much to his own surprise, as he watched her. She went to her cousin first. The stupid things that sometimes come into your mind, thought Prince Andrei. But one thing's for sure, that girl is so lovely and so unusual she'll be married before she's been out for a month since dancing here. She's something quite exceptional, he thought, as Natasha seated herself beside him, adjusting a stray rose on her bodice. At the end of the cotillion, the old count in his blue swallowtail coat came over to the young people who had been dancing. He invited Prince Andrei to come and see them and asked his daughter whether she was having a good time. At first Natasha didn't answer. She just smiled a gently reproachful smile that said, "How could you ask a question like that?" Then she said, "I'm having the best time of my whole life," and Prince Andrei watched as she half raised her slender arms as if to embrace her father, and dropped them again at once. Natasha was indeed having the happiest time of her life. She was at the very peak of happiness, when a person is transformed into someone completely good and kind, and rejects the slightest possibility of evil, misery, and grief. It was at this ball that Pierre felt humiliated for the first time by the position his wife now occupied in the highest court circles. He was sullen and distracted. A deep furrow lined his forehead as he stood by a window, staring out over his spectacles and seeing no one. Natasha passed by near to him on her way to supper. She was struck by Pierre's dark and miserable appearance. She stopped and turned to face him. She so much wanted to help him, to let him have some of her own overflowing happiness. "What a lovely evening, Count," she said, "isn't it?" Pierre gave a faraway smile, obviously not taking in what she was saying. "Yes, I'm very glad," he said. How could anybody be unhappy with anything tonight, thought Natasha. Especially someone as nice as Bezukhov. In Natasha's eyes the people at the ball were all the same, nice, kind, beautiful people, and they all loved each other. Nobody would think of harming anybody else, so they must be happy, all of them. Chapter 18. Next day Prince Andrei remembered the ball, but not for very long. Yes, it was a splendid ball, he thought. And, oh yes, that Rostov girl is so sweet. There's something fresh about her, something unusual and distinctive. She doesn't seem to belong to Petersburg. Then, with no further thoughts about yesterday's ball, he had a good drink of tea and got down to work. But either from tiredness or lack of sleep he was in no mood for work, and he couldn't get anything done. He was forever carping about his own work, something he often did, and he was delighted when he heard that someone had called to see him. The visitor was Bitsky, a man to be found on every commission and at all levels of Petersburg society, a passionate devotee of all the latest ideas, especially Speransky's, an inveterate disseminator of metropolitan news, and one of those men who choose their opinions the way they choose their clothes, according to fashion, which only serves to make them seem more partisan than anyone else. Looking businesslike and scarcely waiting to remove his hat, he ran over to Prince Andrei and began to blurt out what he had come to say. He had just heard details from the State Council that had sat that morning. The Tsar had opened the session and Bitsky waxed enthusiastic on the subject. The Tsar's speech had been quite remarkable. It had been the kind of speech that only a constitutional monarch could have delivered. The Emperor said quite bluntly that the Council and Senate are estates of the realm. He said that government must be founded not on arbitrary authority but on solid principles. The Emperor said that the fiscal system must be overhauled and the accounts made public, Bitsky announced, emphasizing certain words, and widening his eyes knowingly. Yes, today's events mark a new epoch, the greatest epoch in our history, he concluded. Prince Andrei listened to this account of the opening of the State Council, which he had been looking forward to so keenly and had valued so much, amazed that now it had happened. This event made no impact on him and struck him as less than insignificant. He listened to Bitsky's eloquent enthusiasm with secret scorn. The simplest idea in the world was taking over his mind. Why should I bother? Why should Bitsky, he thought. Why should we bother about what the Emperor was pleased to say to the Council? Can any of that make me happier or better than I am? And with this simple reflection all of Prince Andrei's previous interest in the current reforms was suddenly destroyed. Later that day Prince Andrei was due to dine with Speransky in what the latter had described as a little get-together as he issued the invitation. This dinner, in the intimate domestic circle of the man he so much admired, had seemed very enticing to Prince Andrei, especially since he had not yet seen Speransky at home. But now he didn't feel like going. At the appointed hour, however, Prince Andrei was to be seen entering Speransky's house alongside the Tavrichesky garden. It was a small place, almost monastic in its extraordinary cleanliness, and there in the parquet-floored dining room Prince Andrei, arriving slightly late at 5 o'clock, found Speransky's little get-together of close associates already assembled. There were no ladies present, except Speransky's little daughter, who had a long face like her father, and her governess. The guests were Gervais, Magnitsky, and Stolypin. Out in the vestibule Prince Andrei had caught the sound of raised voices and someone with a loud, distinctive guffaw, a sort of stage laugh. Someone's voice, it sounded like Speransky's, was ringing with a clear ha-ha. Prince Andrei had never heard Speransky laugh before, and this booming, resonant laughter coming from a great statesman struck him as odd. Prince Andrei went into the dining room. They were gathered in a group between two windows near to a little table laid with hors d'oeuvres. Speransky was standing by the table, a picture of joviality, wearing a gray swallowtail coat, with a star on his chest, and the same white waistcoat and high white stock that he had worn at the famous session of the State Council. His guests stood around him in a ring. Magnitsky had turned to face him and was halfway through a story. Speransky was listening, and laughing at what Magnitsky was going to say before he said it. As Prince Andrei walked in, Magnitsky's words were again drowned with laughter. Stolypin issued a deep bass guffaw as he munched a piece of bread and cheese. Gervais gave a wheezy chuckle and Speransky laughed in his calculated staccato. Still laughing, Speransky offered Prince Andrei a soft, white hand. "So nice to see you, Prince," he said. "Just a minute," he turned to Magnitsky, interrupting his story. "We have a pact this evening. We're going to enjoy a good dinner. No talking shop." He turned back to the storyteller and gave another laugh. With a sense of surprise and sad disappointment, Prince Andrei listened to Speransky's ringing tones and watched him as he laughed. This wasn't Speransky, it was someone else, he thought to himself. Everything in Speransky that had seemed mysterious and attractive suddenly struck Prince Andrei as patently obvious and unpleasant. At dinner the conversation, which never faltered, seemed like something out of a joke book. Magnitsky had hardly finished his story when another guest announced his willingness to tell them a funnier one. For the most part, the stories centered around, if not the actual service, the people who worked in it. It was as if this little circle had decided once and for all they were a completely useless lot and the only possible attitude to them was one of cheerful hilarity. Speransky told them about a deaf statesman at the council that morning who was asked for his opinion and replied that he was of the same opinion. Gervais described one case under revision that was remarkable for the stupidity of all concerned. Stolypin spoke with a stammer as he intervened with a few impassioned words on the abuses of the old regime, but this threatened to give the conversation a serious turn, so Magnitsky responded by making fun of Stolypin's earnest attitude. Then Gervais came in with another joke, and the conversation soon resumed its bantering tone. It was clear that Speransky liked to put his work behind him, relax and seek amusement in his little group of friends. Meanwhile the friends themselves understood what he wanted, and they were doing their best to amuse him and themselves at the same time. But Prince Andrei found this kind of jollity labored in anything but jolly. Speransky's refined tones grated on him, and his constant laughter struck such a false note that Prince Andrei's sensitivities were somehow offended. Prince Andrei was the only one not laughing, and he began to worry that he might be a drag on this party. But no one noticed his lack of sympathy with the general mood. They all seemed to be enjoying themselves. Several times he tried to get into the conversation, but every time he did so his words were plucked away like a cork flung out of water. The jokiness of these people was quite beyond him. There was nothing crude or objectionable in what they were saying, it was all very witty and it might have been funny, but something was missing from it all, and whatever it was the very essence of good humor, and they weren't even aware of its existence. After dinner Speransky's daughter and her governess rose to leave the table. Speransky caressed his daughter with a white hand and gave her a kiss. Even this gesture was seen by Prince Andrei as something forced. The men sat on and drank port like Englishmen. The talk turned to Napoleon's activities in Spain, of which they approved to a man, but in the middle of it all Prince Andrei suddenly came out against them. Speransky gave a smile, obviously wanting to change the subject, and launched into a completely irrelevant story. For some time everyone sat there in silence. Ready at last to leave the table, Speransky replaced the cork in a bottle of wine and said, "Costs a fortune nowadays, good wine," gave it to the servant and got up. Everybody rose and went through into the drawing room, chatting away as loud as ever. Speransky was handed 2 envelopes which had been delivered by a courier. He took them and went to his study. As soon as he had gone the party-like atmosphere subsided and the guests lapsed into a quiet and thoughtful conversation. "On with the recitation," said Speransky, coming out of his study. "Remarkable talent," he said to Prince Andrei. Magnitsky at once struck a theatrical pose and began to declaim some funny French poetry, composed by himself, ridiculing various well-known persons in Petersburg. Several times he was interrupted by applause. At the end of the recitation Prince Andrei went over to Speransky to take his leave. "It's a bit early, isn't it?" "Where are you off to?" said Speransky. I promised to call in at a soiree." They said no more. Prince Andrei stared into those forbidding glassy eyes and felt how stupid he had been to expect anything from Speransky, or anything associated with him. How could he ever have set any store by what Speransky was doing? That measured, mirthless laugh of his rang in Prince Andrei's ears long after he had left Speransky's. On reaching home, Prince Andrei began to look back over his life in Petersburg during the last 4 months, and he saw it in a new light. He thought of all the trouble he had taken, the hoops he had jumped through, and the whole story of his project for army reform, which had been accepted in principle but was now being shelved because another scheme, a really dreadful one, had already been drawn up and presented to the Tsar. He thought of all those committee meetings, with Berg one of the sitting members. He thought of the long, pernickety discussions that took place over every last point of order and procedure and the short and non-pernickety treatment given to anything that mattered. He thought of his work on law reform, his painstaking translation of the Roman and French codes into Russian, and he felt thoroughly ashamed. Then came a vivid memory of Bogocharovo, his life in the country, his trip to Ryazan. He thought of his peasants, and Dran, the village elder. Relating these people to the section on personal rights which he had been paragraphing, he wondered how on earth he could have spent so much time on such useless work. Chapter 19. The next day Prince Andrei went to various houses that he hadn't visited before, including the Rostovs, with whom he had renewed his acquaintance at the ball. Common courtesy called for a visit to the Rostovs, but Prince Andrei also wanted to have another look at that unusual, lively young girl who had made such a pleasant impression on him, and see her in her own home. Natasha was one of the first to welcome him. She was wearing a plain dark blue dress, and Andrei felt sure she looked prettier in that than she had done in her ball gown. She and all the family received Prince Andrei like an old friend, simply but very warmly. The entire family, once a target for Prince Andrei's harshest criticism, now seemed to consist of excellent, open-hearted, kindly people. The old count was so persuasive with his charitable nature and generosity of spirit, such rare and attractive qualities in Petersburg, that Prince Andrei could not refuse an invitation to stay for dinner. Yes, these are very nice, splendid people, thought Bolkonsky. Of course they haven't the slightest idea what a treasure they possess in Natasha, but they're so nice, and they're the best possible background for her to stand out against, with all her poetry and charm and all that liveliness. Prince Andrei recognized in Natasha a strange and special new world, brimful of unknown joys, the same strange world that had tantalized him on the avenue at Otradnoy and on that moonlight night at the window. But now it was no longer so strange and tantalizing. He had stepped into it and was already tasting its new pleasures. After dinner Natasha went over to the clavichord at Prince Andrei's request and began to sing. Prince Andrei stood by one of the windows talking to the ladies, and listened to her. In the middle of one phrase Prince Andrei stopped talking and suddenly felt close to tears, with a lump in his throat, something he had never known before. He watched Natasha as she sang, with a new and blissful sensation stirring in his soul. He was so happy, and at the same time so sad. He had nothing at all to weep about, but here he was on the verge of tears. What for? Past love? The little princess? Lost illusions? Future hopes? Yes and no. The main thing that was bringing him to the verge of tears was a sudden, vivid awareness of the dreadful disparity between something infinitely great and eternal that existed within him and something else, something constraining and physical that constituted him and even her. The disparity struck him with a mixture of anguish and bliss while she was singing. When Natasha had finished she came over and wanted to know whether he liked her voice. Having said this, she felt embarrassed the moment the question was out of her mouth, realizing she ought never to have asked anything of the kind. He looked at her with a smile and said he liked her singing, as he liked everything else that she did. It was late evening when Prince Andrei left the Rostovs. He went to bed as habit dictated, but soon saw he wasn't going to get to sleep. He lit a candle and sat up in bed, he got out and in again, not at all worried about his insomnia. His soul was filled with a new feeling of bliss, as if he had emerged from a stuffy room into God's glorious daylight. It never occurred to him that he might be in love with the little Rostov girl. He wasn't even thinking about her. He was aware of her only as an image, but this opened up the whole of his life before him in a new light. Why do I go on struggling? Why do I keep on toiling at this narrow, cramped drudgery, when life lies open before me, the whole of life, with all its joys, he kept asking himself. And now, for the first time in ages, he began to make happy plans for the future. He made a personal decision to sort out his son's education, find him a tutor and hand him into that man's care. Then he ought to retire from the army, go abroad and see something of England, Switzerland, Italy. I must take full advantage of my freedom while I'm still feeling young and strong, he told himself. Pierre was right. If you want to be happy, you have to believe in the possibility of happiness, and I do believe in it now. Let the dead bury the dead, but while ever there is life, you must live and be happy. These were his thoughts. Chapter 20. One morning Colonel Adolf Berg called on Pierre, who knew him as he knew everybody else in Moscow and Petersburg. He was immaculately turned out in a brand new uniform, with his pomaded locks combed out at the temples in the style made popular by Tsar Alexander. I've just come from your good lady, the Countess, and to my great misfortune, my request couldn't be granted by her. I'm hoping I shall be more fortunate with you, Count, he said with a smile. What can I do for you, Colonel? I'm all yours. Now that I'm nicely settled in my new quarters, Count, Berg announced, obviously assuming that news of this development must be a matter for great rejoicing, I thought I might set something up, just a little soiree for a few people known to me and my wife. He beamed with even greater benevolence. I had in mind asking the Countess and you to do me the honor of coming over for a cup of tea, and a little supper. Only Countess Helene, who considered it beneath her dignity to associate with nobodies like the Bergs, could have been cruel enough to turn down an invitation like this. Berg told him why he wanted to get together a small, select group of people at his new rooms, and why this would be a source of great pleasure for him, and although he would begrudge spending good money on cards or anything harmful, he didn't mind forking out for the sake of good company, and he explained it all so clearly that Pierre couldn't refuse, and he promised to come. Only please don't be late, Count, if I may make so bold. 10 minutes to 8, if I may make so bold. We'll have a few rounds of cards. Our general's going to be there. He's very good to me. And we'll have a bite to eat, Count. If you would be so kind. Contrary to his usual habit of always arriving late, Pierre got to the Bergs not at 10 minutes to 8, but at 7:45. The Bergs had everything ready for their little party and were quite ready to receive the guests. Berg and his wife were sitting together in a clean, bright study, newly done out with little busts and pictures and new furniture. Berg sat beside his wife, neatly buttoned up in his new uniform, busily explaining the possibility, indeed the necessity, of cultivating people in higher stations. These were the only relationships that gave any pleasure. You pick things up, and you can ask the odd favor. Take me for instance, look where my life has gone since I started at the bottom. Berg measured his life not in years but in awards and promotions. My comrades have got nowhere, and I'll soon have my own regiment. And I'm fortunate enough to be your husband. He got to his feet and went over to kiss Vera's hand, stopping on the way to fold back the corner of a rug that was ruckled up. And how did I get all this? Mainly by knowing how to cultivate the right people. Of course, you do have to behave properly and get things right as well. Berg smiled with a sense of his own superiority over a feeble woman. He paused and reflected that this charming wife of his was indeed a feeble woman, incapable of ever attaining any of the qualities needed for masculine prowess, ein Mann zu sein, 5 as the Germans put it. Meanwhile Vera was also smiling, with her own sense of superiority over a decent, well-behaved husband, who nevertheless, as she saw it, took such a wrong view of life, as all men did. Berg judged women by the standards of his own wife and considered all of them feeble and foolish. Vera judged men by the standards of her own husband and, extrapolating from him alone, she found all men conceited and self-centered, each convinced he was the only one with any sense, whereas he didn't actually understand anything at all. Berg got to his feet and gingerly embraced his wife, taking care not to squash the fine lace cape that had cost him a pretty penny, and he gave her a peck in the middle of her mouth. "There's just one thing, we mustn't rush into having children," he said, linking one thought to another at some subconscious level. "No," responded Vera. "That's something I certainly don't want. We must live for society." "Princess Yusupov was wearing one just like that," said Berg, smiling with pleasure and bonhomie as he pointed to the cape. At that moment they were informed that Count Bazukov had arrived. The young newlyweds smiled at each other with self-satisfaction on either side, each claiming unspoken credit for this visit. "It's all a question of knowing how to cultivate the right people," thought Berg. "And knowing how to behave." "But, listen, when I'm looking after a guest," said Vera, "please don't interrupt me, because I know what they all need, and what needs to be said to different people." Berg was smiling too. "Oh, we can't have that. Sometimes men need men's talk," he said. Pierre was shown into a small drawing room where no one could sit down without disrupting the neat symmetry and tidiness, so it was perfectly natural and not the least bit strange that Berg, while magnanimously offering to disturb the symmetry of an armchair or a sofa for an honored guest, found himself thoroughly uncomfortable and in several minds over how to do it, so he left his guest to resolve the matter of choice. Pierre shattered the symmetry by moving a chair up for himself, and with that the soirée was underway, with Berg and Vera falling over each other in their eagerness to look after the guest. Vera had decided in her own mind that Pierre ought to be treated to conversation about the French embassy, so without further ado she launched forth on that subject. Berg then decided the conversation needed a touch of masculinity, so he cut across his wife's remarks with a reference to the subject of the war with Austria, followed by an instinctive switch from generalities to his own personal interests and the various proposals he had had to persuade him to take part in the Austrian campaign, and his reasons for declining. Despite the desultory conversation and Vera's resentment of the interpolated masculine touch, both host and hostess were satisfied that, although there was only one guest present, the soirée had got off to a good start, that their soirée and all the other soirées were like peas in pod, with the same conversation, tea, and lighted candles. It wasn't long before Boris, an old comrade of Berg's, arrived. There was a tinge of patronizing high-mindedness in his attitude to Berg and Vera. Then came the colonel and his lady, then the general himself, then the Rostovs, by which time the soirée really had become exactly like every other soirée. Berg and Vera could hardly contain their smiles of rapture at the sight of all this traffic in their drawing room, at the blurred murmur of conversation and the rustle of skirts as people curtsied and bowed. Everything was just like everywhere else, especially the general, who complimented them on their rooms, clapped Berg on the shoulder and then took charge in a fatherly way of arranging the table for a game of Boston. The general sat down alongside Count Ilya Rostov, who was next in seniority to himself. The old folk were grouped together, and so were the youngsters, and with the hostess at the tea table, the cakes in their silver basket, the image of the cakes at the Panin soirée, absolutely everything was like everywhere else. Chapter 21. Pierre, as one of the principal guests, had no choice but to sit down and play Boston with the old count, the general and the colonel. In his position at the card table he happened to be sitting across from Natasha, and he was struck by a curious change that had come over her since the day of the ball. She was quiet, and not only was she less pretty than she had been at the ball, she would have looked rather plain but for her air of sweet indifference to everything. "What's wrong with her?" Pierre wondered as he glanced across. She was sitting next to her sister at the tea table, grudgingly responding to Boris at her side without bothering to look at him. After playing out a whole suit and taking 5 tricks, much to his partner's satisfaction, Pierre was distracted by the sound of greetings and someone coming in, but he glanced at her again as he raked in his tricks. What can have happened to her, he said to himself in even greater wonder. Prince Andrei was standing in front of her, talking away with tender solicitude written all over his face. She was looking up at him, red as a beetroot and visibly trying to control her panicky breathing. And suddenly the flaming glow from some inner fire that had been doused until then was newly ablaze in her. She was utterly transformed. From being a plain creature she was once more the beautiful girl she had been at the ball. Prince Andrei came over to Pierre, and Pierre noticed a new, youthful expression in his friend's face too. Pierre changed places several times during the play, sitting sometimes with his back to Natasha and sometimes facing her, and through all 6 rubbers he kept a close watch on her and his friend. There's something very serious going on between those two, thought Pierre, suddenly assailed by a worrying feeling of joy mixed with bitterness that took his mind off the game. At the end of 6 rubbers the general got to his feet, saying there was no point in playing like that, and Pierre was free to roam. Natasha was talking to Sonia and Boris on one side of the room. Vera was saying something to Prince Andrei with a subtle smile on her face. Pierre went over to his friend, asked whether he was intruding on any secrets and sat down beside them. Vera, having noticed Prince Andrei paying close attention to Natasha, felt that at a proper soiree, there really ought to be the odd gentle hint about the emotions, so she waited until Prince Andrei was on his own, struck up a conversation with him, mentioned emotions in general and then brought her sister into it. Dealing with such a clever man as Prince Andrei, which was how she saw him, she felt the need to handle this affair with tact and diplomacy. When Pierre came over and heard them talking he could see that Vera was getting carried away by her own self-confidence while Andrei seemed embarrassed, something that almost never happened to him. "What's your opinion?" Vera was asking with a subtle smile on her face. "Prince, you can see right through people. You can assess someone's character at a glance. What do you think about Natalie? Is she capable of being constant in her attachments? Could she be like other women, she had herself in mind, love somebody once and for all and stay faithful to him forever? That's what I call true love. What do you think, Prince?" "I don't know your sister all that well," answered Prince Andrei with a sardonic smile intended to cover his embarrassment, "so I can't settle a delicate question like that. In any case, I've always noticed that the less attractive a woman is, the more faithful she tends to be," he added, looking round at Pierre as he joined them. "Yes, Prince, you're quite right. In this day and age," Vera persisted, talking of this day and age in the way that persons of limited intelligence generally love to do, all too certain they have discovered and carefully considered what is special about their day and age, and that human characteristics change with the times. In this day and age a girl has so much liberty that the pleasure of receiving a lot of attention often suppresses her true feelings. And it has to be said that Natalie is very vulnerable in that area." This reversion to Natasha made Prince Andrei frown with annoyance. He made as if to get to his feet, but Vera persisted, with even greater subtlety in her smile. "I'm sure no one has received more attention than she has," Vera went on, "but until quite recently she hasn't taken to anyone in particular. Now, you know, Count," she said, turning to Pierre, "not even our dear cousin, Boris, who, between ourselves, was very, very far gone in the land of tender feelings." She was referring to a map of love much in fashion at that time. Prince Andrei scowled, saying nothing. "But you're a friend of Boris's, aren't you?" Vera said to him. "Yes, I do know him." "He must have told you about his childish passion for Natasha." "Oh, was there a childish passion?" asked Prince Andrei with an unexpected rush of blood to his face. "Oh yes. You know how it is, close intimacy between boy and girl cousins sometimes leads to love. Cousins, dangers in dozens. Don't you agree?" "No doubt about it," said Prince Andrei, and then, suddenly stimulated in the most awkward way, he started ribbing Pierre about the need to watch his step with his 50-year-old lady cousins in Moscow, only to get to his feet in mid-joke, seize hold of Pierre's arm and take him to one side. "What's going on?" asked Pierre, who had been watching his friend's strange agitation in some amazement, and had seen him glance across at Natasha as he got up. "Listen, I must talk to you," said Prince Andrei. "You know that pair of women's gloves?" He had in mind the Masonic gloves given to a newly initiated brother for presentation to the woman he loved. No, I'll talk to you later," and with a strange glint in his eyes and a restlessness in his movements, Prince Andrei went over to Natasha and sat down beside her. Pierre watched as Prince Andrei asked her something and she blushed as she replied. But at that moment Berg came over to Pierre, and insisted on his settling a dispute on Spanish affairs that had arisen between the general and the colonel. Berg was pleased and happy. A smile of gratification was never off his face. The soirée was proving a great success, the exact image of all the other soirées he had ever been to. All the details were identical, subtle exchanges between the ladies, the card playing and the general raising his voice as they played, the samovar, the cakes. Only one thing was missing, something he had seen at every soirée and now wished to replicate. There had not yet been any shouting from the gentlemen or an argument about something serious and high-minded. The general had started just such a conversation and Berg now brought Pierre into it. Chapter 22. Next day Prince Andrei went to lunch at the Rostovs, invited by Count Ilya, and spent the whole day there. Everyone in the house could sense who Prince Andrei had really come to see, and he made no attempt to hide his efforts to spend the whole day with Natasha. There was a feeling of dreadful anticipation everywhere, not only in Natasha's inner being, frightened, but happy and excited as she was, but permeating the whole household, as if some portentous event was just about to come to pass. The Countess watched Prince Andrei closely, with an air of great concern and sorrow, whenever he talked to Natasha, and when he turned to look at her she would respond rather coyly, talking of this and that. Sonia was afraid to leave Natasha on her own, and equally afraid of being de trop if she stayed with them. Natasha's face was drained of all color from fear and anticipation if she was left alone with him for a single moment. She was struck by Prince Andrei's diffidence. She could sense that he had something to say to her but couldn't get it out. When Prince Andrei had gone home that night the Countess went over to Natasha and whispered, "Well?" "Mama, for heaven's sake don't ask me anything just now." "It's not something I can talk about," said Natasha. Nevertheless, Natasha lay in her mother's bed for a long time that night, scared and excited, her darting eyes gradually settling into a stare. She told her everything he had said. He had lavished praise on her, talked about going abroad, asked where they were spending the summer, and wanted to know all about Boris. But all this. "Oh, I've never felt like this before," she said. "But I feel so scared when I'm with him. I'm always scared when I'm with him." "What does it mean? Is this the real thing? Is that what it means? Mama, are you asleep?" "No, darling, I'm scared too," answered her mother. "Go on, off you go to bed." "No, I shan't sleep." "Oh, sleep is so stupid." "Mama, darling, I've never felt anything like this before," she said, shocked and panicky at the feelings she recognized in herself. Who'd have thought? Natasha now had the impression she had fallen in love with Prince Andrei the first time she had seen him at Otradnoy. Sudden happiness seemed to have caught her unawares with all its dreadful strangeness. How odd that the man she had chosen there and then, as she now knew for certain, this very man should turn up again, apparently not indifferent to her. It all had to happen. He came to Petersburg just when we were here. And we met, as we had to, at the ball. It was all fate. We're obviously victims of fate. Everything's been leading up to this. That first time, the minute I saw him, I had a special feeling. What was it he said to you? What was all that poetry about? Read it to me, said her mother pensively, casting her mind back to some lines of verse that Prince Andrei had written in Natasha's album. Mama, he's a widower, is there anything wrong in that? Hush, Natasha. Don't forget to say your prayers. Marriages are made in heaven, she said, quoting the French proverb. Mama, darling, oh, I do love you. And I'm so happy, cried Natasha, shedding tears of excitement and happiness, and hugging her mother. At that very moment Prince Andrei was sitting with Pierre, talking about his love for Natasha and his absolute determination to marry her. That evening Countess Helene Bezukov had given a reception attended by the French ambassador, a royal prince who had recently become a very frequent visitor at the countess's, and many brilliant ladies and gentlemen. Pierre had come down and wandered from room to room, unnerving all the guests by looking so tense, gloomy and preoccupied. Ever since the night of the ball Pierre had been aware of an impending bout of nervous depression, and had been trying desperately to struggle against it. Since his wife's involvement with the royal prince Pierre had been unexpectedly made a gentleman of the bedchamber, and from that time he had felt a growing sense of weariness and embarrassment in court society, and his old thoughts about the vanity of all human life began to resurface more and more often. The affection he had recently noticed between his protégée, Natasha, and Prince Andrei had made him feel gloomier still because of the contrast between his position and his friends. He made equal efforts to avoid two lines of thought, his wife, and the relationship between Natasha and Prince Andrei. Once again everything seemed meaningless on the scale of eternity. Once again he faced the question, what's it all about? Day after day, night after night, he forced himself to concentrate on Masonic work, hoping to ward off any evil spirits. Shortly before midnight Pierre had come away from the Countess's apartment and walked upstairs to his low-ceilinged room which reeked of tobacco smoke, where he had put on his tatty old dressing gown and seated himself at the desk to carry on copying out the original transactions of the Scottish Freemasons, when somebody came into the room. It was Prince Andrei. "Oh, it's you," said Pierre, looking distracted and none too pleased. "I'm rather busy, as you can see," he added, pointing to his notebook with the escapist look of a miserable man using work to get away from the trials of life. Prince Andrei strolled in and stopped in front of Pierre with radiant bliss written all over his face, bursting with new life, and he beamed at his friend with the smugness of a happy man, never even noticing the gloomy face before him. "Listen, dear boy," he said, "I tried to tell you yesterday, and I've come to tell you now. I've never felt anything like this. I'm in love, my friend." Pierre suddenly heaved a great sigh and flopped down ponderously onto the sofa next to Prince Andrei. "With Natasha Rostov, I suppose," he said. Yes, who else could it be? I'd never have believed it, but the feeling's too strong for me. Yesterday I went through such torment and agony, but I wouldn't change that agony for anything in the world. I've never lived until now. I can't live without her. But can she love me? I'm too old for her. Well, say something. Me? Say something? Well, what did I tell you, said Pierre, suddenly getting to his feet and beginning to pace up and down the room. It's what I've always thought. That girl's a real treasure. There's something special about her. My dear fellow, don't stop to think about it. Don't hesitate. Just get married, get married, get married. I know you'll be the happiest man on earth. What about her? She loves you. Don't talk rubbish, said Prince Andrei, beaming as he looked Pierre in the face. She does. I know she does, Pierre cried angrily. No, listen, said Prince Andrei, catching him by the arm and stopping him in his tracks. You can see what a state I'm in. I've got to talk to somebody about it. Well, come on then, tell me all about it. I'm only too pleased to listen, said Pierre, and his face changed perceptibly, the furrow of care on his forehead was smoothed away, and he listened with pleasure to what Prince Andrei had to say. His friend was now just what he seemed to be, a new man, utterly changed. Where had his depression gone, his contempt for life, all that disillusionment? Pierre was the only person he could have spoken to so openly, and now he poured forth all that was on his mind. He began by planning his future well ahead with an easy spirit and great resolution, saying he wasn't prepared to sacrifice his own happiness for any silly ideas his father might have, and he would either make his father agree to the marriage and come to like her, or go ahead without his consent. And then he went on to marvel at the feeling that had overwhelmed him, something strange, new, and beyond his control. "I'd never have believed it, if anybody had said I could love like this," said Prince Andrei. "It's nothing like what I felt before. The whole world is split in two for me now, one half is her, and it's all happiness, hope, and light, the other is not her, and it's all misery and darkness." "Darkness and gloom," Pierre repeated. "Oh yes, I know all about that. I can't help loving the light. It's not my fault. And I'm so happy. Do you know what I mean? I know you're pleased for me." "Yes, I am," Pierre agreed, and as he watched his friend, his eyes brimmed with sweet sadness. The brighter Prince Andrei's fate became, the gloomier his own seemed to be. Chapter 23. If Prince Andrei was to marry, he would need his father's consent, so the next day he set off to see him. The old prince received his son's announcement with a show of outward equanimity which masked hidden fury. He couldn't understand how anyone could want to alter his way of living by introducing innovations when his life was drawing to its close. "If they would only let me live my life out in my own way, and then do what they want," the old man said to himself. Dealing with his son, however, he employed the kind of diplomacy that he reserved for special occasions. Adopting a calm tone, he discussed the whole matter. First, the marriage was not a brilliant one in terms of birth, fortune, or social standing. Second, Prince Andrei was not in the first flush of youth, his health was not good, the old man set great store by this, and the girl was very young. Third, there was his son, it would be a pity to entrust him to some slip of a girl. Fourth and last, said the father to his son with a mocking glance, "I appeal to you. Put it all off for a year, go abroad and see to your health, find a German tutor for Prince Nikolai, you've been wanting to do that, and then, if your love, passion, determination, whatever you want to call it, still matters to you, then get married. And that's my last word on the subject, I mean it, my very last word," the old prince concluded, his tone clearly indicating that nothing was going to change his mind. Prince Andrei could see through the old man. He was hoping that either Andrei's feelings or those of his fiancée would fail the test of a year's delay, or that he, the old prince, would be dead by the end of it, and he decided to fall in with his father's wish. He would make a proposal and then postpone the wedding for a year. 3 weeks after his last evening visit to the Rostovs, Prince Andrei returned to Petersburg. After the conversation with her mother, Natasha spent the whole of the next day waiting for Bolkonsky, but he didn't come. A second and a third day came and went, still no visit. Pierre stayed away too, and Natasha, unaware that Prince Andrei had gone off to see his father, didn't know what to make of his absence. 3 weeks went by like this. Natasha refused to go out. She walked the house like a ghost, gloomy and listless, weeping in secret at night, and she stopped going in to see her mother at bedtime. She was continually blushing and very touchy. She had the impression that her disappointment was an open secret and they were all laughing at her and feeling sorry for her. For all the intensity of her personal sorrow, it was hurt pride that made her misery even more painful. One day she came in to see the Countess and started to say something, only to collapse in tears. They were the tears of a child whose feelings have been hurt and it can't see why it is being punished. The Countess did what she could to comfort her daughter. At first Natasha simply listened and listened, but then suddenly she interrupted her mother. "Please don't, Mama. I've stopped thinking about it, I don't want to anymore. Oh, why did he keep coming here and then suddenly stop?" There was a tremor in her voice and she was on the verge of tears, but she recovered her composure and went on to say, "And now I don't want to get married at all. And besides, I'm scared of him. Anyway, now I'm completely relaxed about everything. The day after this conversation, Natasha put on one of her old dresses, one she knew she could rely on to feel good in all morning, and from first thing she resumed her old way of life, which had been abandoned ever since the ball. After morning tea she went out into the big hall, which she particularly liked because of its strong resonance, and did her singing practice, singing scales. When she had finished the first exercise, she stood still in the middle of the hall and repeated one snatch of melody that particularly appealed to her. She listened enraptured, as if for the first time, by the charm of the notes as they swelled out to fill the vast spaces of the great room before slowly dying away, and suddenly she was happy again. Why should I bother about all that? I'm all right as I am, she told herself, and she began walking up and down the room, not putting her feet down straight onto the echoing parquet, but doing a heelanto at each step. She was wearing new shoes that she really liked, and listening as her heels clicked and her toes scraped rhythmically, which was just as nice as listening to the sound of her own voice. She glanced into a large mirror as she passed. Yes, that's me, her expression seemed to say when she caught sight of herself. Very nice too. I don't need anybody else. A footman wanted to come in and clear something away, but she wouldn't let him. She shut the door on him and continued her promenade. This morning she was back at last in her favorite situation, that of loving herself and being her own best admirer. There goes Natasha, such a charming creature, she said, referring to herself once again in the words of some third-person collective male figure. Pretty girl, good voice, young, not doing any harm, just leave her in peace. But, however much people left her in peace now, she couldn't be at peace, and she sensed this immediately. Out in the vestibule the front door opened, someone asked, "Are they at home?" and footsteps could be heard approaching. Natasha was busy admiring herself in the glass, but suddenly she no longer saw herself. She was listening to the sounds coming from the vestibule. When she did see herself again, she looked very pale. It was him. She knew for certain, though his voice was scarcely audible through the closed doors. White-faced and panic-stricken, Natasha flew into the drawing room. "Mama, it's Bolkonsky," she said. "Mama, this is awful, I can't bear it. I don't want all this pain. What shall I do?" The Countess had no time to answer. Prince Andrei strode into the drawing room looking worried and terribly serious. The moment he saw Natasha his face lit up. He kissed the Countess's hand in Natasha's, and seated himself alongside the sofa. "It's some time since we had the pleasure," the Countess began to say, but Prince Andrei cut right across her question with a quick response, obviously anxious to get out what he had come to say. "I haven't been to see you all this time because I have been away seeing my father. I had something very important to discuss with him. I didn't get back till last night," he said, glancing at Natasha. "I must talk to you, Countess," he added, after a moment's silence. The Countess looked down with a heavy sigh. "I am at your disposal," she managed to say. Natasha knew she ought to go, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. There was a strangulated feeling in her throat, and she stood there goggling, staring quite rudely straight at Prince Andrei. "Now? This minute? No, it can't be," she was thinking. He glanced at her again, and that glance told her she was not mistaken. Yes, here and now, this very minute, her fate was being decided. "Run along, Natasha. I'll call you," the Countess whispered. With frightened and imploring eyes Natasha glanced at Prince Andrei and her mother, and left the room. "Countess, I have come to ask you for your daughter's hand," said Prince Andrei. The Countess's face flared red, but at first she said nothing. "Your proposal," the Countess began at last in measured tones. He sat there in silence, watching her face. "Your proposal," she was painfully embarrassed, "is, welcome, and I accept your proposal. I'm glad of it. And my husband. I do hope, but the decision must rest with her. I'll talk to her when I have your consent. Do I have it? Said Prince Andrei. Yes, said the Countess, extending her hand to him, and it was with mixed feelings of remoteness and tenderness that she pressed her lips to his forehead as he bent to kiss her hand. She dearly wanted to love him as a son, but he seemed like an alien spirit, and besides she was afraid of him. I'm sure my husband will consent, said the Countess, but what about your father? I have kept my father informed of my plans, and he gives his consent with the sole proviso that the marriage does not take place for a year. I was going to tell you about that, said Prince Andrei. Well, Natasha is very young, but does it have to be such a long time? There was no other way, said Prince Andrei with a sigh. I'll send her in to you, said the Countess, and she went out of the room. Lord, have mercy on us, she kept repeating as she searched for her daughter. Sonia told her Natasha was in her bedroom. She was sitting on her bed, pale-faced and dry-eyed, gazing at an icon and murmuring something as she crossed herself rapidly. Seeing her mother, she leapt up and flew across to her. What is it, Mama? What is it? Off you go and see him. He's asking for your hand, said the Countess, coldly, it seemed to Natasha. Go on, off you go, her mother murmured with a mixture of sadness and disapproval, and she gave a deep sigh as her daughter ran off. Natasha had no recollection of entering the drawing room. As she came in and caught sight of him, she stopped short. This stranger, has he suddenly become everything to me, she asked herself, and her answer was instantaneous. Yes, he has. He alone is dearer to me now than anything in the world. Prince Andrei looked down as he advanced towards her. I fell in love with you the moment I first saw you. May I hope? He glanced up at her and was struck by the solemn look on her passionate face, a face that seemed to say, why do you ask? What's the point in feeling doubtful when you can't possibly know? What's the point in talking when words can't express your feelings? She came a little nearer, and stopped. He took her hand and kissed it. Do you love me? Yes, said Natasha, with something near to impatience. She gave a deep sigh, then another, then the sighs came faster and faster until she burst into sobs. What is it? Is there anything wrong? Oh, I am so happy, she answered, smiling through her tears. She leant closer, thought for a second, as though wondering whether all this was really happening, and then kissed him. Prince Andrei held her hand and gazed into her eyes, though in his heart he felt no trace of his former love for her. A change had come over his inner being. Gone was the former desire with all its poetry and mysterious charm. Now all he felt was pity for her feminine and childish frailty, dismay at her devotion and willingness to trust, and the hard, sweet taste of duty that must bind him to her forever. This new feeling may have been less glorious and poetical, but it was stronger and more serious than before. Did your mama tell you it cannot happen for a year? Said Prince Andrei, still gazing into her eyes. Is this really me, the slip of a girl that everyone used to call me? Natasha was thinking. Am I really a wife from now on, the equal of this nice, clever man that I hardly know, someone that even my father looks up to? Is it really true? Is it really true that now I can't go on treating life like a joke, that now I'm a grown-up woman, now I'm fully responsible for every word and every action? What did he ask me? No, she answered, without having understood his question. Please forgive me, said Prince Andrei, but you're so young, and I've had so much experience. I'm afraid for you. You don't know yourself yet. Natasha concentrated hard on what he was saying, but she couldn't get the meaning of his words. Hard as that year will be for me, delaying my happiness, continued Prince Andrei, you will use that time to make sure you know your own mind. I am asking you to make me a happy man in a year's time, but you are free, we shall keep our engagement secret, and if you were to find out you don't really love me, or if you fell in love with, said Prince Andrei with a forced smile. Why are you saying all this? Natasha interrupted. You know I've loved you since the day you first came to Otradnoy, she said, certain she was telling the truth. In a year you'll learn all about yourself. A whole year. Natasha burst out, realizing for the first time that the wedding was to be delayed for a year. But why wait a year? Why wait a year? Prince Andrei began to explain the reasons for the delay. Natasha wasn't listening. Is there no other way? She asked. Prince Andrei said nothing in reply, but the impossibility of changing this decision was written on his face. Oh, that's awful. It's absolutely awful. Natasha cried suddenly, breaking into sobs again. I'll die if I have to wait a year. It's impossible. It's awful. She glanced at the face of her husband-to-be and saw his look of bewilderment and deep sympathy. No, it's all right, I'll do anything, she said, suddenly in control of her tears. I'm so happy. Her father and mother came in and gave the engaged couple their blessing. From that day on, Prince Andrei visited the Rostovs as Natasha's fiancé. Chapter 24. There were no betrothal celebrations, and no announcement was made of Natasha's engagement to Bolkonsky. Prince Andrei insisted on that. He said that since he was responsible for postponing the wedding, he ought to bear the whole burden of it. He said that although he was bound forever by his word, he did not want to bind Natasha, and he wanted her to feel completely free. If in 6 months' time she felt she didn't love him, she would have a perfect right to refuse him. Naturally enough, neither Natasha nor her parents would hear a word of this, but Prince Andrei was adamant. He came to their house every day, but he didn't behave like a fiancé. He addressed her formally and kissed her only on the hand. Since the day of his proposal, the relationship between Prince Andrei and Natasha had changed completely into a new kind of uncomplicated closeness. It was as if they had not known each other before. Both of them loved to recall how they had treated one another when there was nothing between them. Now they both felt like utterly different creatures, no longer awkward and affected, but simple and sincere. At first, Prince Andrei had been the cause of some embarrassment within the family. He had seemed like a man from another world, and Natasha worked hard at bringing them all round to him, declaring with no little pride that his unusual manner was all show. He was just like everybody else deep down. She wasn't scared of him and nobody else need be. It took only a few days for the rest of the family to get used to seeing him. Any awkwardness soon disappeared and they went back to their old way of living, with him now accommodated to it. He could talk to the Count about estate management, to the Countess and Natasha about clothes, and to Sonia about albums and embroidery. There were times when the Rostovs, both privately and in front of Prince Andrei, expressed amazement at the way things had turned out, and how clear the omens had all been. Prince Andrei's coming to Otradnoy and their coming to Petersburg, the resemblance between Natasha and Prince Andrei that the old nurse had spotted during his first visit, the encounter between Andrei and Nikolai in 1805, and many other auguries, noted by various family members, foreshadowing what was to come. The house now had a special poetic atmosphere, the unchanging stillness that always goes with the presence of an engaged couple. They often sat together in a group without anyone talking. And if some of them got up and walked away, leaving them alone together, sometimes the engaged couple still sat there in silence. It wasn't often that they spoke of their future life together. Prince Andrei was too scared and embarrassed to talk about it. Natasha shared this feeling, as she shared all his feelings, being very good at guessing them. On one occasion, Natasha began asking questions about his son. Prince Andrei colored up, as he often did at that time, which greatly endeared him to Natasha, and said that his son wasn't going to live with them. Why not? Said Natasha, somewhat taken aback. Oh, I can't take him away from his grandfather, and anyway. Oh, I would have loved him so much, said Natasha, quickly catching on to his line of thought, but I can see you don't want either of us to be blamed for anything. The old count sometimes came to Prince Andrei, kissed him and asked his advice about Petya's education or Nikolai's career. The old countess sighed as she watched them. Sonia was afraid at every end and turn of being de trop, and was always trying to find excuses for leaving them alone, even when it wasn't necessary. When Prince Andrei got going on a story, he was a splendid raconteur. Natasha listened to him with pride. When she was talking, she noted with a mixture of joy and dread that he was watching her with close attention and a searching stare. She kept asking herself in some bewilderment, "What does he see in me? What does he want when he stares like that? What if I haven't got what he's looking for?" Sometimes she slipped into one of her moods of happy abandon, and then she really loved to watch and hear Prince Andrei laughing at her. He seldom laughed, but when he did so with complete abandon, and she always felt closer to him when he had been laughing like that. Natasha's happiness would have been complete but for the dreadful thought of their impending separation, which was looming ever closer. On the eve of his departure from Petersburg, Prince Andrei brought Pierre along too. He hadn't been to the Rostovs since the day of the ball. Pierre seemed absent-minded and embarrassed. He spent much of the time talking to the countess. Natasha sat down at a little chess table with Sonia, and invited Prince Andrei to join them. He came over. "You've known Bazukov quite some time, haven't you?" he asked. "Do you like him?" "Yes, he's very nice, but very odd." And she began doing what everyone always did when speaking of Pierre, telling stories about his absent-mindedness, stories that were largely fictional. "I've told him our secret, you know," said Prince Andrei. "We've known each other since we were boys. He has a heart of gold. Please, Natalie," he said, suddenly turning serious. "I'm going away. Anything could happen. You might fall out of..." "Oh, I know I ought not to talk like that. But listen, if anything happens to you while I'm away..." "What could happen?" "If you get into any kind of trouble," Prince Andrei persisted. "Please, Mademoiselle Sophie, if anything happens, anything at all, go to him and nobody else for advice and help. I know he's terribly absent-minded and odd, but his heart's in the right place." None of them, father, mother, Sonia, not even Prince Andrei, could have foreseen the effect the separation would have on Natasha. She wandered the house all day long, red in the face, dry-eyed but wildly excited, fussing over little details as if she had no concept of what was about to descend on her. She didn't weep even when he kissed her hand for the last time and took his leave. "Please don't go," was all she could manage, in a voice that made him wonder whether he ought not to stay after all, a voice he would long remember. When he had gone, she still didn't weep. She just sat in her room for days on end without crying, totally apathetic, saying nothing more than the occasional, "Oh, why did he go?" But then, 2 weeks after his departure, she amazed everyone around by just as suddenly recovering from her low morale and becoming her old self again, but with a change in her moral physiognomy much like the new look on a child's face at the end of a long illness. Chapter 25. Over the last year, following his son's departure, old Prince Nikolai Bolkonsky's health and temper had got worse. He was now more irritable than ever, and it was generally Princess Maria who had to take the full fury of his unreasonable tantrums. He seemed determined to seek out all her vulnerable points and make her suffer the cruelest possible mental torment. Princess Maria had two passions and therefore two sources of pleasure, her nephew, little Nikolai, and religion, and both of these were favorite targets for the old prince's attacks and taunts. Whatever the topic of conversation, he would bring the subject round to superstitious old maids or children who were pampered and spoilt. "You want to turn him, Nikolai, into another old maid like yourself. You won't get away with it. Prince Andrei wants a son, not an old maid," he would say. Or he would turn to Mademoiselle Bourienne when Princess Maria was with them and ask whether she liked our village priests and holy icons, subjects he always found so amusing. He never stopped peppering Princess Maria with wounding remarks, but his daughter forgave him always and effortlessly. How could he be at fault, her own father, who, as she knew full well, loved her in spite of everything? How could he be considered unjust? What is justice anyway? Princess Maria never gave a thought to such a grand word as justice. All the complex laws of humanity came together for her in one clear and simple law, the law of love and self-sacrifice, laid down by him who suffered in his love for all humanity, though he was himself truly God. Other people's justice or injustice, was that any concern of hers? Hers was to suffer and to love, and that she did. That winter Prince Andrei had come back to Bald Hills full of high spirits, gentle and affectionate, the kind of brother Princess Maria had not known for many years. She had strongly suspected that something must have happened to him, but he had said nothing to his sister about falling in love. Before leaving, Prince Andrei had had a long conversation with his father, and Princess Maria noticed that they were unhappy with each other when the time came to part. Soon after Prince Andrei had gone, Princess Maria wrote a letter from Bald Hills to her friend in Petersburg, Julie Karagin. Princess Maria still dreamt, as girls do, of seeing Julie married to her brother. She was currently mourning the loss of a brother killed in Turkey. 6. Sorrow seems to be our common lot, my dear, lovely friend Julie. Your loss is so awful that I can explain it to myself only as a special act of providence by God, who, in all his love for you, wishes to put you and your most excellent mother to the test. Oh, my dear, religion, and religion alone can, if not comfort us, at least save us from despair. Only religion can make clear to us what man cannot comprehend without its aid, why and for what purpose good and noble beings capable of happiness, doing no harm to others, indeed essential for the happiness of other people, are called away to God, while wicked, useless and dangerous people are left among the living, a burden to themselves and everyone else. The first death I ever saw, which I shall never forget, the death of my dear little sister-in-law, left me with the same impression. You wonder why your noble brother was fated to die, like you I wondered why Liza had to die, an angel who had never done the slightest harm to anyone, and never had anything but kind thoughts in her heart. But do you know what, my dear friend? 5 years have gone by, and even I, with my inferior intellect, am just beginning to understand clearly why it was necessary for her to die, and how that death was but an expression of the infinite goodness of the Creator, whose every action, though for the most part passing all understanding, is but a manifestation of his infinite love for his creation. Perhaps, I often think, she was too angelic, too innocent to have enough strength to perform all the duties of a mother. As a young wife, she was beyond reproach, perhaps she could not have been so in motherhood. As things stand, beyond all the pure memories and regrets she has left us, and particularly Prince Andrei, in the other world she will in all probability attain a place which I myself dare not hope for. But over and above her loss, that early and terrible death has actually come as a powerful blessing for me and my brother, in spite of all our grief. When it happened, at the moment of our loss, I could never have entertained thoughts like these. At that time I should have been horrified and dismissed them, but now it all seems so clear and certain. I write all this to you, my dear friend, simply to persuade you of a gospel truth which has become a rule of living for me: not a hair of our head shall fall without his will. And his will is governed only by his infinite love for us, and so it is that whatever comes to pass, all is for our good. You ask whether we shall spend next winter in Moscow. For all my desire to see you, I don't expect we shall, and I don't want to do so. And you may be surprised to hear that the reason for this is Bonaparte. Let me explain. My father's health is noticeably declining. He cannot stand being contradicted and he's always so irritable. This irritability is, as you know, mostly directed towards politics. He cannot stand the idea of Bonaparte hobnobbing on equal terms with all the sovereigns of Europe, especially our own, the grandson of the great Catherine. As you know, I haven't the slightest interest in politics, but from my father and his conversations with Mikhail Ivanovich, I do get to know what is going on in the world, and in particular I keep hearing about all the honors bestowed on Bonaparte. Bald Hills seems to be the only place on the globe where he is not recognized as a great man, let alone Emperor of France. This is what my father cannot put up with. He seems very reluctant to talk about going to Moscow, and I have the feeling this is mainly due to his political views and the likelihood of him rubbing people up the wrong way, what with his general attitude and his habit of speaking his mind and not making any allowances for anybody. Whatever he gained from medical treatment in Moscow he would lose from arguing about Bonaparte, which would be inevitable. Anyway, it will all be settled soon. Family life goes on in the same old way, except for my brother Andrei being away. As I wrote to you before, he has changed a lot recently. It is only now, this year, that he seems to have got over his grief at long last. He is just as I remember him when he was a boy, nice and kind, and more good-hearted than anyone I know. He seems to realize that his life is not over yet. But, despite the improvement in his morale, he has become very weak physically. He has kept on losing weight and he's more edgy than he used to be. I worry about him, and I'm so glad he is taking this foreign tour, which the doctors have been prescribing for ages. I hope he'll come back cured. You write to me that all Petersburg considers him one of the most capable, cultivated and intelligent young men. Forgive my family pride, this is something I have never doubted. The good that he has done here, to his peasants, the local nobility, everyone, is incalculable. When he arrived in Petersburg he simply got what he deserved. I'm amazed at the way rumors find their way from Petersburg to Moscow, especially groundless ones like the story you mentioned about my brother supposedly marrying the little Rostov girl. I don't think Andrei will ever marry anyone, and certainly not her. I'll tell you why. Firstly, I know that though he seldom speaks of his late wife, his sadness at her loss has penetrated his heart too deeply for him ever to consider arranging for a successor, and a stepmother for our little angel. And secondly, because, as far as I can tell, that girl is not the sort of woman who would appeal to Prince Andrei. I don't think Andrei can have chosen her to be his wife, and I must admit that I hope not. But I've rambled on too long. Here I am finishing the second sheet. Goodbye for now, my dear friend. God Almighty take you to his holy bosom. My dear companion, Mademoiselle Bourrienne, sends her love. Marie. Chapter 26. In the middle of the summer, Princess Maria was surprised to receive a letter from Prince Andrei in Switzerland with some strange and unexpected news. He informed his sister of his engagement to Natasha Rostov. His whole letter was suffused with ecstatic love for his fiancée, as well as tender and confiding affection for his sister. He wrote that he had never been in love like this before, and now at last he had a clear idea of what life meant. He asked her to forgive him for having kept quiet about his plans during his last visit to Bald Hills, though he had mentioned them to his father. He had said nothing because he knew she might go and persuade her father to give his consent, only to fail in the attempt, irritate her father and bring down on herself all the weight of his displeasure. Besides, he wrote, things were not definitely settled then, and now they are. At that time our father insisted on a year's postponement, and now half of it, 6 months, have passed, and I remain firmer than ever in my resolution. If it weren't for the doctors insisting I stay here and take the waters I should be back in Russia by now, but, as things stand, I must delay my return for another 3 months. You know me, and how things are with father. I don't need anything from him. I've always been independent, and I always shall be, but to go against his will, to incur his anger when perhaps he won't be with us much longer, would cut my happiness in half. I am writing to him now. Please choose the right moment, give him my letter, and let me know how he feels. Is there any hope of his agreeing to shorten the period by 3 months? After much hesitation, many misgivings and endless prayers, Princess Maria handed the letter to her father. The following day the old prince said to her calmly, "Write and tell your brother to wait till I'm dead. He won't have long to wait. I'll soon set him free." The princess made as if to protest, but her father would have none of it, and he ranted on louder and louder. "Go on, get yourself married, darling boy. Splendid family. clever people, eh? Plenty of money, eh? Oh yes, a nice little stepmother for Nikolai. Tell him not to wait, get married tomorrow. She'll be a stepmother for our little Nikolai, and I'll marry the little Borean girl. He, can't have him doing without his own stepmother. Just one thing, no womenfolk around this house from now on. Let him get married and go and live on his own. Why don't you go and live with him? He turned to Princess Maria. Good luck to you. It's a cold world out there, a very cold world. After this outburst, the prince never returned to the subject. But all his pent-up fury at his son's lack of spirit vented itself in the way he treated his daughter. To his former pretexts for taunting her he now added another one, snide remarks about stepmothers and being ever so nice to Mademoiselle Borean. Why shouldn't I marry her, he would say to his daughter. She'd make a splendid princess. And as the days went by, much to her surprise and bewilderment, Princess Maria began to notice that her father really was beginning to associate more and more with the French girl. Princess Maria wrote to Prince Andrei and described their father's reaction to the letter, but she consoled her brother with the hope that she might be able to bring him round. Little Nikolai and his education, her brother Andrei and religion, these were Princess Maria's pleasures and consolations. But apart from them, since everybody has to have personal hopes, Princess Maria fostered, in the secret depths of her inner being, a private dream and a hidden hope from which she drew what consolation there was in her life. The consoling dream and hope came to her from her servants of God, the holy fools and pilgrims who visited her behind the prince's back. The longer Princess Maria lived, the more she observed life and experienced it, the more she marveled at the short-sightedness of people who seek pleasure and happiness here on earth, toiling away, suffering and struggling, and doing so much harm to each other in pursuit of an impossible will-o'-the-wisp of happiness and iniquity. Prince Andrei had loved a wife and she had died, but that wasn't enough for him. He now wanted to bind his happiness to another woman. Her father was against it because he wanted a more distinguished or a wealthier match for Andrei. And all of them were struggling and suffering, tormenting themselves and tainting their souls, their eternal souls, to find themselves blessings that were only ephemeral. We are all well aware of this, but in any case Jesus Christ, the Son of God, came down to earth and told us that this life is but for a moment, it is a trial, yet we still cling to it and think to find happiness in it. Why can't people see this? Princess Maria wondered. Well, some people can, those despised servants of God, who come to me up the back stairs with bags on their backs, scared of being seen by the prince, not because they're worried about persecution, but from fear of leading him into sin. To leave hearth and home, to renounce all thoughts of worldly blessings, and to wander the world, with nothing to cling to, in sackcloth and tatters, with a new name, doing no harm, but praying for people, praying equally for those who persecute and those who give succor. There is no truth and no life higher than this truth and this life. There was one pilgrim by the name of Theodosia, a quiet little woman of 50, with a pockmarked face, who had been wandering the world for over 30 years barefoot and wearing heavy chains. Princess Maria was particularly fond of her. One evening when they were sitting together in a dark room lit only by an icon lamp, Theodosia told her life story. Princess Maria felt such a strong intuition that Theodosia was the one person who had found the right path in life that she decided she ought to go on a pilgrimage herself. When Theodosia had gone to bed, Princess Maria thought things over well into the night and eventually came to the conclusion that, however strange it might look, she must go on a pilgrimage. She confided her intention to no one but a monk, Father Akinfi, and he gave her project his blessing. On the pretext of buying presents for pilgrim women, Princess Maria built up the complete outfit of a pilgrim, a rough smock, shoes of plaited bark, a kaftan, and a black scarf. She would often go over to the secret chest where these things were hidden and hover there, undecided whether the time might not have come to carry out her plan. Often as she listened to the pilgrim women's stories, she was so transported by their simple sayings, mechanical phrases to them, but powerful profundities to her ears, that she was more than once tempted, ready to drop everything and run away from home. She could imagine herself alongside Theodosia, dressed in a rough smock, setting out on her pilgrimage with scrip and staff, trudging the dusty road, free from envy, free from earthly love, free from every desire, proceeding from one saint to another, and arriving at last where there is neither sorrow nor sighing, but everlasting joy and happiness. I shall come to a place and pray, but before I can grow used to it and love it, I shall move on. And I shall walk on till my legs give way under me, then shall I lie down and die, and come at last to that eternal haven of peace and quiet, where there is neither sorrow nor sighing, thought Princess Maria. But at the first sight of her father, and especially little Nikolai, she would falter, shed a few silent tears and feel like a woman of sin. Did she not love her father and her nephew more than God? Part 4. Chapter 1. According to biblical tradition, the absence of work, idleness, was a condition of the first man's state of blessedness before the fall. The love of idleness has been preserved in fallen man, but now a heavy curse lies upon him, not only because we have to earn our bread by the sweat of our brow, but also because our sense of morality will not allow us to be both idle and at ease. Whenever we are idle, a secret voice keeps telling us to feel guilty. If man could discover a state in which he could be idle and still feel useful and on the path of duty, he would have regained one aspect of that primitive state of blessedness. And there is one such state of enforced and irreproachable idleness enjoyed by an entire class of men, the military class. It is this state of enforced and irreproachable idleness that forms the chief attraction of military service, and it always will. Nikolai Rostov had been enjoying this blessed state to the full as he served on, after the year 1807, in the Pavlograd regiment, now commanding the squadron that had been Denisov's. Rostov had become a bluff, personable young man, likely to have been considered rather a bad egg by his old Moscow acquaintances, though he was loved and respected by his present comrades, subordinates and superiors, and he was enjoying life. But latterly, in the year 1809, he had begun to receive more and more letters from home full of complaints from his mother that things were going from bad to worse, and it was high time he came home to bring a little cheer and comfort to his old parents. Reading these letters, Nikolai felt dismayed that anyone should want to extricate him from the environment in which he was living so quietly and comfortably, cut off from all the complexities of existence. He felt that sooner or later he might have to plunge back into that maelstrom of life, with all sorts of things going wrong and having to be put right, stewards' accounts, quarrels and intrigues, ties, society, to say nothing of Sonia's love and the promise he had made to her. It all seemed so terribly difficult and complicated that he took to answering his mother with frigid letters in very formal French, beginning "My dear Mama," and ending "Your obedient son," avoiding all mention of a time when he might return home. One letter in 1810 informed him of Natasha's engagement to Bolkonsky, and the year-long postponement of their wedding because the old prince wouldn't give his consent. This letter left Nikolai feeling worried and offended. For one thing, he would be sorry to lose Natasha from the household, because he cared for her more than anyone else in the family. Secondly, with his hussar's way of looking at things, he regretted not having been there when all this had been going on. He'd have shown this Bolkonsky that linking up with him wasn't all that much of an honor, and if he really loved Natasha he would get married without his crazy old father's consent. For a moment he wondered whether to ask for leave, to see Natasha and find out how she was coping with her engagement, but they had maneuvers coming up, and there was this business with Sonia, and everything was so complicated that he put it off again. But in the spring of that year he got another letter from his mother, written without his father's knowledge, and this was what decided him. She told him if he didn't come home and take charge, their whole estate would have to go under the hammer and they would be out on the street. The Count was so weak, and he trusted Matenka too much, and he was such a nice man that everyone took advantage of him, and things were going from bad to worse. "I beg you in the name of God, please come home immediately, if you don't want me and all the family to be left utterly miserable," wrote the Countess. That letter deeply affected Nikolai. He had an ordinary man's common sense, and this told him what he simply had to do. He had to retire from the army, or at least to go home on leave. He had no real idea of why he had to go, but straight after his lunchtime nap he ordered his horse to be saddled, a grey by the name of Mars, a brute of a stallion that he hadn't ridden for ages. He galloped off, and when he returned, with the horse in a lather, he told Lavrushka, Denisov's old valet who had stayed on with him, and the comrades who dropped in that evening, that he had applied for leave and was on his way home. It all seemed so difficult, strange, quite unimaginable. He was going away without hearing from the staff about the only things that really mattered to him. Was he being made up to captain or getting the Order of Saint Anne for the last maneuvers? He was going away without clinching the sale of his 3 roans to the Polish count. Galachowski, after all that haggling, with Rostov placing a side bet that he would get 2,000 for them, the ball would go ahead without him, the ball given by the hussars in honor of their favorite Polish belle, Madame Przezdziecka, one in the eye for the Ulan, who had given a ball for their favorite belle, Madame Borzazowska, but despite all this he simply knew he had to leave this lovely, clear-cut world for one that was nothing but messy nonsense. A week later his leave came through. His comrades, not only from the regiment, but from the whole brigade, gave Rostov a subscription dinner at 15 rubles a head. There were 2 bands playing and 2 choruses singing. Rostov danced the trepak with Major Basov. The drunken officers tossed him in the air, hugged him and dropped him on the floor, followed by the men of the 3rd Squadron, who tossed him up again with a great hurrah. Then they put him in his sledge and went with him as far as the first post station. During the first half of the journey, from Kremenchuk to Kiev, Rostov spent the whole time thinking back, as always happens on these occasions, to what he had left behind, in his case, to the squadron. But once he had jolted his bumpy way past the halfway point, he stopped thinking about his 3 roans, his quartermaster and Panna Borzazowska, and started to wonder rather anxiously how he would find things at Otradnoy. The nearer he got, the more intensely, much more intensely, his thoughts turned to home, as if inner feelings were also subject to the law of gravitation, varying in inverse proportion to the square of the distance. At the last station before Otradnoy he gave the sledge driver a 3-ruble tip, and soon he was racing up the steps of his home, all out of breath like a little boy. After the excitement of the first meeting, and the odd feeling of being let down by expectations, everything's the same. Why was I in such a hurry to get here? Nikolai began to settle down and get used to the old way of living at home. His father and mother were just the same, though they had aged a little. The only thing new about them was a certain uneasiness and the occasional disagreement that hadn't been there before, deriving, as he was soon to learn, from the awful state of their affairs. Sonia was now nearly 20. She would grow no prettier than this. There was no more promise to be fulfilled, though what she had was quite enough. She had blossomed with love and happiness the moment Nikolai had come home, and this young girl's faithful, unshakable love for him gladdened his heart. It was Petya and Natasha who surprised Nikolai most of all. Petya had grown into a tall, handsome boy of 13, full of happy fun, and his voice was breaking. Nikolai marveled at Natasha for quite some time, and gave a laugh as he looked at her. "My, how you've changed," he told her. "What do you mean changed? Am I uglier?" "No, just the opposite. But there's a kind of dignity. A real princess," he whispered to her. "Yes, yes, yes," cried Natasha gleefully. Natasha ran through the story of her romantic attachment to Prince Andrei, and his visit to Otradnoy, and she produced his last letter. "Well, aren't you pleased?" asked Natasha. "I feel so calm and happy now." "Yes," answered Nikolai. "He's a splendid man. Are you very much in love with him?" "What can I say?" answered Natasha. "I've been in love with Boris, my teacher, and Denisov, but this is completely different. I feel calm, settled. I know there's no better man in all the world, and so I feel calm and contented. It's completely different." Nikolai expressed his dissatisfaction at the marriage being delayed for a year, but Natasha turned on him in exasperation, arguing that this was the only possible way. It would have been awful to enter a family against the father's will, and anyway it was what she wanted herself. "You just don't understand," she kept saying. Nikolai hesitated, and then said he agreed with her. her brother often wondered as he watched her. She just didn't seem like a young girl in love who was separated from her fiancé. She was calm, composed and as cheerful as ever, which didn't seem right to Nikolai, and he became very doubtful about her engagement to Bolkonsky. He couldn't bring himself to believe that her fate was sealed, especially without ever seeing her with Prince Andrei. He couldn't get it out of his head that there was something wrong with this proposed marriage. What's this delay all about? Why was there no announcement, he thought. In the course of a conversation with his mother about his sister, he discovered to his surprise, and somewhat to his satisfaction, that deep down his mother sometimes had her own doubts about the marriage. "Look what he says," she said, showing her son a letter from Prince Andrei with that hidden resentment that mothers always feel towards their daughter's future married happiness. "He says he can't come before December. What could possibly keep him? Illness, I suppose. He's not very well. Don't mention this to Natasha. And don't be surprised if she's all bright and cheerful. It's just that she's playing out the last days of her girlhood, and I know how she reacts when she gets letters from him. Oh well, God willing, everything will turn out all right." She ended as she always did by saying, "He's a splendid man." Chapter 2. For some time after his arrival, Nikolai was in a serious frame of mind bordering on depression. He was worrying about the impending need to tackle the ridiculous business affairs that had caused his mother to send for him. Then on the third day, in order to get this burden off his shoulders as soon as possible, he stormed off, scowling and saying nothing to Natasha when she asked where he was going, went straight to Matenka's lodge and demanded a full account of everything. What was meant by a full account of everything Nikolai knew even less than the cowering, bewildered Matenka. Neither the conversation nor Matenka's run through the accounts lasted any length of time. The village elder, the peasant spokesman and the village clerk were waiting outside in the entrance hall, and they heard all that was going on with a mixture of horror and pleasure. First the rising bellow and thunder of the young count's voice, louder and louder, higher and higher, terrible words pouring out one after another. "You thief! Ungrateful swine! I'll thrash you like a dog! You've got me to deal with now! Swindling pig!" Then, with undiminished horror and pleasure, these people watched as the young count, purple with rage, his eyes bloodshot, dragged Matenka out by the scruff of his neck, kneeing him and punctuating his own words with expert kicks up the steward's backside, and yelled, "Get out of here! Get out and don't come back, you vile crook!" Matenka flew headlong down the half-dozen steps and shot off into the shrubbery. This shrubbery was well known as a haven for all the delinquents of Otradnoy. Many a time Matenka himself had come back from town roaring drunk and gone to ground in the shrubbery, and various denizens of Otradnoy anxious to keep clear of Matenka had become familiar with its protective powers. Matenka's wife and sisters-in-law peeped out in great alarm, scanning the passage from the doorway of their room, where a bright samovar was simmering away and the steward's high bedstead stood out with its patchwork quilt. The young count ignored them as he strode past with firm steps, breathing deeply, and disappeared into the house. Word of what had happened in the lodge reached the countess immediately through her maids. She was consoled by the thought that things were bound to improve from now on, though on the other hand she was worried about her son and how these events might affect him. Once or twice she tiptoed over to his door and listened. He sat within, smoking one pipe after another. The next day the old count took his son to one side and said with a diffident smile, "Listen, my dear boy, I think you may have gone a bit too far. Matenka's told me the whole story." "I knew it," thought Nikolai. "I knew I'd never get to grips with anything in this crazy world." "You lost your temper because he didn't enter those 700 rubles in the book. But you see they were carried forward, and you never looked at the next page. Papa, he's a thief and a swindler. That much I do know. And I've done what I've done. But if you prefer it that way, I won't talk to him again." "Oh no, dear boy." The old count was embarrassed now. He was well aware that he had mismanaged his wife's estate and not done right by his children, but he hadn't the first idea how to make up for it all. No, please. Do go into everything. I'm an old man. No, Papa, I'm sorry if I've upset you. You know more than I do. Damn the lot of them, these peasants, and money problems and everything being carried forward, he thought. Years ago I could add up with the best of them in a card school, but carrying things forward is beyond me, he told himself, and from that time on he kept out of the business side of the family. But one day the Countess called her son in and told him she still held an IOU from Anna Mikhailovna for 2,000 rubles, and she asked Nikolai what he thought should be done with it. Well, answered Nikolai, you say it's my decision. I don't like Anna Mikhailovna, and I don't like Boris, but they were friends of ours, and they were poor. So that's what I'd do, and he tore the note into pieces, which made the Countess sob with tears of joy. After this, the young Rostov put all forms of business to one side and devoted himself with enormous enthusiasm to what was for him a new occupation, hunting, which the old Count's estate catered for in the grand manner. Chapter 3. The first signs of winter were in the air now, with morning frosts hardening the earth after its soaking by the autumn rain. The grass had gone tussocky and it stood out in splashes of bright green against patches of brown winter rye trodden down by the cattle, pale yellow corn stubble and reddish strips of buckwheat. The uplands and copses, which at the end of August had still been green islands among the black fields and stubble, had turned into golden and crimson islands in a sea of bright green early winter crops. The hares had half grown their winter coats, the fox cubs were beginning to leave the den, and the young wolves had grown bigger than dogs. This was the best time of the year for hunting. Rostov, suddenly the keenest of country sportsmen, could see that his hounds were not quite hunting fit and their pads were still tender, so when the hunters met they decided to rest the dogs for 3 days and then go out on a grand hunt on the 16th of September, starting at the oak grove, where there was an unhunted litter of wolves. This was how things stood on the 14th of September. All that day the hounds were kept in. There had been a sharp frost, but by evening the sky had clouded over and it had begun to thaw. On the morning of the 15th of September young Rostov stood at the window in his dressing gown and gazed out on a morning that was perfect for hunting. There wasn't a breath of wind and the sky looked as if it was melting and dissolving into the ground. The only movement detectable in the air was the gentle descent of microscopic beads of moisture in a misty drizzle. Out in the garden bare branches were hung with limpid droplets dripping down onto newly fallen leaves. The kitchen garden soil gleamed black and wet like the heart of a poppy, and only a few feet away it melted into the damp shroud of gray mist. Nikolai went out onto the wet, muddy porch. There was a smell of dogs and rotting leaves. Milka, a stocky black and white bitch, lay there watching with her wide, bulbous black eyes, and when she caught sight of her master she got up, stretched back, lay down again like a hare and then suddenly jumped up to lick him on the nose and mustache. Another dog, a borzoi, suddenly spotted his master from the garden path, arched his back and shot up the steps, wagging his tail and rubbing up against Nikolai's legs. There was a shout, halloo. It was the inimitable hunting call that somehow combines deep bass with reedy tenor. And round the corner came the head huntsman and whipper-in, Danilo, all grizzled and wrinkled, with his hair cut straight across his forehead Ukrainian style. He was holding a curved hunting crop, and he had the air of aloofness and total scorn that you only see in huntsmen. He greeted his master by raising his Circassian cap while treating him to a look of great disdain. Such scorn was not meant to offend his master. Nikolai knew full well that this Danilo, for all his air of superiority and all-round contempt, belonged to him, man and huntsman. "Oh, it's you, Danilo," said Nikolai rather shyly, sensing as he took in the splendid hunting weather, the dogs and the huntsman that he was being carried away by the kind of irresistible surge of pleasure that makes you forget all your previous intentions, like a lover with his mistress. "What shall we do, sir?" The bass voice, hoarse from hallooing, rang out like an archdeacon's, and a pair of furtive black eyes glinted at the silent young master, two eyes that seemed to say, "You can't resist this, can you? Nice day for it, eh? Go for a gallop?" "Spot of hunting," said Nikolai, scratching Milka behind the ears. Danilo said nothing, but both his eyes were winking. "I sent Varka out first thing to listen," came his bass voice after a moment's silence. "According to what he says, she's moved M on to Otradnoy land." Heard M howling. "She's moved M on" meant that the she-wolf they both knew about had brought her cubs into the Otradnoy copse, a little plantation not much more than a mile away. "Are we off then?" said Nikolai. "Come on in, and bring Varka. If that's what you want, sir. Hold back on the feeding." "Yes, sir." 5 minutes later Danilo and Varka were standing in Nikolai's big study. Although Danilo was not a big man, seeing him in any room was rather like seeing a horse or bear standing on the floor amongst the furniture and bits and pieces of human life. Danilo was conscious of this himself, and as usual he stood by the door and tried to speak as softly as he could and avoid all movement for fear of doing any damage in the master's apartment. He did his utmost to get everything said as fast as he could so as to escape into the open air, to get out from under a ceiling and find himself back under the sky. After asking all his questions and getting Danilo to concede that the dogs were fit, Danilo himself was dying to go hunting. Nikolai told them to saddle the horses. But then, just as Danilo was about to go, in tripped Natasha, not properly dressed, with her hair undone and covered with a big scarf belonging to her old nurse. Petya ran in with her. "Are you going out hunting?" said Natasha. "I knew you were. Sonia said you wouldn't go. I knew you'd never be able to resist it on a day like this." "Yes, we are," Nikolai answered reluctantly. Today he wanted to enjoy some serious hunting and he didn't want to take Natasha and Petya. "We are, but it's only a bit of wolf hunting. You'd be bored." "You know that's what I like best," said Natasha. "You're awful, going off on your own, getting the horses saddled and not telling us." "The Russians come and none shall bar the way," declaimed Petya. "Off we go." "But you can't." "Mama said you mustn't," said Nikolai to Natasha. "Oh yes I am. I've simply got to," said Natasha, brooking no resistance. "Danilo, saddle some horses for us, and tell Mikhailo to hunt with my pack," she said to the huntsman. Simply to be there in the room was a dreadful ordeal for Danilo, but for him to have any dealings with a young lady was beyond all bounds. He looked down at the floor and scuttled away as if all of this had nothing to do with him, desperately anxious to avoid inflicting any damage on the young lady. Chapter 4. The old count, who had always maintained a magnificent hunt, had by now handed the whole thing over to his son, but on that day, the 15th of September, he was in a buoyant mood and he decided to ride out with them. Within the hour the whole hunt was assembled in front of the porch. Natasha and Petya wanted to say something to Nikolai, but he brushed past them looking serious and solemn, as if to indicate that this was no time for fooling around. He scanned the hunt from side to side, sent a pack of hounds and huntsmen on ahead to go the long way round, got on his chestnut dawn horse, and whistling up his own leash of borzois he set off across the threshing ground and into a field leading towards the Otradnoy wood. The old count's horse, a sorrel gelding called Viflyanka, was led out by a groom, while he himself was to drive over in a little trap and join the others at a pre-arranged place, a break in the covert. 54 hounds were led out in the care of 6 grooms and whippers in. In addition to the family members, 8 men in charge of more than 40 borzois were going out. There must have been about 130 dogs and 20 horsemen in all. Every dog knew its master and its call. Every man in the hunt knew what was expected of him, where to be and what to do. Once past the fence, they all moved along steadily with no noise and no talking, straggling back along the road and stretching out across the field leading to the Otradnoy covert. The horses trod the field gently as if they were walking over a thick carpet, and splashed through puddles as they crossed the road. The misty sky still seemed to be trickling slowly and imperceptibly down into the earth. The air was still and warm, and not a sound disturbed the silence except for the odd whistle from a huntsman, the snort of a horse, the smack of a whip, or the whine of a dog who had lost his place. When they had gone about 3/4 of a mile, 5 more riders with their dogs emerged from the mist coming towards them. In front rode a fresh-faced, handsome old man with a big gray mustache. "Morning, uncle," said Nikolai as the old man rode up to him. "Fair for the chase." "I knew it would be," was uncle's response. He was a distant relative who lived nearby on modest means. "I knew you wouldn't be able to resist it, and you were right to come out." Fair for the chase. Uncle's favorite saying. "I should get over to the covert straight away. My Gerchik tells me the Illigins are out with their hounds over at Korniki." Fair for the chase. They'll pinch the litter from under your noses. "That's where I'm going." "Shall we join forces?" asked Nikolai. The hounds were brought together into a single pack, and Uncle and Nikolai rode on side by side. Natasha's eager face and gleaming eyes peeped out from her shawls and scarves as she galloped over to them, doggedly pursued by Petya and Mikhailo, a huntsman and groom who had been detailed to look after her. Petya was laughing, whipping his horse and pulling back on the reins. Natasha sat on her jet-black Arabchik with easy confidence, controlling him with a gentle, steady hand. The uncle looked askance at Petya and Natasha. For him, playing games and the serious business of hunting didn't go together. "Good morning, uncle." "We're coming hunting too," shouted Petya. "Good morning to you." "Mind you don't trample the dogs," said the uncle sternly. "Oh, Nikolai, darling, Trunala is such a nice dog." "He knew me," said Natasha, referring to her favorite hunting dog. "Humph, for one thing, Trunala's not a dog, he's a wolfhound," thought Nikolai, glancing at his sister in an effort to put some noticeable distance between them at this particular time. Natasha took the hint. "Oh, please don't think we're going to get in the way, uncle," said Natasha. "We'll stay where we're put and we won't move a muscle." "Quite right too, little countess," said uncle. "But don't fall off your horse," he added, "otherwise. Fair for the chase, you won't have anything to sit on and watch." The little island of the Otradnoy covert hove into sight, a couple of 100 yards ahead. Rostov and his uncle decided between them where best to loose the dogs, then Nikolai showed Natasha where to stand, in a spot where there was no chance of anything ever running out, and circled round above the ravine to close in from the rear. "Listen, nephew, you're after a wise old bird," said the uncle. "One slip and she's gone." "Well, we'll see what happens."
Karai.
"Here boy," he shouted, this call being the best response he could think of. Karate was an old hound, misshapen and scabby, famous for having once taken on an old wolf single-handedly. Everyone was now in place. The old count, knowing how keen his son was when it came to hunting, put on all speed so as not to arrive late, and the whippers-in were hardly in their places when Count Ilya Rostov, a picture of bonhomie, red in the face, jowls quivering, drove up behind his pair of fine black horses, crossed the green field and came to the place where the wolf might come out. Smoothing down his heavy coat and gathering everything he needed for the hunt, he was soon astride his glossy steed, the corpulent Viflyanka, who was gentle, sweet-tempered and, like himself, going grey. The horses and trap were sent back home. Count Ilya Rostov, no true sportsman at heart but a man familiar with every last rule of hunting, rode into the outskirts of the wood and took up a position near to some bushes, where he gathered the reins, settled down in his saddle, and, ready at last, looked around with a broad smile on his face. Nearby stood his personal attendant, Semyon Chekmar, a horseman of long standing, now rather heavy in the saddle. Chekmar held 3 wolfhounds on a leash, lively enough beasts, though they too had put on weight like their master and his horse. 2 other dogs, old and wise, lay there off the leash. 100 paces along the edge of the wood stood another of the count's grooms, Mitka, a daredevil rider and very keen hunter. The Count had followed the old custom of toasting the hunt with a silver goblet of mulled brandy, followed by a light lunch washed down by half a bottle of his favorite claret. Count Ilya was rather flushed from the wine and the effort of getting there. His watering eyes gleamed with a special brightness, and as he sat there in the saddle nicely swaddled in his heavy coat, he looked like a baby ready to be taken out on a trip in the open air. With everything checked and in order, Chekmar, lean and gaunt, kept glancing across at his master, with whom he had lived on the best of terms these 30 years. He was clearly in a good mood and Chekmar could look forward to a pleasant chat. Then a third person rode towards them through the wood, very cautiously, clearly having been warned, and reined in behind the Count. It was a grey-bearded old man in a woman's cloak, wearing a high-peaked cap, the family fool with a woman's name, Nastasia Ivanovna. "Listen, Nastasia Ivanovna," whispered the Count with a broad wink, "scare that wolf away, and you'll get it in the neck from Danilo." "I knows what I be doing," said Nastasia. "SSSH," hissed the Count, and he turned to Semyon. "Have you seen my Natasha?" he asked. "Where's she gone?" "Her honor's with Master Petya, near them tall weeds over by Zarev," answered Semyon with a smile. "She may be a lady, but she don't half love her hunting." "You can't get over her being such a good rider, can you, Semyon?" said the Count. "She's as good as any man." "Course I can't. She's that quick and clever." "And where's our Nikolai gone?" "Up over Lyadov, eh?" the Count asked, still whispering. "Yes, sir. His honor knows where to wait. Knows his hunting, he does." "Sometimes me and Danilo can't believe how good he is," said Semyon, who knew how to please his master. "Good huntsman, eh? Looks good on a horse?" "Perfect picture. The other day he run this fox out of yon patch at Zabarzino. Flew down that ravine, he did, sight for sore eyes, horse worth 1,000 rubles, no price on the rider. Aye, you'd go a long way to find another like him." "Yes, a long way," repeated the Count, who seemed to be disappointed that Semyon's little speech hadn't lasted longer. "A long way," he said, turning up the skirt of his coat to get at his snuff-box. "The other day he come out of church in all his finery, that Mikhail Sidorik." Semyon stopped short, catching a distinct sound in the still air, hounds chasing, only 2 or 3 of them whining. Tilting his head, he listened carefully, wagging a cautionary finger at his master. "Got the scent," he whispered. "Gone straight up Lyadov way." The Count forgot to wipe the smile off his face as he looked out straight along the windbreak, holding his snuff-box in one hand without taking a pinch. After the baying of the hounds came the bass note of Danilo's horn. The wolf had been sighted. The pack joined the first 3 hounds, and their voices could be heard in full cry with the peculiar low howling sound that goes with the chase. The whippersman had stopped hallooing now and taken up a wild whooping sound, with Danilo's voice ringing out above the others, deep and low one minute, shrill and piercing the next. Danilo's voice seemed to fill the whole forest, flood out beyond it and disappear far across the open fields. After a few seconds of listening in silence, the Count and his groom felt certain the hounds had split into 2 packs, the larger one chasing off into the distance still in full cry, the other group coming through the woods past the Count, and it was from this smaller pack that Danilo's voice could be heard with its great whoops. The sounds of the 2 chasing packs kept coming together and splitting apart again, but both were getting further away. Semyon gave a sigh and bent down to free up the leash where a young dog had got tangled up in it. The Count gave a sigh too, noticed he was still holding the snuff-box and opened it to help himself to a pinch. "Get back!" Semyon yelled at a dog that had poked his nose out through the bushes. This made the Count jump, and he dropped his snuff-box. Nastasia Ivanovna got off his horse to pick it up. The Count and Semyon looked on. Suddenly, this sort of thing tends to happen suddenly, the sound of the hunt was upon them. It was as if the baying dogs and Danilo's whooping cries were right there in front of them. The Count looked round to his right where he saw Mitka standing there, goggling, raising his cap and pointing back the other way. "Look out!" he roared in a voice that suggested the words had long been struggling to get out. He let the dogs go and galloped over towards the Count. The Count and Chekmar galloped out of the bushes, and there to the left they saw a wolf loping gently along with an easy swinging movement just to the left of the very thicket they had been standing in. The dogs yelped furiously, tore themselves free from the leash and flashed past the horse's hooves in pursuit of the wolf. The wolf paused in his flight and staggered as if he was having a heart attack, but then he turned with his broad brow to face the dogs, loped off with the same gentle swinging movement, gave a couple of bounds and disappeared with a flick of his tail into the bushes. The same instant there was a great wailing sound, and out of the opposite bushes sprang a desperate hound, followed by another, and a third, and then the whole pack flew across the grass to the spot where the wolf had scrambled through and scuttled away. The hazel bushes parted behind the dogs, and Danilo's chestnut horse emerged, dark with sweat. There on its long back sat Danilo, hunched up and leaning forward. He had lost his cap and his gray hair straggled down over his red, perspiring face. "Lou! Lou! Lou!" came his whooping voice. When he caught sight of the Count, his eyes flashed like lightning. "Blast you!" he roared, brandishing his whip at the Count. "You let him go! Call yourself a huntsman?" And evidently not willing to waste any more words on the embarrassed and frightened Count, he turned away from him and took his fury out on the brown gelding, lashing its sweating and heaving flanks as he flew off after the dogs. The Count stood there like a schoolboy after punishment, looking round on all sides and hoping his smile might summon up Semyon to sympathize with him in his dire situation. But Semyon wasn't there. He had galloped round outside the bushes to cut the wolf off from the wood. The men in the field had also galloped in on their prey, from two different sides. But the wolf had nipped off through the bushes, and not one of the party got anywhere near him. Chapter 5. Meanwhile Nikolai Rostov was standing at his post, watching for the wolf. From the noise of the chase as it came up close and went away again, from the cries of the dogs that were familiar to him, from the voices of the huntsmen nearby, far away and then suddenly getting louder, he could follow what was going on within the copse. He knew there were young and old wolves in the covert. He knew the hounds had split into two packs, and somewhere they had had sight of a wolf, but something had gone wrong. Every second he expected a wolf to come his way. He had worked things out in 1,000 different ways, how the wolf would emerge, where it would happen and how he would deal with it. Hope gave way to despair. Several times he prayed to God for a wolf to run out on him. He prayed with the kind of passion and sincerity which often overwhelms people in moments of deep distress over trivialities. "Oh, what would it cost thee," he asked God, "to do this for me? I know thou art great and it's a sin to pray for this, but for God's sake please let an old wolf come out on me, and let Carrie catch him and get his teeth into his throat and finish him off right in front of Uncle, because he's watching me." Rostov strained his eyes 1,000 times during that half hour, anxiously scanning the thickets at the edge of the copse, where a couple of scraggy oaks towered above the aspen undergrowth. An undercut bank led steeply down the ravine and Uncle's cap peeped out from behind a bush on the right-hand side. "No, I won't get that kind of luck," thought Rostov. And it would cost him so little. No chance. I'm always unlucky, at cards, fighting in the war, everything. Clear visions of Austerlitz and Dolokhov flashed through his mind in rapid succession. Just once in my life to kill an old wolf. It's all I want, he thought, straining eyes and ears, looking left, right and center, and listening for the slightest variation in sound coming from the hunt. He looked to the right again, and this time he saw something running towards him over the open ground. No, it can't be, thought Rostov, taking a deep breath, as men do when something long expected is finally achieved. This was a sheer fluke, and it had come about so simply, with no sound, no splendid flourish, nothing to mark its arrival. Rostov couldn't believe his eyes, and his doubts lasted more than a second. But the wolf was running on. She made a clumsy job of jumping across a little hollow that lay across her path. It was an old she-wolf, gray-backed, with a well-filled, reddish belly. She wasn't in a hurry, apparently confident that no one could see her. Rostov held his breath and looked round at the dogs. Some were lying there, some were standing around, and they were oblivious to everything, not having seen the wolf. Old Carrie had his head turned round and his yellow teeth bared as he rummaged angrily for a flea, snapping at his own haunches. "Lou! Lou! Lou!" Rostov whispered, pursing his lips. The dogs leapt up, jingling the iron fittings on the leashes, and pricked up their ears. Carrie stopped scratching his hind leg and got up, cocking his ears and wagging his tail, with all its straggly tufts of hair. "Shall I let them go?" Nikolai asked himself as the wolf moved away from the cops and came towards him. Suddenly the wolf was physically transformed. She shuddered. This was probably the first time she had felt human eyes upon her, turned her head slightly towards the huntsman and stopped, wondering whether to go on or go back. "No difference. I'm going on," the wolf seemed to say to herself, and she pressed on without looking round, treading softly and cautiously but with a firm and easy step. "Lou! Lou!" Nikolai yelled in an unrecognizable voice, and his trusty horse hurtled off downhill of its own accord and leapt the watercourse to intercept the wolf, while the hounds ran even faster and overtook it. Nikolai couldn't hear himself yelling and had no sense of galloping. He saw neither the dogs nor the ground he was covering. All he could see was the wolf, as she quickened her pace, bounding on in a dead straight line along the gully. The leading hound was Milka, the stocky black and white bitch, and she was closing on her. Nearer, nearer, almost there. But the wolf turned slightly sideways, and Milka, instead of putting on her usual final spurt, suddenly stiffened her forelegs and pulled up with her tail in the air. "Lou! Lou! Lou!" yelled Nikolai. A red hound called Lubim darted past Milka, dashed at the wolf and seized her by the hind leg, only to leap away immediately in terror. The wolf had squatted down, snarling, but now she got up again and raced away, followed a few feet behind by all the dogs, though they took care not to get too close. "She'll get away." "No, she can't," thought Nikolai, still yelling in a husky voice.
"Karai."
"Lou! Lou!" he yelled, looking for the old hound, his one last hope. Carrie summoned up all the strength left in his old frame and stretched out to his full length as he watched where the wolf was going and bounded slightly away from her to cut across her path. But it was clear from the wolf's speed and the dog's slowness that Carrie had miscalculated. Nikolai could now see the cops not far ahead, and once the wolf got there she would be sure to escape. But suddenly in front of him some dogs appeared and a man with them, galloping almost straight at the wolf. There was still hope. A lanky, yellowish young borzoi, not one of the Rostovs, Nikolai didn't know him, flew towards him straight at the wolf and almost knocked her down. The wolf recovered faster than might have been expected, snarled and savaged the young hound, which fell headlong on the ground with a piercing yelp, covered with blood from a gash in its side.
"Karai."
"Come on, old fellow," Nikolai wailed. Because of the wolf's setback, the old dog, with tufts of matted hair dangling from his haunches, had managed to cut across the wolf's path and was now only 5 paces behind her. Sensing the danger, the wolf took one sideways glance at Carrie, tucked her tail further down between her legs and ran on even faster. But then something happened to Carrie. Nikolai couldn't see exactly what it was, and there he was on top of the wolf with the pair of them rolling down in a struggling heap into a gully just ahead. That moment, the moment when Nikolai saw the dog struggling with the wolf down in the gully, her gray coat visible at the bottom of the heap, one hind leg sticking out, her ears flattened and her head gasping in terror, Carrie had her by the throat. The moment Nikolai saw all this was the happiest moment of his whole life. He had grasped the pommel of his saddle to get down and stab the creature when suddenly the wolf stuck her head up through the heaving mass of dogs and managed to get her forelegs out onto the edge of the gully. With a snap of her teeth, Carrot having let go of her throat, she heaved her hind legs out of the hollow, tucked her tail back down, struggled free of the dogs and ran off again. Carrot stumbled out of the gully with his hackles raised, hurt and perhaps badly wounded. "Oh my God! No!" Nikolai shouted in despair. But then one of Uncle's huntsmen cut across from the other side and his hounds ran the wolf to earth again. Again she was hemmed in on all sides. Nikolai, his groom, Uncle and his huntsman pranced round above the beast, whooping and howling, a second away from dismounting when the wolf cowered away, but starting forward again every time she shook herself free and edged towards the copse which might yet be her salvation. At the beginning of this cruel scene Danilo, hearing the hunter's cries, had darted into the edge of the copse. He saw that Carrie had the wolf at his mercy and checked his horse, assuming it was all over. But when he saw that the hunters were not dismounting and the wolf was shaking herself free and was off again, Danilo galloped his own horse, not towards the wolf, but straight towards the copse, like Carrie, to cut her off. It was because of this maneuver that he was bearing down on the wolf when Uncle's dogs brought her down for the second time. Danilo galloped up in silence, holding a drawn dagger in his left hand and lashing the heaving flanks of his chestnut, using his riding whip as a kind of flail. Nikolai didn't see Danilo and didn't hear him until the gasping chestnut flashed past and he heard the sound of a falling body and saw Danilo lying in the midst of the dogs on the wolf's back, trying to grab her by the ears. It was obvious to them all, dogs, hunters and wolf, that this was the end. The beast, flattening its ears in terror, tried to get up, but the dogs hung on. Danilo half rose, then stumbled down, and as if he was going to bed collapsed with all his weight on top of the wolf and grabbed her by the ears. Nikolai was about to finish her off with the dagger, but Danilo whispered, "No, don't. We'll string her up," and he changed position to put his foot on the wolf's neck. They put a stick between the wolf's jaws and tied her up as if they were putting her on the leash, and also tied her legs. Danilo swung the she-wolf from side to side once or twice. With weary, happy faces they tied the great beast, still alive, to a horse, which bridled and snorted, and with all the dogs milling round and yelping at her, they brought her to the place where they were all supposed to meet. The wolfhounds had taken 2 of the cubs, and the borzois the other 3. The hunters were coming in now, proud of their booty and swapping stories, and everyone came over to have a look at the grand old wolf with her big broad head hanging down and the stick in her teeth, as she gazed with great, glassy eyes at the crowd of dogs and men around her. When they poked her, her tied legs jerked and she looked at them all, wild-eyed yet somehow innocent. Count Ilya Rostov rode over too, and had a poke at the wolf. "Splendid beast," he said. "An old one, eh?" he asked. "That she be, your excellency," answered Danilo, swift to doff his cap. The count remembered the wolf he had missed, and his clash with Danilo. "Have to do something about your temper, my boy," said the count. Danilo said nothing, but his nervous smile was as sweet and gentle as a child's. Chapter 6. The old count went home. Natasha and Petya stayed on with the hunt but promised to follow immediately. It was still early in the day, so the hunting party went on further. At midday they let the hounds loose in a ravine thickly overgrown with young trees. Nikolai stood at the top on some stubble land, from where he could see all his party. Across from Nikolai was a field of winter rye, in which he could see one of his huntsmen standing alone in a hollow behind a hazel bush. No sooner had they loosed the hounds when Nikolai heard an intermittent baying sound coming from a dog he knew, Voltorn. Other hounds joined in, pausing now and then, only to take up the same call. A moment later he heard from the ravine a call that told him they were on the scent of a fox, and the whole pack made off together along a narrow run, up towards the rye field away from Nikolai. He could see the whippers in their red caps galloping along the edge of the overgrown ravine. He could even see the dogs, and he was expecting the fox to come into sight at any moment now in the field across the ravine. The huntsman standing in the hollow made a move and let his dogs go, and Nikolai saw an odd-looking red fox with stumpy legs and a big bushy tail scurrying across the green field. The hounds bore down on it, closing in, and the fox began to weave in and out in smaller and smaller circles, trailing its big brush, when all of a sudden a white dog, not one of ours, leapt on it, followed by a black one, and then there was a general hurly-burly which ended with the dogs standing over it, scarcely moving, their heads thrust in and behind sticking out like the points of a star. 2 huntsmen galloped over to the dogs, one in a red cap, the other, a stranger, in a green kaftan. "Hello, what's this?" wondered Nikolai. "Where did he come from? He's not one of Uncle's men." The huntsman retrieved the fox, and stood there for quite some time without making any effort to tie it to a saddle. He could see the tethered horses and the outline of their empty saddles as they stood close to the huntsman, and the dogs were there too, lying down. There was much waving of arms as the huntsman did something to the fox. Someone blew a horn, which always signaled a fight. "That's one of Iligin's huntsmen, and he's having some sort of row with our Ivan," said Nikolai's groom. Nikolai told the groom to fetch his sister and Petya, and rode off at walking pace towards the spot where the whippersnin were rounding up the hounds. Several of the party galloped over to the scene of the squabble. Nikolai dismounted, and when Natasha and Petya had ridden up he stood with them near the hounds waiting to hear how things had turned out. The huntsman who had been involved in the row soon came riding out of the bushes with the fox tied to the back of his saddle, and rode over to his young master. He had doffed his cap some way off and was making every effort to be polite, but he was as white as a sheet and gasping for breath, and fury was written all over his face. He had a black eye, though he seemed not to be aware of it. "What was all that about?" asked Nikolai. "Well, he was going to finish off our fox. And 'twas my bitch that caught it, the mouse-colored one. I'll swing for him. Pinching my fox. Let him have it, I did, him and his fox. Here 'tis on my saddle." "Jew want some of this," said the huntsman, pointing to his hunting knife, apparently under the delusion that he was still talking to his enemy. Nikolai wasted no more words on this man. Telling his sister and Petya to wait there, he rode over to the place where the enemy hunt, under Iligin, had collected. The victorious Rostov huntsman rode over to join the others, and there, to a crowd of sympathetic and curious admirers, he recounted his noble deed. The facts were clear. Iligin, with whom the Rostovs were conducting a dispute that had gone to law, was hunting in places that belonged by custom to the Rostovs, and had now, deliberately, it seemed, sent his men to the very area where the Rostovs were hunting, and then allowed his man to snatch a fox being chased by other people's dogs. Nikolai had never set eyes on Iligin, but, never a man for half measures when it came to judgments and feelings, and having heard that their neighbor was an obstinate brute, he loathed him with every fiber of his being and considered him his bitterest foe. All worked up and spitting with rage, he was now on his way to have things out with him, clenching his riding crop and ready for anything as long as it involved decisive action against his enemy. He had scarcely emerged from the edge of the wood when he saw a stout gentleman in a beaver cap coming towards him on a splendid black horse, accompanied by 2 grooms. This was no enemy. Nikolai found Iligin to be an impressive gentleman of great courtesy who seemed particularly anxious to make the young count's acquaintance. Iligin raised his beaver cap as he approached, apologized profusely for what had occurred, said he would have the man punished for hunting someone else's fox, hoped that they could now become better acquainted, and offered him the use of his own land for hunting on. Natasha had followed on not far behind her brother, worried that his blood was up and he might do something terrible, but when she saw the 2 enemies exchanging friendly greetings she rode straight over to them. Iligin raised his beaver cap even higher to Natasha, gave her the most affable of smiles, and said the countess was worthy of Diana both in her love of hunting and in her beauty, of which he had heard so much. By way of atonement for his huntsman's offense, Iligin persuaded Rostov to ride up to his high land less than a mile away, which he preserved for his own shooting. It was, as he put it, swarming with hares. Nikolai consented, and the hunting party, swollen to twice its size, set off again. Their way led across several fields. The huntsmen fell back to move in line, while the gentry rode together. Uncle, Rostov, and Iligen kept stealing the odd furtive glance at each other's dogs, trying not to be noticed as they did so, and looking anxiously for any rivals that might outrun their own dogs. Rostov was particularly struck by the beauty of one small and slender animal, a thoroughbred black and tan bitch belonging to Iligen, with muscles like steel, a delicate muzzle and prominent black eyes. He had heard that Iligen's dogs were a spirited lot, and in this handsome bitch he saw a rival to his Milka. Iligen started talking in a desultory way about this year's harvest, and in mid-conversation Nikolai pointed to the black and tan bitch. "Nice bitch you have there," he said casually. "Is she a good mover? That one?" "Oh yes, she's a good dog. Catches the odd hare," Iligen said in a voice that suggested indifference, though only a year ago he had given a neighbor 3 families of house serfs for Yurza, the black and tan bitch who was now his. "So your people are none too pleased with the yield, then, Count," he went on, resuming their previous conversation. And since it was only polite to return the young Count's compliment, Iligen had a good look at his dogs and settled on Milka, with her strikingly broad back. "Now there's a splendid dog, the black and white one," he said. "Yes, she's all right. She can move," answered Nikolai. "I wouldn't mind seeing a good big hare run across that field, then I could show you what kind of dog she is," he thought to himself. Turning to his groom, he said he would give a ruble to the first man who could start up a hiding hare. "What beats me," Iligen went on, "is why some people are so jealous of each other when it comes to hunting and dogs. I'll tell you this, Count, I enjoy a good hunt, as you well know. Splendid company and all that, nothing better." He doffed his beaver cap again to Natasha. "But counting the kills and keeping score, I've no time for that sort of thing." "Certainly not. Or getting worked up because somebody else's dog makes a kill and mine doesn't. All I'm interested in is the actual hunting. Are you with me, Count? I see it this way." At that moment a long drawn-out halloo, "Over here," came from one of the dog handlers. He was standing on a little rise amid the stubble with his whip held high, and he gave the call again. "He's here." This cry, together with the raised whip, meant that he could see a hare squatting nearby. "I think he's spotted something," said Iligen casually. "How about a little chase, Count?" "Yes, we must get over there." Shall we go together?" answered Nikolai, with a close look at Yurza and Uncle's red Rugai, the 2 rivals he had not yet had a chance of competing against. "What if they're miles faster than my Milka?" he thought, riding off with the 2 other men in the direction of the hare. "Nice big one, is he?" called out Iligen as they came towards the groom who had spotted the hare, and he looked round in some excitement, whistling to Yurza. "Are you going to have a go, Mikhail Nikanorik?" he said to Uncle. Uncle scowled and rode on. "I can't compete with you," came the reply. "Look at your dogs. Fair for the chase. You've paid whole villages for your dogs. They're worth thousands. Run yours against each other, I'll watch." "Rugai! Here boy," he shouted. "Rugayushka," he added, unwittingly conveying through this diminutive both his affection for the red dog and all the hope he was investing in him. Natasha could see and sense the hidden thrill of excitement affecting the 2 elderly men and her brother, and she felt it too. The groom was still standing on the rise with his whip in the air. The 3 gentlemen were riding towards him at walking pace, the other hounds were up on the skyline, wheeling away from the hare. The other huntsmen, the non-gentry, were also riding away. Everything was happening slowly and methodically. "Where is he pointing?" asked Nikolai, after riding another 100 paces towards the groom. But there was no time for an answer. The hare, sensing tomorrow morning's frost, decided it had lain there long enough and was suddenly up and away. The hounds that were leashed together flew downhill in full cry after the hare, while the unleashed borzois sprinted from all directions towards the hounds or after the hare. The meandering group of huntsmen and whips who had been rounding the dogs up with shouts of stay, and the grooms who had been directing the dogs by shouting over here, now galloped off across the field. The imperturbable Iligen, Nikolai, Natasha and Uncle flew across the ground reckless of where and how they went as long as they could keep the dogs and the hare in view, anxious not to lose sight of the chase for a second. The hare turned out to be a seasoned courser. When he had jumped up he had not just raced away, he had pricked up his ears and listened to the cries and the thudding of paws and hooves coming at him from every side. Now he made off with a dozen bounds in his own good time, letting the dogs catch up a little, and then suddenly, fixing his direction and finally sensing the danger he was in, he put his ears back and was off like the wind. He had come from the stubble, but now open fields lay ahead, and on them marshy ground. The two dogs of the groom who had spotted him were the closest and the first to pick up his scent, but they weren't anywhere near to catching him when Iligen's black and tan Yrza flew past, got within a yard, pounced with awesome speed, going for the hare's tail, and rolled over, thinking she had him. But the hare arched his back and bounded off more smartly than ever, only for the stocky black and white Milka to come out from behind Yrza and sprint off in pursuit, rapidly gaining on the hare. Miloshka! Gorgeous girl, shouted Nikolai with a ring of triumph in his voice. It seemed for a moment that Milka couldn't miss, but she overran the hare and went flying past. The hare dropped back. The splendid Yrza came at him again, hovering over the hare's tail as if careful calculation was needed to avoid any mistakes this time and grab him by his hind leg. Yrzinka, come on, darling, wailed Iligen, his voice unrecognizable. Yrza did not respond. Poised and about to seize the hare, she could only watch as he swerved and darted away to the ridge between the stubble and the green field. Again Yrza and Milka, running side by side like horses in double harness, flew after the hare. He was better off up on the ridge, and the dogs were taking longer to close him down. Rugei! Roguyushka! Fair for the chase! This time it was another voice. And it was Rugei, Uncle's hunched-up red dog, reaching out to his full length and curving his back, who caught up with the two leading dogs, flashed past and flung himself with complete abandon on the hare, toppling him from the ridge down into the green field, and leapt at him again even more savagely, sinking knee-deep in the boggy ground until all you could see was a rolling mass of dog and hare and the dog's back covered with mud. The other dogs gathered round, their behinds sticking out again like the points of a star. Within a few moments the whole party had pulled up alongside the horde of dogs. A delighted uncle was the only one to dismount, cut off a hare's foot and shake the blood away. He stared about edgily, eyes dancing, hands and legs almost out of control. He carried on talking, blurting out the first thing that came into his head and to no one in particular. Nice chase that one, some dog outstripped the lot of them. 1 ruble dogs, 1,000 ruble dogs. Fair for the chase, he gabbled, gasping and glaring aggressively, fulminating against the world in general, and all those enemies who had insulted him, and now at last he had a chance to get his own back. Do what you want with your 1,000 ruble dogs. Fair for the chase. Rugei, here's a nice little foot for you, he said, dropping the hare's severed muddy foot for the dog. You've earned it. Fair for the chase. She was finished. She had 3 goes on her own, Nikolai was saying. He too wasn't listening to anyone else and didn't mind whether he was being heard or not. Oh yes, cutting across like that, said one of Iligen's grooms. Course, once he'd been run down and missed like that, any old mongrel could have caught him, Iligen was saying at the same moment, red in the face and struggling to get his breath back after all the galloping and excitement. And also at the same time Natasha, who wasn't even trying to get her breath back, shrieked with such rapturous excitement that her scream rang in everyone's ears. It was a scream that said what the others were saying just by chattering all at once. It was the kind of weird scream that she would have been ashamed of, and the others would have been amazed to hear, at any other time. Uncle, meanwhile, had flung the hare neatly and tidily across his horse's hind quarters and strapped him to the saddle, taunting them all by the very gesture, and with a strong hint that he had no wish to speak to anyone, he got on his bay and set off home. Everyone else rode away too, he being the only one not suffering from a sense of injury and unhappiness, and it took some time for the rest of them to regain their previous outward show of indifference. For some time after, they kept looking askance at Red Rugai, who trotted along behind Uncle's horse with mud all over his hunched-up back, jingling the fittings on his leash, with the serene air of a conqueror. "Look, I'm just like any other dog till it comes to a chase, but then, watch out," was what the dog's demeanor conveyed, or so it seemed to Nikolai. When, a good deal later on, Uncle rode up to Nikolai and spoke to him, Nikolai felt quite flattered they were still on speaking terms after all that had happened. Chapter 7. When Ilijan took leave of them in the early evening, Nikolai, realizing he was a long way from home, accepted Uncle's invitation for the hunting party to stay the night with him in the village of Mykolavka. "You should come to my place. Fair for the chase," said Uncle. "Best thing all round. Look, it's wet, you could have a nice rest, and we could send the little countess home in a trap." The invitation was accepted, a huntsman was dispatched to Otradnoy for a trap, and Nikolai, Natasha, and Petya rode over to Uncle's house. Men servants large and small, half a dozen of them, came running out onto the front steps to meet their master, while the women, bold, large and small, slipped out in dozens round the back to watch the arrival of the huntsman. The presence of Natasha, a woman, nay, a lady, on horseback, roused the curiosity of Uncle's house serfs to such a pitch that many of them lost all inhibitions and went straight up to her, staring her in the face and voicing their opinions about her, as though she were some kind of exhibit rather than a human being, some wondrous object incapable of hearing and understanding what was being said about her. "Orinka, sit she be sittin' sideways. Sideways sittin', and her skirt all danglin' down. And look at yon little horn. Lor bless ye, and a knife too. Reminds me o' them Tatar womenfolk." "How can the do it why out fallin' off," said the cheekiest one, straight in Natasha's face. Uncle got off his horse at the steps of his little wooden house with its overgrown garden, surveyed the servant body and told them in no uncertain terms what to do. Anyone not required was to disappear while the rest did everything necessary for the reception of his guests and the hunt servants. They scurried away in every direction. Uncle helped Natasha down from her horse, and gave her his arm up the rickety wooden steps. The inside of the house, with its unplastered timber walls, was not the last word in cleanliness. Nothing suggested that the main aim of its inhabitants was to keep the place spotless, though there were no signs of real neglect. There was a smell of fresh apples as you entered, and the walls were hung with the skins of wolves and foxes. Uncle led his guests through into a little hall furnished with a folding table and red chairs, then into a drawing room with a round birchwood table and a sofa, and on into his study, with its shabby sofa, threadbare carpet and several portraits of Suvorov, Uncle in military uniform and his father and mother. The study reeked of tobacco and dogs. Once in the study, Uncle invited his guests to sit down and make themselves at home, and then left the room. Rugai came in, his back still plastered with mud, and went to lie on the sofa, cleaning himself with tongue and teeth. There was a corridor leading from the study, where they could hear the sound of women laughing in hushed voices coming from behind a screen with ragged curtains. Natasha, Nikolai and Petya took off their outdoor clothes and sat down on the sofa. Petya leant on one elbow and promptly fell asleep. Natasha and Nikolai sat there and said nothing. Their faces were burning and they were ravenous, but they felt very bright and cheerful. They glanced at each other. Now the hunt was over and they were indoors. Nikolai felt no further need to demonstrate his masculine superiority over his sister. Natasha winked at her brother, their mutual glee was uncontainable and they broke out into a great roar of laughter before they could think of a reason for doing so. After a brief interval in came Uncle wearing a Cossack coat, blue breeches, and low boots. This mode of dress had left Natasha shocked and amused when Uncle had appeared in it at Otradnoy, but now it seemed exactly right and in no way inferior to morning dress and frock coats. Like the pair of them, Uncle was also in high spirits. Far from taking exception to their laughter, it never occurred to him that they might be laughing at his lifestyle. He joined in with the brother and sister, reveling like them in inexplicable glee. "Will you look at this young countess here? Fair for the chase. I've never seen anyone like her," he said, offering Rostov a long-stemmed pipe while filling his own stubby one, with 3 practiced fingers. "Out riding all day, enough to tax any man, and still as fresh as a daisy." Soon after Uncle's reappearance, the door was opened by a serving woman who, from the sound of it, was walking on bare feet, and patted a plump, red-cheeked, good-looking woman of 40 or so, with a double chin and full red lips, carrying a large heavily laden tray. Her eyes radiated goodwill and her every gesture spoke of warm hospitality as she looked round all the guests and treated them to a broad smile and a polite curtsy. For all her exceptional stoutness, which made her bosom and her belly stick out and her head tilt back, this woman, Uncle's housekeeper, moved with surprising elegance. She walked over to the table, put the tray down, and with a few skillful movements of her puffy white hands transferred bottles, dishes, and snacks to the tabletop. This done, she walked off and paused in the doorway for a moment with a smile on her face. "Take a good look, it's me. Now can you understand how Uncle lives?" was what her expression seemed to say to Rostov. Who could have failed to understand? Not only Nikolai, but even Natasha understood Uncle now, and what had been meant by that furrowed brow and that smug smile of contentment hovering around his pursed lips as Anisia Fyodorovna had come into the room. On the tray were a bottle of homemade wine, several different kinds of vodka, tiny mushrooms, little rye cakes made with buttermilk, oozing honeycombs, still and sparkling mead, apples and all sorts of nuts, raw, roasted and steeped in honey. Then Anisia came back in bringing preserves made with honey and sugar, along with ham and a freshly roasted chicken. All these delicacies had been grown, picked and prepared by Anisia herself. Every smell, taste and flavor seemed redolent of Anisia, redolent of her plumpness, cleanliness, whiteness and her broad welcoming smile. "Please help yourself, little lady countess," she kept saying, offering something to Natasha and following it immediately with something else. Natasha sampled everything. Never in her life, she thought, had she seen or tasted buttermilk cakes like these, such delicious preserves, such nuts and honey, or a chicken like this one. Anisia withdrew. Rostov and Uncle, as they downed their cherry-flavored vodka after supper, talked of Hunt's past and future, Ruge and Iligin's dogs. Natasha sat up straight on the sofa, drinking in all that they were saying with a glint in her eyes. Several times she made an attempt to wake Petya and give him something to eat, but he just mumbled a few nonsensical words, obviously reluctant to come round. Natasha felt so happy at heart, so much at home in these new surroundings, that her only fear was that the trap would come for her too soon. When the conversation broke down for a moment, as it almost always does when you have friends in for the first time, Uncle responded to what was in his guests' minds by saying, "So there you have it, me in my last days. Soon be dead. Fair for the chase. Nothing left after that. So what's wrong with a bit of living in sin?" Uncle's face had a knowing, even rather handsome look and even a touch of beauty as he uttered these words. As he spoke, Rostov was forcibly reminded of the many good things he had heard about this man from his father and the neighbors. From one end of the district to the other, Uncle was thought of as an eccentric but also the noblest and most selfless of men. He was brought in to a bit rate in family disputes and chosen as executor. People told him secrets. He was invited to serve as a justice and in other similar posts, but he had refused all public offices point blank, spending autumn and spring out in the fields on his bay horse, winter indoors and summer stretched out in his overgrown garden. "Why don't you work in the service, Uncle?" "I used to once, but I gave it up. It doesn't suit me. Fair for the chase. Can't make head nor tail of it. May be all right for you, but it's beyond me. Now, take hunting, that's a different thing. Fair for the chase. Open that door there, will you?" he yelled. "Why have you shut it?" A door at the end of the corridor, which Uncle called a collider, like the peasants, led to the huntsman's corner, as the room for the hunt servants was called. Bare feet padded along at some speed and an unseen hand opened the door into the huntsman's corner. Down the corridor came the distinct strains of a balalaika in the hands of an obvious expert. Natasha had been listening to this for some time, and now she went down the corridor to hear the music more clearly. "That's Mitka, my coachman. Bought him a decent balalaika. Very fond of it," said Uncle. He had built up a little tradition whereby every time he came home from the chase he liked to hear Mitka playing the balalaika in the huntsman's corner. This music was dear to his heart. "He's good, isn't he?" "A really good player," said Nikolai, with a touch of instinctive scorn in his voice, as if he was embarrassed to admit that this kind of music appealed to him. "Good," said Natasha, full of reproach as she sensed her brother's funny tone. "It's more than good, it's absolutely magnificent." She had considered Uncle's mushrooms, honey and various vodkas the best in all the world, and now this playing struck her as the highest possible expression of music. "More, please, more," said Natasha in the doorway as soon as the balalaika stopped playing. Mitka retuned and launched again into a plangent version of My Lady, with many a trill and flourish. Uncle sat there listening with his head on one side and the suggestion of a grin on his face. The My Lady tune was repeated 100 times over. With one or two more pauses for retuning, the same plangent notes came at them time and again, but no one found them at all tedious, they all clamored for more. Anicia came in and leant her portly figure against the doorpost. "Oh, little countess, just listen to that," she said to Natasha, with a smile that was extraordinarily like Uncle's. "He's a marvelous player," she added. "He never gets that bit right," said Uncle suddenly with a wild gesture. "He needs to draw it out more. Fair for the chase. A bit more drawn out." "Do you play, then?" asked Natasha. Uncle gave a smile instead of an answer. "Anicia, old girl, go and see whether the strings on my guitar are all right, will you? It's a long time since I had it in my hands. Fair for the chase. Thought I'd given it up." Anicia, needing no second bidding, tripped off on her master's little errand and came back with his guitar. Without a glance at anyone, Uncle blew the dust off the instrument, tapped its body with his bony fingers, tuned up and settled himself down in an armchair. Thrusting out his left elbow somewhat theatrically, he gripped the guitar at the bottom of the neck, winked at Anicia and struck up, not with the first notes of My Lady but a single chord of the purest tone followed by a smooth and gentle but sturdy rendition of the popular song, Coming Down the High Road, picked out in very slow time. Nikolai and Natasha thrilled to the rhythm, the tune and the same steady spirit of joy that emanated from Anicia and her whole personality. Anicia blushed, hid her face in her handkerchief and left the room laughing. Uncle went on playing, so sweetly, deliberately, sturdily, gazing with new inspiration at the spot vacated by Anicia. There was a hint of laughter down one side of his face under his gray mustache, and it broadened out as the song went on and the tempo quickened, while his flourishes tore at the heartstrings. "Wonderful, Uncle, wonderful! Play it again," cried Natasha the moment he had finished. She leapt up from her place and overwhelmed her uncle with kisses and hugs. "Oh, Nikolai, darling," she said, looking round at her brother as if to say, "How about that, then?" Nikolai was equally delighted by Uncle's playing, and Uncle soon struck up again. Anicia's smiling face reappeared in the doorway, and other faces behind her. "Fetching water sweet and clear." "Maiden, stop and linger here," played Uncle, breaking off with another wild flourish and a single strum, followed by a shrug of the shoulders. "Oh, Uncle, darling, please," cried Natasha, wailing and imploring as if her life depended on it. Uncle got to his feet and suddenly it was as if there were two men in him, the first one treating his merry inner companion to a somber smile, while the merry companion himself started on the simple but precise business of running through the steps of a folk dance just about to begin. "Come on, my little niece," cried the uncle, beckoning to Natasha with the hand that had struck the last chord on the guitar. Natasha threw off the shawl she had been wrapped in, ran round in front of her uncle, and stood there waiting, hands on hips, rhythmically jiggling her shoulders. Here was a young countess, educated by a French émigré governess. Where, when, and how had she imbibed the spirit of that peasant dance along with the Russian air she breathed, and these movements which the pas de châle one ought to have squeezed out of her long ago? But her movements and the spirit of them were truly Russian, inimitable, unteachable, just what Uncle had been hoping for. The moment she took up her stance with such a confident smile, so proud of herself and full of mischievous fun, any misgivings that may have momentarily affected Nikolai and all the onlookers, would she get it all wrong? Were dispelled. Everyone was admiring her. Her dancing was perfection itself, so beautiful that Anicia, who had been quick to give her the scarf she needed to dance with, chuckled tearfully as she watched the slender, graceful little countess, brought up in silks and velvet in a completely different world, demonstrate her instinctive understanding of all that Anicia stood for, and her father and her mother and her aunt and every last Russian soul. "Oh yes, little countess. Fair for the chase," cried Uncle, laughing with delight as they came to the end of the dance. "You're a niece to be proud of. All we need to do now is find you a nice husband, and then, fair for the chase." "We've found one," said Nikolai with a smile.
"Oho,"
said the uncle in some surprise, looking inquiringly at Natasha. Natasha nodded with her own happy smile. "And a fine one too," she said. But no sooner were the words out of her mouth than a new and different way of thinking and feeling surged up inside her. What did Nikolai's smile mean when he said, "We've found one"? Is he glad, or not? He seems to be thinking my Bolkonsky wouldn't approve of the fun we're all having now, or even understand it. Well, he would understand it. Where is he now? Natasha wondered with a serious look on her face. But that lasted only a second. "I'm not going to think about it. I'm just not," she said to herself, and she sat down again with a new smile close to her uncle, begging him to play something else. The uncle played another song and then a waltz. Then, after a pause, he cleared his throat and launched into his favorite hunting song. "Evening when the light is low. Deep and even falls the snow." Uncle sang like a true peasant, with one simple thought in mind: in any song the words are the only thing that matters, the tune follows on, a tune on its own is nothing, a tune just brings it all together. And this gave Uncle's natural way of singing a special charm, not unlike birdsong. Natasha went into ecstasies over Uncle's singing. She made up her mind forthwith to drop the harp, take up the guitar and stick to it. She asked the uncle for the guitar and unhesitatingly picked out the chords of the song. At about 9:30 a carriage arrived with a trap and 3 men on horseback who had been sent to fetch Natasha and Petya. "The Count and Countess didn't know where they were and were very worried," said one of the men. Petya was carried outside and laid in the carriage sleeping the sleep of the dead. Natasha and Nikolai got into the trap. Uncle tucked Natasha in and said goodbye with newfound affection. He walked with them as far as the bridge, which could not be crossed, so they had to leave the road and cross by a ford, and told his huntsman to ride on in front with lanterns. "Goodbye, my dear little niece," they heard him call through the darkness, and his voice was not the one Natasha had known before, but the one that had sung "Evening when the light is low." Soon they were driving through a village where there were red lights shining and the smell of wood smoke. "Uncle's a real darling, isn't he?" said Natasha as they drove out onto the high road. "Yes," said Nikolai. "Are you cold?" "No, I'm fine, just fine." "I'm so happy," said Natasha, surprised to hear herself saying so. For some time neither of them spoke. The night was dark and damp. The horses were invisible as they splashed through the unseen mud. What was going on in that childlike, impressionable soul, so eagerly devouring and absorbing all the vast range of impressions that life can offer? How were they all shaping up in her mind? But there she was, a picture of happiness. They were nearly home when suddenly she began to hum the tune of Evening When the Light is Low. She had just got it, after struggling to recall it all the way back. Got it at last, said Nikolai. Penny for your thoughts, Nikolai, said Natasha, something they loved to say to each other. Oh, said Nikolai, thinking back. I was just thinking about Rugai. Remember that red dog? He's just like Uncle. If he was a man, he'd keep Uncle on all right, either for racing, or just because they get on together. Uncle's easy to get on with, isn't he? Penny for yours. Oh, wait a minute. I know. I was just thinking, here we are driving along and we assume we're heading for home, but we could be going anywhere, it's so dark, and all of a sudden we'll arrive somewhere and we'll see we're not at Otradnoy, we're in fairyland. And then I was thinking, oh, but that'll do. Oh, you must have been thinking about him, said Nikolai, and Natasha could hear the smile in his voice. No, I wasn't, Natasha answered, though actually she had been thinking about Prince Andrei and how he would have taken to Uncle. And I've been saying over and over again, all the way back, how nice Anisia looked when she walked, how very nice, said Natasha. And Nikolai heard her ringing laughter, so spontaneous, so happy. Do you know what, she said suddenly? I'm certain I'll never be as relaxed and happy as I am right now. Don't talk such absolute rubbish, said Nikolai. He was thinking, my Natasha's such a darling girl. I've never had a friend like her, and I never shall. Why does she have to go and get married? I could go on driving like this with her forever. Dear old Nikolai, he's such a darling. Natasha was thinking. Look. The light's still on in the drawing room, she said, pointing to the windows of their house and the warm welcome that shone through the wet, velvety darkness of the night. Chapter 8. Count Ilya Rostov had resigned as Marshal of the Nobility because the position involved too much expense, but still there was no improvement in his affairs. Natasha and Nikolai often came across their parents' deep and private conversation and looking worried, and there was talk of having to sell off the Rostovs' magnificent family seat in the estate near Moscow. With the Count no longer serving as Marshal, lavish entertainment had become unnecessary and family life at Otradnoy was less hectic than in years gone by. But the huge house with its extensive wings was still teeming with people, and a couple of dozen still sat down to table. There were all manner of kith and kin going back years, family and all but name, the sort of people whose continued existence in the Count's house seemed inevitable. There was Dimmler, the music teacher, and his wife, Iagil, the dancing master, and his family, an elderly resident lady known as Madame Belov, and many others, petty as tutors, the girl's old governess, and one or two characters who just found it better, or cheaper, to live there than on their own. Entertainment was less lavish, but the Rostovs still lived on in a certain style, and anything else would have been unthinkable for the Count and Countess. There was the same hunting establishment, which had actually been expanded by Nikolai. There were still the same 50 horses and 15 grooms in the stables, the same expensive presents on name days, and the same sumptuous dinners involving the whole neighborhood. The Count still ran the same games of whist in Boston, fanning his cards out for all to see and letting the neighbors bleed him of hundreds every day of the week until they came to regard the privilege of making up a rubber with Count Ilya Rostov as a handy source of revenue. The Count proceeded with his affairs like someone blundering into a huge animal trap, trying not to believe he had been caught but getting more and more entangled with every step he took, and not up to the task of either tearing himself free from the nets or disentangling himself with care and patience. The Countess with her loving heart could sense that her children were being steadily ruined, though it was no good blaming the Count, because he couldn't help being what he was, and he was desperately worried too, though he did his best to hide it, about the ruin that stared him and his children in the face, so she began to look for some way to put things right. To her woman's way of thinking there was only one way out: Nikolai must marry a wealthy heiress. This was their last hope, she felt, and if Nikolai refused the match she had found for him, they would have to say goodbye to any possibility of restoring the family fortunes. This match was Julie Karagin, the daughter of splendid and virtuous parents known to the Rostovs since childhood. She had become a wealthy heiress on the recent death of her last surviving brother. The Countess had written personally to Madame Karagin in Moscow, suggesting a possible marriage between their two children, and the reply was favorable. Madame Karagin had replied that she herself was in agreement, but everything depended on how her daughter felt. She now invited Nikolai to Moscow. Several times the Countess had told her son with tears in her eyes that with both of her daughters nicely settled, her only wish now was to see him married. She said she could go peacefully to her grave once this was settled. Then she would add that she had an excellent girl in mind, and tried to sound him out on the subject of matrimony. On other occasions she would sing Julie's praises and suggest that Nikolai might like to go down to Moscow and enjoy himself during the holidays. Nikolai soon guessed what his mother was driving at in these little confidences, and there came a time when he forced her out into the open. She came straight out with it. Any hopes of restoring the family fortunes now depended on his marrying Julie Karagin. "What do you mean, Mama? If I loved a girl with no money, would you really want me to sacrifice my feelings and my honor just to make us all rich?" he asked his mother, unaware of the cruelty in his question, but wanting to show off his own noble sentiments. "No, no. You don't understand," said his mother, not knowing how to put herself in the right. "You don't understand, darling. It's your happiness I'm thinking about," she added, sensing she was very much in the wrong, and floundering because of it. She burst into tears. "Mama, please don't cry. Just tell me this is what you want, and you know I'll give up anything, my whole life if necessary, for your peace of mind," said Nikolai. "I'll sacrifice anything, even my feelings." But the Countess didn't want to hear the question put like that. She wanted no sacrifices from her son, she wanted to make sacrifices for him. "No. You still don't understand. Let's talk about something else," she said, wiping her tears away. "Yes, maybe I am in love with a poor girl," Nikolai said to himself. "And what am I supposed to do, sacrifice my feelings and my honor to make us all rich? How could Mama say such a thing? Sonia's poor, so I mustn't love her," he thought. "I mustn't respond to her faithful, devoted love. And one thing's certain, I'll be happier with her than any number of dolls like Julie. I can always sacrifice my feelings for the benefit of my family," he said to himself, "but I can't dictate what my feelings should be. If I do love Sonia, that feeling is stronger and more valuable to me than anything in the world." Nikolai did not go to Moscow, and the Countess did not take up the subject of marriage with him again. It was with great sadness, tinged with bitterness, that she watched the signs of a growing attachment between her son and Sonia, the girl with no dowry. She blamed herself for doing it, but she couldn't help picking on Sonia and nagging at her, often pulling her up for no good reason and addressing her as "my dear young lady." What infuriated the kind-hearted Countess most of all was that this wretched, dark-eyed niece was so meek and mild, so good, so devoted and grateful to her benefactors, and so faithful, constant and unselfish in her love for Nikolai, that there was no fault to be found with her. Nikolai was coming towards the end of his home leave. From Prince Andrei came a fourth letter, this time from Rome, informing them that he would have been on his way back to Russia long ago, but for the fact that his wound had suddenly reopened in the warm climate, which made it necessary to delay his return until early next year. Natasha was no less in love with her fiancé, no less consoled by her love, and no less eager to accept all the pleasures that life could offer, but by the end of the 4th month of their separation she began to suffer from fits of uncontrollable depression. She felt sorry for herself, sorry that all this time was being wasted, passing by uselessly, no good to anyone, while she felt so eager to love and be loved. The Rostovs was not a happy household. Chapter 9. Christmas came, but apart from the high mass, the tedious formality of exchanging greetings with neighbors and servants and everyone putting on new clothes, nothing unusual happened to mark the festival, whereas outside in the still air with 20 degrees of frost, the dazzling sunshine by day and the bright, starlit wintry sky at night seemed to be crying out for something special to celebrate the season. On the third day of Christmas week, after lunch, all the members of the household went off to their various rooms. It was the day's lowest ebb of boredom. Nikolai, who had been out calling on neighbors that morning, had gone for a nap in the sitting room. The old count had retired to his study for a rest. In the drawing room, Sonia was sitting at a round table copying a pattern. The countess was playing patience. Nastasia Ivanovna, the buffoon, sat by the window with two old ladies, a picture of dejection. Natasha came in, walked over to Sonia to see what she was doing, then went across to her mother and stood there saying nothing. "What are you doing wandering about like a lost soul?" said her mother. "What do you want?" "Him." "I want him, now, this minute," said Natasha, with a steely glint in her eyes and no smile. The countess looked up and stared at her daughter. "Don't look at me like that, Mama. Please don't. You'll make me cry. Sit down here." "Come and sit by me," said the countess. "Mama, I want him. What am I doing here wasting away like this, Mama?" Her voice faltered, tears fell from her eyes, and in order to hide them she turned away abruptly and went out of the room. She went into the sitting room, where she stood for a moment in thought and then went on into the maid's room. There an old maid servant was scolding a young girl who had just run indoors from the cold and was now out of breath. "That's enough playing about," she was saying. "There's a time and a place for everything." "Oh, leave her alone, Kondratyevna," said Natasha. "All right, Mavrusha, off you go." And after giving Mavrusha her freedom, Natasha crossed the great hall and went to the vestibule. An old footman and two young ones were playing cards. They broke off and got to their feet at the entrance of the young mistress. "What shall I do with them?" Natasha wondered. "Oh yes, Nikita, I want you to go somewhere." "Where shall I send him?" Yes, go outside and fetch me a cockerel, please. And you, Misha, bring me some oats. Point two." "A few oats is it you want," said Misha, with cheerful readiness. "Just do as you're told, and do it now," the old man urged him. "Fyodor, you can get me a piece of chalk." Since she happened to be passing the butler's pantry, she asked for the samovar to be lit, though it was nowhere near the right time for this. The butler, Foka, was the grumpiest person in the house, and Natasha liked to test her authority over him. Only too ready to distrust her, he went off to find out whether he had heard aright. "Young ladies nowadays," said Foka, pretending to scowl in Natasha's direction. There was no one in the house who sent more people scurrying around and gave the servants more work to do than Natasha. She couldn't set eyes on anyone without sending him or her on an errand. She seemed to be challenging any one of them to get angry or sulky, but no one's orders were more lovingly obeyed by the servants than Natasha's. "What can I possibly do now? Where can I possibly go?" Natasha wondered as she ambled down the corridor. "Nastasia Ivanovna, what sort of children am I going to have?" she asked the buffoon, who came towards her dressed in his woman's jacket. "You'll have fleas, and dragonflies, and grasshoppers," answered the buffoon. "Oh, Lord! Same old story. Oh, where can I go? What can I do with myself?" And she clattered rapidly upstairs to see Iagel and his wife, who lived on the top floor. The two governesses were sitting with the Iagels, and on the table were plates of raisins, walnuts, and almonds. The governesses were discussing whether it was cheaper to live in Moscow or Odessa. Natasha sat down, listened to their discussion with a solemn, pensive air, and then got up again. "The island of Madagascar," she said. "Madagascar," she repeated, lingering long on all four syllables, and then, ignoring Madame Schoss, who wanted to know what she was talking about, she walked out of the room. Petya, her brother, was upstairs too. He and his tutor were busy making fireworks to let off that night. Petya! Petya, she yelled at him. Give me a piggyback downstairs. Petya ran over and presented his back. She jumped up on it and grabbed him round the neck with both arms, and he skipped off, prancing along the landing. No, don't. The island of Madagascar, she enunciated as she jumped down from his back and went downstairs. Having inspected her kingdom, so to speak, and tested her authority, ensuring total obedience on all sides, but still bored out of her mind, Natasha went back to the great hall, took up her guitar and sat down with it in a dark corner behind a bookcase. She began to play on the bass string, picking out a melody remembered from an opera she had heard in Petersburg with Prince Andrei. For any passerby who might have chanced to listen, the noise given off by her guitar would have been quite meaningless, but for her these sounds evoked a host of memories in her imagination. She sat there behind the bookcase with her eyes fixed on a shaft of light falling from the crack in the pantry door, listening to herself and remembering days gone by. She was in a reminiscing mood. Sonia crossed the hall and went into the pantry carrying a small glass. Natasha glanced at her through the crack in the door, and suddenly she seemed to be remembering this scene from some time in the past, with the light falling through the crack in the pantry door, and Sonia walking across with the glass. Yes, that's exactly how it was, thought Natasha. What does this sound like, Sonia? Natasha called out, plucking the thick string. Oh, there you are, said Sonia, startled, and she came over to listen. I don't know. Is it a storm? She said diffidently, afraid of getting it wrong. Yes, that's just how she jumped, just how she came over to me with that shy smile when it all happened before, thought Natasha, and just like then. I thought there was something disappointing about her. No, it's the chorus from the water carrier. Point 3. Listen. And Natasha hummed through the tune of the chorus for Sonia to recognize. Where were you off to? Asked Natasha. I'm changing this glass of water. I've nearly finished that pattern. You can always find something to do, and I can't, said Natasha. Where's Nikolai gone? I think he's asleep. Sonia, go and wake him up, said Natasha. Tell him I want him to sing and I need him. She sat there a little while longer, wondering what it meant. This had all happened before, but she couldn't work it out, and didn't mind in the slightest, so she let herself glide back in imagination to the time when they had been alone together, and he had gazed at her with eyes full of love. Oh, I do wish he'd come. I'm afraid he never will. And the worst thing is, I'm getting older. I really am. What's in me now won't be there soon. Perhaps he's coming today, now. Perhaps he's here already, sitting there in the drawing room. Perhaps he did come yesterday, and I've forgotten about it. She got up, put down her guitar, and went into the drawing room. They were all there, tutors, governesses and guests, sitting at the tea table, and the servants standing behind them. But not Prince Andrei, he wasn't there, and life went on as before. Here she is, said the Count, seeing Natasha coming in. Come over here and sit with me. But Natasha stayed by her mother, staring round the room as if she was looking for something. Mama, she said. Get him for me, Mama, please get him. Hurry, and again she could hardly stop herself sobbing. She sat down at the table and listened to them talking, the old folk and Nikolai, who had just come in for tea. Lord God in heaven! The same people, the same talk, Papa holding his cup and blowing his tea the same as he always does, thought Natasha, with a terrible sense of revulsion welling up inside her at the sight of all these people, disgusting in their inevitable sameness. When tea was over, Nikolai, Sonia, and Natasha went over to their favorite corner in the sitting room, where their most intimate conversations always began. Chapter 10. Do you ever get that feeling, said Natasha to her brother once they were settled in the sitting room, that nothing's ever going to happen to you again, nothing at all, and anything good is in the past? And you don't feel bored exactly, but very, very sad? I'll say, he replied. It's happened to me. Everything's fine, everyone's happy, and suddenly you get this feeling of being fed up with everything, and realizing everybody's going to die. Once in the regiment I stayed in while they all went out celebrating. I could hear the music playing, and I had this empty feeling. Yes, I know what you mean. I know that feeling. I really do, said Natasha in full agreement. I was quite little when it first happened to me. Do you remember, once I got punished for pinching some plums, and you were all dancing, and I sat in the classroom sobbing? I just sobbed and sobbed, I'll never forget it. I felt so sad and sorry for everyone, sorry for myself and absolutely everybody. And the thing was, I hadn't done it, said Natasha. Do you remember? Yes, said Nikolai. I remember coming to you afterwards, and I really wanted to comfort you, but you know, I felt too ashamed. We were so funny, weren't we? I had that little wooden doll, and I wanted to give it you. Do you remember? And do you remember, said Natasha, with a pensive smile, a long, long time ago, when we were really tiny, Uncle called us over into his study in the old house, and it was dark. We went in, and suddenly there was this black man, said Nikolai, finishing her sentence with a smile of delight. Of course I remember. I still don't know whether it really was a black man, or whether we dreamed it, or just heard about it. He had gray hair. Do you remember? And white teeth, and he stood there looking at us. Do you remember, Sonia? Asked Nikolai. Oh yes, I do remember something like that, Sonia answered shyly. You know, I've often asked Papa and Mama about that black man, said Natasha. They say there wasn't any black man. But you remember him. Of course, I do. I can see his teeth now. Isn't it funny? Just like a dream. I like it. And do you remember us rolling hard-boiled eggs in the big hall, and suddenly there were two old women there, going round and round on the carpet? Did that really happen or not? Remember the fun we had? Yes. And do you remember Papa, in that heavy blue coat, firing his shotgun from the top of the steps? Smiling with happiness, they enjoyed going down memory lane. These were not the memories of old age, but the romantic memories of youth, images from the distant past where dreams and reality blur together. They laughed from pure pleasure. Sonia, as always, couldn't keep up with them, even though she shared the same memories. She couldn't remember much of what they recalled, and what she could remember failed to evoke the same romantic response in her. She was just enjoying their enjoyment, and pretending to be part of it. She could only come into it properly when they recalled Sonia's first arrival. Sonia said she had been scared of Nikolai because he had braid on his jacket and Nurse had told her she was going to be tied up with braid. And I remember, they told me you'd been born in a cabbage patch, said Natasha. Yes, I remember, I had to believe them, even though I knew it wasn't true, and I had such an awkward feeling. While they were talking, a maid popped her head in at the inner sitting room door. Miss, they've brought you a cockerel, she whispered. I don't want it now, Polya. Tell them to take it away, said Natasha. They resumed their conversation, but soon Dimmler came into the sitting room, and walked over to the harp that stood in one corner. He removed the cloth cover, and the harp gave a discordant jangle. Herr Dimmler, please play my favorite nocturne, the one by Mr. Field, for came the voice of the old countess from the drawing room. Dimmler struck a chord, and turning to Natasha, Nikolai and Sonia he said, You youngsters are very quiet today. Yes, we're in a philosophical mood, said Natasha, glancing round for a moment before going on with the conversation. They were now on to dreams. Dimmler began to play. Natasha tiptoed silently across to the table, picked up the candle and took it back to them, sitting down quietly in her place. It was dark in the room, especially where they were sitting on the sofa, but the silver light of the full moon shone in through the big windows and spread across the floor. "Do you know what I think?" said Natasha, in a whisper, moving up closer to Nikolai and Sonia as Dimmler finished the nocturne and sat there faintly rippling the strings as if he didn't know whether to stop playing or begin a new piece. "I think you can go on remembering, and remembering until you can pre-remember things that happened before you were ever in this world." "That's metempsychosis," said Sonia, who had been good at lessons and remembered everything. "The Egyptians used to believe that our souls have been in animals, and will go back into animals again." "No, listen, I don't think we've ever been in animals," said Natasha, still whispering even though the music had finished, "but I do know for certain we were once angels somewhere beyond, and we came here, and that's why we can remember everything." "Please may I join you," said Dimmler, coming over quietly and sitting down beside them. "If we've been angels, why did we fall down so low?" said Nikolai. "No, it's not possible. It's not a question of being low. Who said anything about being low?" "The reason I know what I used to be is this," Natasha replied with great conviction. "You know the soul is immortal. Well, if I'm going to live forever, that means I've lived before. I've been living all through eternity." "Yes, but it's hard for us to conceive of eternity," said Dimmler, who had joined the young people with a slightly scornful smile, but was now talking just as quietly and seriously as they were. "Why is it hard to conceive of eternity?" said Natasha. "There'll be today, there'll be tomorrow, and there'll be always, and there was yesterday, and the day before." "Natasha, it's your turn. Sing something for me," called the voice of the Countess. "What are you doing sitting there in a huddle like conspirators?" "Oh, Mama, I really don't feel like it," said Natasha, but she got up as she spoke. None of them, not even Dimmler, and he was no youngster, wanted to break off the conversation and come out of their corner of the sitting room, but Natasha got to her feet, and Nikolai seated himself at the clavichord. Standing, as always, in the center of the room, and choosing the best place for maximum resonance, Natasha began singing her mother's favorite piece. She had said she didn't feel like singing, but she hadn't sung for a very long time, and it would be a long time in the future before she sang again as she sang that evening. Count Ilya heard her singing from his study, where he was in consultation with Matenka, and he behaved like a schoolboy rushing through a lesson so he could get out to play, bungling his instructions to the steward until at last he stopped talking, and so did Matenka, who just stood there before him silent and smiling, both of them listening. Nikolai never took his eyes off his sister, and breathed in and out when she did. Sonia, as she listened, thought of the vast difference between her and her friend, and the impossibility of her ever being anything like as enchanting as her cousin. The old countess sat there with a bittersweet smile on her face and tears in her eyes, shaking her head now and then. She was thinking about Natasha and her own youth, and she knew there was something terribly wrong about Natasha's impending marriage to Prince Andrei. Dimmler had sidled up and sat down beside the Countess, and now he listened with his eyes closed. "No, Countess," he said, at last, "this is talent on a European scale. She's beyond all coaching. Such a gentle tone, such tenderness, and power." "Oh, I'm so worried about her, I really am," said the Countess, forgetting who she was speaking to. Maternal instinct told her there was something excessive about Natasha, something that would stop her ever being happy. Natasha had not quite finished singing when 14-year-old Petya rushed in, wildly excited, to announce the arrival of the mummers. Natasha stopped abruptly. "Idiot," she yelled at her brother. She ran over to a chair, flopped down onto it and broke into such violent sobbing that it was a long while before she could stop. "It's nothing, Mama. Honestly, it's nothing. It's all right. Petya startled me, that's all," she said, trying hard to smile, but the tears still flowed and she was still racked with sobs. At first the mummers, house serfs dressed up as bears, Turks, tavern keepers and fine ladies, monsters and clowns, huddled together timidly in the vestibule, though they had already brought in from outside a breath of cold air and a sense of fun. Then, hiding behind each other, they bumbled and bustled into the great hall, where things began rather uncertainly but soon became more and more hectic and friendly, with singing and dancing, and Christmas games. The Countess, after working out who was who and having a good laugh at their costumes, went away to the drawing-room. Count Ilya sat there in the great hall beaming with pleasure and praising their performance. The youngsters had disappeared. Half an hour later an old lady in a farthingale appeared amidst the other mummers in the hall. It was Nikolai. There was also a Turkish lady, Petya, a clown, Dimmler, a hussar, Natasha, and a Circassian boy with burnt cork eyebrows and mustaches, Sonia. After many a polite expression of surprise, amusement and praise from those who were not dressed up, the young people began to think their costumes were so good they ought to be shown off to a wider audience. Nikolai's first impulse was to put them all in his sledge and, with the roads in such good condition, drive over to Uncle's along with a dozen house serfs in their costumes. "No, why bother the old fellow," said the Countess. "Anyway, you wouldn't have room to turn round there. If you must go, go to the Melyakovs." Madame Melyakov was a widow living with several children of various ages and their tutors and governesses in a house only a couple of miles down the road. "Jolly good idea, my love," the old Count put in, his spirits rising. "Just let me find a costume for myself and I'll come with you. I'll give Pachette something to look at." But the Countess wouldn't let him go. For several days he had had a bad leg. It was decided that he must stay at home, but if Louisa Ivanovna, Madame Schoss, would agree to go with them the young ladies could go to Madame Melyakov's. Sonia, normally so shy and retiring, was the most vociferous in pleading with Louisa Ivanovna not to refuse. Sonia's disguise was the best of them all. Her mustaches and eyebrows were particularly fetching. Everyone told her how pretty she looked, and she was taken right out of herself in a new mood of excitement and energy. An inner voice told her that now or never her fate would be decided, and dressed like a man she seemed like a completely different person. Louisa Ivanovna proved amenable, and half an hour later 4 troikas with merrily jingling bells and runners crunching and creaking over the frozen snow drove round to the front steps. Natasha took the lead in setting the right tone of Christmas cheer, which passed quickly from one person to the next, grew wilder and came to a splendid climax as they all walked out into the frosty air, chatting and calling across to each other, with much laughter and shouting, and got into the sledges. 2 of the troikas were harnessed to workaday sledges, the third sledge was the old Count's, with a trotter from Orlov's famous stud as the shaft horse, while the fourth one belonged to Nikolai, and he had put his own short, shaggy black horse to the shaft. Nikolai, with a hussar's cloak belted over his old lady's farthingale, stood up tall in the middle of the sledge and held the reins. The light was so good that he could see the metal fittings on the harnesses glinting in the moonlight, and the horse's eyes goggling in alarm at the racket coming from the travelers in the dark shadow of the porch. Sonia, Natasha, Madame Schoss and 2 maids got into Nikolai's sledge. Into the old Count's went Dimmler, his wife and Petya, while the other mummers, the house serfs, took their places in the last 2 sledges. "Zahar, you go on ahead," shouted Nikolai to his father's coachman, so that he could overtake him on the way. The old Count's sledge with Dimmler and his party on board lurched forward, its runners creaking as if they were frozen to the snow, and the big bell clanging. The trace horses leant into the shafts and as their hoofs plunged into the snow they kicked it up, hard and glittering like sugar. Nikolai followed on behind the first sledge, and after him came the other 2, crunching and grating. At first they drove down the narrow road at a slow trot. As they drove down past the garden, the leafless trees sometimes cast their shadows right across the road and hid the bright moonlight. But once they were out of the gates, the snowy plain, glittering with diamonds in a wash of midnight blue, opened out on all sides, quiescent and bathed in moonlight. Now and again the first sledge would jolt over a pothole, followed by the next one and the one after that, and the sledges stretched out along the road, brutally assaulting the frozen stillness. "Look, hair tracks, lots of them." Natasha's voice rang out through the frosty air. "Isn't it bright, Nikolai?" said Sonia's voice. Nikolai glanced round at Sonia, and bent down to take a closer look at her face. It was a new face, quite delightful with its black mustaches and eyebrows that peeped up at him from her furs, so close and yet so distant in the moonlight. That used to be Sonia, thought Nikolai. He looked closer still and gave her a smile. "What is it, Nikolai?" "Nothing," he said, turning back to his horses. Once they were out on the well-traveled high road, smooth and shiny from sledge runners but lightly pitted by many a horseshoe nail, with the marks visible in the moonlight. The horses needed no encouragement as they strained at the reins and quickened their pace. The left-hand trace horse, bending his head down, jerked against his traces. The shaft horse swayed from side to side, pricking up his ears as if to say, "Shall we go now, or wait a bit longer?" Zahar's sledge was well in front, but it stood out distinctly, black on white, and they could hear the disappearing echo of its deep-toned bell. Yells and laughter and the sound of people talking floated back from his sledge. "Right, my darlings," shouted Nikolai, heaving the reins to one side, and cracking the whip. It was only the sudden onrush of wind straight in their faces and the straining new gallop of the trace horses that told them the sledge was now hurtling along. Nikolai glanced back. The whooping and yelling and cracking of whips told him the other sledges were coming up fast, with the shaft horses under the lash. Their own shaft horse was swinging steadily along under his shaft bow, with no hint of falling back and every promise of giving more and more if asked to do so. Nikolai caught up with the first sledge. They were charging downhill onto a wide, well-traveled road through a meadow down by the river. "Where are we now?" Nikolai wondered. "Must be Kasui Meadow, I suppose." "No, this is somewhere new. I've never seen this before. This isn't Kasui Meadow and that's not Diamkin Hill. Could be anywhere. It's somewhere new. It's a magical place. Who cares?" And yelling to his horses, he began to overtake the first sledge. Zahar held his horses back and turned his face to them, white to the eyebrows with hoarfrost. Nikolai gave his horses their head. Zahar, reaching forward with both arms, clicked his tongue and did the same, calling out, "Hold on, sir." The sledges flew along side by side, faster and faster, and the horses' hooves were a galloping blur. Nikolai pulled slightly ahead. Zahar, with his arms still straining forward, raised one hand holding the reins. "No chance, sir," he yelled, but Nikolai got the last out of his 3 galloping horses and managed to get past Zahar. The horses sprayed all their faces with powdery snow. Close by they heard the ringing of the bells, and the horses' galloping legs blurred with the shadows of the sledge they were passing. Sounds came from all sides with the girls shrieking as the runners whistled over the snow. Nikolai then brought his horses to a halt and looked around. Still the same enchanted plain all round them, bathed in moonlight, with a scattering of stars on its surface. Zahar's shouting for me to turn left. "Why should I?" thought Nikolai. "Aren't we supposed to be going to the Meliokovs? This can't be Meliokovka. We could be anywhere, and anything could be happening to us, and whatever is happening to us is very strange and very nice." He peered back into the sledge. "Look, his mustache and his eyelashes are all white," said one of the strange, pretty, exotic figures sitting there, sporting fine mustaches and eyebrows. "I think that person used to be Natasha," thought Nikolai, "and that was Madame Schoss, or maybe not. And that Circassian with the mustaches, I don't know who he is, but I love her." "Anybody feeling cold?" he asked them. The only answer was laughter. Dimmler yelled across from the next sledge, probably something funny, but they couldn't hear what he was shouting. "Yes, yes," other voices answered, raised in laughter. But here they were in a kind of enchanted forest with shifting, black shadows and the glitter of diamonds, and a flight of marble steps, and the silvery roofs of enchanted buildings, and the yelp of wild animals. And if this really is Melio Kafka, thought Nikolai, it's a very funny thing that we've driven through a land that could have been anywhere and ended up here. It was indeed Melio Kafka, and here came the footmen and maidservants running out to meet them with lights and beaming faces. "Who is it?" asked a voice from the entrance. "It's the mummers from the Count's." "I can tell by the horses," other voices answered. Chapter 11. Pelagia Melyukov, a broadly built, energetic lady, was sitting in her drawing room, wearing spectacles and a baggy casual dress, surrounded by her daughters, doing what she could to keep boredom at bay. They were quietly dropping melted wax into water and watching the shadows of the shapes that came out, when suddenly they heard noises in the vestibule, footsteps and the voices of people arriving. In from the vestibule trooped the hussars, fine ladies, witches, clowns and bears, clearing their throats and wiping the hoarfrost off their faces out in the hall, where candles were hurriedly lit. The clown, Dimmler, and the old lady, Nikolai, started a dance. Surrounded by the shrieking children, the mummers hid their faces and spoke in false voices as they bowed to their hostess and dispersed about the room. "Bless me, they're all unrecognizable. Oh, that's Natasha. Look who she's pretending to be. Who is it she reminds me of? And here's her Dimmler, very handsome, too. I hardly knew him. Look at him dancing. Oh, my goodness, here's a Circassian. Little Sonia looks so nice like that. And who's this? Well, you've done us a power of good. Nikita, Vanya, take these tables away. And we were having such a quiet time. Ah. That hussar, look at that hussar. Just like a boy. And the legs. I can't see," came the various calls. Natasha, the young Melyukov's favorite, disappeared with them into the back rooms, where burnt cork and various dressing gowns and pieces of men's clothing were ordered, procured by the servants and received by bare, girlish arms reaching out through a half-open door. Within 10 minutes all the young Melyukovs were ready to come out and join the mummers. Madame Melyukov had given instructions for the guests to be given plenty of room, and she had also arranged for them all to have refreshments, gentry and serfs. Now she walked through the crowd of mummers, wearing her spectacles and a half-suppressed smile, scrutinizing them carefully but without recognizing anybody. Not only did she fail to spot the Rostovs and Dimmler, she couldn't even pick out her own daughters or recognize her late husband's dressing gowns and the bits of his uniform they were wearing. "Now who can this be?" she kept saying, addressing a governess but staring straight into the face of her own daughter disguised as a Kazan Tatar. "Must be a Rostov, I suppose." "Well, Mr. Hussar, which regiment do you belong to?" she asked Natasha. "Give that Turk a fruit pastille," she said to a footman walking round with refreshments. "His laws don't forbid it." Sometimes, as she watched the weird and laughable antics of the dancers, who were now letting themselves go on the strength of their undoubted anonymity, Madame Melyukov buried her face in her handkerchief while her elderly and portly figure shook from top to toe with irrepressible laughter and indulgence. "My little Sasha, she cried out. After several dances, some of them with singing, Madame Melyukov told everyone, servants and gentry alike, to form a large circle. Some string was provided along with a ring and a silver ruble, and they started playing games. By the time an hour had passed, all the costumes were crumpled and untidy. Corked mustaches and eyebrows were being smudged away from burning, perspiring and happy faces. Madame Melyukov was beginning to tell who was who among the mummers. She went into raptures over the clever costumes and the way they suited everyone, especially the young ladies, and she thanked them all for brightening their day. The guests were then invited to take supper in the drawing room, while the servants were catered for in the hall. "Oh no, you can't go fortune-telling in an empty bathhouse, it's terrifying," said one person over supper, an old maid who lived with the Melyukovs. What do you mean? Asked the Melyakov's eldest daughter. Well, I can't see you doing it. It takes some courage. I will, said Sonia. Tell us what happened to that young lady, said the second girl. Well, what happened was this, said the old maid. This young lady went out, took a cockerel, set a table for two, everything just as it should be, and sat down. She sat there for a while, then suddenly what does she hear? Somebody coming, a sledge drives up jingling all sorts of bells. She can hear him coming. In walks a kind of human figure, something like an officer, and he sits down across from her in his proper place. Ah! Ah! Screamed Natasha, goggling with horror. Go on. What did he do? Did he talk? Oh yes, a human voice. Everything just as it should be, and he started to woo her with fine words, and she should have kept him going till the cock crowed, but she got scared, it was too much for her and she buried her face in her hands. And he grabbed hold of her. It was her lucky day, the maids ran in. Go on with you, scaring them like that, said Madame Melyakov. Oh, Mama, you've done your share of fortune-telling, said her daughter. What's this about fortune-telling in a barn? Asked Sonia. Oh, like now, for instance, you just go into a barn and listen. And it all depends on what you hear. If there's a rapping and a banging, that's bad, but if you hear a scattering of corn, it's good. But sometimes what you hear is. Mama, tell us what happened when you went into the barn. Madame Melyakov gave a smile. Oh, I've forgotten all that, she said. Anyway, nobody here is going. Yes, I will. Let me go. I want to, said Sonia. Oh well, if you're not too scared. Madame Schoss, may I? Asked Sonia. Whether they had been playing the ring on the string game or the ruble game or just talking as they were now, Nikolai had never left Sonia's side and now he looked at her in a completely new way. It was as if he was looking at her for the first time, all because of that corked mustache, and seeing her for what she really was. That evening Sonia certainly looked happier, livelier and prettier than Nikolai had ever seen her before. So, this is what she's like. What a fool I've been, he kept thinking, looking at her sparkling eyes and the happy, rapturous smile dimpling her cheeks alongside that mustache, a smile he had never seen before. I'm not scared, said Sonia. Can I go straight away? She got to her feet. They told her where the barn was, and how to stand, keep quiet and listen, and they gave her a heavy coat. She threw it over her head and glanced at Nikolai. That girl is gorgeous, he thought. What have I been thinking about all this time? Sonia went out into the corridor to walk over to the barn. Nikolai hurried out onto the front steps, saying he was too hot. It certainly was stuffy indoors from the crowd of people. Outside there was the same frosty stillness and the same moonlight, except that it was even brighter than before. The light was so bright, and there were so many stars sparkling in the snow that the sky was no attraction and the real stars were hardly noticeable. The sky was nothing but dreary blackness, the earth as bright as day. I'm a fool, a complete fool. What have I been waiting for all this time, thought Nikolai, skipping down from the porch and scuttling round the corner of the house along the path leading to the back door. He knew Sonia would come this way. Halfway round he saw the dark shadow cast by a snow-covered stack of logs crisscrossed all over by a network of other shadows from the bare old lime trees that fell on the snow and the path to the barn. The log wall and roof of the barn glittered in the moonlight, as if they had been hewn out of some precious stone. There was a crackling of twigs in the garden, and then everything relapsed into perfect stillness. Nikolai's lungs seemed to breathe in something more than air, something like the power and joy of eternal youth. Footsteps could be heard tip-tapping down the steps of the back porch and crunching on the last step which was thick with snow, and an old maid servant's voice called out, straight down the path, "Miss! Mind you don't look round." I'm not scared, answered Sonia's voice, and her little feet in their thin slippers came rasping and crunching down the path towards Nikolai. Sonia was walking along muffled up in the big coat. She was no more than a couple of paces away when she saw him. She saw him now not as he had always been, slightly intimidating. He was wearing his woman's dress, his hair was all tousled, and there was a blissful smile on his face, one that Sonia had never seen before. She rushed up to him. Totally different, and just the same, thought Nikolai, staring down at her face, bright in the moonlight. He slipped his hands under the coat that she had thrown over her head, put his arms round her, pulled her close and kissed the lips, which sported a mustache and smelt of burnt cork. Sonia kissed him back full on the lips, freed her tiny hands and cupped his cheeks with them. Sonia! Nikolai! That was all they said. They ran over to the barn, and when they returned to the house they went by different porches. Chapter 12. As they were setting off home from Madame Melyakov's, Natasha, who never missed anything worth noticing, managed to get them all to change places so that she and Madame Schoss got into one sledge with Dimmler, leaving Sonia to travel in another one with Nikolai and the maids. No longer interested in overtaking, Nikolai drove smoothly all the way home, constantly gazing at Sonia through the flickering glow of the weird moonlight, searching beyond those eyebrows and mustaches for a glimpse of two different Sonias, the old one and the new one from whom he had now resolved never to be parted. His eyes were constantly on her, and as both visions of Sonia impressed themselves upon him, recreating in his memory the smell of burnt cork that had blurred with the thrill of their kiss, he began to drink in great lungfuls of frosty air. He glanced down at the speeding earth and up at the glittering heavens, and he knew he was back in fairyland. "Sonia, do you feel good?" he asked once or twice, with a meaningful shift to the intimate Thai form. "Oh yes." "You too," answered Sonia, also calling him Thai. Halfway home, Nikolai handed the reins to a coachman, ran over to Natasha's sledge for a moment and stood on the running board. "Natasha," he whispered in French, "listen, I've made up my mind about Sonia." "Have you told her?" asked Natasha, suddenly aglow with delight. "Oh, Natasha, you do look funny with that mustache and those eyebrows. Are you pleased?" "Of course I'm pleased. I really am. I was beginning to lose patience with you. I never told you, but you've been treating her very badly. A girl with a heart like that, Nikolai. Of course I'm pleased. I know I can be horrible, but I did feel awkward about being so happy on my own, and Sonia not being happy," Natasha went on. "Now, I really am pleased. Go on, get back to her." "I will in a minute." "Oh, you don't know how funny you look," said Nikolai, staring closely and discovering in her as well, his own sister, something strangely warm and enchanting that he had never seen before. "Natasha, it's magic, isn't it?" "Yes," she answered, "and you've done the right thing." "If only I'd seen her before as she is now," Nikolai was thinking, "I'd have asked her long ago what to do, and I'd have done anything she said, and everything would have been all right." "So, you are pleased, and I have done the right thing?" he asked. "Of course you have. Mama and I had a few words about it only the other day. Mama said she was setting a trap for you." "How could she say that?" "I almost lost my temper with her. I won't have a bad word said or thought about Sonia. There's nothing but good in her." "So it is the right thing to do," said Nikolai, closely examining the look on her face to see whether she was telling the truth. Then he hopped off the sledge, crunched down into the snow and dashed back to his own troika. She was still sitting there, the same Circassian complete with mustache, happy smile and sparkling eyes, peeping out from under the sable hood, and this was Sonia, the Sonia who was now certain to become his happy and loving future wife. When they got home, the two young ladies described to the Countess how much they had enjoyed their visit to the Melyakovs and then went off to their room. They undressed for bed without washing off their mustaches, and then sat there for quite some time just talking about how happy they were. They told each other how they would live after they were married, and what good friends their husbands would be, and, again, how happy they would be. There were 2 mirrors on Natasha's table, set up earlier in the evening by Dunyasha. But when will it happen? I'm scared it won't ever happen. It's too much to hope for, said Natasha, getting to her feet and going over to the mirrors. Sit down with the mirrors, Natasha. You might just see him, said Sonia. Natasha lit 2 candles and sat down. I can see somebody with a mustache, said Natasha, catching sight of her own face. You mustn't laugh, miss, said Dunyasha. With the assistance of Sonia and the maid, Natasha adjusted one of the mirrors, then she stopped talking and went all serious. For some time she sat there, staring down the row of disappearing candles reflected in the mirrors. Guided by the tale she had heard, she was expecting to see either a coffin, or perhaps him, Prince Andrei, in the very last blurred and smudgy square. But for all her eagerness to accept any dark outline as manner coffin-shaped, she saw nothing. Her eyes began to water and blink, and she moved away from the mirror. Why do other people see things and I don't, she said. You try, Sonia. Today you really must. Do it for me. I feel absolutely terrified today. Sonia sat down in front of the mirror, adjusted the angle and peered into it. Miss Sonia's bound to see something, whispered Dunyasha. You laugh too much. Sonia heard these words, and also heard Natasha's whispered response, yes, I know she'll see something. She did last year. For 2 or 3 minutes nobody spoke. She's bound to, Natasha began to whisper, but she never finished her sentence. Suddenly Sonia pushed the mirror away and put a hand over her eyes. Oh, Natasha, she said. Did you see something? Come on, what was it? Cried Natasha. I told you she would, put in Dunyasha, keeping the mirror from falling. Sonia hadn't seen anything. She was just about to give in and start blinking and stand up when she had heard Natasha's voice saying, she's bound to. She had no desire to hoodwink either Dunyasha or Natasha, but it was hard work sitting there. She couldn't imagine how or why she had cried out like that as she covered her eyes. Did you see him? Asked Natasha, catching at her arm. Yes. Wait a minute. Yes I did. Sonia couldn't stop herself saying it, though she wasn't sure whether Natasha's him had meant Nikolai or Andrei. Why shouldn't I say I saw something? Other people do. Anyway, who can tell whether I did or I didn't? The thoughts flashed through Sonia's mind. Yes. I did see him, she said. What was he doing? Standing up or lying down? No, what I saw was... Well, first there was nothing, then I saw him lying down. Andrei lying down? Is he ill? Asked Natasha, her eyes transfixed with terror. No, just the opposite, his face looked cheerful and he turned towards me. And as she spoke these words she began to think she really had seen what she was talking about. Come on, Sonia, what happened next? Well, it wasn't very clear. There was something blue and red. Oh, Sonia, when will he come back? When shall I see him? Oh God. I'm so worried about him, and me. This whole thing scares me, Natasha blurted out, and without a word to Sonia, who was doing what she could to console her, she got into bed, and long after the candle had been put out she lay there motionless, watching the frosty moonlight with staring eyes as it poured in through the frozen window panes. Chapter 13. Not long after Christmas, Nikolai told his mother about his love for Sonia and his absolute determination to marry her. The Countess had long been aware of recent developments between Sonia and Nikolai, and she had been expecting this announcement. She listened to his words without comment, and then told her son he could marry anyone he wanted, but neither she nor his father would give their blessing to any such marriage. For the first time in his life, Nikolai felt that he had offended his mother, and despite all her love for him, she was not going to give way. Coldly and without looking at her son, she sent for her husband, and when he came in, the Countess sat out there and then to give a brief and icy account of the situation, but she lost control, burst into tears of frustration and walked out of the room. The old Count began by appealing to Nikolai, not very convincingly, and asked him to go back on his decision. Nikolai replied that his word was his bond, whereupon his father, sighing from obvious embarrassment, made no further comment and went off to see the Countess. In every confrontation with his son, the old Count was plagued by a guilty conscience for having managed their affairs so badly, and he could hardly turn on his son for refusing to marry an heiress and choosing Sonia, the girl with no dowry. This served only to remind him all the more painfully that but for his mismanagement they could have wished for no better wife than Sonia for Nikolai, and that all the blame lay with him, Mitenka, and his own uncontrollable bad habits. Neither parent raised the subject again with their son, but a few days later the Countess sent for Sonia, and with a viciousness that took them both by surprise accused her of inducement and ingratitude. Sonia looked down as she listened in silence to the Countess's hurtful words, with no clear idea of what she was supposed to do. She would readily make any kind of sacrifice for her benefactors. The concept of self-sacrifice was dear to her heart, but in this instance she couldn't see who or what there was to sacrifice. She couldn't help loving the Countess and all the Rostovs, but neither could she help loving Nikolai or believing that his happiness depended on their love. Sadly at a loss for words, she made no response. Nikolai felt he couldn't put up with this any longer and went in to have things out with his mother. First he asked his mother to forgive him and Sonia and consent to their marriage, then he warned her that if they kept on persecuting Sonia he would go straight out and marry her in secret. With an icy aloofness her son had never seen before, the Countess replied that he was now an adult, and Prince Andrei was marrying without his father's consent, and he could do the same thing, but she would never acknowledge that scheming hussy as her daughter. Incensed by the words scheming hussy, Nikolai told his mother in no uncertain terms he had never expected her to try and make him prostitute his feelings, and if this was how things stood it was the last time he would ever. But he never delivered the final word which his mother was now dreading, given the look on his face, and which would probably have remained a bitter memory between them forever. He never delivered it because Natasha, who had been listening at the door, now ran in with a grave look on her pale face. "Nikolai, darling, you don't know what you're saying. Shut up, shut up. I'm telling you now to shut up." She was virtually screaming to drown him out. "Mama, darling, it's nothing to do with my poor, dear darling," she babbled at her mother, who was gazing in horror at her son, aware that a permanent break was staring them in the face, yet too stubborn and too worked up to give in. "I'll sort things out later, Nikolai. Just go away. Listen to me, dear darling mama," she said to her mother. Her words may have been incoherent, but they achieved the desired effect. The Countess gave a huge gasp and buried her face on her daughter's bosom, while Nikolai got to his feet, and walked out of the room clutching his head. Natasha took it upon herself to effect a reconciliation, and she succeeded in so far as Nikolai received an undertaking from his mother that Sonia would not be put under pressure, and he for his part promised not to do anything without his parents' knowledge. Fully determined to wind things up with the army, retire and come home to marry Sonia, Nikolai returned to his regiment at the beginning of January, chastened and unhappy about the clash with his parents, but, as he thought, still madly in love. When Nikolai had gone, the atmosphere in the Rostov household was more depressed than at any time in the past. The Countess fell ill from all the emotional turmoil. Sonia was saddened by having to part from Nikolai, and more so by the hostile attitude the Countess couldn't help adopting towards her. The Count was more worried than ever by the disastrous state of his finances, which now demanded decisive action. They were going to have to sell the townhouse and the estate near Moscow, and this meant going to Moscow. But because of the Countess's illness he kept putting off his departure from one day to the next. Natasha, having originally endured separation from her fiancé fairly easily and even cheerfully, now grew increasingly impatient and restive with each passing day. The thought that the prime of her life, which could have been spent loving him, was draining away uselessly like this and benefiting no one, preyed upon her mind. Letters from Prince Andrei just made her angry. She was offended by the very idea that, while her life consisted of nothing but thinking of him, he was living a real life, seeing new places and new people that must be fascinating. The more interesting his letters were, the more they annoyed her. Her letters to him gave her no comfort. She looked on them as a tedious and formal obligation. She was no great writer, finding it impossible to set down adequately in a letter a thousandth part of what she was used to conveying by means of her voice, her smile, and her eyes. She wrote him a series of dry, formal, and identical missives to which she attached not the slightest importance, with spelling mistakes corrected by the Countess at the rough copy stage. The Countess's health was not improving, but it was becoming impossible to put off the visit to Moscow any longer. There was the trousseau to see about and the house had to be sold, in addition to which Prince Andrei was due to go first to Moscow, where his father was spending the winter, and Natasha felt certain he was already there. The Countess stayed behind in the country when, towards the end of January, the Count left for Moscow, taking Sonia and Natasha with him. Part 5. Chapter 1. After Prince Andrei's engagement to Natasha, it dawned on Pierre, suddenly and for no obvious reason, that he couldn't possibly go on living as before. For all his staunch belief in the truths revealed to him by his benefactor, the old Freemason, and the pleasure he had taken at first in striving so ardently towards the perfection of his inner self, after Prince Andrei's engagement to Natasha and the death of Osip Bazdiev, news of which had reached him at almost exactly the same time, all the zest suddenly went out of that earlier way of living. He was left with nothing but the skeleton of a life, his house with his brilliant wife, now enjoying the favors of a very important person, outre to all levels of Petersburg society and service at court with all its tiresome formalities. And now suddenly Pierre was shocked by the degree of disgust that he felt for that former life. He stopped keeping a diary, shunned the society of his brother Masons and went back to his old club, drinking too much, consorting with the bachelor set and adopting the kind of lifestyle that made Countess Helene feel obliged to take him to task on the subject. Pierre felt she had right on her side, so he went down to Moscow to avoid compromising her. Once in Moscow, the moment he set foot in his vast house with the faded and fading princesses and the hordes of servants, the moment he drove through the town and caught his first glimpse of the Iversky chapel with the lights of innumerable candles glinting and reflecting in the silver icon covers and the Kremlin square with its deep covering of untrodden snow, the sledge drivers, the shanties of the Sivtsev-Razhok slums, the old gentlemen of Moscow and the twilight of their lives, unhurried and set in their ways, and also the old ladies of Moscow, the Moscow ballrooms and the English club, he felt he had come back home to a haven of peace. In Moscow he felt warm and welcome, comfortable and scruffy. It was like putting on an old dressing gown. All Moscow society, from the old ladies to the children, welcomed Pierre back like a long-awaited guest, whose place had always lain ready for him, never occupied by anyone else. In the eyes of Moscow society, Pierre was the nicest and kindest of men, the brightest and jolliest, the most generous of eccentrics, a harebrained and warm-hearted Russian gentleman of the old school. His purse was forever empty, being open to all. Benefit performances, awful paintings and statues, charities, gypsy choirs, schools, subscription dinners, drinking parties, the Masons, churches, book publishing, everyone and everything met with his support, and had it not been for two of his friends, who had borrowed heavily from Pierre and set themselves up as his guardians, he would have given away his last kopeck. Not a single party or dinner took place at the club without him being there. Once seen sprawling in his usual place on the sofa after a couple of bottles of Margaux, he would be surrounded by a circle of friends and become the center of all discussions, disputes and jokes. When people fell out, a friendly smile or a well-chosen bon mot from him was enough to bring peace. Masonic dinners were dull and dreary when he wasn't there. When he got to his feet after a bachelor supper and yielded with a sweet smile to the entreaties of the revelers to drive off with them somewhere, the young men would raise the roof with yells of delight and triumph. In the ballroom he would dance if a partner was needed. He appealed to both young girls and the younger married ladies because he didn't flirt and was nice to everyone in just the same way, especially after supper. "He's a delightful man with no sex," they used to say of him, always in French. This was Pierre, one among hundreds of retired gentlemen in waiting peaceably living out their days in Moscow. What horror he would have felt if he had been told on his return from abroad 7 years ago that there was no point in searching or taxing his brains because the way forward was set for him, marked out in advance for all eternity, and it was no use fighting against it because he was bound to turn out exactly like every other man in his position. He wouldn't have believed it. Had he not put his heart and soul into so many things, setting up a republic in Russia, turning himself into another Napoleon, or a philosopher, or a master strategist capable of defeating Napoleon? Had he not considered it possible and highly desirable to work for the regeneration of sinful humanity and bring himself to the highest degree of perfection? Had he not gone about founding schools and hospitals and liberating his serfs? But instead of all that, here he was now, the wealthy husband of an unfaithful wife, a retired gentleman in waiting, fond of his food and drink, not averse to unbuttoning his waistcoat after dinner and indulging in a little mild criticism of the government, a member of the Moscow English Club, and everyone's favorite on the Moscow circuit. It took him a long time to become reconciled to the idea that he was the very model of a retired Moscow gentleman in waiting, a type he had found so profoundly repellent 7 years ago. Sometimes he consoled himself with the idea that it didn't matter. This was only a passing phase, only to be struck by the horrifying thought that plenty of others had gone through the same passing phase, embarking on this kind of life and joining this club with all their teeth and hair and leaving when they were toothless and bald. There were moments of pride when he took stock, and it seemed to him that he wasn't like them. He was somehow different from the retired gentleman in waiting he had once despised. They were vulgar and stupid men, given to complacency. "Whereas I'm still never satisfied, I really want to do things for humanity," as he put it when pride came upon him. Yes, but what if all of them, these comrades of mine, also struggled like me, looking for some new and original way of living, and only got as far as I have because they were beaten, like me, by the force of circumstances, society, breeding, a force of nature that renders a man impotent? This is what he wondered when modesty came upon him. And when he had been some little time in Moscow, he lost all contempt for his companions in destiny and even started to love them, respect them, and feel as sorry for them as he did for himself. Pierre no longer suffered from his earlier bouts of despair, disillusionment, and loathing for life, but the same sickness that had once manifested itself in acute attacks had now been driven inwards, never to leave him for a single moment. What's the use of anything? What is it all about? What is going on in the world? He asked himself in great bewilderment several times a day, allowing himself to be drawn forcibly into a search for meaning in all the phenomena of existence. But experience had taught him that there weren't any answers to these questions, so he made every effort to wrench himself away from them by turning to a book, nipping down to the club, or calling in at Apollon Nikolaevitch's place for a good gossip. "My Helene has never cared for anything but her own body, and she's one of the stupidest women in the world," thought Pierre, "yet everybody thinks she's the last word in intelligence and sophistication, and they all bow down to her. And take Napoleon, universally despised as long as he was a great man, and now he's just a pathetic clown the Emperor Francis wants to offer him his daughter for an illegal marriage. The Spaniards go down on their knees and thank God through their Catholic clergy for victory over the French on the 14th of June, and the French, through the same Catholic clergy, go down on their knees and thank God for victory over the Spaniards on the same day, the 14th of June. My Masonic brothers take an oath in blood, swearing to sacrifice everything for their neighbor, but they won't cough up a ruble when you go round collecting for the poor, and meanwhile the Astrea Lodge sets itself against the manna seekers, and they squabble over some authentic Scottish carpet or a completely superfluous act which has no meaning anymore, not even for the man who wrote it. We all profess the Christian laws of forgiveness of injuries and love for our neighbor, laws we have honored by raising 40 times 40 churches in Moscow, but yesterday a deserter died under the knout, and it was a minister of these same laws of love and forgiveness, a priest, who had given the soldier a cross to kiss before his punishment. Thoughts like these were never far from Pierre's mind, and the whole of this universally accepted hypocritical sham, for all its familiarity, astonished him each time like something new. I understand this tangled mess of hypocrisy, he thought, but how can I tell people everything I understand? I've tried, and I always find they understand it as well as I do at the bottom of their hearts, but there's something they're trying not to see. They won't see that. Oh well, it's the way of things, I suppose. But here am I, what can I do with myself, thought Pierre. He had the unfortunate capacity that many men have, especially Russians, for seeing and believing in the possibility of goodness and truth, yet seeing the evil and falsehood in life too clearly to be capable of taking any serious part in it. Every aspect of human activity he saw is bound up with evil and deception. Whatever he tried to be, whatever he decided to do, he found himself repelled by evil and falsehood, with every avenue of activity blocked off. And meanwhile he had to live on and find things to do. It was too horrible to be ground down by life's insoluble problems, so he latched on to any old distraction that came along, just to get them out of his mind. He tried all kinds of society, drank a lot, bought pictures, built things and, most of all, he read. He read and reread everything he could get his hands on. When he got home at night he would pick up a book and start on it before his valets had finished undressing him, and then read himself to sleep. From sleep he proceeded to drawing room and club gossip, from gossip to wine, women and song, and from these back to more gossip, reading and wine. Wine was becoming more and more a mental and physical necessity. He defied the doctors who warned him that with his corpulence wine was a danger to his health, and kept on drinking heavily. The only time he felt good was when he had mechanically emptied several glasses of wine into his big mouth. Only then did he feel a pleasing sensation of warmth flowing through his whole body, along with a sentimental attachment to his fellow men, and enough wit to come out with an off-the-cuff response to any idea, as long as he didn't have to go too deeply into it. It was only after drinking a bottle or two of wine that he could vaguely accept that the horribly tangled skein of life, which had held such terrors for him, turned out to be less terrifying than he had imagined. As, with a ringing in his head, he chatted away, listened to people as they talked or read after dinner and supper, he couldn't get away from the sight of that tangled skein in one aspect or another. Only under the influence of wine could he say to himself, "There's nothing to it. I'll soon get that disentangled. Look, I've got the solution here. But now's not the time. I'll sort it out later." Except that later never came. Next morning at breakfast all the old questions resurfaced, as horribly insoluble as ever, so Pierre would dive into a book with all speed and rejoice when a visitor called. Sometimes Pierre remembered what he had been told about soldiers in a shelter under fire with nothing to do, trying their best to keep busy and thus make the danger easier to bear. And Pierre pictured all men as soldiers like these, escaping from life through ambition, cards, lawmaking, women, little playthings, horses, politics, sport, wine, even government service. Everything matters, nothing matters, it's all the same. If I can only escape, one way or another, thought Pierre. And not see it, the terrible it. Chapter 2. At the beginning of the winter old Prince Bolkonsky and his daughter moved to Moscow. He had become an object of special veneration in Moscow because of his past achievements, his powerful intellect and unusual character, and this, together with the current decline in the popularity of Tsar Alexander's regime, which coincided with a surge in anti-French sentiment and Russian patriotism, now made him the natural center of opposition to the government. The prince had aged a good deal that year. He had begun to show clear signs of senility, nodding off without any warning, forgetting very recent events while clearly remembering incidents from long ago, and the childlike vanity with which he assumed leadership of the Moscow opposition. Nevertheless, when the old man came down for tea, especially of an evening, wearing his powdered wig and a thick little coat, and responded to someone's challenge by launching forth into a series of sharp comments on the old days, or even sharper and more vitriolic criticism of the present day, he still evoked the same old feelings of respect and admiration in all his guests. For any visitors, that old-fashioned house, with its enormous mirrors, pre-revolution furniture and powdered footmen, and the stern and shrewd old man, himself a relic from the past, along with his gentle daughter and the pretty Frenchwoman, both of whom doted on him, presented a magnificent and most appealing spectacle. But those same visitors never stopped to think that in addition to the couple of hours when they saw their hosts, there were another 22 in the daily cycle during which the hidden private life of the household continued. That private life in Moscow had recently become very hard for Princess Maria. In town she was deprived of her greatest pleasures, conversations with the pilgrims and the solitude, both of which she had found so refreshing at Bald Hills, and none of the advantages and delights of metropolitan life applied to her. She never went out into society. Everyone knew that her father wouldn't allow her to go anywhere without him, and because of his failing health he couldn't go anywhere. People had stopped inviting her to dinner parties or balls. Princess Maria had by now abandoned all hope of marriage. She had noted the frostiness and animosity with which the old prince received and dismissed any young men, possible suitors, who appeared at the house from time to time. Friends she had none. During this stay in Moscow she had lost faith in the two friends who had been closest to her. She had become disenchanted with Mademoiselle Bourienne, in whom she had never had complete confidence, and now she kept her at bay for a number of reasons. Julie Karagin, a regular pen friend over 5 long years, was here in Moscow, but when they met face to face she struck Princess Maria as utterly alien. On the death of her brothers, Julie had become one of the wealthiest heiresses in Moscow and was now making the most of the heady pleasures offered by high society and was surrounded by young men who seemed suddenly appreciative of her virtues. Julie had reached the stage when a young society lady no longer in the first flush of youth begins to sense that her last chance of getting married has come and her fate must soon be decided once and for all. Every Thursday Princess Maria smiled a lugubrious smile as she contemplated the prospect of having no one to write to because Julie was here on the spot and seeing her once a week, not that there was any pleasure to be derived from their meetings. Like the old French émigré who declined to marry the lady with whom he had spent all his evenings over many years because if he got married he wouldn't know where to spend his evenings, she regretted that with Julie being here she had no one to write to. In Moscow Princess Maria had no one to talk to either, and no one to share her troubles with, just at a time when many new troubles were adding themselves to the old ones. The time for Prince Andrei's return and marriage was fast approaching, and the task he had given her of bringing their father round was so far from completion that the whole thing seemed beyond hope. The slightest reference to young Countess Rostov simply enraged the old prince, who was almost always in a foul mood nowadays in any case. Another item in Princess Maria's store of recent troubles arose from the way she had been teaching her 6-year-old nephew. In her attitude to little Nikolai she was shocked to find herself displaying the same signs of irritability as her father. However often she told herself not to lose her temper, almost every time she sat down to teach her nephew and pointed to letters of the French alphabet she felt such an urgent desire to make things easy and hurry the process of transferring knowledge from herself to the child, who was always scared stiff that his auntie might be about to come down on him, that at the slightest hint of inattention she quivered and gabbled and snapped at him, or shouted and sometimes grabbed him by his little hand and stood him in a corner. Once she had stood him there she would burst into tears at her own wicked and violent behavior, whereupon little Nikolai, not to be outdone when it came to sobbing, would creep out of his corner without waiting for permission, walk over and pull her wet hands away from her face in an effort to console her. But the worst, easily the worst of her troubles was her father's terrible temper, which was invariably directed against his daughter and had recently reached the point of cruelty. Had he forced her to spend every night on her knees in supplication, had he beaten her, or made her chop wood and carry water, it would never have occurred that her lot was a hard one. But this loving tyrant, all the crueler for loving her so much and using that as a pretext for tormenting himself and her, was a past master at deliberate degradation and humiliation and convincing her she was always to blame for anything that happened. He had recently developed a new quirk, one which caused Princess Maria more misery than anything else, and this was his growing intimacy with Mademoiselle Bourienne. The idea that had occurred to him as a joke when he got the first news of his son's intentions, that if André was going to get married, he might as well marry Mademoiselle Bourrienne, clearly appealed to him, and in recent days he had gone out of his way to shock her, as she saw it, by being particularly gracious to Mademoiselle Bourrienne and demonstrating dissatisfaction with his daughter by a corresponding demonstration of love for the Frenchwoman. One day, before her very eyes, she couldn't help thinking her father did it on purpose because she was there. The old prince kissed Mademoiselle Bourrienne on the hand, then drew her close and gave her a passionate hug. Princess Maria blushed to the roots of her hair and fled from the room. A few minutes later Mademoiselle Bourrienne breezed into Princess Maria's room, all smiles and chattering away merrily in her pleasant little voice. Princess Maria dried her tears hastily, marched over to the Frenchwoman and, without realizing what she was doing, turned on her in wild fury, gulping and screaming, "You vile thing, it's inhuman, taking advantage of a feeble old." She couldn't go on. "Get out of my room," she yelled, breaking down in sobs. Next day the old prince ignored his daughter, but she noticed that at dinner he gave orders for Mademoiselle Bourrienne to be served first. Towards the end of dinner, when the footman served the princess with coffee first, from sheer habit, the old prince flew into a wild rage, flung his cane at Philip and gave immediate orders for him to be sent off into the army. Insubordination, told him twice, and he still didn't obey. "She's the first person in this house, she's my best friend," roared the old prince. "And as for you," he fulminated, addressing Princess Maria for the first time, "you dare ever again to do what you did yesterday, forget yourself in her presence, and I'll show you who's master in this house. Go on. Get out of my sight. Apologize to her." Princess Maria gave her apology to Mademoiselle Bourrienne and also to her father, for what she had done and also for the behavior of the footman, Philip, who was begging her to intercede. At moments like this Princess Maria's soul was afflicted by a sensation not far from the pride of self-sacrifice. And yet all of a sudden at moments like this, the very father she was censuring would either start looking for his spectacles, groping around close to them without seeing them, or completely forget what had just happened, or else he would take a single tottering step on his spindly legs and stare around to see whether anyone had noticed his feebleness, or, worst of all, over dinner, when there were no guests to stimulate him, he would suddenly nod off, dropping his napkin and letting his shaking head droop down over his plate. "Oh, he's so old and feeble, and I have the gall to criticize him," she thought at moments like this in hateful self-reproach. Chapter 3. In the year 1811 there lived in Moscow a French doctor by the name of Métivier, who was suddenly all the rage. He was very tall and handsome, he had the nice manners of a true Frenchman, and all Moscow had him down as a very accomplished physician. He was received in the very best houses, not merely as a doctor but as an equal. Old Prince Bolkonsky had always poured scorn on medicine, but in recent days he had taken Mademoiselle Bourrienne's advice, and allowed this doctor to see him, gradually getting used to his visits. Métivier came to see the old prince 2 or 3 times a week. On St. Nicholas's Day, the old prince's name day, all Moscow turned up at his front door, but he gave orders for no one to be admitted. Only 1 or 2 guests, whose names were on a list that he had given to Princess Maria, were to be invited to lunch. Métivier turned up that morning with his greetings and considered it proper as the old prince's doctor to break the embargo, as he put it to Princess Maria, and go in to see the prince. As it happened, on the morning of his name day the old prince was in one of his foulest moods. He had spent the whole morning tramping through the house, finding fault with everybody and pretending he couldn't understand anything that was said to him and nobody understood what he was saying. Princess Maria was all too familiar with this mood of nervous, simmering touchiness, which usually culminated in a furious outburst, and she went about that morning like someone staring down the barrel of a cocked and loaded gun and waiting for the inevitable big bang. The morning had gone off reasonably well, until the doctor arrived. After showing the doctor in, Princess Maria sat down with a book in the drawing room not far from the door, through which she could hear everything that was going on in the prince's study. At first the only voice she could hear was Métivier's, then came her father's, then both of them together. Then the door flew open, and in the doorway stood Métivier, a handsome figure of a man with his shock of black hair but terrified out of his wits, and behind him the old prince in skullcap and dressing gown, his face hideous with rage and the pupils of his eyes looking down at the floor. "So, you don't know what's going on," roared the old prince. "Well, I do. You French spy, you slave of Bonaparte. You're a spy. Get out, I tell you. Get out of my house." And he slammed the door. Métivier gave a shrug and walked over to Mademoiselle Bourrienne, who had come running in from the next room when she heard all the shouting. "The prince is not quite himself, a touch of bile and a rush of blood to the brain. Don't be too concerned." "I'll look in tomorrow," said Métivier, and he scurried away putting a finger to his lips. Through the door came the sound of shuffling slippers and a voice shouting, "Spies and traitors! Traitors everywhere! No peace in your own house!" When Métivier had gone, the old prince summoned his daughter and deluged her with the whole fury of his passion. She was to blame for letting the spy in. Hadn't he told her, yes, told her, to put the names down on a list and not let anyone else in? Why had she let that scoundrel in? It was all her fault. He couldn't get a minute's peace with her in the house, he couldn't even die in peace. "No, madam, we must part, I tell you. I can't take any more," he said, storming out of the room. And as if to rob her of any crumb of consolation, he walked back in, did his best to look calm and collected, and added, "And don't imagine that I've said this in the heat of the moment. Oh no, I'm perfectly calm and I've given it a lot of thought. It's going to happen. We must part. You can find yourself somewhere else to live," and he couldn't even leave it at that. With the vicious fury found only in a man inspired by love, and in obvious anguish himself, he shook his fists at her and roared, "Oh! If only some fool would marry her!" With that he slammed the door, sent for Mademoiselle Bourrienne and subsided in his study. At 2 o'clock the 6 luncheon guests arrived and foregathered in the drawing-room to wait for him, the famous Count Rostophin, Prince Lopakin and his nephew, General Shatrov, a former army colleague of the prince's, and 2 representatives of the younger generation, Pierre and Boris Trubetskoy. Boris, who had only recently come back to Moscow on leave, had been most anxious to meet Prince Nikolai Bolkonsky and had wormed his way in so effectively that for his sake the old prince had made an exception to his usual rule of keeping all young bachelors out of the house. The prince did not receive society people as such, but his house was the focal point of a small clique where, though there wasn't much talk of this in town, it was more flattering to be received than anywhere else. Boris had latched on to this a week previously when he had heard Rostophin turn down an invitation from the commander-in-chief of Moscow, who had invited him to dinner on St. Nicholas's Day, with the words, "That's the day when I always visit Prince Nikolai Bolkonsky to pay my devotion to the relics." "Oh yes, of course," replied the commander-in-chief. "How is he, by the way?" The little party which had come together before luncheon in the old-fashioned drawing-room with its high ceiling and old furniture was much like a law court in solemn session. They sat there in silence, and if they did speak it was in subdued tones. Prince Nikolai, when he came in, looked grim and reluctant to speak. Princess Maria seemed even more meek and mild than usual. The guests preferred to leave her out of the conversation, since it was obvious that she wasn't up to it. Count Rostophin held the thread of the conversation all on his own, treating them to the latest news, first from the town and then the world of politics. Lopakin and the old general put in the odd remark now and then. Prince Nikolai presided like a judge receiving a submission, with nothing more than the occasional grunt or the briefest of words to indicate that he was taking stock of the facts laid before him. The tone of the conversation was based on the assumption that no one approved of what was being done in the political world. Events were described that clearly confirmed the idea of everything going from bad to worse, but in every account and every critical discourse it was remarkable how each speaker held back, or was held back by someone else, if he got anywhere near the borderline where criticism might have touched on the person of the Tsar himself. Over the meal the conversation turned to recent political developments, in particular Napoleon's seizure of the Duke of Oldenburg's lands, and the Russian note, hostile to Napoleon, that had been sent to every European court. Point 2. Bonaparte sets about Europe like a pirate king on a captured ship, said Rostophin, rehearsing a little saying he had had occasion to use before. One can only wonder that the ruling sovereigns are so tolerant, or so easily dazzled. The Pope is next in line. Bonaparte is brazen enough to try and depose the head of the Catholic Church, and no one says a word. Our Emperor is the only one who has protested against the seizure of the Duke of Oldenburg's lands. And even if Count Rostophin broke off at this point, sensing that he was on the very brink of prohibited criticism. He's been offered other bits of land instead of the Duchy of Oldenburg, said the old prince. He shifts the dukes about anywhere he likes. It's like me sending my serfs from Bald Hills over to Bogucharovo or down to Ryazan. The Duke of Oldenburg bears his misfortune with admirable strength of character and resignation, said Boris in a polite contribution to the discussion. He could say this because on the way down from Petersburg he had had the honor of being presented to the Duke. The old prince stared at the young man as if he wanted to take him up on something, but he thought better of it, considering him too young. I have read our protest against the Oldenburg affair, and I was surprised at the poor wording of it, said Count Rostophin with the offhand manner of one who can criticize something because he is closely familiar with it. Pierre looked at Rostophin in innocent amazement, at a loss to understand why he should be bothered about the poor wording of the note. Does it matter how the note is worded, Count, he said, if the content is strong enough? My dear fellow, with 500,000 men behind us, it should be easy to get the style right, said Count Rostophin. Pierre saw the point of Count Rostophin's dissatisfaction with the wording of the note. Plenty of scribblers everywhere, said the old prince. Up in Petersburg they do nothing else but write, not just notes, they keep on writing new laws. My Andrei up yonder, he's written a thick volume of new laws for Russia. Everybody's at it nowadays, and he gave a weird kind of laugh. The conversation ground to a halt, and then the old general drew attention to himself by clearing his throat. Did you hear what happened at the review in Petersburg? Marvelous performance by the new French ambassador. Eh? Oh yes, I did hear something. Blurted something out in His Majesty's presence, didn't he? His Majesty drew his attention to the Grenadier Division as they marched past, the general persisted, and it seems the ambassador ignored him and had the gall to say, in France we don't bother with stupid things like that. The Emperor vouchsafed no response. At the next review His Majesty, so they say, gave him the cold shoulder. No one spoke. Here was a detail pertaining to the Tsar personally, but it was beyond criticism. The cheek of the man, said the old prince. Do you know Metivier? I threw him out of the house today. He came here and they let him in, even though I asked for no one to be admitted, said the old prince, glaring across at his daughter. And he went through the whole of his conversation with the French doctor and his reasons for believing Metivier was a spy. His reasons were very flimsy and obscure, but no one raised an objection. After the main course champagne was served, the guests rose to congratulate the old prince. Princess Maria too went round to him. He treated her to a cold, spiteful glare, and offered her a clean-shaven, wrinkled cheek. There was a look on his face that said everything. Their conversation that morning had not been forgotten, his decision still stood and only the presence of visitors prevented him from talking about it now. When they proceeded to the drawing room for coffee the old men sat down together. Prince Nikolai got more excited and began to expound his ideas on the impending war. He said that our wars against Bonaparte would always be lost while ever we went on seeking alliances with the Germans and meddling in European affairs that we couldn't get out of because of the Peace of Tilsit. We have no business fighting for or against Austria, he went on. Our political interests are all to the east, and as far as Napoleon is concerned, all we need is a well-armed force guarding the frontier and a strong policy, and he won't dare cross the Russian frontier again, as he did in 1807. But how are we ever going to be able to fight the French, Prince? Said Count Rostophin. How can we take arms against our teachers and our idols? Look at our young men, look at our ladies. The French are our gods, and Paris is our paradise. He began to raise his voice so that everyone could hear. Our fashions are French, our ideas are French, our feelings are French. Look here, you send Metivier packing because he's a Frenchman and a scoundrel, but our ladies go down on their knees and crawl after him. I was at a party yesterday evening, and, do you know, out of 5 ladies 3 were Catholics and they had a papal dispensation that allows them to do their embroidery on Sundays. And they sat there virtually naked, like signboards in a public bathhouse, pardon me for saying so. Oh dear me, when you look at our young people today, Prince, you feel like taking Peter the Great's old cudgel 3 out of the museum and cracking a few ribs with it. Do it the Russian way. Soon knock the nonsense out of them. Nobody spoke. The old prince looked across at Rostophin with a grin on his face and shook his head approvingly. Well, goodbye, Your Excellency. Keep well, said Rostophin, jumping to his feet with his usual alacrity and extending a hand to the prince. Goodbye, my dear fellow. Music to my ears. What a man, always worth listening to, said the old prince, holding on to the hand and offering his cheek. The others rose when Rostophin did. Chapter 4. Sitting there in the drawing-room listening to the old men's chatter and tittle-tattle, Princess Maria couldn't understand a word of what she was hearing. The only thing she could think about was whether or not all the guests were aware of her father's hostility towards her. She hadn't even noticed that Drubetskoy, now on his 3rd visit to their house, had been particularly attentive and amiable towards her all through dinner. Princess Maria turned to Pierre with a faraway, inquiring look in her eyes, he being the last to go, after the prince had departed, leaving them alone together in the drawing-room. He had come over to her, hat in hand, with a smiling face. "Can I stay on a bit?" he said, depositing his great bulk into a low chair alongside Princess Maria. "Please do," she said, but her eyes asked him, "Didn't you notice?" Pierre was in a happy after-dinner mood. He looked straight ahead and smiled a sweet smile. "Have you known that young man very long, Princess?" he said. "Which one?" "Drubetskoy." "No, not very long. Do you like him?" "Yes, he's a very nice young man." "Why do you ask?" said Princess Maria, still thinking of her conversation that morning with her father. "Because in my experience, when a young man comes from Petersburg to Moscow on leave, it is usually with the object of marrying an heiress." "Is that your experience?" said Princess Maria. "Oh yes," Pierre went on with a smile, "and that young man is carrying on in such a way that wherever there are wealthy heiresses, that's where he is. I can read him like a book. At this moment he's wondering whether to mount an assault on you or Mademoiselle Julie Karagin. He's paying her a lot of attention." "Does he go there?" "Yes, very often." "And do you know the latest way of courting a woman?" said Pierre, beaming breezily, and obviously enjoying that jovial mood of ironical banter for which he had reproached himself so many times in his diary. "No," said Princess Maria. "Well, nowadays, in order to please the girls in Moscow, you have to be melancholic." "He's very melancholic just now with Mademoiselle Karagin," said Pierre. "Is he really?" said Princess Maria, staring into Pierre's kindly face but constantly preoccupied with her own troubles. "I'd feel a bit better," she was thinking, "if I could just confide in somebody and tell them how I feel. And Pierre's the one to confide in. He's so kind and generous. I think I'd feel better. He would tell me what to do." "Would you ever marry him?" asked Pierre. "Oh heavens, Count. There are times when I'd marry anybody, Princess Maria said with tears in her voice, much to her own surprise. Oh. It's so hard when you love someone close to you and you feel, she went on in a tremulous voice, you can't do anything for him that won't cause trouble, and you know you can't do anything about it. There's only one thing to do, go away, but where can I go? What's wrong? What's happened, Princess? But Princess Maria, instead of going into explanations, burst into tears. I don't know what's wrong with me today. Please don't take any notice. Forget what I've said. Pierre's breezy attitude was gone. He questioned the princess anxiously, begging her to make a clean breast of it and tell him all her troubles, but she just kept on repeating the same things. She wanted him to forget what she had said, she couldn't remember what she had said, and the only worry she had was the one he knew about, Prince Andrei's marriage, which looked like setting father against son. Have you heard anything about the Rostovs? She asked, changing the subject. I believe they're due here soon. I'm expecting Andrei, too, any day now. I should have liked them to have their first meeting here. And how does he look on things now? Asked Pierre, meaning the old prince. Princess Maria shook her head. Well, it can't be helped, she continued. There are only a few months left now before the year is up. And it can't go on like this. All I'd like to do is spare my brother the first few minutes. Oh, I do wish they'd come. I'm hoping she and I can get to know each other. You've known them quite some time, haven't you? Asked Princess Maria. Give me your honest opinion, hand on heart. What sort of a girl is she? What do you make of her? But please tell me the whole truth, because, well, Andrei's taking such a risk going against his father. I just wanted to know. A vague instinct told Pierre that all this beating about the bush and the repeated insistence on hearing the whole truth rather suggested that Princess Maria was anything but well-disposed towards her future sister-in-law, as if she wanted Pierre to disapprove of Prince Andrei's choice, but Pierre said what he felt rather than what he thought. I don't know how to answer your question, he said, coloring up without knowing why. I really don't know what sort of girl she is. I can't analyze her. She's fascinating. I don't know why. There's nothing more to be said about her. Princess Maria sighed, and her face seemed to say, yes, just as I expected, just what I was dreading. Is she clever? Asked Princess Maria. Pierre thought about this. I don't think she is, he said. And yet, you know, perhaps she could be. She doesn't think it's worthwhile being clever. No, she's just fascinating, that's all. Princess Maria shook her head again, showing further disapproval. Oh, I do want to like her. You can tell her that if you see her before I do. I have heard they'll be here in a day or two, said Pierre. Princess Maria told him about her plan of action. As soon as the Rostovs arrived, she was going to form an attachment with her future sister-in-law and do what she could to bring the old prince round and get him to understand her. Chapter 5. Boris had not succeeded in finding a wealthy heiress to marry in Petersburg, and it was with this in mind that he had come down to Moscow. In Moscow, Boris found himself hesitating between the two wealthiest heiresses, Julie Karagin and Princess Maria. Although Princess Maria, for all her plainness, seemed more attractive than Julie, somehow he felt awkward about paying court to her. At their last meeting on the old prince's name day, every time he had begun to talk sentimentally, her responses had been all over the place and she had obviously not been listening to him. Julie, by contrast, was only too eager to receive his attentions, though she showed it in her own special way. Julie was now 27. On the death of her two brothers, she had become extremely wealthy. By now she had lost what looks she had ever had, though she believed herself to be no less attractive, in fact far prettier than ever before. She had been confirmed in this delusion first by becoming a wealthy heiress, but also because as she grew older she became less dangerous to men, which enabled them to approach her more easily and take full advantage of her suppers, her soirees, and the lively society that gathered about her without incurring any obligations. A man who, 10 years ago, would have been reluctant to visit a house with a 17-year-old girl in it for fear of compromising her and tying himself down would now call in cheerfully every day, treating her not as a good match but as a sexless acquaintance. That winter the Karajan's house was one of the most open and welcoming in Moscow. Besides all the invitation-only dinner parties and soirees, people gathered in large numbers at the Karajans every day of the week, especially men, who took supper at midnight and stayed on till 3 in the morning. Julie never missed anything to do with the ballroom, the theater, or strolling in public. She dressed in the latest fashion. But in spite of everything, Julie was a picture of disillusionment, telling everyone she had lost all faith in love or friendship, or any of the joys of the here and now, and she looked only for the consolation to come, up there. She had adopted the tone of a girl who has suffered a great disappointment, a girl who has lost her lover or been cruelly deceived by him. Although nothing remotely like that had ever happened to her, she was looked upon as if it had, and it was her own firm belief that she had suffered a great deal in life. This melancholy never stopped her enjoying herself and never stopped young men enjoying themselves in her company. Every visiting guest took great care to acknowledge the melancholic state of mind that afflicted the hostess, and then went straight off to enjoy himself in society chit-chat, dancing, clever games, or a session of bouts rhymes, which was all the rage at the Karajans. There were only 1 or 2 young men, and they included Boris, who dipped below the surface of Julie's melancholy, and with these young men she held longer conversations in more secluded places on the vanity of everything in this world, and they were also privy to her albums, page after page of doleful sketches, sayings, and poetry. Julie was so sweet with Boris, sympathizing with his premature alienation from life, offering him what consolation she could as a good friend, she having suffered so much in her own life, and she opened up one of her albums for him. Boris drew a little sketch of 2 trees, and wrote underneath, "O rustic trees, your somber branches shed upon me darkness and melancholy." On another page he did a drawing of a tomb and inscribed below it, "Our strength and stay is death, death brings us peace tomorrow. Ami, no other power can shelter us from sorrow." Julie thought this exquisite. "There is something so delightful in a smile of melancholy," she said to Boris, quoting verbatim from a book. "It is a ray of light in the shadows, a subtle margin between sorrow and despair, demonstrating the possibility of consolation." Boris responded with the following verses in French. "O poison fair by which my feeling soul is nourished, thou single stay on which my happiness has flourished, sweet melancholy, come to comfort and console. To calm the storms of my darkness and isolation and blend your hidden consolation. With these my tears I cannot control." Julie would go to her harp and play Boris the most plangent nocturnes. Boris would read aloud to her, more than once breaking down halfway through Karamzin's romantic story, poor Liza, choking with emotion and unable to continue. When they met in society, Julie and Boris would exchange lingering glances as though they were the only real people hailing each other in sympathy across a sea of indifference. Anna Mikhailovna, a frequent visitor, would play cards with Julie's mother and use every opportunity to gather all reliable information about Julie's expectations if she were to marry. Her dowry would consist of 2 Penza estates and a large forested region near Nizhny Novgorod. It was with deep emotion and complete resignation to the workings of Providence that Anna Mikhailovna followed the exquisite sharing of sadness that united her son to the wealthy Julie. "As charming and melancholic as ever, my dear sweet Julie," she would say to the daughter. And to the mother, "Boris tells me that here in your house he finds respite for his soul. He has been the victim of so many disappointments, and he's such a sensitive boy. Oh, Boris dear, I have become so attached to Julie recently," she would say to her son. "I can't begin to tell you. But then, who could help loving her? A creature not of this world. Oh, Boris. Boris." She would pause before going on. "And I'm so sorry for her, Mama," she would then say. Only today she was showing me letters and accounts from Penza. They have a huge estate there, and, poor thing, she's all on her own. They all take advantage of her." Boris heard what his mother had to say with the ghost of a smile. He laughed lightly at her simple-minded scheming, but he did listen closely when she spoke about the Penza and Nizhny Novgorod estates, and sometimes followed up with penetrating questions. Julie had long been expecting a proposal from her melancholic admirer, and was fully prepared to accept it, but Boris held back, secretly put off by the girl herself, her desperate desire to get married, her affectation, and a horrible feeling that he would be giving up any last chance of true love. His leave was nearly up. Every day God sent, and sometimes several days at a time, he spent at the Karagins, and every single day Boris thought things over and decided that tomorrow was the day for him to propose. But when he was with Julie, watching her red face and chin, almost permanently powdered over, her watery eyes and that facial expression signaling instant readiness to switch from melancholy to artificial rapture inspired by conjugal bliss, Boris couldn't bring himself to say the word, even though he had long imagined himself owning those big estates, and had spent their profits several times over. Julie could see Boris hesitating, and sometimes it actually occurred to her that she might not be exactly to his taste, but feminine vanity soon came to her rescue, reassuring her that love must have made him go all shy. Even so, her melancholy was rapidly turning into exasperation, and shortly before the end of Boris's leave she thought of a positive plan of action. Just before Boris was due to go back, who should appear in Moscow, and needless to say also in the Karagins' drawing room, but Anatole Karagin, whereupon Julie suddenly cast aside all melancholy, came over all cheerful and made a great fuss of the newcomer. "Boris, my dear," said Anna Mikhailovna, "I know from a reliable source that Prince Vasily has sent his son to Moscow to get him married to Julie. I have such a soft spot for Julie, and this would make me very sorry. How do you feel about it, my dear?" Boris was beside himself at the idea of being made a fool of, and having wasted a whole month of dogged melancholia on Julie, and seeing all the lovely money from those Penza estates which he had mentally assimilated and put to good use pass into somebody else's hands, especially the hands of an idiot like Anatole. He drove straight round to the Karagins, absolutely determined to propose. Julie welcomed him with a breezy cheerfulness, just happening to mention how much she had enjoyed yesterday evening's ball, and she asked when he was leaving. Although Boris had come with every intention of declaring his love and therefore speaking tenderly, he launched forth irritably on the subject of feminine fickleness, observing how women could switch so easily from sadness to joy, and how their mood depended entirely on who happened to be running after them. Julie took offense at this, and said yes, it was perfectly true that a woman needed variety, and anyone would get bored if nothing ever changed. "In that case, my advice to you," but Boris, with a vitriolic word on the tip of his tongue, was suddenly struck by a galling thought: he might end up leaving Moscow without having achieved his goal, and after a great waste of effort, something he'd never experienced before. He cut himself short in mid-sentence, averted his eyes from her nasty look of exasperation and indecision, and said, "But listen, I didn't come here to quarrel with you." Quite the opposite, he glanced at her, wondering whether or not to go on. Every last sign of annoyance had instantly vanished from her face, and her restless, imploring eyes were glued on him in avid anticipation. "I can always arrange not to see much of her," thought Boris. "In for a penny, in for a pound." He blushed to the roots of his hair, gazed into her face and said, "You know how I feel about you." That was enough. Julie was beaming with triumph and self-congratulation, but she still made Boris go through everything that is normally said on these occasions, that he was in love with her and had never loved any woman like this. She knew that her Penza estates and her forests near Nizhny Novgorod gave her every right to demand this, and she got what she wanted. The newly engaged couple, dispensing now with all references to trees that enfolded them with darkness and melancholy, were soon making plans for setting up a brilliant future residence in Petersburg, going the rounds as necessary and making arrangements for a magnificent wedding. Chapter 6. It was getting towards the end of January when Count Ilya Rostov arrived in Moscow with Natasha and Sonia. The Countess was still too ill to travel, but it was no longer possible to put things off until she got better. Any day now Prince Andrei was due to arrive in Moscow. In any case they had to order the trousseau, sell the estate just outside Moscow, and take advantage of old Prince Bolkonsky's presence in the city to arrange for his future daughter-in-law to be introduced. The Rostovs' townhouse had not been heated, and since this was only a short stay and the Countess wasn't with them, the old Count elected to stay with Maria Dmitrievna Akrasimov, with whom the Count had a long-standing offer of accommodation. Late one night the Rostovs' 4 sledges drove into Maria Dmitrievna's courtyard in Old Konyashiny Street. She now lived alone, having married off her daughter and seen her sons enter the service. She still had a good bearing, still spoke her mind, opining vociferously on all subjects, and her whole personality seemed like a reproach to everyone else for all kinds of weaknesses, passions and impulses that she happened to consider beyond the pale. She rose early, donned her house jacket and saw to the housekeeping, before driving off, if it happened to be a saint's day, first to mass and then on to the jails and prisons, where she did good work that she never spoke about. On ordinary weekdays she dressed and received petitioners from all classes. There was someone every day. Then she took lunch, a good rich meal, always with 3 or 4 guests in attendance. She would spend the afternoon playing Boston, and during the evening she would have the newspapers and the latest books read to her while she sat there knitting. She rarely interrupted her routine to go out, and if she did it was only to visit the most important people in town. She was still up when the Rostovs arrived and the pulley of the hall door creaked as it welcomed the Rostovs and their servants in from the cold. Maria Dmitrievna was standing in the hall doorway, with her spectacles perched on the end of her nose and her head flung back, and she greeted the newcomers with a stern and angry look. Anyone might have thought she was annoyed at them for daring to come and was about to send them away again, but for the fact that she was simultaneously issuing detailed instructions to her servants for the accommodation of her guests and all their baggage. "The Count's things? Over here," she said, pointing to the trunks without a word of welcome to anyone. "The young ladies, over there on the left. All this fiddle-faddle," she called to her maids. "Get the samovar going. Filled out nicely, very pretty," she said to Natasha, catching her by the hood and drawing her close. Natasha was glowing red from the frosty air. "Phoo! You're awfully cold. Come along, get those things off," she shouted across to the Count, who was wanting to come over and kiss her hand. "You must be frozen too. Plenty of rum in the tea." "Sonia, dear, bonjour," she said to the other girl, this single French word bringing out the complex mixture of slight scorn and affection that determined her attitude to Sonia. Eventually, when they had taken off their outer clothes, freshened up after the journey and come down to tea, Maria Dmitrievna went round kissing them all. "It does my heart good to see you. Thank you for coming to stay with me. It's been a long time," she said, with a knowing glance at Natasha. "The old fellow's here, and his son's due back any day now. You must make their acquaintance, you simply must. But we can talk about that later," she added, glancing across at Sonia, a clear signal that she didn't want to talk about it in her presence. "Now, listen," she said, turning to the Count. "What are your plans for tomorrow? Who do you want me to send for?"
Xin.
She bent down one finger. "That sniveling woman, Anna Mikhailovna." She bent down another. "She's here with her son. He's getting married. Then Bazukov, I suppose. He's here, too, with his wife. He ran away from her, but she came galloping after him. He had lunch here last Wednesday. Now, these people," she went on, indicating the young ladies, "I'll take them to the Iversky Chapel tomorrow, and we'll call in on Madame Saucy Rascal. Her dressmaker's real name was Susie Pascal. You'll be getting all the latest things, I suppose. Don't look at me, sleeves are out here nowadays. Only the other day young Princess Irina Vasilievna called in here, and what a sight! Looked as if she'd put 2 barrels on her arms. There's a new fashion every day now. And what will you be getting up to? She asked the Count abruptly. Everything's happened at once, answered the Count. All these rags to sort out, and now suddenly there's a buyer in prospect for the Moscow estate and the house. With your kind permission, I'll pick my moment and slip over to the estate for a day or so. It would involve leaving the girls on your hands. Splendid, splendid, they'll be all right with me. They'll be like wards of court. I'll take them wherever they ought to go, scold them a bit and spoil them a bit, said Marya Dmitrievna, extending a large hand to touch the cheek of her goddaughter and favorite, Natasha. Next morning Marya Dmitrievna took the young ladies off to the Iversky Chapel and then to Madame Pascal, who was so intimidated by Marya Dmitrievna that she always sold clothes to her at a loss in order to get rid of her as fast as she could. Marya Dmitrievna ordered almost the whole trousseau. When they got home she sent everyone but Natasha out of the room, and called her favorite over to sit beside her armchair. Now, let's have a little chat. Congratulations on your engagement. He's a fine young man and you've hooked him. I'm very pleased for you. I've known him since he was so high, she said, holding her hand a couple of feet from the floor. Natasha colored up with pleasure. I'm very fond of him and all his family. But listen. I'm sure you know old Prince Nikolai was very much against his son getting married. He's a funny old devil. Of course, Prince Andrei is not a child anymore, he can get by without him. But entering another family against the father's will is not a nice thing to do. It ought to be done with peace and love. You're a bright girl, you'll know how to cope. Just use your wits and your kind heart. Then everything will be all right. Natasha made no response, but her silence was not due to shyness, as Marya Dmitrievna surmised. In point of fact, Natasha didn't like people poking their noses into anything to do with her love for Prince Andrei, which seemed to her so far removed from the ordinary run of human experience that in her view no one could possibly understand it. The only man she knew and loved was Prince Andrei. He loved her, and was due to return any day now and take her away. That was all she needed. I've known him such a long time, you see, and I do love your future sister-in-law, Masha. As they say, new sisters cause blisters, but she wouldn't hurt a fly. She's been asking me to bring you two together. You must go and see her tomorrow with your father. Try to be nice to her, she's older than you. By the time your young man gets back, you'll have got to know his sister and his father, and you'll have won them over. Am I right? This is the best way, isn't it? Yes, said Natasha without much enthusiasm. Chapter 7. Next day, acting on Marya Dmitrievna's advice, Count Rostov took Natasha to call on Prince Nikolai Bolkonsky. The Count was unhappy about this. He was not looking forward to the visit and he approached it with dread in his heart. The last meeting with the old prince at the time of the recruitment levy was still fresh in his mind. He had invited Bolkonsky to dinner and in return he had been forced to sit through a furious diatribe for not having sent enough men. Natasha, by contrast, had put on her best dress and was in high spirits. They're bound to like me, she thought. Everybody does. And I'm ready to do anything they want, and love them both for being his father and his sister. There can't be any reason for them not to like me. They drove up to the gloomy old house on the Vozdvizhenka and went into the vestibule. Oh well, God be merciful, said the Count, half joking, half serious, but Natasha could see that her father was all flustered as he went through into the entry hall and inquired diffidently and in the softest tones whether the prince and the princess were at home. After they had been announced, the prince's servants looked visibly embarrassed. One footman who was running over to announce them was stopped by another in the big hall, and whispered exchanges ensued. A maidservant ran out to them in the hall and blurted out something to do with the princess. Then at last a curmudgeonly old footman emerged, only to inform the Rostovs that the prince could not receive anyone, though they were invited to go and see the princess. The first person to approach the visitors was Mademoiselle Bourienne, She greeted father and daughter with flamboyant politeness and led them off to the princess's apartment. The princess scuttled in to meet the visitors and tramped over to them, blotchy-faced, obviously worried and frightened, while struggling in vain to appear casual and welcoming. She took against Natasha at a single glance, seeing her as a creature of fashion, frivolous, flighty and vain. It never occurred to Princess Maria that before setting eyes on her future sister-in-law she was already prejudiced against her, subconsciously envying her beauty, youth and happiness, and resenting her brother's love for her. And besides this overwhelming feeling of antipathy, Princess Maria was still desperately worried because when the Rostovs had been announced the old prince had roared out that he wanted nothing to do with them. She could see them if she wanted to, but they mustn't be let in to see him. Princess Maria had decided to receive them, but she lived in constant dread of the old prince doing something outrageous, because he had seemed particularly upset by the arrival of the Rostovs. "Well, here we are then. I've brought my little songstress to see you, princess," said the count, bowing and scraping, his eyes darting about anxiously in case the old prince came in. "It will be nice for you to get to know each other. I'm so sorry the prince is still unwell," and after one or two more such platitudes he got to his feet. "With your permission, princess," he said, "if I could just leave my Natasha on your hands for a short while. I'd rather like to pop round to Dog Square to see Anna Semyonovna, it's only round the corner, and then come back for her." Count Rostov had thought up this diplomatic ruse, as he told his daughter afterwards, to give the future sisters-in-law maximum freedom to talk, though it also reduced any risk of meeting the prince, who scared him stiff. This was something he refrained from telling his daughter, but Natasha realized how frightened and worried her father was, and she felt humiliated. She blushed because of her father, then felt furious with herself for having blushed, and she transfixed the princess with a bold, challenging glare intended to show that she wasn't afraid of anybody. The princess said she would be delighted, and asked him not to hurry back from Anna Semyonovna's, and then he was gone. In defiance of several uneasy glances angled at her by Princess Maria, who wanted to talk to Natasha alone, Mademoiselle Bourienne stayed on and persisted in chattering about the pleasures of Moscow and the theaters. Natasha was still smarting from the embarrassing delay in the entry hall, her father's edginess and the constrained attitude of the princess, who seemed to think she was doing them a favor by receiving her. The whole situation seemed unpleasant. She didn't like Princess Maria, who seemed very plain, pretentious and frosty. Natasha suddenly seemed to shrivel up, unconsciously adopting an offhand manner that alienated Princess Maria even more. 5 minutes went by with the conversation labored and constrained, and then came the sound of shuffling slippers speedily approaching. Terror was written all over Princess Maria's face as the door opened and in came the prince, wearing a white nightcap and dressing gown. "Ah, madam," he began. "Madam, Countess. Countess Rostov, if I'm not mistaken. I'm sure you'll forgive me, do forgive me. I didn't know, madam. As God's my witness, I didn't know you were honoring us with a visit. I came to see my daughter, which accounts for this costume. You'll have to forgive me. As God's my witness, I didn't know," he repeated so unnaturally and so nastily, stressing the word God, that Princess Maria rose to her feet with her eyes glued to the floor, not daring to glance at her father or Natasha. Natasha rose too and gave a curtsy, also at a loss for something to do. Mademoiselle Bourienne was the only one capable of a sweet smile. "You'll have to forgive me. You'll have to forgive me. As God's my witness, I didn't know," muttered the old man, and after surveying Natasha from head to foot he walked out. Mademoiselle Bourienne was the first to collect herself after this apparition, and she started to talk about the prince's poor health. Speechless, Natasha and Princess Maria gazed at each other, and the longer they remained speechless and continued to gaze at each other, leaving unsaid all those things that ought to have been said, the greater was the mutual antipathy that rose between them. When the count returned, Natasha, almost indecently pleased to see him, got away as fast as she could, with a feeling akin to loathing for that frigid old woman of a princess, who was capable of putting her in such an embarrassing position, and also of spending half an hour with her without saying a word about Prince Andrei. I just couldn't have been the first to talk about him with that Frenchwoman in the room, thought Natasha. Meanwhile, Princess Maria was tormenting herself in just the same way. She had known what needed to be said to Natasha, but she hadn't been able to bring herself to say it, partly because Mademoiselle Bourienne was in the way, but also because she found it terribly difficult to begin talking about the marriage, though she couldn't have said why. The Count was well on his way out of the room when Princess Maria scurried across to Natasha, seized her hand and said with a deep sigh, "Wait a second. I think I should." Natasha looked at Princess Maria with a kind of scorn, though she too couldn't have explained why. "Dear Natalie," said Princess Maria, "I want you to know how glad I am my brother has found such happiness." She paused, conscious of telling a lie. Natasha noted the pause and guessed the reason behind it. "Princess, I don't think this is the right time to talk about it," said Natasha, with a show of dignity and aloofness, though she was choking on tears. "What have I said? What have I done?" she thought the moment she was out of the room. Natasha kept them waiting for dinner that evening. She was still up in her room, crying like a child, sniffling and sobbing. Sonia stood over her, kissing her hair. "Natasha, there's nothing to cry about," she kept saying. "Why do you bother about them? It'll soon pass, Natasha." "No, if only you knew how humiliating it was." "As if Natasha, don't say anything. It's not your fault, so why should you bother?" "Give me a kiss," said Sonia. Natasha looked up and kissed her friend on the lips, pressing her wet face against hers. "I can't tell you. I don't know." "It's nobody's fault," said Natasha. "It's my fault. But it hurts so much." "Oh, why doesn't he come?" She went down to dinner with red eyes. Maria Dmitrievna, fully aware of how the old prince had received the Rostovs, pretended not to notice Natasha's worried face, and over dinner she kept a constant stream of loud jokes going with the Count and the other guests. Chapter 8. That evening the Rostovs went to the opera, where Maria Dmitrievna had taken a box for them. Natasha didn't feel like going, but it was impossible to refuse a treat that Maria Dmitrievna had arranged especially for her benefit. When she was all dressed up and waiting for her father in the big hall, she glanced at herself in the big mirror and saw that she looked pretty, very pretty, which made her feel even sadder than before, though it was a sweet and tender sadness. "Oh God, if only he was here with me now, I wouldn't be like I used to be, silly and shy. I'd be quite different. I'd give him a hug, cuddle up to him and force him to look at me with those searching, questioning eyes, the way he used to look at me before, and then I'd make him laugh, the way he used to laugh, and his eyes, oh, I can see those eyes," thought Natasha. "And why should I bother about his father and sister? I don't love anybody else but him, with that face and those eyes, with his smile, a man's smile yet also a little boy's. No, it's better if I don't think about him, forget him, completely forget him for the time being. I can't bear all this waiting. I'll be sobbing any minute now," and she turned away from the mirror in a great effort to avoid tears. How can Sonia love Nikolai so calmly, so easily, and keep on waiting so patiently, she wondered, looking at Sonia, who had just come in, smartly dressed and holding a fan. No, she's not a bit like me. I can't manage it. At that moment Natasha felt so overwhelmed by softness and tenderness that it wasn't enough for her to love and know she was loved in return. Now was what mattered. She wanted to embrace the man she loved now, to talk about love and hear love talk from him, because her heart was filled with words of love. As she sat there in the carriage beside her father, staring moodily at the lights of the street lamps as they flashed by the frozen window, she began to feel even sadder and more love-stricken, until she forgot where she was going and who she was with. The Rostovs' carriage fell into line with all the other carriages and trundled slowly up to the theater, its wheels creaking over the snow. Natasha and Sonia hopped out holding up their skirts, followed by the Count, assisted down by the footman, and the three of them made their way through the stream of opera-goers and program sellers towards the corridor leading to the boxes. The music had started, as they could hear through the closed doors. "Natasha, your hair," whispered Sonia. The boxkeeper slithered past the ladies deferentially, nipped ahead, and opened the door into their box. The music was suddenly louder and clearer, and from the doorway they could see the brightly lit rows of boxes, the bare arms and shoulders of the ladies, and the stalls down below, noisy and glittering with uniforms. A lady going into a nearby box stole an envious woman's glance at Natasha. The curtain was still down, but the overture was underway. Natasha smoothed down her dress, walked in with Sonia, sat down and gazed across at the brightly lit tiers of boxes opposite. Suddenly, there it was again, a sensation she had not experienced for some time, hundreds of eyes staring at her bare arms and neck. It was a pleasant and yet unpleasant sensation that brought back a swarm of associated memories, desires, and emotions. There they were, two extremely pretty girls, Natasha and Sonia, in the company of Count Ilya Rostov, who had been away from Moscow for some time, and all eyes were on them. Besides that, everybody had heard something of Natasha's engagement to Prince Andrei. They all knew the Rostovs had been living in the country ever since, and they looked with great curiosity at the girl who was about to make one of the best matches in Russia. Natasha was even prettier after her stay in the country, as everyone had been telling her, and this evening, in her present state of excitement, she looked particularly attractive. She seemed to be brimming with life and beauty, and impervious to everything around her. Her black eyes scanned the crowd without looking for anyone in particular, while her slender arm, exposed almost to the shoulder, rested on the velvet edge of the box and, quite unconsciously, her hand squeezed the program rhythmically in time to the overture. "Look, that's Elnina," said Sonia, with her mother, "isn't it?" "Good heavens, Mikhail Kirillik has put some more weight on," said the old count. "Look! Anna Mikhailovna! Fancy wearing a cap like that! The Karagins are over there. Julie and Boris are with them. You can tell they're engaged. Drubetskoy has proposed." "Oh yes, I found out today," said Shinshin, joining the Rostovs in their box. Natasha glanced over where her father was looking, and there was Julie with a string of pearls round her thick red neck, which Natasha knew to be well powdered, sitting next to her mother, a picture of contentment. Behind them sat Boris, with his handsome, neatly brushed head of hair, all smiles as he lent an ear to what Julie was saying. He squinted across at the Rostovs and smiled again as he spoke to his fiancée. "They're talking about us, me and him," thought Natasha. "And she's probably jealous of me, and he's reassuring her. They don't have a thing to worry about. If only they knew. I couldn't care less about any of them." Behind them sat Anna Mikhailovna, decked out in a green headpiece. She was in celebratory mood, with happiness and resignation to the will of God written all over her face. Their box was full of the atmosphere generated by an engaged couple, which Natasha knew all about and was so fond of. She turned away from them, and suddenly all the events of that humiliating morning visit surged up in her mind again. "What right has he to keep me out of his family? Oh well, better not think about it till he comes back," she said to herself, and she began to scan the faces, familiar and unfamiliar, down in the stalls. There in the middle of the front stalls, leaning back against the orchestra rail, stood Dolokhov, in Persian costume, with his curls brushed up into a huge shock of hair. He was standing in full view, deliberately inviting the attention of the whole audience, yet as casual as if he had been at home standing alone in his room. The most brilliant set of young Muscovites thronged round him, and he was clearly the cock of the roost. Count Ilya laughed as he nudged the blushing Sonia and pointed out her former admirer. "Didn't you recognize him?" he asked. "But what's he doing here?" he asked, turning to Shinshin. "I thought he'd gone off somewhere." "Yes, he did," answered Shinshin. "He went down to the Caucasus, then he ran away, and I believe he became a minister with some sort of ruling prince down in Persia, and he went and killed the Shah's brother. Anyway, all the Moscow ladies are crazy about him. Dolokhov, the man from Persia, that's all you need to say. Nowadays you hear nothing but Dolokhov. They all kowtow to him. It's a rare treat to be asked to meet him, said Shinshin. Dolokhov and Anatole Karajan, they've got the ladies swooning all right. Into the adjoining box walked a gorgeous tall woman with a huge pile of hair, superb arms and shoulders ostentatiously exposed, and a double string of large pearls round her neck. She took some time to settle down, with much rustling of her thick silk evening dress. Natasha couldn't resist staring at this lady's neck and shoulders, her pearls and her elaborate hairstyle, and admiring the beauty of those shoulders and pearls. When she turned for a second look, the lady glanced round, met the eyes of Count Ilya Rostov, and gave him a nod and a smile. It was Countess Bezukhov, Pierre's wife. The Count, who knew everyone in society, leant across and addressed a few words to her. "Have you been here long, Countess?" he began. "I've been meaning to call in and kiss your hand. I'm in town on business and I've brought my girls with me. I hear Semyonova's a wonderful actress," the Count went on. "Your good husband never used to forget us." "Is he here?" "Yes, he did say he'd drop in," said Helene, with a close eye on Natasha. Count Ilya sat back in his place. "Lovely woman, isn't she?" he whispered to Natasha. "Out of this world," said Natasha. "It would be easy to fall in love with her." At that moment the final chords of the overture rang out, and the conductor rapped on the stand with his baton. Latecomers scurried to their seats in the stalls, and the curtain rose. Immediately a hush fell on boxes and stalls, and all the men, old and young, in evening dress or uniform, and all the women with jewels draped across their exposed flesh turned with eager anticipation to watch the stage. Natasha too turned to watch. Chapter 9. The stage consisted of flat boards down the middle with painted cardboard representing trees at both sides and cloth-covered boards at the back. Several young girls in red tops and white skirts were sitting in the middle of the stage. One very fat girl in a white silk dress sat to one side on a low bench with green cardboard glued on the back of it. They were all singing something. When they had finished their song, the woman in white came forward to the prompter's box, and a man with fat legs squeezed into silk tights, with a feather in his hat and a dagger in his belt, came up to her and burst into song with much waving of his arms. The man in tights sang alone, then she sang alone, then they both held back while the music played on and the man fingered the hand of the woman in white, obviously waiting for the right moment to start up again and sing a piece with her. They did sing together, after which the theater erupted in applause and loud shouting, while the man and woman on the stage, representing two lovers, beamed as they held out their arms and took bows. Just back from the country, and now in a serious frame of mind, Natasha saw all this as astonishingly grotesque. She couldn't follow the opera and couldn't hear any music, all she could see was painted cardboard and oddly dressed men and women, talking, singing and prancing about just as oddly under bright lights. She knew what it was supposed to represent, but it was all so grotesquely forced and unnatural that she found herself alternating between embarrassment and amusement at the actor's expense. She glanced round at faces in the audience, looking for signs of the same amusement and bewilderment that she was feeling. But all the faces were absorbed in what was happening on the stage, and they displayed a kind of rapture that Natasha could only assume to be affected. "I suppose it has to be like this," thought Natasha. She looked alternately at the rows of pomaded men's heads in the stalls and the half-naked women in the boxes, especially Helene in the next box, who was sitting there so openly exposed, staring fixedly at the stage with a quiet and serene smile on her face, and basking in the bright light that flooded the theater and the close atmosphere warmed up by the crowd. Natasha was beginning to glide steadily into a state of lightheadedness the like of which she hadn't experienced for some time. She lost all sense of what she was and where she was and what was going on before her eyes. She gazed ahead, letting her thoughts wander, and the weirdest of disconnected ideas suddenly flashed through her mind. One moment she felt like leaping over the footlights and singing along with the actress, then she felt an urge to dig an old gentleman sitting nearby with her fan, or lean over towards Helene and tickle her. In a moment of silence on the stage with a new aria about to begin, a stall's door creaked open on the Rostovs' side of the theater, and a man's footsteps could be heard padding over the carpet. "That's him, Kuragin," whispered Shinshin. Countess Bezukov turned and beamed at the late arrival. Natasha followed Countess Bezukov's eyes and saw a strikingly handsome adjutant walking towards their box with a confident stride and a courteous manner. It was Anatole Kuragin, whom she had seen and noticed some time before at a ball in Petersburg. He was wearing his adjutant's uniform, with one epaulette and a shoulder knot. He walked with a jaunty little swagger that would have looked ridiculous if he hadn't been so handsome, and if his fine features hadn't expressed such open-hearted self-assurance and high spirits. Although the performance was in full swing, he didn't hurry as he strode down the sloping, carpeted aisle, his perfumed, handsome head held high and his spurs and sword gently jingling. With a quick glance at Natasha, he went over to his sister, laid a tightly gloved hand on the edge of her box, nodded to her and leant over to ask her something, with a gesture towards Natasha. "Delightful girl," he said, obviously referring to Natasha, who could not hear his words but could read his lips. Then he proceeded to the front row and sat down beside Dolokhov, giving him a casual, friendly elbow in the ribs, and this was Dolokhov, the man who inspired such deference in everybody else. With a cheeky wink and a merry smile at him, Anatole put one foot up on the orchestra screen. "Brother and sister, and they're so like each other," said the Count. "Handsome pair." Shinshin lowered his voice and began telling the Count about one of Kuragin's escapades in Moscow, and Natasha listened, not least because he had called her a delightful girl. The first act came to an end. Everyone stood up in the stalls, they left their places, and there was much coming and going. Boris came over to the Rostovs' box, accepted their congratulations without any fuss, raised his eyebrows with a distracted smile, told Natasha and Sonia that his fiancée wished to invite them both to the wedding, and then left. Natasha had been chatting to him with a cheery, flirtatious smile on her lips, and she had congratulated him on his approaching marriage, the same Boris she had once been in love with. In the kind of light-headed mood she was in, everything seemed perfectly straightforward and natural. Helene was sitting nearby in all her semi-nakedness, beaming at all and sundry, and Natasha beamed at Boris in exactly the same way. Helene's box had filled up inside and was surrounded from the stalls by the cleverest and most distinguished men, falling over each other in their eagerness to let everyone see that they were known to her. Kuragin spent the entire interval standing with Dolokhov in front of the footlights staring across at the Rostovs' box. Natasha sensed that he was talking about her, and the knowledge gave her a thrill of pleasure. She even adjusted her position so that he could see her in profile, which she considered her best angle. Before the beginning of the second act, the figure of Pierre, whom the Rostovs hadn't seen since their arrival, appeared in the stalls. He had a sad look on his face, and he had put on even more weight since Natasha had last seen him. He walked down to the front rows without noticing anyone. Anatole went over to him and started talking, with the occasional glance and gesture towards the Rostovs' box. Pierre's face lit up when he saw Natasha, and he hurried past rows of stalls towards their box. When he reached them, he leant an elbow on the edge of their box and chatted to Natasha at some length, smiling all the time. While she was talking to Pierre, Natasha heard the sound of a man's voice from Countess Bezukov's box, and something told her it was Kuragin. She glanced round and their eyes met. With a half-smile on his face and a look of such warmth and admiration, he stared straight at her in such a way that it seemed odd for her to be standing so close to him and to be looking at him like that, absolutely certain that he liked her, without their knowing each other. In the second act, a cemetery was depicted on the painted cardboard. There was a hole in the backcloth to represent the moon, the footlights were shaded, horns and double basses sounded forth, and a number of people emerged from right and left dressed in black cloaks. These people began waving their arms about, with things that looked like daggers in their hands. Then some more people ran on and began dragging away the girl who had been in white but was now wearing a pale blue dress. Instead of dragging her off straight away, they spent a long time singing with her, but then they did drag her away, and behind the scenes someone banged 3 times on a piece of iron, whereupon they all fell to their knees and sang a prayer. This action was interrupted more than once by wild cries from the audience. All through the act, whenever Natasha glanced across at the stalls, she saw Anatole Kuragin, with one arm flung along the back of his chair, staring up at her. She was delighted to see that he was so taken with her, and it never entered her head that there could be anything wrong with this. When the second act came to an end, Countess Bezukov got to her feet, turned towards the Rostovs' box, with her bosom completely exposed, crooked a tiny gloved finger to beckon the old count over, ignored all the men crowding round her box, and engaged him in conversation with the sweetest of smiles. "Oh, please introduce me to your lovely daughters," she said. "The whole town is singing their praises and I don't even know them." Natasha got up and curtsied to the magnificent countess. She was so delighted at being praised by such a brilliant beauty that she blushed with pleasure. "I've every intention of becoming a Moscow resident myself," said Helene. "Shame on you for burying pearls like these in the country." Countess Bezukov's reputation as a woman of great charm was well founded. Saying what she didn't think, especially when it was flattering, came so naturally to her it was simplicity itself. "No, my dear Count, you must let me take your daughters in hand. Actually, I'm not here for very long this time, and neither are you. But I'll do what I can to amuse them. I heard so much about you in Petersburg, and I've been wanting to meet you," she said to Natasha, with that beautiful smile that never varied. "I've heard of you from my page, too, Drubetskoy. You'll have heard that he's getting married, and also from my husband's friend, Bolkonsky, Prince Andrei Bolkonsky," she said, with special emphasis and a strong hint that she knew how things stood between him and Natasha. She asked for one of the young ladies to be allowed to sit through the rest of the performance in her box so that they could get to know each other, and Natasha moved across. The third act saw a palace depicted on the stage with lots of burning candles and walls hung with pictures of knights with beards. 2 people, presumably a king and queen, stood at the front. The king waved his right hand in the air and sang something very badly, it was obviously his nerves, before sitting down on a crimson throne. The girl who had first been in white and then pale blue was now wearing a plain smock, and she had let her hair down. She was standing near the throne, singing something very doleful to the queen. But the king waved his hand harshly, and then some men with bare legs and women with bare legs came on from both sides and they all started dancing. Then the violin struck up with a light and happy tune, at which one of the actresses with thick, bare legs and thin arms detached herself from the rest, walked off the set to straighten her bodice, came back out into the middle of the stage and began to leap in the air, tapping her feet together very quickly. The stalls erupted with applause and shouts of bravo. Then one man retreated into a corner of the stage. Louder and louder came the cymbals and horns in the orchestra, and this one man with his bare legs started leaping right up in the air and making fancy movements with his feet. This was Duport, who took home 60,000 silver rubles a year for this artistry. The whole theater from the stalls to the gods thundered their applause and yelled at the tops of their voices, and the man came to a halt and stood there beaming and bowing to all quarters. Then the bare legs were off again dancing, men and women, the king sounded off in time to the music and they all broke out in song. But suddenly a storm blew up, heralded by chromatic scales and diminished sevenths from the orchestra, and they all scurried away, dragging one of the company off stage, and the curtain fell. Once again the audience erupted with fearsome applause and they all stood there in blissful transports roaring out, "Duport! Duport! Duport!" It no longer seemed at all strange to Natasha. She looked round in delight, grinning with glee. "Glorious, isn't he, Duport?" said Helene, turning to her. "Oh yes," said Natasha in reply. Chapter 10. During the interval there was a cool draft in Helene's box as the door opened and in walked Anatole, stooping and trying not to brush against anyone. "Allow me to introduce my brother," said Helene, her eyes shifting uneasily from Natasha to Anatole. Natasha turned her pretty little head towards the handsome adjutant and smiled at him over her bare shoulder. Anatole, who was just as handsome close to as he had been from a distance, sat down beside her and said this was a delight he had long been waiting for, ever since the Narishkin's ball, where he had had the unforgettable pleasure of seeing her. Karajan was much more astute and straightforward with women than he ever was in male company. He talked with an easy directness, and Natasha was agreeably surprised to discover that this man, the butt of so much gossip, had nothing formidable about him. Quite the reverse, his face wore the most innocent, cheery, and open-hearted of smiles. Karajan asked what she thought of the opera, and told her that at the last performance Semyonova had fallen down on stage. "Oh, by the way, Countess," he said, suddenly treating her like a close friend of long standing, "we're getting up a fancy dress ball. You must come, it's going to be great fun. They're all getting together at the Arkarovs. Please come. You will, won't you?" As he spoke, he never took his smiling eyes off Natasha, her face, her neck, her exposed arms. Natasha knew for certain he was besotted with her. She liked this, yet she could feel the temperature rising and she was beginning to feel somehow cornered and constrained in his presence. When she wasn't looking at him, she could sense him gazing at her shoulders, and she found herself trying to catch his eye to make him look at her face. But when she looked into his eyes, she was shocked to realize that the usual barrier of modesty that existed between her and other men was no longer there between the two of them. It had taken 5 minutes for her to feel terribly close to this man, and she scarcely knew what was happening to her. Whenever she turned away, she bristled at the thought that he might seize her from behind by her bare arm and start kissing her on the neck. They were going on about nothing in particular, yet she felt closer to him than she had ever been to any other man. Natasha kept glancing round at Helene and her father for help. What did it all mean? But Helene was deep in conversation with a general and didn't respond to her glance, and her father's eyes conveyed nothing but their usual message: enjoying yourself? Jolly good. I'm so pleased. There was an awkward silence, during which Anatole, the personification of cool determination, never took his voracious eyes off her, and Natasha broke it by asking whether he liked living in Moscow. She colored up the moment the question was out of her mouth. She couldn't help feeling there was something improper about even talking to him. Anatole smiled an encouraging smile. "Oh, I didn't like it much at first." "Well, what is it that makes a town nice to live in?" "It's the pretty women, isn't it?" "Well, now I do like it, very much indeed," he said, with a meaningful stare. "You will come to the fancy dress ball, Countess?" "Please come," he said. Putting his hand out to touch her bouquet, he lowered his voice and added in French, "You'll be the prettiest woman there. Do come, dear Countess, and give me this flower as your pledge." Natasha didn't understand a word of this, any more than he did, but she felt that behind his incomprehensible words there was some dishonorable intention. Not knowing how to respond, she turned away as if she hadn't heard him. But the moment she turned away, she could feel him right behind her, very close. Now what? Is he embarrassed? Is he angry? Should I put things right? She wondered. She couldn't help turning round. She looked him straight in the eyes. One glance at him, standing so close, with all that self-assurance and the warmth of his sweet smile, and she was lost. She stared into his eyes, and her smile was the mirror image of his. And again she sensed with horror there was no barrier between the two of them. The curtain rose again. Anatole strolled out of the box, a picture of composure and contentment. Natasha went back to her father's box, completely taken by the new world she found herself in. All that was happening before her eyes now seemed absolutely normal. By contrast, all previous thoughts of her fiancé, Princess Maria, her life in the country, never even crossed her mind. It was as if it all belonged to the distant past. In the fourth act there was some sort of devil who sang and waved his arms about till the boards were taken away beneath him and he disappeared down below. That was all Natasha saw of the fourth act. She felt worried and excited, and the cause of all the excitement was Pigeon. She couldn't keep her eyes off him. As they came out of the theater, Anatole walked over to them, called their carriage and helped them into it. As he was assisting Natasha, he squeezed her forearm just above the wrist. Natasha glanced round at him, thrilled and flushed with pleasure. He gazed at her with gleaming eyes and a tender smile. Natasha was back home before she could form any clear impression of what had happened. Suddenly she had a horrible feeling as she remembered about Prince Andrei, and in front of them all as they sat there drinking a cup of tea after the theater, she gave a loud moan, blushed to the roots of her hair and rushed out of the room. "My God! It's the end of me," she said to herself. "How could I have let him go as far as that?" she thought. She sat there for some time, burying her crimson face in her hands, trying to get a firm grip on what had been happening but quite incapable of grasping anything, either what had happened or what she now felt. It all seemed dark, confusing and dreadful. Back in that huge open space under the bright lights, when Duport with his bare legs and his little spangled jacket had just finished leaping about to the music over those damp boards, and those young girls and the old men, and Helene, too, beaming proudly and serenely in all her naked glory, had gone wild and roared bravo. There, in the shadow of Helene herself, everything had been plain and simple, but now, as she sat there in solitude, it was beyond all understanding. What's it all about? Why did I feel so scared of him? What are all these guilty feelings, she thought. Her mother, the old countess, was the only person to whom Natasha could have confided all that was on her mind, at night and in bed. She knew Sonia was straight-laced and clear-minded about these things. She would either have got the wrong end of the stick or just been shocked by any confession. Natasha would have to try and solve these agonizing problems on her own. Am I finished with Prince Andrei's love or not, she wondered, and then reassured herself with an ironical smile. Silly girl, asking things like that, she thought. What's happened to me? Nothing. I haven't done anything. I didn't ask for this. No one will ever know, and I shan't see him again, she told herself. So, this much is clear, nothing has happened, there's nothing to apologize for, and Prince Andrei can love me for what I am. But am I really what I am? Oh God, why isn't he here? Natasha's consolation was short-lived. Once again, in her imagination, she ran through her conversation with Pigeon, and she could still see his features, his every gesture and the kind smile on the face of a brave handsome man squeezing her arm. Chapter 11. Anatole Pigeon was staying in Moscow because his father had sent him away from Petersburg, where he had been getting through 20,000 rubles a year in cash and running up debts for a similar amount, and his creditors had begun to demand payment from his father. Prince Vasily informed his son that for one last time he would pay half his debts, on condition that he went down to Moscow, where a post had been found for him, with no little effort, as adjutant to the commander-in-chief, and finally made every effort to find a good marriage partner. He suggested either Princess Maria or Julie Karagin. Anatole had consented and gone down to Moscow, where he stayed with Pierre. At first Pierre was reluctant to receive Anatole, but it wasn't long before he got used to him being there, started going out with him on some of his wild jaunts, and gave him money, ostensibly as a loan. Shinshin had been quite right to say that Anatole had driven all the Moscow ladies crazy, especially by his offhand attitude and his obvious preference for gypsy girls and French actresses. He was said to be having an affair with the queen of them all, Mademoiselle George Point, for he never missed a party at Dolikov's, or with any other member of the fast set in Moscow. He hit the bottle for nights on end, out drinking everybody else, and attended every high society ball and soiree. He was said to have had several affairs with Moscow ladies, and he was given to flirting with one or two of them in the ballroom. But he had steered clear of unmarried girls, especially wealthy heiresses, most of whom were not very pretty, and for one good reason known to none but a few of his closest friends: for the last 2 years he had been married. 2 years before, while his regiment was stationed in Poland, a small-time Polish landowner had forced Anatole to marry his daughter. It had not taken long for Anatole to walk out on his wife, but by agreeing to send a regular cash remittance to his father-in-law he had preserved the right to pass himself off as a bachelor. Anatole was quite happy with his situation, himself and other people. With every fiber of his being he was convinced of what his instincts told him. There was no other way to live than the way he was living, and he had never done anything wrong in his life. He had no capacity for reflecting on how his actions might affect other people, or what the consequences of this or that action might be. He took it for granted that just as the duck was created to live on water, he was created by God to live on 30,000 a year and occupy a high station in society. So strong was this conviction that when other people looked at him they accepted it and wouldn't have dreamed of denying him either his high station in society or the money that he borrowed right and left, obviously with no thought of paying it back. He was not a gambler, at least he was never bothered about winning money, and he was a good loser. He wasn't vain. He didn't care what people thought about him. Still less could he have been accused of ambition. More than once he had infuriated his father by ruining his own prospects, and he laughed at honors of every kind. He wasn't mean, and he never refused anyone who turned to him for help. What he loved was having a good time and chasing women, and since, according to him, these tastes were in no way dishonorable, and he was incapable of considering how his gratification of them might affect other people, he genuinely considered himself beyond reproach. He felt a real contempt for rogues and scoundrels. His conscience was clear and he walked tall. Men of pleasure, masculine versions of Mary Magdalene, are secretly convinced of their own innocence, and like their feminine counterparts they base this on the hope of forgiveness. She shall be forgiven because she was full of love, he shall be forgiven because he was full of fun. Dólokhov, back in Moscow that year after his exile and his Persian adventures, now spent his time wallowing in luxury, gambling, and the pleasures of the flesh, and he had his own good reasons for renewing his friendship with his old Petersburg comrade Kurágin. Anatole had a genuine liking for Dólokhov because of his sharp wit and bold spirit. Dólokhov needed Anatole's name, contacts, and social standing to attract wealthy young men into his gambling circles, so he was using Kurágin without him being aware of it, though at the same time he found him amusing. As well as having a calculated need for Anatole, the very process of manipulating another man soon became a regular source of enjoyment for Dólokhov, even a necessity. Natasha had made a big impact on Kurágin. Over supper after the opera he gave Dólokhov the benefit of his expert appraisal of her arms, shoulders, legs and hair, and announced his intention of having a bit of a fling with her. The possible outcome of such an entanglement was beyond Anatole's powers of comprehension, just as he could never see the outcome of any of his actions. "She's a pretty girl, old man, but not for the likes of us," Dólokhov said to him. "I'll tell my sister to ask her to dinner," said Anatole. "How about that?" "Better wait till she's married." "Do you know something?" said Anatole. "I do like little girls. It's so easy to turn their heads." "You've been in trouble with one little girl already," put in Dólokhov, who knew about Anatole's marriage. "Watch what you're doing." "Well, it can't happen again, can it?" said Anatole with a good-humored laugh. Chapter 12. The day after the opera the Rostovs stayed in, and no one came to see them. Maria Dmitrievna had a long talk with Natasha's father, keeping it secret from her. Natasha put two and two together and guessed they were talking about the old prince and hatching something between them, and this made her feel worried and offended. She was expecting Prince Andrei any minute, and twice that day she sent someone to Vozdvizenka to find out whether he had arrived. He hadn't. She now felt worse than she had done during their first days in Moscow. Her impatience and longing for him were now exacerbated by the unpleasant memory of her encounter with Princess Maria and the old prince, and an anxious, worried feeling that she couldn't account for. She kept on imagining either that he wouldn't ever come or that something would happen to her before he did. She couldn't just sit there quietly hour after hour, as she had once done, thinking about him. The moment he came into her mind, the memory of him blended with memories of the old Prince and Princess Maria, the opera, and Karajan. Once again she wondered whether she might not have been to blame and whether she could be said to have broken faith with Prince Andrei, and again she found herself analyzing every last word, gesture, and change of expression on the face of that man who had somehow managed to arouse her in such a dreadful way. To the rest of the household Natasha seemed livelier than usual, but she was far from being as happy and contented as before. Sunday morning came, and Maria Dmitrievna invited her guests to go to morning service at her parish church, the Church of the Assumption. "I don't like those modern churches," she said, obviously fancying herself as something of a freethinker. "God is the same everywhere. Our parish priest is an excellent man and he puts on a nice service, it's all very dignified, and his deacons just the same. What's holy about giving concerts in the choir? I don't like it. It's too much like entertainment." Maria Dmitrievna enjoyed her Sundays, and knew how to celebrate them. Her house had always been washed and cleaned on the Saturday, she and the servants all had a day off, and everybody put on their Sunday best and went to church. There was more food on the mistress's table, and the servants had vodka and roast goose or pork at theirs. But nothing in the house marked the holiday more clearly than Maria Dmitrievna's broad, stern face, which assumed for the day a look of unwavering solemnity. After church, when they had finished their coffee in the drawing room, with the covers taken off the furniture, a servant announced that the carriage was ready and Maria Dmitrievna, dressed in her best shawl, which she wore for visiting, got to her feet and solemnly announced that she was going to call on old Prince Bolkonsky to speak to him about his attitude to Natasha. After she had gone, one of Madame Pascal's dressmakers called, and Natasha, only too glad of the distraction, went into an adjoining room, closed the door and began trying on her new dresses. Just as she had put on a sleeveless basted bodice and was bending her head to look in the mirror and see what it looked like from the back, she suddenly heard her father's voice in the drawing room, an eager conversation with someone else. It was a woman's voice, one that made her blush. It was Helene. Before Natasha had time to take off the bodice she was trying on, the door opened and in walked Countess Bezukov, wearing a dark heliotrope velvet dress with a high collar, and smiling her sweet and friendly smile. "My dear girl, you look so lovely," she said to the blushing Natasha. "So charming." "No, Count, this is too much," she said to Count Ilya, who had followed her in. "How can you live in Moscow without going out?" "No, I'm not letting go of you. This evening Mademoiselle George is giving a recitation at our house and we have 1 or 2 people coming. If you don't bring your lovely girls, who are much prettier than Mademoiselle George, I shall disown you. My husband's away in Tver, or I should have sent him to invite you. You have to come. Yes, you must. Between 8 and 9. She nodded to the dressmaker, who knew her and was curtsying politely, and seated herself in an armchair next to the mirror, decoratively rearranging the folds of her velvet dress. She kept up a constant flow of pleasant chit-chat interspersed with enthusiastic admiration of Natasha's beauty. She inspected her dresses and spoke highly of them, speaking no less highly of a new dress of her own made from metal gauze, which she had just received from Paris and strongly recommended to Natasha. "But you'd look nice in anything, my lovely darling," she declared. A grin of pleasure had settled permanently on Natasha's face. She felt so happy, blossoming under the praises of this nice lady, Countess Bezukov, who had once seemed so remote and important and was now being so kind. Natasha's spirits rose, and she felt almost in love with this kind and beautiful woman. As for Helene, her admiration of Natasha was quite genuine, and she really did want to see her enjoying herself. Anatole had asked her to bring Natasha and him together, and this was why she had come to the Rostovs. She found the thought of bringing her brother and Natasha together most amusing. Although Helene had once resented Natasha's ability to take Boris away from her in Petersburg, she now dismissed that from her mind, and as far as she was able she wished Natasha nothing but good. On her way out she took her protégé to one side and said, "My brother came to dinner last night. We almost died with laughter. He won't eat, all he does is sigh for you, my lovely darling. He's crazy about you, my dear, simply crazy." Natasha blushed to the roots of her hair when she heard this. "Look how she's blushing. Dear lovely girl." Helene went on. "But do come. Even if you're in love, that's no reason to lock yourself away. Even if you're engaged, I'm sure your fiancé would want you to go out rather than die of boredom while he's away." So she knows I'm engaged. So they've been talking and laughing about it, she and her husband, Pierre, and Pierre's as straight as a die. So it can't be all that important. And once again, under the spell of Helene, something that had seemed dreadful now struck her as straightforward and normal behavior. And she's such a fine lady, she's so nice to me, and she seems to have taken to me in a big way, thought Natasha, gazing at Helene, wide-eyed and wondering. And why shouldn't I have a bit of fun? Maria Dmitrievna came back in time for dinner, looking all serious and saying nothing, which suggested defeat at the hands of the old prince. She was too upset by the argument that had occurred to be able to sit down and talk calmly about it. When the Count ventured a question, she replied that all was well and she would tell him about it tomorrow. On hearing of Countess Bezukhof's visit and the evening invitation, Maria Dmitrievna said, "I don't care to associate with Countess Bezukhov, and I advise you not to do so, but now that you've promised, you'd better go. It will be a nice distraction," she added, addressing Natasha. Chapter 13. Count Rostov took his two girls to Countess Bezukhov's evening recitation. There were quite a few people there, but Natasha knew hardly anybody. The Count noted with some displeasure that the company consisted almost entirely of men and women who were notorious for their free and easy lifestyle. Mademoiselle George was standing in one corner of the drawing room surrounded by young men. There were several Frenchmen there, including Metivier, who had been a regular visitor at Countess Bezukhov's ever since her arrival in Moscow. The Count made up his mind not to play cards, not to let his daughters out of his sight, and to go home the minute Mademoiselle George finished her performance. Anatole was standing by the door, rather obviously on the lookout for the Rostovs. He welcomed the Count, went straight up to Natasha and followed her in. At the first sight of him, Natasha had the same feeling that had come over her at the opera. She felt flattered that he was so taken with her, but scared by the absence of any moral barrier between them. Helene gave Natasha a rapturous welcome, lavishing praise on her beauty and her appearance. Shortly after their arrival, Mademoiselle George left the room to put on her costume. The chairs were rearranged and people began to sit down. Anatole moved a chair aside for Natasha and was about to sit down next to her, but the Count, who was keeping a wary eye on his daughter, sat down there himself. Anatole took his place behind them. Mademoiselle George came out with a red scarf flung over one shoulder and her bare, fat, dimpled arms on show. She walked into the empty space reserved for her between the chairs, and struck a theatrical pose. There was a murmur of excited anticipation. Mademoiselle George surveyed her audience sternly with her gloomy eyes before launching forth into a French poem about the guilty love of a mother for her son. In some places she raised her voice, in others she dropped to a whisper, raising her head triumphantly or pausing now and then to spit out her words with a throaty hiss and much rolling of the eyes. Exquisite, divine, so lovely, came the voices on all sides. Natasha was watching the fat lady, but she couldn't hear anything, see anything, or take in anything that was happening. She had no feelings other than being borne away irrevocably back to that strange, crazy world so remote from the world she had known before, a world in which there was no telling right from wrong or good sense from madness. Behind her sat Anatole, conscious of his proximity. She squirmed between anxiety and expectation. After the first monologue, the whole company rose and surrounded Mademoiselle George in rapturous acclamation. "Isn't she beautiful?" said Natasha to her father, as he got up with the rest and struggled through the crowd towards the actress. I would say no, looking at you, said Anatole, following behind Natasha. He picked his moment to say it, when she was the only one who could hear. You're so lovely, from the moment I saw you I haven't stopped. Come on, Natasha, over here, said the Count, turning back for his daughter. How beautiful she is. Natasha didn't speak as she caught up with her father and stared at him with eyes full of wonderment and unanswered questions. Several recitations later, Mademoiselle George departed and Countess Bezukhov invited all the guests into the great hall. The Count tried to get away, but Helene pleaded with him not to spoil their impromptu ball. The Rostovs stayed on. Anatole asked Natasha for a waltz, and while they were dancing he squeezed her waist and her hand and told her she was enchanting and he was in love with her. During the écossaise, which she also danced with him, when they were on their own, Anatole said nothing, he just stared at her. Natasha doubted herself. Could she have dreamt what he had said to her during the waltz? At the end of the first figure he squeezed her hand again. Natasha looked up nervously into his face, but there was so much assurance and warmth in his fond look and smile that as she glanced at him she couldn't bring herself to say what had to be said. She looked down again. Please don't say things like that. I'm engaged to be married, and I love someone else, she gabbled. She glanced up. Anatole was not in the least disconcerted or embarrassed by what she had said. Don't tell me about that. What difference does it make, he said. Listen, I'm in love with you, madly in love. Is it my fault you're so irresistible? Look, it's our turn to start. In her state of high excitement and alarm, Natasha stared round, wide-eyed and fearful, though apparently enjoying herself more than usual. She remembered almost nothing of what took place that evening. They had danced the écossaise and the Grossvater. Her father had wanted them to go, and she had begged him to let them stay on. No matter where she went and who she talked to, she could feel his eyes on her. Then she had asked her father's permission to leave the room in order to rearrange her dress, and Helene had followed her out, chatting away and laughing at her brother's passion, and then she remembered coming across Anatole again in the little sitting room, and Helene had somehow disappeared. They were left alone, and Anatole had taken her by the hand and said to her so tenderly, I can't come and see you, but can I really never see you again? I'm madly in love with you. Can I never? And barring her way, he had brought his face up close to hers. His big, gleaming, manly eyes were so close to hers that she could see nothing else. Natalie? His question had dropped to a whisper, and her hands were being squeezed until they hurt. Natalie? I don't understand. There's nothing I can say. The response was written in her eyes. Burning lips were pressed against hers, then she was instantly free again, and with a shuffling of shoes and a rustling of silks Helene was back in the room. Natasha had glanced round at her, then, red-faced and quivering, looked back at him, full of alarm and unanswered questions, before walking over to the door. One word, for God's sake, just one, Anatole was saying. She stopped. She was longing to hear one word from him, one word to tell her what had happened and give her something to respond to. Natalie, one word, just one, was all he could repeat, evidently not knowing what to say, and he kept on repeating it till Helene reached them. Helene accompanied Natasha back into the drawing room. The Rostovs declined the offer of supper and went home. When she got home, Natasha was in for a sleepless night. She was tormented by a question that had no answer. Which one did she love? Anatole or Prince Andrei? She certainly loved Prince Andrei. The strength of her love for him was still a clear memory. But she loved Anatole too, there could be no doubt about that. If not, how could all these things have happened, she thought. If I could still smile at him as he smiled at me when we were saying goodbye, if I could let things go that far, surely I must have fallen in love with him at first sight. He must surely be a kind man, noble and good, and I couldn't help falling in love with him. What shall I do if I love them both, she asked herself, but there were no answers to these terrible questions. Chapter 14. Morning came with its bustle and trouble. Everyone got up and soon the house was abuzz with movement and chatter. In came the dressmakers once again. Down came Marya Dmitrievna, and tea was served. Natasha kept glancing round at everyone, uneasy and wide-eyed, as if she wanted to anticipate every glance that came her way, while struggling to keep up a pretense of normality. After breakfast, always her best time of the day, Marya Dmitrievna seated herself in her armchair and called for Natasha and the old count. "Now listen, friends, I've been thinking things over, and this is my advice to you," she began. "Yesterday, as you know, I went to see Prince Bolkonsky. Well, I did manage a little talk with him. He thought fit to shout at me. But I can shout with the best. I gave as good as I got." "But what was he like?" asked the count. "What was he like? He's off his head. He just won't listen. I won't go on. We've given this poor girl enough to worry about as it is," said Marya Dmitrievna. "But my advice to you is, finish your business, go back to Otradnoy, and wait." "Oh no," cried Natasha. "Yes, go back home," said Marya Dmitrievna, "and wait. If your fiancé comes here now there's bound to be a row, but if he's on his own he can sort things out man to man with his father and then come on to you." Count Rostov could see the wisdom of this proposal, and it met with his approval. If the old man eventually came round it would be better to visit him later in Moscow or at Bald Hills. If he didn't, the wedding would have to go ahead against his will, and it would have to be at Otradnoy. "Yes, it's absolutely true," said he. "I'm only sorry I went to see him and took her with me," said the count. "There's nothing to be sorry about. Once you were here, you could hardly avoid paying your respects. If he didn't like it, that's his business," said Marya Dmitrievna, looking for something in her handbag. "And with the trousseau nearly ready there's nothing to hold you up. I can send on the bits that aren't ready. I'll be sorry to see you go, but, God bless you, it's the best thing to do." She found what she was looking for in her bag and handed it to Natasha. It was a letter from Princess Marya. "She's written to you. She's really suffering, poor girl. She's afraid you might think she doesn't like you." "Well, she doesn't," said Natasha. "Don't talk such nonsense," cried Marya Dmitrievna. "I just don't believe it." "I know she doesn't like me," said Natasha impudently, taking the letter with a look of such cold and grim determination that Marya Dmitrievna peered at her more sharply and frowned. "Don't answer back, young lady," she said. "What I say is true. Make sure you write back to her." Without replying, Natasha went up to her own room to read Princess Marya's letter. Princess Marya wrote that she was in despair at the misunderstanding that had arisen between them. Whatever her father's feelings might be, wrote Princess Marya, she asked Natasha to believe that she was bound to love her. She was the girl chosen by her brother, and for the sake of his happiness she would make any sacrifice. "And another thing," she wrote, "please do not think that my father has taken against you. He is an old man and quite poorly, and allowances have to be made for him. But he is kind-hearted and generous, and he will come to love the woman who makes his son happy." Finally, Princess Marya asked Natasha to arrange a time when they could come together again. After reading the letter, Natasha sat down to the writing table to write back. She began by jotting down an automatic "Dear Princess," in French, and then stopped. How could she go on after all that had happened the day before? Yes, it really had happened, and now everything was different, she thought, sitting over the letter she had barely begun. Should I turn him down? Should I? Oh, it's too awful. And to get away from horrible thoughts like these, she went in to see Sonia and went through some embroidery patterns with her. After dinner, Natasha went back to her room and took up Princess Marya's letter again. Is it all over? She thought. Has it all happened just like that and ruined everything that went before? She could remember the full force of her love for Prince Andrei, but she still felt she was in love with Karajan. She conjured up a picture of herself living happily as Prince Andrei's wife, a picture she had so often dwelt on in her imagination, but at the same time, burning with excitement, she brought back to mind every detail of yesterday's encounter with Anatole. Why couldn't that happen too? She kept wondering in her fog of bewilderment. That's the only way I could be completely happy. With things as they are, I have to choose, and I can't be happy unless I have both of them. I know one thing, she thought. Telling Prince Andrei what's happened and hiding it from him are equally impossible. But with him nothing's been spoiled. But how could I say goodbye to Prince Andrei's love and all the happiness I've been living on for so long? Please, miss, whispered a maid, coming into the room looking all secretive, a man told me to give you this. She handed her a letter. But please, miss, for the love of Jesus, said the girl, as Natasha, not giving it a thought, broke the seal automatically and began reading a love letter from Anatole, without taking in a word of it, aware of one thing only, it was a letter from him, the man she loved. Yes, she did love him. Otherwise, how could what had happened have happened? How could she have ended up with a love letter from him in her hand? Natasha's hands were shaking as she held on to that passionate love letter, composed for Anatole by Dolokhov, and as she read it through she discovered in it echoes of everything that she herself seemed to be feeling. Since yesterday evening my fate is sealed, to be loved by you or to die. There is no other way, the letter began. He went on to say that he knew her family would never give her to him, for secret reasons that he could reveal only to her in private, but if she loved him, she had only to say the word yes, and no human power could mar their bliss. Love would conquer all. He would snatch her away and carry her off to the ends of the earth. Yes, I do love him, thought Natasha, reading the letter for the 20th time and discovering some new deep meaning in every word. That evening Maria Dmitrievna was going to the Arkarovs, and proposed taking the young ladies with her. Natasha pleaded a headache and stayed behind at home. Chapter 15. Late that night when she got back, Sonia went into Natasha's room and to her surprise found her fast asleep on the sofa, still dressed. On the table next to her lay Anatole's letter, open. Sonia picked it up and read it. As she read, she kept glancing down at Natasha, who was still asleep, watching her face in the hope of discovering some explanation of what she was reading, but finding nothing. Natasha's face was peaceful, gentle, and happy. Clutching at her chest to stop herself choking, Sonia sank down into an armchair, pale-faced and trembling with emotion and horror, and burst into tears. Why didn't I see this coming? How can it have gone so far? Has she lost all her love for Prince Andrei? And how could she have let Karajan go as far as this? He's a liar and a scoundrel, that's for sure. What will Nikolai do, dear, noble Nikolai, when he gets to know? So that's what it meant, that funny look on her face, all determined and excited, the other day, and yesterday, and today, thought Sonia. But she can't possibly have fallen in love with him. She's probably opened that letter without knowing who it was from. She probably feels insulted by it. Surely she couldn't do that. Sonia wiped away her tears and went over to Natasha, looking closely at her face again. Natasha, she said in a barely audible voice. Natasha woke up and saw Sonia. Oh, you're back. And with the warm impulsiveness that can come over people at the moment of waking, she hugged her friend. But when she saw Sonia's embarrassment, she was embarrassed too, and suspicious. Sonia, you've read the letter, haven't you? She said. Yes, said Sonia softly. Natasha gave a smile of triumph. No, Sonia, I can't go on like this, she said. I can't hide it from you any longer. You know we love each other. Sonia, darling, he writes. Sonia. Sonia goggled at Natasha as if she couldn't believe her ears. What about Bolkonsky? She said. Oh, Sonia, oh, if you knew how happy I am, said Natasha. You don't know what love. But, Natasha, do you mean to say it's all over? Natasha gazed wide-eyed at Sonia as if she didn't understand the question. Are you breaking it off with Prince Andrei, then? Said Sonia. Oh, you don't understand. Don't talk nonsense. Just listen, said Natasha, with a flash of irritation. No, I don't believe it, repeated Sonia. I can't understand you. Look, you've been in love with one man for a whole year, and now suddenly. I mean, you've only seen him 3 times, Natasha. I don't believe it. This is some kind of joke. 3 days, and you've forgotten everything, and 3 days, said Natasha. I seem to have been in love with him for 100 years. I'm sure I've never been in love before. You wouldn't understand. Sonia. Wait a minute, come and sit here. Natasha hugged and kissed her. I've heard it can happen this way, you probably have too, but this is the first time I've felt love like this. It's not what I've felt before. The moment I set eyes on him, I knew he was my master and I was his slave, and I couldn't help loving him. Yes, his slave. I'll do whatever he commands. You wouldn't understand. Well, what can I do? What can I do, Sonia, said Natasha, her face full of rapture and alarm. Well, stop and think what you're doing, said Sonia. I can't leave things like this. These secret letters. How could you let him do all that, she said, with scarcely concealed horror and revulsion. I've just told you, answered Natasha, I have no will of my own. Can't you get it into your head? I'm in love with him. Well, I can't let it go on like this. I'm going to tell on you, cried Sonia, bursting into tears. You what? For heaven's sake. If you tell on me, we're enemies, said Natasha. You want me to be miserable. You want them to come between us. Seeing Natasha in such a state of alarm, Sonia wept tears of shame and sorrow for her friend. But what's happened between the two of you, she asked. What's he been saying to you? Why doesn't he come to the house? Natasha ignored her. For heaven's sake, Sonia, don't tell anybody. Don't torment me, Natasha implored her. Remember, you shouldn't get mixed up in things like this. I've told you. But why all this secrecy? Why doesn't he come to the house? Sonia persisted. Why doesn't he ask for your hand straight out? Look, Prince Andrei gave you a completely free hand in case this sort of thing. But I just can't believe it. Natasha, have you thought about the secret reasons behind it? Natasha looked at Sonia in amazement. This was obviously the first time the question had occurred to her, and she didn't know how to respond. Well, I don't know what the reasons are. But there must be some. Sonia sighed and shook her head distrustfully. If there were any reasons, she started to say, but Natasha, anticipating her misgivings, interrupted in some alarm. Sonia, you can't start having doubts about him, you really can't. Don't you see that? She cried. Does he love you? Does he love me? Parroted Natasha, beaming indulgently at her friend's obtuseness. Well, you've read his letter, haven't you? And you have seen him. But what if he's a dishonorable man? Him? How could he be dishonorable? If you only knew, said Natasha. Well, if he's not dishonorable, he ought to do one of two things, either say what his intentions are or stop seeing you. And if you won't do it, I will. I'll write to him. And I'll tell your papa, said Sonia, full of determination. But I can't live without him, cried Natasha. Natasha, I don't understand you. What exactly are you saying? Think of your father. Think of Nikolai. I'm not bothered about anybody else. He's the only one I love. How dare you call him dishonorable? Don't you know I'm in love with him? Cried Natasha. Sonia, go away. I don't want to quarrel with you. Go away, for heaven's sake. Just go away. You can see how miserable I am, cried Natasha viciously, in a voice of barely controlled exasperation and near despair. Sonia ran out of the room sobbing her heart out. Natasha went over to the table and without a moment's thought sat straight down and wrote the reply to Princess Maria that she hadn't been able to write all morning. In the letter she told Princess Maria in a word or two that any misunderstandings between them were now at an end. She was going to take full advantage of Prince Andrei's magnanimity in giving her complete freedom as they parted from each other. She asked her to forget everything and forgive her if she had anything to apologize for, but she couldn't be his wife. Just for the moment everything seemed so easy, straightforward and clear-cut. The Rostovs were due to leave town on Friday, and on Wednesday the Count took a prospective purchaser down to his estate near Moscow. On the day he left, Sonia and Natasha were invited to a grand dinner party at Julie Karajan's. Maria Dmitrievna went with them. At the dinner Natasha met Anatole again, and Sonia watched as she said something to him, taking great care not to be overheard, and all through the meal Natasha looked more excited than ever. When they got home it was Natasha who started the conversation that Sonia had been waiting for. Listen, Sonia, you've been saying all sorts of silly things about him, Natasha began in a tiny voice, the kind of voice that children put on when they are looking for praise. Well, I've had it all out with him tonight. Well, what did he say? Come on, what did he say? Natasha, I'm so glad you're not angry with me. Tell me the whole story. Tell me the truth. What did he say? Natasha considered what to say. Oh, Sonia, if you knew him as I do. He said. He asked me what kind of promise I had given Bolkonsky. He was so glad I'm in a position to refuse him. Sonia gave a bleak sigh. But you haven't refused Bolkonsky, have you? She said. Well, maybe I have. Maybe it's all over with Bolkonsky. Why do you think so badly of me? I don't think anything. I just don't understand. Just wait, Sonia, and you'll understand. You'll see the sort of man he is. Don't think too badly of either of us. I don't think badly of people. I like everybody and I'm sorry for everybody. But what can I do? Sonia was not won over by Natasha's ingratiating tone. The softer and more appealing Natasha's face grew, the more serious and severe Sonia's became. Natasha, she said, you asked me not to talk to you, and I haven't done. But now you've started things off. Natasha, I don't trust him. Why this secrecy? Again, interrupted Natasha. Natasha, I'm afraid for you. What is there to be afraid of? I'm afraid you'll be ruined, said Sonia firmly, horrified to hear her own words. Natasha's face looked angry again. All right then, I'll be ruined, I'll be ruined forever. But it's nothing to do with you. You won't suffer for it, I will. Leave me alone, just leave me alone. I hate you. Natasha. Sonia appealed to her in great distress. I hate you, I hate you. You're my enemy forever. And Natasha ran out of the room. Natasha avoided Sonia and didn't speak to her again. With the same mixture of excitement, Wonder and guilt on her face, she wandered through the room, seizing on one thing after another, and throwing everything down as soon as she picked it up. Hard as it was on Sonia, she kept watch over her friend and never let her out of her sight. The day before the Count was due to return, Sonia happened to notice that Natasha had spent all morning sitting at the drawing-room window, as if she was waiting for something, and suddenly she gave a signal to a passing officer whom Sonia assumed to be Anatole. Sonia kept an even closer watch on her friend, and she noticed that all through dinner and afterwards during the evening Natasha was in a strange mood, most unlike her usual self. When people asked her questions, she gave silly answers, she started sentences and never finished them, and she kept laughing all the time. After tea, Sonia saw a timid-looking maid waiting for her to go past Natasha's door. She let her go in, listened at the door, and found out that another letter had arrived. Suddenly it dawned on Sonia that Natasha was hatching some dreadful plan for that evening. She knocked at the door, but Natasha wouldn't let her in. She's going to run away with him, thought Sonia. She's capable of anything. There's been a pitiful kind of look on her face today and real determination. And she cried when she said goodbye to Papa, Sonia remembered. Yes, that's it, she's going to run away with him. What can I do about it, wondered Sonia, remembering all the signals given off by Natasha showing clearly that she had some terrible plan in mind. Count Rostov isn't here. What can I do? I could write to Kuragin and demand an explanation. But who says he's bound to answer? I could write to Pierre, that was what Prince Andrei asked me to do if there was any trouble. But perhaps she really has broken things off with Bolkonsky. She did send that letter to Princess Maria yesterday. And Uncle's not here. To tell Maria Dmitrievna, who had such faith in Natasha, seemed a terrible thing to do. Well, one way or another, thought Sonia, standing in the dark corridor, now or never it's time for me to show my appreciation of all the benefits I've had from this family and my love for Nikolai. No, if I have to go 3 nights without sleep, I'm not leaving this corridor, and I'll stop her going by brute force. I'm not going to stand by and see this family ruined and disgraced, she thought. Chapter 16. Anatole had recently moved in with Dolokhov. A plan for abducting the Rostov girl had been thought up and worked out in detail by Dolokhov over several days, and the evening when Sonia had listened at Natasha's door and made up her mind to keep guard over her was the very day when the plan was due to be carried out. Natasha had promised to come out at 10 o'clock and meet Kuragin by the back porch. Kuragin would be waiting for her with a troika, get her on board and drive her from Moscow to the village of Kamenka 40 miles away, where an unfrocked priest would be standing by ready to marry them. At Kamenka a relay of horses would be waiting to take them down to the Warsaw Road, from where they would use post horses to take them out of the country. Anatole had secured a passport, an order for post horses, 10,000 rubles borrowed from his sister and another 10,000 raised by Dolokhov. The 2 necessary witnesses, Kvostikov, a low-grade civil servant now retired and regularly exploited by Dolokhov at the card table, and Makarin, a former hussar, a pleasant man with no backbone, whose devotion to Kuragin knew no bounds, were now sitting in Dolokhov's front room drinking tea. In Dolokhov's big study, adorned with Persian rugs, bearskins and weaponry right up to the ceiling, Dolokhov sat waiting, fully rigged out in traveling cloak and high boots, in front of an open bureau with accounts and bundles of banknotes lying around on it. Anatole, with his uniform unbuttoned, was stalking about, going from the room where the witnesses were sitting through the study into a back room, where his French valet and 1 or 2 other servants were doing the last of the packing. Dolokhov was counting notes and jotting down figures. Well, he said, you'll have to give Kvostikov 2,000. Well, give him it, then, said Anatole. Makarka, their name for Makarin, well, he'd go through fire and water for you and not ask for any reward. That's it then, the accounts are finished, said Dolokhov, showing him a note. Does that look all right? Yes, of course it does, said Anatole, obviously not listening, just staring into space with a permanent grin on his face. Dolokhov slammed the bureau shut, and turned to Anatole with a sardonic smile. "Hey, listen, why don't you drop all this while there's still time?" he said. "Idiot," said Anatole. "Stop talking rubbish. If only you knew. It's hellishly important to me." "I still think you should drop it," said Dolokhov. "It's serious, this scheme of yours. No laughing matter. You will have your little joke. To hell with you." "Do you hear?" said Anatole, frowning. "I'm not in the mood for your stupid jokes." And he walked out of the room. As he did so, Dolokhov was smiling a lofty, rather contemptuous smile. "Hang on a minute," he called after Anatole. "I'm not joking. This is serious. Come back in here. Come on." Anatole came back into the room, trying to concentrate as he looked at Dolokhov and obviously reluctant to submit. "Listen. I'm saying this for the last time. Why would I want to joke with you? Have I ever got in your way? Who made all the arrangements? Who found you a priest? Who got you a passport and all this money? It was me. All right. Thank you very much. Do you think I'm not grateful?" Anatole sighed and embraced Dolokhov. "So I have helped you, but I've still got to tell you the truth. This is a dangerous business, and when you come to think of it, it's stupid. You take her away, well and good. Do you think they'll leave it at that? It'll come out that you're already married. Then they'll have you up on a criminal charge." "Oh, rubbish, rubbish," said Anatole, scowling again. "I've gone through this time and again, haven't I?" And Anatole, with the stubborn attachment that you tend to find in small-minded people to any conclusion stemming from their own mental processes, outlined the argument he had already gone through 100 times with Dolokhov. "Let me go through it again. I've decided that if this marriage turns out to be invalid," he said, bending one finger back, "that means I'm not responsible. And if it is valid, it won't matter. Anyway, abroad nobody's going to know anything about it. See? It's all right, isn't it? And you will go on and on and on about it. Oh, please, why don't you drop the whole thing? You'll only get yourself into a mess." "To hell with you," said Anatole, and he strode off into the next room clutching his hair, but he was soon back and he sat down in an armchair with his feet tucked up, right in front of Dolokhov. "I'm in a hellish state. Do you know what I mean? How's that for a heartbeat?" He took Dolokhov's hand and placed it on his heart. "But oh, that foot, my dear boy, those eyes. A goddess," he rhapsodized in French. "Can you hear what I'm saying?" Dolokhov watched him with a cold smile, a gleam in his handsome eyes and a hard stare, obviously minded to get more fun out of him. "What will you do when the money runs out?" "When the money runs out?" Eh? Anatole parroted, genuinely taken aback by any thoughts for the future. "What shall we do when the money runs out?" "I don't know. You do say some stupid things." He looked at his watch. "Time to get going." Anatole disappeared into the back room. "How much longer? Do get a move on," he shouted at the servants. Dolokhov cleared away the money, called a servant and told him to fetch them something to eat and drink before the journey, and then went through to where Khvostikov and Makarin were sitting. Anatole was lying on the study sofa, propped up on one elbow, smiling to himself and mouthing tender pleasantries. "Come in here and have a bite to eat. And a drink," Dolokhov called from the next room. "I don't feel like it," answered Anatole, still wrapped up in his own smiles. "Come on. Balaga's arrived." Anatole got to his feet and went through into the dining room. Balaga was a well-known troika driver, who had known Dolokhov and Anatole for the last 6 years and had often driven them around in his sledges. More than once, when Anatole's regiment had been stationed at Tver, he had picked him up in Tver of an evening, got to Moscow by dawn, and driven him back the next night. More than once he had driven Dolokhov out of trouble. More than once he had driven them round the town with gypsies and the little ladies, as he called them, on board. More than once he had run pedestrians and other vehicles off the Moscow roads in their service, always relying on his gentlemen, as he called them, to get him out of trouble. Many a horse of his had been ridden into the ground with them in the sledge. More than once they had thrashed him, more than once they had got him drunk on champagne and Madeira, which was much to his taste, and he knew things about both of them that would have dispatched any ordinary man to Siberia ages ago. They often brought Balaga in on things when they were out on the town, getting him to drink and dance with the gypsies, and their money had passed through his hands in thousands. In their service he risked his life and his skin 20 times a year, and he wore out more horses than their over-generous payments could ever make up for. But he liked them, liked the furious pace of their driving. They could cover 20 miles in an hour and a half, like driving coachmen off the road and running down pedestrians in Moscow, and hurtling along the Moscow streets. He liked to hear the wild shouts and drunken voices behind him, yelling, "Get a move on," when they were already going flat out, and he liked to lash the occasional passing peasant across the neck when he was already reeling back more dead than alive. Real gentleman, he thought. Anatole and Dolokhov liked Balaga. He drove like a Jew and he liked what they liked. With other customers Balaga drove a hard bargain, squeezing 25 rubles out of them for a 2-hour drive, and he seldom went out himself, generally sending one of his young boys. But when it came to his own gentleman he always did the driving, and he never asked for payment. Only 2 or 3 times a year, when he happened to know through their valets that there was money around, would he turn up in the morning, quite sober, bow down and ask them to help him out. The gentleman always invited him to sit down. "I was wondering whether you might be able to oblige, Fyodor Ivanovitch, sir, or, Your Excellency," he would say, "I'm right out of horses, and I need to go to the fair. If you could just lend me something, whatever you can manage." And whenever they were in funds Anatole and Dolokhov would give him 1,000 or 2. Balaga was a fair-haired, short, snub-nosed peasant in his late 20s, with a red face and a particularly red, thick neck, bright little eyes and a short beard. He wore a fine blue silk-lined kaftan over a sheepskin jacket. He turned to the icon corner, crossed himself, and went over to Dolokhov, extending a small black hand. "My respects to you, Fyodor Ivanovitch," said he with one of his bows. "Good day to you, my friend. Ah, here's the man himself." "Good day, Your Excellency," he said to Anatole as he came in, and once again he extended a hand. "I say, Balaga," said Anatole, placing a hand on each of his shoulders, "do you care for me or not?" "Eh? Now's the time for stalwart service. What sort of horses have you brought?" "Eh? Did what your man said, brought your favorite beasts," said Balaga. "Right, listen, Balaga. Ride them to death if needs be, only get there in 3 hours." "All right." "If they're all dead, how are we going to get there?" said Balaga with a wink. "Don't get funny with me. I'll smash your face in," cried Anatole suddenly, glaring at him. "Just my little joke," chuckled the driver. "Do anything for my gentleman I would. We'll get you there as fast as horses ever galloped." "All right," said Anatole. "Come and sit down." "Sit down here," said Dolokhov. "I think I'll stand, Fyodor Ivanovitch." "Nonsense. Sit down and have a drink," said Anatole, and he poured him out a stiff glass of Madeira. The driver's eyes lit up at the sight of the wine. After one polite refusal he tossed it off and wiped his mouth with a red silk handkerchief which he took out of his cap. "Right, Your Excellency, when do we start?" Anatole consulted his watch. "Time we were off now." Listen to me, Balaga. You will get us there in time? Oh yes, off to a good start and we'll get there all right, said Balaga. Got you to Tver, didn't we? In 7 hours. I bet you've not forgotten that, Your Excellency. Juno, one Christmas I drove back from Tver, smiling at the memory of it. Anatole was talking to Macarin, who gazed back, lost in admiration. It was incredible, Makarka, we flew the whole way, you could hardly breathe. We crashed into a line of wagons and jumped 2 of them. How about that? They was real horses, said Balaga, picking up the story. 2 young UNS at the sides and that bay with the shaft. He turned to Dolokhov, and you wouldn't believe it, sir, 40 miles them beasts galloped. There was no holding 'em back, me hands was frozen stiff, it was that cold. I let go o' the reins. You hold them yourself, sir, says I, and I rolled back down in the sledge. Didn't need no driving. Couldn't hold 'em back till we got there. Hell's teeth, they got us there in 3 hours. Only one of 'em died, 'im on the left. Chapter 17. Anatole left the room and came back a few minutes later wearing a fur jacket with a silver belt, and a sable cap tilted at a jaunty angle, a good match for his handsome face. He paused for a look in the mirror and then turned to Dolokhov with the same mirror pose and took a glass of wine. Well, Fedya, I'll say goodbye. Thanks for everything, and goodbye, said Anatole. Well now, comrades, friends, he thought for a moment, of my youth, goodbye to you all. He had turned to Macarin and the others. Although they were all going with him, Anatole evidently wanted to turn this address to his comrades into a moving and solemn ceremony. His speech was loud and measured, his chest was square and he was swinging one of his legs. Raise your glasses everybody. You, too, Balaga. So, comrades, friends of my youth, we've had some fun together, seen a bit of life, had lots of fun. Haven't we just? So, when shall we meet again? I'm off abroad. We've seen a bit of life, so goodbye, boys. I drink to you. Hurrah! This said, he drained his glass, and smashed it on the floor. Your health, said Balaga. He, too, drained his glass and wiped his lips on his handkerchief. Macarin embraced Anatole with tears in his eyes. Oh dear, Prince, it breaks my heart to part from you, he said. Come on. Let's get going, shouted Anatole. Balaga was halfway out of the room. No, hang on, said Anatole. Shut that door. We've got to sit down. That's the way. The door was closed, and they all sat down. 5 Right boys, quick march, said Anatole, getting to his feet. Joseph, the valet, handed Anatole his sabretache and saber, and they all went out into the hall. What about the coat, said Dolokhov. Hey, Ignatka. Slip over to Matryona Matveyevna, and ask her for that sable coat. I've heard what elopements can be like, said Dolokhov with a wink. She'll come tripping out more dead than alive, still dressed for indoors. Stop for a second and it'll be all tears, and dear papa and dear mama, then she's frozen stiff and she wants to go back in, so you've got to wrap her up straight away in a big coat and get her into the sledge. The valet came back with a woman's fox-fur coat. Idiot, I said sable. Hey, Matryoshka, the sable coat, he shouted, his loud voice echoing through every room. A pale, thin, good-looking gypsy woman with gleaming black eyes and curly black hair with a hint of gray ran out wearing a red shawl, with a sable coat over her arm. Here you are. You're welcome, I'm sure, she said, visibly afraid of her master, but ruing the loss of her coat. Instead of replying, Dolokhov took the coat, put it round Matryoshka's shoulders and wrapped her up in it. That's how it's done, said Dolokhov. And then like this, he said, turning the collar up round her head, leaving only her little face exposed. And then like this, see, and he pushed Anatole's head forward towards the inside of the collar in the flash of Matriosha's smile. Well, goodbye, Matriosha, said Anatole, giving her a kiss. Oh dear, no more fun over here. My regards to Styashka. Goodbye then. Goodbye, Matriosha. Wish me luck. God grant you all the luck in the world, Prince, said Matriosha with her strong gypsy accent. There by the steps stood two troikas, the horses held by two of the best young drivers. Balaga got into the first one, and raised his elbows high, taking his time to sort out the reins. Anatole and Dolokhov got in behind him. Makarin, Vostokov, and the valet got into the other sledge. All set? Asked Balaga. Away, he yelled, wrapping the reins round his hands, and the sledge hurtled off down Nikitsky Boulevard. We. Garn. Move. Grrrh, yelled Balaga and the young driver on the box, the only sounds in the night. In Arbutsky Square the sledge bumped into a carriage with a dreadful crunch and shouts rang out, but off they flew down the Arbat. After driving the full length of Podnovinsky Boulevard, reining in and turning back, Balaga stopped the horses at the crossing by Old Konyushny Street. The keen young man on the box jumped down to hold the horses by the bridle. Anatole and Dolokhov walked off down the footpath. When they got to the gates, Dolokhov whistled. An answering whistle echoed back and a maidservant ran out. Come on into the courtyard, or you'll be seen. She'll be here in a minute, she said. Dolokhov stayed by the gate. Anatole followed the maid into the courtyard, turned a corner and ran up the steps. He was met by Gavrilo, Maria Dmitrievna's giant of a footman. This way, sir. The mistress wants to see you, said the groom in his deep bass voice, blocking the approach to the door. Whose mistress? Who are you? Anatole asked in a breathless whisper. This way, sir. My orders are to show you in. Korojan. Get back here, shouted Dolokhov. Traitors. Come on back. By the little back gate where he had stopped, Dolokhov was wrestling with a porter, who was trying to shut the gate and lock Anatole in. Dolokhov bundled the porter away with a last desperate shove, grabbed Anatole, heaved him out through the gate and ran off with him back to the sledge. Chapter 18. Maria Dmitrievna had come across a very tearful Sonia in the corridor and forced a confession out of her. She had seized Natasha's note from Anatole and read it, and now she marched in to see Natasha, still holding the letter. You shameless little hussy, she said to her. I don't want to hear a word. Thrusting Natasha away while the girl gazed at her dry-eyed but speechless with amazement, she locked her in, ordered the porter to admit certain persons who were due to turn up that night, but not let them out again, and told her footman to show these persons up, and then she sat down in the drawing room to wait for the abductors. When Gavrilo came in to inform Maria Dmitrievna that the persons had turned up but had got away, she rose to her feet with a scowl on her face, clasped her hands behind her back, and wandered from room to room, considering what to do. It was nearly midnight when she set off for Natasha's room, feeling the key in her pocket. Sonia was in the corridor still sitting there sobbing. Maria Dmitrievna, please, for heaven's sake, let me in to see her, she said. Instead of replying, Maria Dmitrievna opened the door and went in. Hateful, disgusting girl, in my house, the vile little hussy. It's her father I'm sorry for, Maria Dmitrievna had been thinking, trying to control her fury. Hard as it may be, I shall silence the lot of them and hide it from the Count. She now strode imperiously into the room. Natasha was lying perfectly still on the sofa with her head buried in her hands. She had been lying in exactly the same position when Maria Dmitrievna had left her. You're a very nice girl, aren't you, said Maria Dmitrievna. Using my house to arrange meetings with your lovers. Let's put our cards on the table. And you listen to me when I'm speaking. Maria Dmitrievna touched her on the arm. Listen to me when I'm speaking. You've shamed yourself like a common little slut. I know what I'd do with you, but I'm sorry for your poor father. I shall hide it from him. Natasha didn't change position, but her whole body was racked with noiseless, convulsive sobs and a terrible choking. Maria Dmitrievna glanced round at Sonia and sat down on the edge of the sofa next to Natasha. He's lucky I didn't catch him, but I shall, she said, coarsening her voice. Do you hear what I say, eh? She put a large hand under Natasha's face and turned it towards her. Both Maria Dmitrievna and Sonia were shocked by the sight of Natasha's face. Her eyes were dry but gleaming, her lips were tightly compressed and her cheeks looked hollow. Leave me alone. Just let me die, was all she could manage to say before wrenching herself viciously away from Maria Dmitrievna and flopping back down into her former position. Natalia, said Maria Dmitrievna. This is for your own good. Now just lie still. Come on, lie still like that. I won't touch you. But listen to me. I'm not going to go on about how bad you've been. You're aware of that yourself. But your father's due back tomorrow, and I want to know what I'm supposed to tell him. Do you hear me? Once again Natasha's body was convulsed with sobs. If he gets to know, what will your brother do, and your fiancé? I have no fiancé. I've broken it off, cried Natasha. It makes no difference, Maria Dmitrievna insisted. I mean, if they do find out, do you think they'll leave it at that? I know your father, he could easily challenge him to a duel. That will be all right, will it? Oh, just leave me alone. Why did you have to interfere? Why? Why? Who asked you to? Cried Natasha, sitting up on the sofa and fixing Maria Dmitrievna with a vicious glare. So what did you want? Screamed Maria Dmitrievna, roused to fury again. I mean, you weren't exactly locked away, were you? Did anybody stop him coming to the house? Why did he have to carry you off, like some gypsy girl? And if he'd managed it, do you imagine they wouldn't have caught him? Your father, your brother, your fiancé? He's a swine and a scoundrel, and that's all there is to it. He's better than any of you, cried Natasha, raising herself up. If you hadn't got in the way. Oh my God, what now? Sonia, why? Oh, go away, and she sobbed with the kind of despair that people feel when they weep for troubles they know they have brought upon themselves. Maria Dmitrievna was about to speak again, but Natasha suddenly yelled, Go away, go away. You all hate me and despise me. And she flung herself back down on the sofa. Maria Dmitrievna went on for some time pouring shame on Natasha, drumming it into her that everything had to be hidden from the Count, and no one would know anything about it if only she would undertake to forget the whole thing, and not give off any signs that something might have happened. Natasha wouldn't respond. She had stopped sobbing, but she was now seized with bouts of shivering and trembling. Maria Dmitrievna put a pillow under her head, covered her with 2 blankets, and brought her some lime water with her own hands, but Natasha wouldn't respond to anything she said. Oh well, let her sleep, said Maria Dmitrievna, and she left the room, thinking Natasha must have dropped off. But she hadn't. Her staring eyes gazed out vacantly from her pale face. She never slept a wink all night long, she didn't cry, and she never said a word to Sonia, who got up several times and went in to see her. Next day Count Rostov arrived back from his estate, as promised, in time for lunch. He was in a very good mood, being on the point of agreeing terms with the purchaser, and there was now nothing to keep him in Moscow away from his countess, and he had begun to miss her dearly. Maria Dmitrievna came to welcome him with the news that Natasha had been quite poorly the previous day, but they had sent for the doctor and now she was feeling better. Natasha had not left her room all morning. With pinched, cracked lips, and dry, staring eyes, she sat by the window, uneasily watching people drive past down the street, and looking round nervously at anyone who entered the room. She was obviously waiting for news of him, waiting for him to come or at least write to her. When the Count walked in to see her, she turned uneasily at the sound of his man's heavy tread, and her face resumed its earlier cold, even vindictive expression. She didn't even get up to greet him. "What is it, my angel? Are you ill?" asked the Count. Natasha was silent for a moment. "Yes, I am," she answered. When the Count asked anxiously why she was so depressed and whether anything had happened to her fiancé, she assured him that nothing had, and told him not to worry. Maria Dmitrievna confirmed Natasha's insistence that nothing had happened. This imaginary illness, his daughter's agitated state, and the embarrassment written all over the faces of Sonia and Maria Dmitrievna told the Count all too clearly that something must have happened while he had been away. But it was just too awful for him to imagine that anything scandalous might have happened to his beloved daughter, and he valued his present good humor and peace of mind so much that he shied away from further inquiries and tried to reassure himself that nothing very unusual could have happened, his only regret being that her indisposition would delay their return to the country. Chapter 19. Ever since the day of his wife's arrival in Moscow, Pierre had been intending to leave town, if only to get away from her. Shortly after the Rostovs' arrival, the deep impression made on him by Natasha caused him to carry out his intention with all speed. He left for Tver to see Osip Bazdiev's widow, who had promised some time ago to hand over her late husband's papers. When Pierre got back to Moscow, he was handed a letter from Maria Dmitrievna asking him to call because something very important had come up concerning Andrei Bolkonsky and his fiancée. Pierre had been avoiding Natasha. He could sense that his feelings towards her were stronger than they ought to be between a married man and a young girl engaged to one of his friends. But somehow fate kept bringing them together. "What's happened now? What do they want me for?" he kept thinking as he dressed to go to Maria Dmitrievna's. Oh, if only Prince Andrei would hurry up and come home and get married to her, thought Pierre on the journey there. In the Tverskoy Boulevard somebody hailed him. "Pierre! When did you get back?" called a familiar voice. Pierre looked up. A sledge flew by behind a pair of trotting greys kicking up snow all over the front board. It was Anatole and his constant companion Makarin. Anatole was sitting bolt upright in the classic pose of a dashing army man, the lower part of his face muffled in a beaver collar and his head bent slightly forward. His face was fresh and glowing, his hat sported white feathers and sat at a jaunty angle, showing off pomaded curls with a sprinkling of fine snow. "Now that's what I call worldly wisdom," thought Pierre. He can't see beyond the pleasure of the moment, nothing worries him, so he's always happy and contented. "What wouldn't I give to be like him?" he mused, full of envy. In Maria Dmitrievna's entrance hall, as the footman helped Pierre off with his coat, he said that his mistress wanted him to go up to her bedroom. As he opened the hall door, Pierre caught a brief glimpse of Natasha sitting by the window looking thin, pale, and crabby. She glanced round at him, scowled and left the room with an air of icy aloofness. "What's happened?" asked Pierre, going into Maria Dmitrievna's room. "A nice turn of events," answered Maria Dmitrievna. 58 years I've lived on this earth and never seen anything so disgraceful." And after making Pierre swear not to breathe a word of what was to follow, Maria Dmitrievna told him that Natasha had broken off her engagement without telling her parents, all because of Anatole Kuragin, Pierre's wife, having brought the two of them together, and Natasha had tried to elope with him while her father was away and get married in secret. Pierre sat there with his shoulders hunched and his mouth wide open, listening to what Maria Dmitrievna had to say, and he could hardly believe his ears. What, Prince Andrei's beloved fiancée, Natasha Rostov, always such a charming girl hitherto, had given up Bolkonsky for that fool Anatole, who was already married? Pierre knew his secret, fallen in love with him and agreed to elope? It was beyond Pierre's imagination or understanding. The lovely image of Natasha that was so dear to his soul, and he had known her since childhood, didn't fit with this new picture of her as someone depraved, stupid, and cruel. He thought of his own wife. They're all the same, he told himself, reflecting that he was not the only man to be tied by the unhappy hand of fate to a dreadful woman. But even so, he could have wept for Prince Andrei, wept for his pride. And the more he felt for his friend, the more his feeling of contempt and revulsion grew as he thought of Natasha, who had just walked past him with that air of icy aloofness. He was not to know that Natasha's heart was overflowing with despair, shame and humiliation, and she could hardly be blamed for her face happening to look all calm, aloof and austere. "What do you mean get married?" cried Pierre when he heard Maria Dmitrievna's words. "He can't get married, he's married already." "It never rains but it pours," said Maria Dmitrievna. "What a splendid young man! Absolute swine! And she's still expecting him to come, she has been for 2 days. We've got to stop her waiting for him. We must tell her." Once Pierre had told her all about Anatol's marriage, and she had vented her fury in the strongest language. Maria Dmitrievna got round to letting Pierre know why she had sent for him. She was terrified that either Count Rostov or Prince Bolkonsky, who might arrive at any moment, could easily get to know about this affair despite her best efforts to conceal it and challenge Kuragin to a duel, so she now wanted Pierre to act on her behalf and kick his brother-in-law out of Moscow with clear instructions never to darken her door again. Pierre promised to do what she wanted, suddenly recognizing the danger that threatened the old count, and Nikolai and Prince Andrei. After outlining her wishes in a few precise words, she let him go through into the drawing room. "Keep the count in the dark. Behave as if you know nothing," she said. "And I'll go and tell her she needn't bother waiting for him. Oh, and do stay on for dinner, if you feel like it," she called after Pierre. Pierre met the old count. He seemed nervous and upset. That morning Natasha had told him she had broken off her engagement to Bolkonsky. "Trouble, nothing but trouble, my dear fellow," he said to Pierre, "when these girls are away from their mother. I'm sorry I ever came. I won't beat about the bush. Maybe you've heard, she's broken off her engagement without a word to a soul. I must admit I never did like the idea of them getting married. Oh, I know he's a fine man, but there was never going to be much happiness with them going against his father like that, and Natasha will never be short of suitors. Still, it had been going on for such a long time, but how could she do such a thing without a word to her father and mother? And now she's ill, and God knows what's wrong with her. It's an awful thing, Count, a really awful thing to take your daughters away from their mother." Pierre could see the Count was terribly upset, and he kept trying to change the subject, but the Count came back time and again to his woes. Sonia came into the drawing room, long in the face. "Natasha's not too well. She's up in her room and would like to see you. Maria Dmitrievna's with her and she wants you there too." "Yes, of course, you're such a great friend of Bolkonsky's. She probably wants to send him a message," said the Count. Oh dear, oh dear. Everything was going so well. And the Count walked out of the room clutching at his few gray hairs. Maria Dmitrievna had told Natasha that Anatol was already married. Natasha didn't believe her, and insisted on confirmation from Pierre's own lips. Sonia told Pierre this much as she led him down the corridor to Natasha's room. Natasha was sitting beside Maria Dmitrievna, looking pale and serious, and she met Pierre at the door with a quizzical glare of feverish intensity. She neither smiled nor nodded, she just stared at him, and her look asked a simple question: was he a friend or an enemy like the rest of them, as far as Anatol was concerned? Pierre the man clearly didn't exist for her. "He knows the whole story," said Maria Dmitrievna to Natasha. "Let him say whether I'm telling the truth or not." Like a wounded animal at bay watching the dogs and the hunt close in, Natasha looked from one to the other. "Natalia, Pierre began, looking down with a feeling of pity for her and revulsion at the operation he had to perform. True or not, what difference does it make? You see. So it's not true that he's married? I'm afraid it is. He is married. Since when? She asked. Word of honor? Pierre swore on his word of honor. Is he still here? She gabbled. Yes. I saw him a few minutes ago. Speech being clearly beyond her, she gestured with both hands for them to go away and leave her alone. Chapter 20. Instead of staying to dinner, Pierre drove away immediately after leaving Natasha's room. He scoured the town in search of Anatole Kuragin. At the very thought of this man, the blood rushed to his heart and he could hardly breathe. He was nowhere to be found, not on the ice hills, not at the gypsies, not at Komanino's. Pierre drove to the club. In there it was just like any normal day, with members coming in for dinner and sitting around in groups. They greeted Pierre and went on talking about the city and the latest news. A footman well accustomed to Pierre's friends and habits greeted him, and said several things. A place had been left for him in the small dining room, Prince Mikhail Zakharich was in the library, and Pavel Timofeich had not yet come in. One of Pierre's acquaintances broke off from chatting about the weather to ask if he'd heard about Kuragin's abduction of young Countess Rostov, which was the talk of the town, but was it true? Pierre laughed it off as a bit of nonsense, having just come from the Rostovs. He asked after Anatole. One man said he wasn't in yet, another said he was expected for dinner. It felt strange for Pierre to look round at that quiet crowd of uninvolved people, who had no knowledge of what turmoil his spirit was going through. He wandered from room to room, waited for everyone to arrive, and then, with no sign of Anatole, he abandoned dinner and set off for home. His prey, Anatole, was dining that day with Dolokhov, and the pair of them were trying to work out how the plan that had ended in failure could be made to succeed. According to Anatole, it was vital for him to see Natasha, so that evening he went round to his sister's to discuss with her how another meeting could be arranged. When Pierre got back home after his fruitless tour of the city, his valet told him that Prince Anatole was in with the Countess. The Countess's drawing room was full of guests. Pierre completely ignored his wife even though he hadn't seen her since his return. At that moment he loathed her more than ever, strode into the drawing room, spotted Anatole, and went over to him. "Oh, hello, Pierre," said the Countess, coming over to her husband. "You've no idea what a predicament our Anatole finds himself in." She stopped short at the sight of her husband's lowered head, the fire in his eye, the resolute tread. She had recognized the look of towering rage and dreadful power that she knew only too well from personal experience following the duel with Dolokhov. "Wherever you are, there's bound to be vice and evil," said Pierre to his wife. "Anatole, come with me. I want a word with you," he said in French. Anatole glanced round at his sister, but got to his feet compliantly, ready to follow Pierre. Pierre grabbed him by the arm, jerked him forwards and walked out of the room. "Please, not in my drawing room," Helene whispered, but there was no response from Pierre. He had gone. Anatole followed on with his usual jaunty swagger. But there was an uneasy look on his face. Pierre went into his room, shut the door behind them and spoke to Anatole without looking at him. "Did you tell Countess Rostov you would marry her? Did you try to elope with her?" "My dear fellow," answered Anatole, in French, as was the whole conversation, "I do not feel obliged to answer questions addressed to me in that tone of voice." Pierre's face, already pale, was now contorted with rage. With one huge hand he grabbed Anatole by the collar of his uniform, and proceeded to shake him from side to side until a sufficient degree of terror had registered on his face. "When I say I want a word with you," Pierre insisted. "I say." "This is ridiculous, isn't it?" said Anatole, fingering his collar where a button had been ripped away with a piece of cloth. "You're a vile swine, and I have no idea what prevents me from permitting myself the pleasure of braining you with this," said Pierre. The awkwardness of his speech was because it was in French. He had picked up a heavy paperweight and was now wielding it ominously, but he soon put it back down again. Did you promise to marry her? I never thought. I didn't actually, because, Pierre cut him short. Have you got any letters from her? Have you got any letters? Pierre repeated his question, bearing down on Anatole. Anatole took one look at him, stuffed his hand in his pocket and took out a wallet. Pierre took the proffered letter, shoved a table out of the way and flopped down on the sofa. Don't worry, I'm not going to get violent, said Pierre in response to Anatole's gesture of alarm. Letters, that's number 1, said Pierre like a child going through a lesson. Number 2, he went on after a moment's silence, getting to his feet again and starting to pace up and down, you're leaving Moscow tomorrow. But how can I? And 3, Pierre ignored him and went on, you never breathe a word of what went on between you and the young countess. I know I can't stop you, but if you have a grain of conscience. Pierre paced up and down the room several times without saying anything. Anatole sat there at the table, scowling and biting his lips. When all's said and done, surely you can get it into your head that there is such a thing as other people's happiness and peace of mind beyond your own pleasure. Can't you see you're ruining someone's whole life just for a bit of fun? Go and amuse yourself with women like my wife. You're within your rights there, they know what you want from them. They're armed against you because they've experienced the same kind of depravity, but promising marriage to a young girl, pulling the wool over her eyes, carrying her off. Can't you see, it's so sordid, it's like attacking an old man or a child. Pierre paused and glanced at Anatole, with more curiosity now than anger. Well, I'm not too sure about that, said Anatole, regaining self-confidence as Pierre controlled his fury. I'm not too sure about that, and I don't want to be, he said, avoiding Pierre's eyes and speaking with a slight tremor of the jaw, but you've called me names, sordid and such like, which as a man of honor I can't accept from anyone. Pierre looked at him in amazement, at a loss to understand what he could possibly want. I know it's all been in private, Anatole persisted. But I'm afraid I can't. What is it you want? Satisfaction, said Pierre sarcastically. Well, the least you could do is take it back, what? If you're asking me to do what you want. How about that? Yes, I take it all back, said Pierre, and please forgive me. Pierre couldn't take his eyes off the dangling button. Yes, and here's some money too. You might need it for the journey. Anatole smiled. The look on his face, the mean, cringing smile that he knew so well from his wife, was the last straw for Pierre. You're a vile and callous breed, he cried, and stormed out of the room. Next day Anatole left for Petersburg. Chapter 21. Pierre drove round to let Maria Dmitrievna know that her wishes had been carried out. Kuragin had been banished from Moscow. The whole house was in a state of turmoil and alarm. Natasha was very poorly and Maria Dmitrievna told him why on the quiet. Once she had been told Anatole was married, that same night she had poisoned herself with arsenic, which she had got hold of by some secret means. After swallowing just a little she had become so scared she had woken Sonia up and told her what she had done. The necessary antidotes had been administered in good time and now she was out of danger, but still too weak even to think of being taken back to the country, and the Countess had been sent for. Pierre saw the Count in his terrible distress, and Sonia constantly in tears, but he wasn't allowed to see Natasha. That day Pierre dined at the club and heard gossip on all sides about the attempted abduction of young Countess Rostov. He strenuously denied all such stories, assuring everyone there was nothing in them beyond the fact his brother-in-law had proposed to Natasha and been refused. It had occurred to Pierre that his duty lay in covering up the whole affair and restoring the young countess's reputation. He was dreading Prince Andrei's return, but every day he drove round to the old prince to catch up on the latest news about him. Mademoiselle Bourienne had kept old Prince Bolkonsky abreast of all the rumors flying about the town, and he had read the note to Princess Maria in which Natasha had broken off the engagement. He seemed more cheerful than usual and couldn't wait to see his son again. A few days after Anatole's departure, Pierre received a note from Prince Andrei letting him know he was back and inviting him over. The first thing his father did when Prince Andrei arrived home in Moscow was hand over Natasha's note to Princess Maria breaking off the engagement. Mademoiselle Bourienne had filched the note from Princess Maria and handed it on to the old prince. From his father's lips he heard a rather embellished account of Natasha's elopement. Prince Andrei had arrived in the evening, and Pierre had come to see him the very next morning. He was expecting to find Prince Andrei in virtually the same state as Natasha, and so it came as a surprise for him to walk into the drawing room and hear the sound of Prince Andrei's voice in the study, holding forth enthusiastically on the subject of some affair going on up in Petersburg. The old prince and some other voice kept cutting across him from time to time. Princess Maria came out to meet Pierre. She sighed, looking back towards the door of the room where Prince Andrei was talking, in an obvious gesture of sympathy for him and all his grief, but Pierre could tell from her face that she was pleased by what had happened and also by her brother's acceptance of his fiancée's unfaithfulness. "He says he's been expecting it," she commented. "I know his pride won't let him tell us what he feels, but I must say he's taken it better, far better, than I ever expected. It obviously wasn't meant to be." "So it really is all over, is it?" said Pierre. Princess Maria looked at him in some surprise, genuinely at a loss to understand how anyone could ask a question like that. Pierre went on into the study. Prince Andrei had changed a good deal and looked altogether healthier, but there was a new furrow running down between his brows. He stood there dressed in civilian clothes, arguing vehemently face to face with his father and Prince Meshchersky, and making bold gestures. The topic of conversation was Speransky, news of whose sudden banishment and alleged treachery had just broken in Moscow. "Now he's being criticized and censured by people who were raving about him only a month ago," Prince Andrei was saying, "and by other people incapable of understanding what he's been aiming at. It's too easy to criticize a man when he's out of favor, and make him shoulder the blame for everybody else's mistakes. But I tell you this, if any good has been done in the present reign it's been done by him, and him alone." He saw Pierre and stopped. His face twitched and took on a nasty look. "And posterity will see justice done to him," he said, winding things up before turning to Pierre. "Now then, how are you?" "Still putting the weight on," he said with some warmth, though the new furrow had etched itself deeper still on his forehead. "Yes, I'm very well," he said, responding to Pierre's inquiry with a smile. Pierre could see all too clearly what his smile meant. "I'm very well, but nobody's bothered about the state of my health." After commenting on the dreadful state of the road from the Polish frontier, and mentioning some people he had met in Switzerland who knew Pierre, and talking about Monsieur de Saules, whom he had brought from Switzerland to be his son's tutor, Prince Andrei plunged eagerly back into the conversation about Speransky, which was still preoccupying the two old gentlemen. If there had been any treachery, and any proof of a secret relationship with Napoleon, this would have come out in public, he was quick to argue, with no little passion. "Personally I don't much care for Speransky, I never did, but I do care for justice." Pierre now recognized in his friend something he knew only too well, a need to get involved in a heated dispute about some neutral topic, purely to drown out thoughts that were too near the heart and too painful. When Prince Meshchersky had gone, Prince Andrei seized Pierre by the arm and took him along to the room that had been prepared for him. A bed had been made up and open trunks and cases stood around. Prince Andrei went over to one of them and took out a box. Out of the box he took a bundle of letters. All this he did very rapidly and in silence. Then he got to his feet again and cleared his throat. There was a scowl on his face, and his lips were set. "I'm sorry to trouble you." Pierre could see that Prince Andrei wanted to talk about Natasha, and his broad face glowed with sympathy and pity. It was an expression that infuriated Prince Andrei, and although he carried on talking his tone was clipped, sharp and bad-tempered. "I've received a rejection from Countess Rostov, and I've heard rumors about your brother-in-law seeking her hand, or something like that. Is it all true?" "Well, it is and it isn't," began Pierre, but Prince Andrei cut him short. "Here are her letters," he said, "and her portrait." He picked up the little bundle and handed it to Pierre. "Give this to the Countess, if you happen to see her." "She's very ill," said Pierre. "Oh, so she's still here," said Prince Andrei. "And what about Prince Karajan?" he snapped. "He left a long time ago. She's been at death's door." "I'm very sorry to hear of her illness," said Prince Andrei. He laughed a cold, harsh, nasty laugh not unlike his father's. "So Mr. Karajan has not bestowed his hand on Countess Rostov," said Prince Andrei. He snorted several times. "He couldn't have married her, because he's married already," said Pierre. Prince Andrei gave another nasty laugh, again recalling his father. "And where is he now, your brother-in-law, may I ask?" he said. "He's got a Peters." "Oh, I really don't know," said Pierre. "Well, it's not important," said Prince Andrei. "Please tell Countess Rostov from me that she was and is perfectly free, and I send my best wishes." Pierre took the bundle with both hands. Prince Andrei, as if trying to remember whether he had anything more to add, or half waiting for Pierre to come out with something, looked at him steadily. "Listen. Do you remember the difference of opinion we had in Petersburg?" said Pierre.